One evening in early December, the weather suddenly turned cold, and overnight, the north wind howled fiercely. Snowflakes began to fall thick and fast, and by dawn, a heavy layer blanketed the ground. Wang Chao was awakened by the bright reflection of the snow outside his window, mistakenly believing that it was morning. Upon glancing at the alarm clock on his bedside table, he realized it was only just past 5 o'clock. He had been awake for an hour already. However, Wang Chao had never been one to linger in bed. He quietly dressed and took 10 minutes to wash up. Hearing the rustling sounds of his parents getting dressed in the next room, he finally stepped out the door. Wang Chao was a 16-year-old sophomore in high school in City C. He was of average height, had an unremarkable appearance, and his academic performance was mediocre. His family's financial situation was difficult since both his parents had long been unemployed, earning a combined income of no more than 2,000 yuan a month. These circumstances had shaped Wang Chao's character. Behind Wang Chao's home lay a park by the river, dense with trees, secluded and somewhat eerie. A small path wound through it, providing a route to school. Wang Chao preferred to walk quietly alone rather than navigate the busy streets. He took this path every day, both to and from school. The park was tranquil, devoid of people except for the occasional sparrow chirping and flitting about the snow-covered branches, shaking off the accumulated snow in delightful plumes. However, while Wang Chao was slowly traversing a thicket of pine trees, he noticed a figure moving inside. Is someone already out at this early hour? Curious, Wang Chao strained to see deeper into the woods. It turned out the person in the forest was a young woman dressed in white athletic gear and shoes, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, engaged in a martial arts routine. She appeared to be in her 20s, moving languidly, as if practicing a form of Tai Chi popular in society. Yet, as Wang Chao watched, he noticed something peculiar. The woman was entirely focused on her moving hands, her gaze unwavering. She would slowly extend her hand outward before swiftly retracting her 5 fingers as if they were guided by an unseen target. This deliberate motion reminded Wang Chao of the way he used to catch fish as a child, stretching his hand carefully into the water to avoid startling the fish, then suddenly scooping them up when the moment was right. Additionally, he observed that the woman moved in a circular motion, her feet gliding elegantly across the ground as if she were wading through mud. Though her stance lacked grace, the rhythm of her movements conveyed a powerful energy that stirred something within Wang Chao. He was mesmerized, losing track of time until the woman abruptly halted her exercise. She raised her hands to her forehead, then slowly pressed them down to her abdomen, gently stepping down with her left foot and exhaling a long breath. Wang Chao distinctly saw a long plume of white vapor shoot straight out from her mouth, resembling an arrow released into the air. Can one exhale like that? He was astonished and attempted to blow out his own breath. Unfortunately, his breath only produced small puffs of white mist that dissipated quickly in the cold air. Unconvinced, he huffed several more breaths, forcing his heart to race and stars to dance before his eyes, yet all he managed to produce were more clouds of mist. As he struggled, the woman approached him, offered a soft smile, and nodded in acknowledgement before she walked out of the woods. At school, Wang Chao found it impossible to concentrate all day. His mind wandered, fixated on the remarkable sight of the woman exhaling white vapor that morning, growing increasingly fascinated by her. Regrettably, he lamented not having the courage to strike up a conversation. The next morning, he rose early again, determined to catch sight of the boxing woman as he passed through the park. Much to his delight, he found her there once more. This time, he ventured closer, observing her from outside the forest. Despite his presence, she remained undistracted, continuing her martial arts routine. Once she completed her movements, she again raised her hands, pressed them to her abdomen, stepped gently, and exhaled. Her exhaled breath met the cold air, transforming into long, thin white lines that shot out into the distance like arrows. After finishing her routine, she offered Wang Chao a welcoming smile and a nod, but remained silent, walking away just as she had done the day before. Day after day, Wang Chao eagerly woke early to rush to the park, captivated by the woman practicing martial arts. Regardless of the hour, she consistently appeared at that same spot, only leaving promptly at 6 o'clock each morning. Several times, he mustered the courage to approach her, but the words always fell silent on his lips. Despite their unspoken connection, the two grew familiar with one another. Finally, as she prepared to leave one day, Wang Chao gathered his resolve and asked, "Sister, what martial art are you practicing?" She smiled and replied, "I practice Guoshu." Guoshu. Wang Chao had encountered numerous fantastical martial arts, including the 9-in white bone claw, dragon subduing palm, and toad technique. understanding that these were merely fictitious. However, he had never heard of Guoshu before. Observing her practice for a week, he found it far more intriguing than conventional styles like karate or taekwondo. "What is Guoshu?" he inquired. The woman smiled again. "It is martial arts strictly for combat, without the showmanship." Wang Chaos' interest grew. "Sister, can you teach me?" She scrutinized him closely before nodding. "You've shown some persistence by watching me for a week. What is your name?" "I'm Wang Chao, 16 years old, a sophomore." "What about you?" he responded. "I'm Tang Zichin," she replied, maintaining her warm smile. Wang Chao noticed that Tang Zichin's skin was fair and smooth. "Your foundation is weak. You've never trained before, and your waist and legs are unsteady. To begin, it'll teach you to stand in a horse stance." "Stand in a horse stance?" Wang Chao was taken aback. "Sister, I know how to do that. Is it really necessary to teach?" "Oh, let's see you try." Tang Zichin beckoned, stepping back slightly to demonstrate. Wang Chao immediately spread his legs, assuming a half squat with arms extended. He remained still, feeling stable as he held the position. "Sister, like this?" Tang Zichin merely smiled, not responding. Before long, Wang Chaos' knees began to ache. After a while, they started to tremble, and he felt heat rising throughout his body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Realizing he couldn't hold much longer, he stood up and rubbed his sore knees, asking, "Sister, was this correct?" Tang Zichin shook her head, standing still. "Like that will only lead to lumbar strain. The essence of the horse stance lies in how you embody the character." "Mahich means to stand like a horse." "Stand like a horse?" Wang Chao was confused. "Have you ever seen someone ride a horse?" Tang Zichin's smile faded slightly. "When a person rides, their body moves in sync with the horse's rhythm. The horse stance is based on the insights the ancients gained from riding horses. Therefore, when standing, you must embody the motion, finding that rhythm within yourself. When a person rides, the upward and downward motion comes from the horse, so it lacks martial effectiveness. However, on solid ground, that motion becomes part of you. If you stand still, all your weight eventually rests on your knees, which can lead to issues. Such reasoning never occurred to me." Wang Chao was astonished. Something as simple as posture contained so much wisdom. "Watch how I squat." As she spoke, Tang Zichin demonstrated a horse stance. Wang Chao observed the subtle shift of her body as if she were a gentle breeze, causing ripples in water. "Now you try it," she encouraged, prompting him to replicate her stance. "You must focus your energy to your feet. When you rise, let your toes grip the ground like a chicken's claws. By anchoring your 5 toes, you engage your calf muscles, which naturally lifts your knees. When your knees lift, your thighs tighten, raising your waist and drawing in your abdomen. That is how to generate power. When descending, your feet should relax like those of ducks or geese. Release tension from your toes, allowing your knees and thighs to soften and your waist to sit comfortably while your abdomen expands. The subtle interplay of these minuscule movements shifts the body's center of gravity, preventing damage to any particular area." Wang Chao absorbed her teachings, nodding vigorously as he followed Tang Zichin's instructions. Initially, he struggled, but she was right there beside him, correcting him whenever his form wavered. Tang Zichin would gently nudge him with her foot, invigorating his muscles and aligning his posture in an instant. "Don't exaggerate the rise and fall, just a single inch will suffice. Focus on perfecting that single inch when you ascend and descend. The more accurate, the better," she instructed firmly. Indeed, after mastering this rhythm, Wang Chao extended his time in the stance from 5 minutes to over 20. However, after 20 minutes, he felt lightheaded as if he were seasick, his stomach churning uncomfortably. "Are you feeling dizzy and nauseous, as if you're on a boat?" Tang Zichin seemed to anticipate his condition. Wang Chao nodded fervently. "You can stop now. Your lower body is positioned correctly. You just need to work on your head placement. When standing, your head should feel light and elevated." "What does light and elevated mean?" Wang Chao asked, catching his breath to suppress the nausea. "This is a term from the 8 trigrams and Hunyuan martial arts principles. It's not easy to explain. Follow me." Tang Zichin thought for a moment. "You'll understand when we go to the river embankment." Outside the park lay a great river, and nearby stood a newly built concrete embankment. It rose tall with dozens of steep steps leading up to a cement platform. With a firm grip on Wang Chao, Tang Zichin quickly ascended the embankment in a series of quick steps. After standing in the horse stance, his knees protested in agony, and now, after climbing dozens of steps, he struggled not to buckle. "Look at the river scenery." Before Wang Chao could catch his breath, Tang Zichin pointed towards the vast riverfront. Wang Chao stared, mesmerized by the swirling current and snowy banks, enjoying the picturesque landscape. As he took in the view, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. His legs no longer ached, nor did his back pain. Climbing to new heights broadens your view. It lightens your mood, alleviating fatigue. This is what we call light and elevated, Tang Zichen explained, resembling a big sister imparting wisdom. When riding a horse, the perspective is naturally expansive, making it less tiring. Similarly, when feeling queasy on a boat, standing on the deck, feeling the breeze, and gazing into the distance often dispels that dizziness. Thus, when standing in a horse stance, it's not just about the rise and fall of your boat's energy, your gaze must also widen, embracing the essence of broadening one's horizon. This way, the horse stance is properly executed. These concepts exist in everyday life. We often overlook them. It was the ancients who outlined these principles and incorporated them into martial arts. Martial arts aren't merely myths, they're rooted in our daily lives. One needs only to pay attention to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Listening to her, Wang Chao felt as though a door he had never seen before was slowly opening for him. I've shared the principles and postures with you practice for half a month and return here. Well, evaluate how proficiently you've mastered the stance. Tang Zichen concluded with a smile before turning to descend the embankment. Chapter 2. With a deft turn and a cunning strike, the elbow like a spear thrust, and the arm akin to a whip's crack. Recognizing the profound utility of Tang Zichen's words, Wang Chao dedicated himself to practicing stances every morning and evening. His toes gripping the ground, rising and falling rhythmically, while his gaze soared as if to survey the horizon. Indeed, after merely a couple of days of squatting, he found himself capable of enduring 30 minutes without fatigue, a remarkable improvement from the mere 10 minutes he had previously managed. Furthermore, he sensed an increasing agility in his toes, calves, and core. Each night after his practice, he enjoyed a deep, restorative sleep, often waking only at dawn. As days turned into a week, Wang Chao consistently squatted at set times, and during lessons, he frequently elevated his posterior, adopting a posture of feigned relaxation. His subtle movements went unnoticed by the teachers, particularly since he was rather introverted. Having spent over a year in high school without forming close friendships, his classmates' names often escaping him. However, this solitude granted him a certain tranquility, allowing him to dwell within his own world. After 10 days of this undulating practice, Wang Chao astonishingly managed to maintain a feigned squat for 45 minutes during class. He took breaks during the 10-minute intervals, resuming his rhythmic squatting as soon as lessons began. By the end of the day, including his morning and evening study sessions, his total time squatting had remarkably reached 10 hours. In the final days of this regimen, he found himself adopting a peculiar gait, mimicking the earlier movements even while walking, lifting his toes and curling his fingers, his body swaying gently with each step. Although this peculiar mannerism drew curious glances from his peers, Wang Chao remained blissfully indifferent. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Wang Chao felt invigorated, his legs and waist brimming with energy. At the front of the school stood a flagpole, towering to his neck, and without the need for a running start, he sprang up with a single fluid motion. On the day he was to meet Tang Zichen, he awoke early and hurried to their usual spot in the park. Arriving before dawn, Tang Zichen was already there, clad in her familiar white sports attire, her demeanor warm and inviting. Upon seeing Wang Chao approach, her eyes sparkled with delight. I never expected that in just half a month you would achieve such results. Your walking posture has become quite captivating, she remarked. Wang Chao simply smiled sheepishly. What will you teach me today, Sister Qin? You are a pragmatic individual. Regardless of what you wish to learn, you must immerse yourself fully to see results. It seems you are now worthy of studying my martial arts. Tang Zichen regarded Wang Chao as if she had discovered a rare gem. Come, let us converse. She settled onto a stone bench. Do you know what national martial arts are? Wang Chao shook his head. In the late Qing dynasty, revolutionaries led by Sun Yat-sen made numerous attempts on the lives of high-ranking Manchu officials and even princes, often relying on the martial artists of the time for assistance. Later, with the establishment of the Republic of China, in response to foreign invasions, figures like Sun Yat-sen and Feng Yuxiang vigorously advocated for martial arts. The government established the Central National Martial Arts Institute, unifying various schools of martial arts, such as Xingyi, Taiji, Baguazhang, Tongbei, Mantis, Bajikwan, and many others, collectively referred to as national martial arts. Strengthening the nation and its people, Wang Chao pondered, the weight of history stirring within him. That era was filled with talent, yet over a century has passed, and it seems so diminished now. As Tang Zikin spoke, her enthusiasm suddenly waned. All right, today I will teach you a practical technique. Approach from behind and grab me. She motioned for Wang Chao to grasp her shoulder from behind. Following her instructions, he seized her shoulder, only for Tang Zikin to pivot gracefully, her elbow striking towards his chest like a spear. This was merely a demonstration, and she moved slowly enough for Wang Chao to react instinctively, pushing forward with both hands to block her elbow. Little did he know, as soon as he made contact, Tang Zikin's forearm snapped down like a whip, her palm darting toward his groin. The speed and suddenness took him by surprise, and a chill raced up his spine, causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin. Turn, elbow strike, and a strike below, he thought. Tang Zikin expertly controlled her force, her palm barely brushing against his pants. Wang Chao's expression turned peculiar as he murmured, "Sister Chen, what is the name of this move?" Tang Zikin beamed brightly. This technique is known as Liao in Zhangyan Baguazhang, Zhuan Huan Bang Quanin Xingyi, and Pai Shen Chuayan Taiji. She proceeded to elucidate the key points of the technique, noting that martial arts evolved from the use of long weapons. This move appears deceptively simple, a mere turn and a sweeping arm, but it requires dual force. The elbow strike must penetrate like a spear, and when the opponent blocks, the arm must follow through downward to strike below. In ancient battles, generals wielding spears would thrust forward. Upon being parried, the spear's tip would rebound, potentially disarming the enemy. The principle of elasticity is critical in this move. When you execute it, you must embody the essence of wielding a spear. Observe how I apply my force. Tang Zikin demonstrated once more, her elbow strike followed by a swift downward motion, the fabric of her clothing producing a sharp crack as if a whip had sliced through the air. The final strike below required a precise snap of the arm to achieve a crisp sound, indicating mastery of the technique, which also resonated with the Tongbei School's grappling style. Practice this move diligently, and in 3 days, I will teach you another. After imparting her wisdom, Tang Zikin departed. For 3 consecutive days, Wang Chao meticulously pondered the intricacies of the Liao in Zhang. Yet, no matter how he attempted it, he could not replicate the whip-like crispness Tang Zikin had demonstrated. On the 3rd day, he voiced his concern to her. Upon hearing this, Tang Zikin erupted into laughter. "You silly boy, you've only just begun. Never mind that. Today, I will teach you another technique." This new technique involved a sudden squat, with the left hand grasping below while the right hand swept behind to press against the ground. This method of grabbing below while squatting was a lethal move in Taiji, and a variation of the Liao in Zhang and Baguazhang, known as Ho Tu Tao. Having learned 2 moves in recent days, both involving grabbing below, Wang Chao mused, "What kind of person is my sister? Silly boy, pay attention. If you grab and the opponent retreats to protect themselves, you must immediately scoop up sand with the hand pressed to the ground and fling it into their face." She recounted how the great Taiji master Yang Luchin had defeated countless experts with this tactic. Wang Chao recognized the name from a television drama that had recently aired, featuring Wu Jing as Yang Yuchen, the protagonist based on the legendary Taiji master Yang Luchin from the late Qing dynasty. Grabbing birds, flinging sand, but what if the ground is concrete? Where's the sand? Silly boy, when a monkey squats, its tail supports it. For those without a tail, your hand serves that purpose, maintaining balance. If you squat down to grab below and miss, and the opponent attempts to kick you, your hand can push off the ground and propel you away. The monkey squats, its tail providing balance. If the grab fails, it can still defend against kicks. What a cunning technique, Wang Chao thought, his perception of Taiji shifting dramatically. Silly boy, fighting is not a performance or mere practice. It is about delivering a lethal blow, targeting the body's vulnerable areas. In life and death situations, what does it matter if it is cunning or not? Tang Zikin stood up. "Today, I will impart to you that martial arts encompass 3 forms: combat techniques, training methods, and performance. Do not be deceived by those who practice Taiji slowly, flowing like water. That is mere performance, not even proper training. True Taiji combat techniques are rare among practitioners today. Combat techniques, training methods, and performance. There are so many distinctions." Wang Chao pondered, each of Tang Zikin's insights drawing him into a new realm of understanding. Taiji, with its gentle appearance and principles of yielding force, belied its underlying power. The essence of this power could be found in the term Chue, as demonstrated by Tang Zikin's vigorous movements, each strike producing a sharp sound that seemed to rupture the air. Wang Chao felt a surge of trepidation, contemplating the ramifications of such force upon a human body. In ancient times, generals wielding hammers were formidable figures, like Li Yuanba, renowned for wielding two massive hammers to dominate the battlefield. The pioneers of Taiji, drawing from the forces of nature, aptly named the most formidable techniques Chue. As the eminent Baguazhang master Chang Tinghua once said, practicing Baguazhang is like pushing a mountain. Striking is akin to wielding a whip. The Xingyi master Shang Yunxiang remarked that the difference between practice and combat lies in the application of force. The techniques I have taught you, Liaoyin Zhang and Ho Tu Tao, are combat skills, not meant for building stamina or strength. What is the difference between force and energy? Wang Chao inquired. Force is inertia, a sudden explosion of power. Tang Zikin made a gesture, swiftly swinging her arm, creating sharp sounds in the air. When exerting force, the movement was quick, fierce, and rapid. The energy was derived from the tightening of muscles, gradually transitioning into motion. As she spoke, Tang Zikin gestured again, as if pushing a millstone or squeezing water from a sponge. The exertion during this phase should be slow, heavy, and steady. Quick, fierce, rapid. Slow, heavy, steady. Wang Chao meticulously grasped the nuances of these 6 words, discerning the distinction between force and energy. After demonstrating, Tang Zikin took a seat. Now, practice the monkey plucking peaches for 3 days. Once you have mastered it, I will formally teach you something new. Wang Chao nodded and discreetly practiced for 3 days, retreating to a secluded spot each evening to repeatedly rehearse the technique of monkey plucking peaches. The difficulty of this stance, especially during the crouch, was considerable, causing his leg muscles to ache. However, after standing in a horse stance for half a month, the strength and agility of his lower body and feet had significantly improved. After squatting thousands of times while practicing the monkey plucking peaches, he finally reached a level of proficiency. 3 days later, Wang Chao encountered Tang Zikin again in the park. Chapter 3. The spine like a dragon. Center of gravity descending, cold hairs erecting. Tang Zikin instructed Wang Chao to practice the 2 techniques of monkey plucking peaches, nodding in approval. Well done, your posture is correct, and your exertion and body balance are well adjusted. You have potential. Now, I will formally teach you a foundational stance for cultivating strength. As for the techniques, a single skill can suffice for survival. Until you master this, these 2 moves will be enough for self-defense. As she spoke, Tang Zikin drew a straight line on the ground with her foot, instructing Wang Chao to position his feet on either side of the line. This line bisected the body. Once Wang Chao stood correctly, she instructed him to place one hand under his ribs and extend the other horizontally, resembling a person holding a gun or supporting a bayonet. This line represents the center line. The human body's center line is akin to the spine. The top of the spine is at the back of the head, while the tail end is the coccyx. Any martial art that does not channel energy into the spine is ultimately futile. Listen carefully. What I am about to explain is the foundation of all martial arts, the essence of national martial arts. If you do not understand this, you will forever be groping at the threshold. Seeing Tang Zikin's serious demeanor, Wang Chao immediately perked up, listening intently, fearful of missing a single word. When discussing martial arts, one must address a crucial term: qi. This qi is not the breath we take nor any substance in the air. When a person moves, their body generates heat, and as the heat intensifies, they begin to sweat. This heat is qi. The concept of refining essence into qi refers to the heat produced through one's movements. However, as the body heats up, qi disperses through countless pores. So that's it. This is qi. Wang Chao's eyes sparkled, as if enlightenment had struck him. The more intense the heat, the more one sweats. Exactly, Tang Zikin affirmed, nodding. The pores on a person's body are akin to holes in a bamboo basket, just as water inevitably leaks from a bamboo basket, regardless of how one tries to contain it. Qi will escape through the pores during vigorous activity, rendering it ineffective. The essence of national martial arts lies in preserving this qi, preventing its loss during motion. This principle is also a fundamental aspect of Taoist health practices. To cultivate qi, one must, at critical moments, close all bodily pores. But how can one close all the pores? Wang Chao eagerly inquired. Have you ever seen an animal in a rage, particularly cats or dogs? When they are infuriated, their fur stands on end like a hedgehog. This is the phenomenon of bristling fur, a manifestation of closed pores. Humans experience a similar response. At times, we get goosebumps, and our hair stands on end. which also signifies closed pores. Tang Zikin unraveled a towel that had been holding her hair, allowing her dark tresses to cascade down. She assumed a stance. Observe my true power. Behind her stood a white ash tree. As she turned, she struck the trunk with a resounding clap. Her flowing hair shot up like an electric surge, only to fall back down. Simultaneously, with a sharp crack, the tree trunk split cleanly in two. Flying away, as she lightly stepped, the previously smooth concrete ground seemed to crumble underfoot, cracking in every direction. Faint. Wang Chao nearly exclaimed a curse, but caught himself just in time, managing to mutter a different word. Ha ha, little fool, this is known as Jing, or internal force. You are still leagues away from ITI in the past. Masters of Xingii could land silently on the ground yet shatter a large brick with a gentle step. Internal force is silent yet significant. That is what makes it in. Tang Zikin secured her hair again. Earlier, I spoke of qi. This internal force is qi concentrated at a single point and explosively released. Observe my hand. With that, Tang Zikin extended her hand, and Wang Chao noticed it was slick with sweat. Little fool. All the sweat is emanating from my palms, she remarked, noting Wang Chao's astonished expression. Sister Chen, I just saw you assume a position without engaging in intense exercise. How could you sweat so much? Wang Chao suddenly realized something odd. Little fool, when one strikes, they must use their hands continuously, and the heart must be urgent. When one is anxious, they become heated, sweating profusely even more than from vigorous exercise. Tang Zikin continued. In the martial classics, there is a saying, in the face of an enemy, it feels as if one is on fire. When a person is anxious, they will immediately begin to sweat, with vital energy flowing out in abundance. However, if one sweats all over, it is of no use. The qi is not concentrated. Hence, Cheng Tinghua said that when striking, the urgency must reside in the hands. When the body heats up, one must close the pores, allowing only the hands to sweat. Have you ever seen a high-pressure water faucet? It works in that manner. When one is anxious and sweats profusely, this is the principle of mind and qi in harmony. However, allowing sweat to flow only from the hands illustrates qi and force in harmony. Mind and qi in harmony. Qi and force in harmony, so that is how it is. Wang Chao nodded repeatedly, realizing that in his 16 years of life, he had not learned as much as he had this morning. The position I have you assume now is to help you control your body's pores. This is the true foundation for cultivating strength and skill. Tang Zikin instructed Wang Chao to resume the stance resembling one holding a gun or a bayonet. The horse stance I taught you previously was to build the strength of your waist, legs, and toes. Today, I will teach you this stance, which helps in mastering the opening and closing of your body's pores through the spine. Pay close attention and feel the points I touch. Tang Zikin pressed her hand against the back of Wang Chao's head, then, inch by inch, moved down along the vertebrae, gently prodding. With each inch, Wang Chao felt as though his spine was straightening. Simultaneously, the movement of his spine prompted the mobility of his entire skeletal structure and muscle elasticity. Wang Chao felt warmth enveloping him, a slight sheen of sweat forming. Suddenly, Tang Zikin's hand pressed against his coccyx. Feel every inch of your spine, from the head to the body, then to the tail. Head, body, tail. These three aspects are one. This stance is called the three-body stance. An animal's tail maintains balance and controls the body. Fierce creatures raise their tails, causing their fur to bristle. Humans have evolved, and thus our tails have regressed, making us less agile than animals. In the three-body stance, when your center of gravity shifts to the coccyx, it should feel as if a cat has had its tail stepped on, causing its fur to stand on end. Only then will it yield results. Without this effect, standing for 100 years will amount to nothing. Having just experienced Tang Zikin guiding his spine down to the tailbone, Wang Chao felt as though he had just emerged from a steamy bathroom, only to be invigorated by a sudden rush of cool air. When he expressed this sensation, Tang Zikin nodded approvingly. Correct, this parallels the experience of taking a hot shower. When one bathes in hot water for an extended period, the heat opens all the body's pores, causing vital energy to gradually dissipate. Thus, after a long hot shower, one tends to sweat profusely. If one expels too much vital energy, they may feel unwell. Those with weaker constitutions might become dizzy or short of breath after prolonged bathing. This is due to excessive vital energy dispersing, this time. Stepping abruptly out of the bathroom and into the cool air causes the skin to react, resulting in goosebumps, revitalizing the person and clearing the mind. This is because the pores are stimulated and tightly closed, preventing the loss of vital energy. This principle was long recognized by our predecessors, who even created a saying: refining essence into qi is like bathing. Nurturing qi returns to Dan as the cold wind blows. The spine is the body's center line, and the sensations along it represent the ren and du meridians. By mobilizing the spine, the entire body becomes engaged. When your body heats up to the point of sweating lightly, you must ensure that your center of gravity descends to the coccyx. This is akin to acupuncture. The difference lies in that acupuncture employs needles while the three-body stance utilizes the body's center of gravity for stimulation. One is internal, while the other is external. True masters do not sweat during practice. They only break a sweat at the moment of striking. Tang Zikin spoke for a while, then took out a heavy metallic card from her pocket. With that three-body posture, I have thoroughly explained the principles and helped you master the spinal adjustment. You can practice on your own every day after returning home. Once the winter vacation arrives and you have time, come find me at Building 18 by Tianqing Lake in the provincial city. I, your sister, am currently occupied and cannot teach you anymore. Take this. It will grant you access to AS. She handed the card to Wang Chao. Tang Zikin said, the password is XXX. Only with this card can you enter the main gate. Once you are able to demonstrate the desired effect, find me, and I will teach you something new. If you cannot achieve the effect with this three-body posture, discard the card and do not come looking for your sister. Tang Zikin spoke with a serious demeanor. Sister, what exactly does it mean to demonstrate the effect? Wang Chao asked anxiously upon hearing this. Having spent considerable time together, Wang Chao truly regarded Tang Zikin as an elder sister. Now, upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but feel anxious. When your temples bulge, come find me. Once you have trained your temples to that extent, you may seek me out. Chapter 4. The power of transformation strikes like a painting, mastery of martial arts, fearless of firearms. Tianqing Lake in S province boasts crystal clear waters and vast expanses. Covering nearly 10 square kilometers, to the north, it connects with the Yin River, while to the west lies the Ba Mountain. The lakeshore is adorned with lush grass and a myriad of trees such as peach, willow, and begonia stand tall, interspersed with camphor, nanmu, ironwood, and ginkgo. The serene environment makes it one of the most famous attractions in S province. To the south of Tianqing Lake, a tall red wall encircles the woods, standing at the height of 4 men. Within the walls, luxurious villas abound. The Tianqing Lake community is the largest upscale residential area in S province, featuring grand villas surrounded by electronic gates, alarm systems, and surveillance cameras, all monitored by personnel on patrol 24 hours a day. The community even has its own hospital, supermarket, and a branch of the Bank of China established for the residents' convenience. It is said that a large foreign real estate company invested billions to develop this area. The villas boast spacious interiors, emulating Dutch garden architecture. Naturally, such opulent homes are occupied by individuals of considerable wealth and status. Tang Zikin drove a silver-gray sports car into the community, where the electronic gate opened automatically, and 4 guards stood at attention. The car glided effortlessly along the broad tree-lined avenue, devoid of any traces of snow or mud, despite the recent heavy snowfall. After a few minutes, she stopped in front of Building 18, which consisted of 3 structures, a 4-story central building flanked by 2 2-story ones, clearly designated as a garage and servant quarters. A vast lawn surrounded the 3 buildings, enclosed by a white-painted wooden fence, reminiscent of a classical European medieval estate. Tang Zikin pressed a button on her remote, causing the electronic garage door to open. Upon driving inside, she was suddenly enveloped in darkness, as if the lights had malfunctioned. Tang Zikin's ears perked up. 3 people. Come out. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause erupted, and the lights in the garage flickered on, illuminating the spacious area of over 100 square meters. Not far from her sports car stood a young man in a black trench coat. His prominent nose and black hair contrasting with his striking blue eyes, clearly indicating mixed heritage. He was exceptionally handsome, wearing a playful smirk that suggested he was adept at charming women. With a snap of his fingers, he produced a revolver seemingly from thin air. Brute, wolf, come forth. Our presence has been revealed, he commanded, spinning the revolver deftly on his finger. That moment, 2 imposing figures emerged, one on the left and one on the right. blocking the garage's exit. As Tang Zikin stepped out of the car, she observed the two men. One was a towering African man, nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular frame exuding an intimidating aura. The other was a fair-haired Caucasian in camouflage attire. His build proportionate, with the handle of a dark dagger visible at the knee of his pants. Oh my God, a miracle from heaven. Who would have thought that the trainers of the Black Mamba, Rattlesnake, Scorpion, BBN, and Hualong, 5 mercenary companies, would produce such a stunning lady? Miss Tang Zikin. The mixed heritage young man shrugged and whistled, performing a perfect gentleman's bow. Allow me to introduce myself. My codename is Divine Fox, and in the assassin world, I am also known as the Bullet of Death, for each bullet from this revolver takes a soul. My real name is John Malawis. However, since I am on the mainland, I shall use my Chinese name, Yang Yingming. What do you think, Miss Tang Zikin? Quite a nice name, isn't it? Yang Yingming was charming and polite, as if inviting a lady to dance at a soiree. This gentleman beside me is Brute. He has once single-handedly killed a full-grown polar bear and has crushed the skulls of over 10 fighters in the underground boxing rings of New York, having snapped the necks of more than 30 opponents. The gentleman in camouflage is Wolf. He specializes in silently slitting his enemies' throats with a dagger, rendering them unable to utter a sound. Are you all from the CIA? Tang Zikin remained motionless. No. Yang Yiming shook his head with a smile. We belong to another organization. The CIA simply paid a hefty sum to invite us to the mainland. Miss Tang, your organization has interfered with American plans in Africa, and as a high-ranking member of your organization, you cannot escape attention. Do you think that just because you are on the mainland, nothing will happen? As far as we know, your organization has no ties to the mainland. So, Miss Tang, why not accompany us? We will discreetly take you to the seaside and then arrange for a boat to transport you to the CIA. Miss Tang, it would be best not to resist. I am a quick draw and would prefer not to stain the blood of such a beautiful lady. Divine Fox, stop the chatter. Let's get to it. The Caucasian man, Wolf, shouted impatiently in English as he and Brute slowly encroached on Tang Zikin. Suddenly, Tang Zikin moved. Both Wolf and Brute were seasoned fighters, their hands stained with the blood of dozens of lives. And they instantly sensed her movement. Wolf displayed agility akin to that of a wolf, charging towards Tang Zikin with a swift leap, aiming a hand strike at her carotid artery. Tang Zikin tilted her head slightly, narrowly avoiding the blow, which instead struck her shoulder. Wolf, trained as a killer, possessed tremendous strength. Even a strike to the shoulder could dislocate a joint or shatter bones. However, despite being struck, Tang Zikin remained unfazed. Unleashing her internal energy, immediately, a flicker of pain crossed Wolf's face, as if his hand had been electrocuted, causing his body to stiffen momentarily, as if he were in a state of mild paralysis. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Zikin advanced, her arms swinging in a horizontal motion, executing a technique from Tai Chi known as the moving block punch. Her clothing sliced through the air, creating a crackling sound akin to firecrackers exploding. This sweeping motion struck Wolf squarely in the chest, sending his nearly 200-pound frame flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall of the garage. He remained pinned against the wall for 2 to 3 seconds before slumping to the ground. His eyes glazed over, gasping for breath as if fresh out of water. With a roar, Wolf had been rendered incapable of further combat, and Brute immediately reacted, his eyes unblinking, nostrils flaring as he let out a guttural growl. Lunging towards Tang Zikin with outstretched arms, intending to bear hug her into unconsciousness. His immense strength was formidable. Even a casual strike could feel like a mosquito bite, having previously crushed the bones of 5 opponents with this very maneuver. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Tang Zikin squatted, twisting her waist and using her entire body to pivot. With a swift motion, she unleashed a technique from Bagwazang known as the returning palm. Utilizing a whipping force, with a loud clap, Brute's 200-plus-pound body was sent flying like a straw man, crashing to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Following that were a series of faint gunshots, muffled by suppressors. Tang Zikin's body darted, her steps gliding like ice skating. When she came to a halt, she discovered a bloody hole on her shoulder, the crimson liquid instantly staining her white attire. Yang Yiming had fired. Tang Zikin dodged 3 shots but was hit once. Striking as effortlessly as painting, Yang Yiming observed as Wolf collided with the wall. Remaining pinned for a few seconds, he immediately fired, and upon seeing a bullet strike Tang Zichen, he felt a slight relief. You have actually trained your skills to the level of transformation, surpassing the realms of bright and dark energy, capable of evading my 3 shots. Yang Yingming's marksmanship was honed through rigorous training, placing him among the elite snipers. Yet, he had not anticipated that Tang Zichen could evade 3 consecutive shots. Despite being shot, Tang Zichen's expression remained unchanged. She simply shrugged her shoulder, causing the bullet to fall. A bloodied bullet was forcefully expelled from her shoulder by the sheer strength of her muscles. The projectile had initially lodged deeply into her flesh, requiring surgical intervention for removal. Yet now, with a mere shrug of her shoulder, Tang Zichen dislodged it as if swatting away a fly. Miraculously, the bleeding ceased. Despite having been shot, Tang Zichen appeared utterly unfazed. With a sudden lunge, she harnessed the power of her feet and fingers. Sending a surge of energy coursing through her entire being in an instant, she darted forward like a serpent slithering through grass, exhibiting the snake form from the 12 shapes of Xingyi, a technique she had mastered to perfection. Yang Yingming, witnessing Tang Zichen's effortless expulsion of the bullet from her body, was struck with disbelief, realizing that her martial prowess had penetrated to the very marrow of her bones. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of movement revealed Tang Zichen had already closed the distance. Yang Yingming, surprisingly adept in martial arts himself, propelled his right leg outward in a swift kick, producing a sharp crack as it connected with the air. Tang Zichen did not meet the blow head-on. Instead, she swayed gracefully, allowing his kick to graze past her cheek. As Yang Yingming's leg swung through empty space, he adeptly recoiled, preparing to draw another firearm. However, Tang Zichen was relentless, crouching low and executing a technique known as monkey stealing peaches, a lethal maneuver she had taught Wang Chao. Yang Yingming sensed danger, though Tang Zichen had not yet grasped him. A chilling sensation enveloped his groin. Yet, with the garage wall directly behind him, he found himself with no avenue for retreat. In that critical moment, Yang Yingming crouched as well, locking his legs together and shielding his groin with his hands. Deftly capturing Tang Zichen's grasp, with a sudden motion, she struck the ground with her palm, akin to a python's tail slamming down. The once sturdy terrazzo floor of the garage fractured beneath her touch. Splintering into countless tiny shards in a flurry, Tang Zichen scooped up the pulverized fragments, conjuring an illusion of sand from the shattered surface, and hurled them like a rain of arrows, striking Yang Yingming's face. The grains invaded his eyes, rendering him momentarily blinded. Yet, the instincts of a martial artist compelled him to fight back fiercely. Tang Zichen seized the opportunity, executing the dragon raises its head technique. Her hand, initially aimed at his groin, transformed into a claw, striking upwards at Yang Yingming's chin with the precision of a striking viper. Hearing the rush of air, he instinctively lifted his head in a swift change of tactics. Tang Zichen transitioned from dragon raises its head to 2 dragons snatched the pearl, her fingers piercing towards Yang Yingming's eyes. He felt the sharp pain as his vision was obliterated, his eyeballs resembling purple grapes dangling in their sockets. Blood streaming down his face, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. You were shot in the arm. Why are you unaffected? Tang Zichen glanced at her wound, stating, My martial arts have penetrated to the marrow. Your bullet is akin to a mere fruit peel for an ordinary person. I wouldn't even require a band-aid. Gui Yun. Shun spoke of 3 methods of martial training: bright strength, dark strength, and transformative strength. And 3 levels of mastery: bone transformation, muscle transformation, and marrow transformation. Have you truly refined your power to the marrow? Tell me, how can I achieve such depth in my martial arts? Tang Zichen recognized Yang Yingming's impending demise. After mastering dark strength, one must utilize sound to resonate with the marrow. Yang Yingming trembled slightly, struggling to speak. What? Tang Zichen uttered 4 words: tiger, leopard, thunderous sound. That's so. You accompany me. But wait, what organization do you belong to? How do you know I came to the mainland? Tang Zichen inquired. Apologies. It's business. We have. The leg techniques you just employed, along with the groin defense maneuver, though seemingly ordinary, are rooted in Wing Chun. Who is your master? Your striking power has reached the level of Li Luo, Dong Hai, Chuan, and Yang Luchen. Chang Tinghua fell to gunfire, yet my bullets could not harm you. Even my master would not be your match. I will not disclose anything, though this is the taste of death. It's a pity you only possess one gun. Cheng Tinghua perished under 24. Tang Zichen's gaze drifted, as if lost in thought. And with a swift motion, she pointed two fingers at Yang Yingming's heart. He convulsed violently before his breath ceased. He was dead. Go to hell. A massive shadow lunged from behind. The black bear, previously knocked down by Tang Zichen's counterpalm, had risen unnoticed and was now biding its time. Finally, seizing the moment, it drew a dagger from its pants and lunged at Tang Zichen like a leopard pouncing on an antelope, without looking back. Tang Zichen sprang into action, striking with a flurry of blows, an elbow strike, a side punch, and a swift kick. The impact caved in the bear's chest, undoubtedly shattering its sternum. Its entire groin was reduced to a gruesome mix of blood and flesh, lifting the creature off the ground 3 feet before it fell lifelessly to the floor. At this moment, the wolf, though incapacitated, still retained consciousness and attempted to move as Tang Zichen approached. She struck the wolf's chest, injecting a surge of energy that revived its senses, akin to a defibrillator. Speak. What organization do you belong to? Why collaborate with the CIA to infiltrate the mainland? Tang Zichen demanded, grasping the wolf's neck and lifting it off the ground. Eliciting desperate thrashes, she questioned in fluent English. The wolf closed its eyes, aware that resistance was futile against such overwhelming strength. With a soft sigh, Tang Zichen twisted her hand, snapping the wolf's throat and windpipe before discarding its body to the ground. Chapter 5. The transformation of the Temple of the Sun. Wang Chao immersed himself in the sand tissure that Tang Zichen had taught him, dedicating all his focus to each vertebra along his spine. Pushing from head to tail and then back again, first. With Tang Zichen's guidance, he meticulously explored the movements of each vertebra, learning how to engage and subtly draw upon his entire being. However, as he attempted to practice daily, Wang Chao found it exceedingly challenging. He struggled for 3 or 4 days, realizing his center of gravity never settled on his coccyx, making it impossible to stand without a prickling sensation across his body. The spine is not like hands or feet, easily controlled. After several days, he still couldn't grasp the essence of the technique. Yet, he refused to be discouraged, diligently recalling every movement Tang Zichen had demonstrated. Wang Chao became genuinely engrossed, to the point where he unconsciously began to shift his back during class, causing the chair to creak. Wang Chao, are you trying to get yourself killed with those bizarre movements during class? One day, a furious voice erupted from behind him. Turning around, he saw a girl with large eyes and a delicate face, a hint of annoyance clouding her expression. Wang Chao racked his brain to remember her name, recalling only that her surname was Chao and that she seemed to be a class leader, but her full name eluded him. Oh, I'm sorry. Wang Chao quickly apologized, not wishing to stir up trouble. Upon seeing his contrition, the girl's irritation dissipated. With finals approaching, you can't just neglect your studies. This exam is a joint assessment among the 10 best schools in our city, and as class monitor and study committee member, I must inform you that you cannot lag behind and drag our class down. All right. Wang Chao noted the condescending tone in her words, causing discomfort within him. However, he was accustomed to such interactions and merely nodded, ceasing his movements while pondering Tang Zichen's teachings about harmonizing intention with breath and breath with strength. Education cannot alter my fate, but perhaps the martial arts taught by Sister Chan can. Wang Chao was an ordinary individual from a humble background, which fostered his introverted nature and tendency to remain silent. Yet, this did not mean he was content with mediocrity. In truth, he harbored a fervent desire to rise above the ordinary. However, reality had subdued this aspiration. Since fortuitously meeting Tang Zichen, he realized he had grasped a lifeline of hope. The world of martial arts she had opened for him was exponentially more thrilling than anything he encountered in school. Moreover, his disinterest in traditional education contrasted sharply with the resonance he felt for the martial arts Tang Zichen taught. Coccyx, center of gravity. As time approached the end of the semester. The days passed swiftly, with only a little over 10 days remaining until winter break. It had been nearly a month and a half since Wang Chao began his martial arts training with Tang Zichen. In the past 1.5 months, Wang Chao has increasingly mastered the stance of the horse stance, feeling as though he is galloping on horseback with each rise and fall, as if a steed has emerged within him. His practice of the Liao Yin palm and the monkey steals the peach techniques has reached a level where, with just a thought, His hands and eyes move in perfect synchrony. However, the seemingly simple Santee sure remains elusive. He has yet to consistently raise the hairs on his body. 10 days before the holiday, on a warm Saturday, Wang Chao found himself at home, tending to a coal stove to boil water. Suddenly, he noticed a stray cat gracefully making its way to the sunlight outside his door, curling up comfortably and squinting its eyes in slumber. A sudden impulse struck Wang Chao, and he quietly approached, only to stomp down sharply on the cat's tail. The cat let out a shriek, curling into a ball, its tail standing erect. Wang Chao distinctly observed how the cat's spine arched like a bow, momentarily resembling a snake in motion. Its fur bristled like that of a porcupine, and in an instant, it leaped onto Wang Chao's face in a flurry. Wang Chao raised his hands to shield his face, but his arms were marked with several scratches. He promptly tossed the cat away, but rather than feeling anger, a sense of joy welled up within him. He had just witnessed the cat's transformation, its tail erect, spine in motion, and fur standing on end, and in light of his recent experiences, he felt he had gleaned valuable insights. After being thrown aside, the cat landed silently, its limbs still, yet its gaze was filled with fury. Wang Chao suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Why apologies, dear cat? But since you scratched me so many times, I suppose we are even now. I did strike first, so let me offer you a piece of fish. With that, he retrieved a piece of preserved fish from the kitchen, destined for the new year, and tossed it to the cat. Sensing the lack of hostility from Wang Chao, the cat eyed the fish with suspicion, sniffed it, and ultimately succumbed to temptation, devouring it eagerly. Wang Chao sighed with relief when, all of a sudden, a shrill sound emanated from the house. The water had boiled over, releasing a plume of steam and a piercing whistle. I understand now, he exclaimed, jolting into a Santee sure posture. From head to neck, his spine coiled like a serpent, gently descending, and he began to feel warmth spreading through his body, accompanied by a slight sheen of sweat. With a resounding clap, his entire weight settled onto his coccyx, and Wang Chao felt as if he had sprouted a tail, an invisible appendage rising behind him. The stimulation of his tailbone nerves sent a chill racing up his spine to the back of his head. His scalp tingled, and goosebumps erupted across his body, as his pores tightened in response. In that moment, he grasped the essence of the technique, and he began to practice the Santee sure repeatedly, feeling as though his body inflated like an air-filled balloon. Eventually, he felt as if he might burst, prompting him to stop abruptly. Mimicking Tang Zichen, he raised his hands to his brow and pressed downwards, attempting to channel all his energy into his lower abdomen. Upon pressing his hands against his belly, Wang Chao felt as if he were inflating a fully packed tire, unable to compress it. His lower abdomen ached, and a gurgling sound erupted, churning upwards. Unable to contain himself, he let out a long, resonant shout, its sound reminiscent of boiling water spilling from a kettle. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of heat racing up his face. Stopping at his temples, Wang Chao sensed his temples swelling, a remarkable sensation. A wave of joy surged within him, instilling a profound sense of accomplishment. Ignoring the boiling water on the stove, he hurriedly grabbed a mirror to examine himself. Ah? It seems there's no noticeable swelling, he mused, though he felt invigorated. Upon further inspection, he noted that his temples did not appear as pronounced as he had initially felt, leaving him slightly disheartened. Well, one cannot become an expert overnight. The fact that I felt something indicates I am on the right track. Wang Chao endeavored to calm himself. Finally, he had broken through a barrier, and for the next 10 days leading up to the holiday, he reveled in his newfound joy. His daily practice only deepened his appreciation for the art. However, this indulgence bore consequences, as he stumbled through the final 3 days of his exams, barely retaining any memory of the experience. After completing the tests, he reflected on how abysmal his performance had been on the first day of the holiday. While gazing into the mirror, Wang Chao noticed a subtle swelling at his temples. He felt energized, brimming with vitality, radiating enthusiasm at all times. Such transformations elevated his spirits, filling him with confidence and dispelling the gloom, introversion, and lethargy that had previously plagued him. With his temples noticeably fuller, he planned to visit Changjia in the provincial capital in a couple of days. Eager to learn new techniques, he began to formulate his winter break itinerary, pondering what to do in the next few days. With his martial prowess advancing and the swelling at his temples, He considered himself a budding martial artist. It was imperative to find someone to spar with. Otherwise, it would be akin to donning fine garments in the night without anyone to appreciate them. Wang Chao recalled descriptions from the Republican era of esteemed masters, often noted for their prominent temples, which were said to rise an inch high. While he had not reached such exaggerated heights, he felt a subtle change within himself, as if he had taken a step into the ranks of the skilled. The slight alteration in his temples and his abundant energy inflated his confidence, igniting a fervent desire to find a sparring partner and test the fruits of his 2 months of labor. Chapter 6. The Art of National Martial Arts. A single strike could lead to legal repercussions. Alas, the price of meat has risen significantly, now nearly 20 per pound. Tomorrow, I shall take a bit of money and purchase less, for the New Year's feast must include meat. Moreover, Chao Er has been eating heartily lately. Perhaps he is growing. It's time to prepare something delicious in the evening. The three of them sat down for dinner, consisting of a plate of stir-fried cabbage, a plate of pickled vegetables, a dish of tofu, and a bowl of spicy pickles. Wang Chao's father sighed, his face etched with fatigue. Employed as a laborer at a supermarket, he toiled from dawn until dusk, and at over 40, the signs of aging were becoming increasingly apparent. Wang Chao's mother took a few bites, then set down her chopsticks, silently pinching her clothing pocket. Her face bore a yellowish hue, a remnant of an illness from the previous year, though she had recovered. The treatment had depleted their already meager savings. Wang Chao observed all of this but said nothing, merely bowing his head to continue eating. "I've finished. I'll go for a walk," he announced. Wang Chao was aware of the family's financial strain, but he felt a newfound confidence and began to think of ways to earn some money. "Be careful on the road and return early," his parents cautioned, to which Wang Chao nodded in agreement before stepping outside. As dusk fell, the nightscape was vibrant, and as he walked, he arrived at the South City Sports Center. This area was a chaotic mix of establishments, filled with arcades, billiard halls, and numerous training gyms for taekwondo, karate, and Muay Thai, but conspicuously lacking any martial arts schools dedicated to traditional Chinese martial arts. How dull, he thought. Deal the cards. The sounds of excitement caught Wang Chao's attention. Not far away, a group of 5 or 6 individuals were gathered around a table, led by a young man in a leather jacket, his bald head marked by a prominent scar, giving him a menacing appearance. Wang Chao recognized him as Liang Gu, a local thug with a gang of underlings who often extorted students and harassed young women outside the school in his first year of high school. Wang Chao had faced trouble when he became close to a female classmate, only for Liang Ji's underlings to accuse him of flirting with her, coercing him for money as a bribe. When Wang Chao, lacking funds, was unable to comply, they had beaten him mercilessly. Back then, he had bitten his tongue in silence, but now, with his confidence swelling, he spotted one of the thugs next to Liang Gu, smoking while toying with a lighter emblazoned with a design, who had once assaulted him. In an instant, rage surged within Wang Chao, igniting a fire in his heart. The sight of numerous red 100-yuan notes piled on the table only fueled his indignation. "I must seek revenge today, and perhaps even make a little profit along the way," he resolved. Wang Chao quickly plotted his course of action. How to approach this? I should take down a few before anything else. Should I grab some cash and run, or devise another plan? With his thoughts organized, he took a deep breath and strode confidently towards the group. Their attention was absorbed in the game, the notes exchanging hands, completely unaware of Wang Chao's approach. "Liang Gu, it's your turn. I'm going to raise 50, shouted a red-haired thug, rapping on the table. Liang Gu, seemingly displeased with his losses, slammed his hand down on the table in frustration. "Xiao Guang, do not be anxious about your losses. Once you win again, treat everyone to karaoke and find a delightful companion to enjoy the evening." Liang Gu casually shuffled his cards, then leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. That moment, Wang Chao had already approached behind Guang Gu, and with a sudden move, he violently yanked Guang Ji's hair backward. Caught completely off guard, Guang Gu let out a thunderous scream as he unexpectedly faced such a vicious attack. With a snap, Wang Chao's forceful tug on Guang Ji's hair sent him crashing to the ground, even breaking the chair in the process. Wang Chao had long anticipated this. As he grasped the hair, his other hand swiftly swept across the table. Seizing a large handful of red chips, the exact amount unknown, but feeling pleasantly substantial as he stuffed them into his pocket. Instantly, All the ruffians at the card table sprang to their feet. Awakened by the commotion, Wang Chao swiftly kicked the table over and then fiercely stomped on Guang Ji's face, leaping back like a monkey 2 or 3 meters away. Wang Chao assumed a horse stance, his waist and legs brimming with power, and his monkey-stealing peaches technique naturally executed as a sudden leap. With the three-body stance enhancing his vitality and stamina, he executed this seamless series of actions without even a hint of fatigue. This meticulously calculated sequence caught the gang completely off guard. Hearing Guang Ji's agonizing cries from the ground, squatting on the ground, Liang Gu and a group of individuals were so furious they nearly spat blood. Yet they dared not voice their protests, acutely aware of Captain Chao's formidable reputation and fiery temper. Although this group refrained from speaking, they fixated their resentful gazes on Wang Chao, that moment. Wang Chao felt somewhat dazed, but as he regained his composure, he disregarded Liang Gu and the others' venomous stares and addressed Captain Chao. "Officer, may I leave now? Hello, is this Boss Chin? I just apprehended a group of..." At this juncture, Captain Chao waved his hand, signaling Wang Chao to remain silent. He was engaged in a phone call. "What? Those scoundrels?" Since the slight bulge at his temple, Wang Chao's auditory nerves had heightened, granting him exceptional hearing. Most of the muted voices from the phone penetrated his ears. After ending the call, Captain Chao turned to his colleagues, saying, "Xiao Li, Xiao Yang, take this group and lock them up in the small black room. We'll deal with it tomorrow." Once the interrogation concluded, only Captain Chao remained in the room. Wang Chao, eager to return home, implored, "Captain, may I go home now?" Captain Chao scrutinized Wang Chao for a considerable time without uttering a word. As if deep in thought, gradually, his gaze fixated on Wang Chao's temple, narrowing his eyes as he observed him intently. "Young man, your skills are quite impressive. After taking on so many ruffians, you don't bear a single wound?" Chapter 8. The gap between experts. Initially, Wang Chao had relaxed, but Captain Chao's remark jolted him, causing his throat to tighten and his spine to stiffen, sending a shiver down his entire being. The chair creaked under Wang Chao's shifting weight due to his body's reaction. Captain Chao, surprised by Wang Chao's response to his words, felt a sudden intrigue. He perceived that this high school student was akin to a startled beast, ready to pounce at the slightest disturbance, displaying remarkable agility. As he reflected on the scene during the interrogation, Captain Chao recalled the 7 or 8 thugs who had entered, one bearing facial injuries and Liang Gu clutching his groin. His complexion pale, clearly having sustained injuries. In stark contrast, the high school student before him bore only a footprint on his abdomen, his complexion healthy and merely slightly out of breath, indicating abundant vitality. If Captain Chao could not discern such an evident disparity, he might as well resign from the force. "Oh, not be anxious," Captain Chao said slowly, retrieving a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one. "I'm not here to interrogate you. I merely wish to converse. Have you practiced martial arts?" Wang Chao relaxed, pondering, what does this man truly want? Could it be that he has deduced I am the robber, while those thugs are the victims? With this thought, he instinctively squeezed the red banknotes in his pocket. To date, he had not dared to count how much he had taken, but he estimated it to be around 1 or 2,000. Such an amount was substantial for Wang Chao, and even if he were labeled a robber, he was reluctant to relinquish it. "I see your hands lack calluses, and your knuckles are not well defined, suggesting you have not trained extensively. However, your recent reactions indicate good physical conditioning, likely from practicing internal martial arts, though not for long. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been kicked in the abdomen." Captain Chao mused while smoking and speaking leisurely. Following Captain Chao's gaze towards his own hands, Wang Chao noticed that when he gently clenched his fist, his bones were pronounced, with noticeable indentations. In comparison, his knuckles were swollen and protruding. "Well, I have practiced a bit." "For about 2 months, Wang Chao conceded, realizing there was no harm in admitting it. "Oh. So you've actually developed some skills in internal martial arts." Captain Chao's eyes lit up, his curiosity piqued. He stood up lightly, contemplating that most practitioners of internal martial arts today merely mimic the forms. "Could I have encountered someone with genuine talent? Whom did you learn from?" Captain Chao casually inquired. Wang Chao immediately grew wary. Determined not to disclose Chen Jie's identity, he quickly fabricated a response. "An old man I met while strolling in the park. He taught me a stance and a couple of techniques, then vanished. Oh, I see." Captain Chao's eyes briefly flickered with disappointment, yet he smiled and said, "How about this? I also practice martial arts. Let's see how well you've trained. Are we going to spar? Wang Chao asked. Sensing the atmosphere had lightened with Captain Chao's amiable demeanor. I'll stand still. You come at me. Show me your speed and strength. Captain Chao positioned himself in the center of the room. All right. Wang Chao, eager for a challenge, had yearned for a fight after his encounter with the thugs. Now, with someone willingly engaging him, he felt as though a pillow had arrived just as he was about to doze off. With a quick leap forward, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Captain Chao's chest. Suddenly, Captain Chao moved, his right hand whipping out to intercept Wang Chao's fist, their blows colliding in midair with a resounding crack. Ouch! Wang Chao felt as though he had struck a rapidly moving iron hammer, the pain causing tears to well up in his eyes. His hand throbbed, as if the impact had shattered bones. Damn! He cursed involuntarily, yet this intense pain ignited a fierce spirit within him. Stepping forward, Wang Chao twisted his waist, turning his back to Captain Chao, pressing against him closely, and then executed a technique he had practiced countless times. He first thrust his elbow towards Captain Chao's chest, and just as he flicked his forearm to strike Captain Chao's groin, Captain Chao countered with a punch that struck Wang Chao's elbow. Wang Chao's elbow went numb, as if struck at a pressure point, causing his forearm's motion to falter. Subsequently, his elbow began to ache sharply. Retracting his hand, Wang Chao noticed his fist had swollen and turned red. The pain reminiscent of being doused with chili oil. Raising it even slightly proved difficult. Youth, your fists are too soft, Captain Chao observed as Wang Chao fell back, ceasing his attacks. Do not presume that just because you've learned a few superficial techniques, you can stir trouble. Eventually, you will find yourself at a disadvantage. Wang Chao, gasping from the pain, realized he was no match for Captain Chao, too weak. The officer's reactions were too swift, and his hands were like iron. Even if he landed a blow, he would suffer in return. Perhaps I should wait until tomorrow, seek out Qinjie, and diligently practice to ensure I can bring this man down. A fierce competitive spirit surged within Wang Chao. He cradled his arm and declared, I'm not your opponent. I need to go treat my injuries. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Captain Chao called out. How much money did you take from those individuals? What? You know I took money? Wang Chao spun around, tension flooding his senses. With a chuckle, Captain Chao mused, with such perceptiveness, you should reconsider your career as a police officer. Then why are you still detaining them? Not pursuing my responsibility? Wang Chao responded, astonished yet disappointed. Knowing he could not conceal the money any longer, he retrieved and counted it, discovering it amounted to 2,100 yuan, which he reluctantly placed on the table as if it were a piece of flesh being severed from his body. UVE returned it to the public purse. Why should I press charges against you? Captain Chao glanced at the money on the table and nodded. Moreover, if I claim you committed robbery, your parents would petition. Claiming a group of thugs assaulted a high school student, resulting in the police apprehending both parties, only to release the thugs and detain the student as the robber. If that word got out, what would become of my career as a police officer? Indeed. Wang Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking, this is akin to yellow mud in one's pants. It's not excrement, but it might as well be. Do not grow complacent. Those thugs are no angels either. In this progressive era, they are caught and released, only to be apprehended again. Had this been a decade ago? During the crackdown, they would have faced execution long ago. Captain Chao crushed the cigarette but forcefully into the ashtray on the table. Young man, consider this a lesson. Do not think we police are merely idling. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao turned and walked away. Chapter 9. Tang Zichen's needle. As Wang Chao emerged from the police station, he felt a mix of dejection and regret. Dejected from being rendered powerless by just 2 punches, and regretful over the 2,100 yuan he had lost, 21 crisp bills. The thought of it felt akin to having a piece of flesh sliced away. However, the pain in his hand had subsided, replaced by a numbing sensation. His entire arm seemed devoid of feeling. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chao lifted his sleeve to reveal his swollen elbow, bruises forming an ominous dark hue. His fist had also turned a ghastly purple-black. A sight that was quite alarming. A gentle press sent a jolt of pain radiating through him, as if 1,000 needles were stabbing at the bones of his arm. That was brutal. But it's clear I am outmatched, Wang Chao thought bitterly, feeling a surge of animosity. He longed to immediately travel to the provincial city and seek out Tang Zichen. Hey, Wang Chao, is that you? What brings you here? Are you looking for someone? As Wang Chao strolled home, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of returning to prepare medicine, then heading to the provincial capital to seek out Tang Zichen for rigorous training, aiming to reclaim the significant loss he had suffered. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, he saw the class monitor and academic committee member, surnamed Chao, who had been seated behind him. I was just taking a walk. Wang Chao replied, of course omitting the truth about his recent experience of robbery and brawl that had led him to be apprehended by the police and only just released. Jingjing, what brings you here? Just as Wang Chao was preparing to fabricate an excuse to leave, Captain Chao emerged from the police station entrance and, upon seeing the girl, relaxed his furrowed brow. Hearing Captain Chao call out, Wang Chao recalled that this female classmate was named Chao Jingjing. Dad, Mom wants you to come home, Chao Jingjing said, and upon noticing Captain Chao, she promptly abandoned her conversation with Wang Chao and approached him. It turned out that Chao Jingjing was his daughter. A fleeting thought crossed Wang Chao's mind. Wishing to avoid lingering, he hastily ran away. Jingjing, was that really your classmate? Captain Chao inquired, observing Wang Chao's swift departure around the corner. Yes, he is the most honest one in our class, hardly speaks a few words to anyone all day, and is never as mischievous as the other boys, Chao Jingjing responded, demonstrating her familiarity with Wang Chao. The most honest one? Captain Chao expressed his surprise. Returning home in silence, Wang Chao found himself tossing and turning throughout the night, unable to sleep. His entire arm first succumbed to numbness, then to a piercing pain that felt more unbearable than hell itself. Even after applying some herbal oil, there was no relief. After enduring the agony all night, Wang Chao rose early the next morning, ensuring his parents would not notice his discomfort. He informed them he was heading to the provincial capital to browse for study materials. His parents, preoccupied with their daily tasks, hardly had the time to concern themselves with Wang Chao, offering only their usual reminders. Anxiously, he hurried to the bus station and boarded the earliest bus to the provincial capital. 2 hours later, he arrived at the station and began inquiring until he finally located the Tianqing Lake community. Upon seeing the luxurious complex, the 4 straight-backed security guards at the entrance, and the electronic gate, Wang Chao hesitated for a moment. Is this where Sister Chen lives? Approaching the entrance, he was indeed stopped by the guards, but upon presenting the metal card given to him by Tang Zichen and entering the code, the guards immediately welcomed him into the community with the utmost courtesy. The surroundings dazzled Wang Chao. The elegant and tranquil atmosphere, the pristine ground, and the villas that appeared only in paintings and on television left him feeling as if he had stepped into a grand garden of wonders. What splendid houses! If my family could have such a residence, it would be heavenly, Wang Chao thought, rubbing his sore neck, before recalling he had come to find his sister. Building after building, he wandered for quite some time before finally locating Building 18. Where he noticed it was quiet within, he called out, Sister Chen, your sister is right behind you. As soon as he called out, a voice replied from behind him, and indeed, Tang Zichen was leisurely approaching from not far away. Dressed in a pure purple tang suit, she exuded an aura of profound depth and restraint, while simultaneously radiating an ethereal gracefulness. Wang Chao had never seen a woman in a tang suit look so exquisite, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Ouch! Suddenly, the pain in Wang Chao's arm surged again, causing him to gasp in distress. Tang Zichen noticed and quickly stepped forward, lifting Wang Chao's arm to examine the swollen, dark purple elbow and fist. As she raised his arm, Wang Chao felt a wave of dizziness from the pain, nearly losing consciousness. Tang Zichen deftly tapped the shoulder joint with her fingers, akin to a bird pecking at grain. Instantly, Wang Chao felt a tingling sensation shoot through half of his body, and remarkably, his arm no longer hurt, replaced by a curious numbness and itchiness. Come with me. Tang Zichen glanced at Wang Chao a few times before leading him into the grand hall of the villa. Adorned with floor-to-ceiling glass, the hall was spacious, its floor polished to a gleaming sheen, decorated with unknown stone materials featuring swirling patterns of purple and gold. The presence of large leather sofas, a massive suspended LCD television, and a crystal glass wall that housed tropical fish created an atmosphere of immense opulence and grandeur. How did you manage all this? Tang Zichen asked as she directed Wang Chao to sit down. Wang Chao, naturally, did not conceal anything from his sister, recounting the events in detail. Tang Zichen listened intently until he finished before nodding thoughtfully. To achieve the 3-body stance effects within 2 months is commendable. However, the three body stance is merely for developing skills and building stamina, not for combat. That Captain Chow evidently has solid external skills, while you have only just grasped the fundamentals and lack practical experience, making it natural for you to be outmatched. Sister Chin. What? Tang Zichen raised her left hand, adorned with a gold ring that was not a solid piece, but rather a series of intertwined golden threads. Martial arts do not distinguish between internal and external. Only the practitioners do. When Master Sun Lutong and Master Song Shihong discussed internal and external methods, it was clear that those adept at cultivating energy are internal, while those who are not are external. That Captain Chow, in my view, has only trained his muscles and skin well, but he is a novice when it comes to hidden strength. However, without your own hidden strength, or even the basics, you will undoubtedly fall short. Now, let us set that aside for the moment. I will explain it all to you in due time. First, we need to disperse the bruising in your arm. If the blood stagnates for too long, it could lead to disability. You've trained well these past few days and possess talent. You've come to the right person. Since you are here, I will impart all the knowledge of traditional martial arts that I possess. As for that Captain Chow, you will have your chance for retribution. Breaking one of his arms should suffice. Tang Zichen deliberately unraveled the golden threads from her finger and straightened them out. Wang Chao soon realized it was a gold needle over a foot long used for acupuncture. Chapter 10. The profound techniques of Tai Chi push hands. Once Tang Zichen straightened the gold needle, she flicked her wrist, and the needle plunged into Wang Chao's elbow joint with the speed of a drilling eld. She manipulated the end of the needle with her thumb and middle finger. The needle sank into his flesh several inches deep. Wang Chao watched in horror, yet surprisingly, despite the needle penetrating so deeply, he felt no pain at all. Instead, a refreshing coolness coursed through his arm. After half an hour, when the needle had been fully inserted, Tang Zichen swiftly withdrew it, still coiled around her finger as if it were a ring at a T. That moment, Wang Chao began to regain some feeling in his arm. Though the dark purple bruises and swelling remained, Tang Zichen, having retrieved the needle, did not linger. She suddenly grasped Wang Chao's injured arm and began kneading the swollen area. Wang Chao felt as if Tang Zichen's palm contained a subtle current of electricity. Every motion sent jolts through his skin and muscles. Gradually, beads of perspiration flowed from the area being massaged, and Wang Chao recognized that it was sweat induced by her hidden strength. The hidden energy emanating from Tang Zichen's palm penetrated Wang Chao's arm, gradually diminishing the dark purple swell. By the end, his entire arm and fist felt as though they had been pulled from water, drenched in the perspiration released by Tang Zichen's hidden energy. That moment, Wang Chao heard a deep, subtle sound, akin to distant thunder rumbling through the sky. Where is that sound coming from? Wang Chao pondered, only to notice that Tang Zichen's joints were vibrating slightly. The collective sound of her joints merging into a faint symphony that culminated in the profound echo he had heard. All done. After a half-day's rest, you should be fine, and no need for further medication. Let it heal naturally. All medicines possess some toxicity, and excessive use can harm the kidneys, whether taken internally or applied externally. Tang Zichen sighed deeply after finishing her massage. That moment, the swelling in Wang Chao's arm and fist had entirely dissipated, leaving behind only faint red marks. Sister Chin, your palms are so sweaty, Wang Chao murmured. Hidden strength consumes considerable energy. Without having reached the level of marrow transformation, one cannot frequently release hidden energy, or else it could lead to rapid heart failure and bodily collapse within a few years. What is marrow transformation? Wang Chao inquired, recalling how, 2 months prior in the park, Tang Zichen had explained to him the concepts of bright strength, hidden strength, and transformative strength, as well as the principles of energy. However, he had never heard of marrow transformation. Tang Zichen nodded but did not respond immediately. Instead, she pressed a button on the armrest of the sofa, and shortly after, a servant appeared with a large basin of warm water and towels. After washing her hands, Tang Zichen instructed Wang Chao to do the same. Dismiss the servant. There's no need to take the water away, Tang Zichen ordered. Once the servant had exited, she turned to Wang Chao and said, Now, take the water outside and place it on the grass in the garden. Without hesitation, Wang Chao lifted the basin of water and followed Tang Zichen out of the villa to the grassy area in front of the house. From this day forth, I shall formally teach you the ancient martial arts. Tang Zichen observed Wang Chao standing at attention. Her expression turned icy. Wang Chao felt as though his usually amiable sister had transformed into a completely different person, radiating an aura that was both sharp and formidable. This sensation was reminiscent of a rare encounter he had experienced once at the zoo, witnessing a leopard or tiger poised to pounce. Yet it paled in comparison to the intensity exuded by Tang Zichen. Until now, I believe you are quite curious about your sister's origins, are you not? Tang Zichen inquired. Wang Chao nodded, his mind brimming with questions. Yet an unshakable intuition warned him that asking might result in the loss of something invaluable. Some truths are perhaps best left shrouded in mystery. Fortunately, you never asked before. Had you done so? Perhaps I would not have chosen to teach you. Indeed, Tang Zichen continued, the world I inhabit is beyond your imagination and inaccessible to you. My presence on the mainland is merely a whim. And my earlier encounter with you was merely to assess your potential. However, since you have demonstrated some aptitude, I have decided to leave a portion of my knowledge here, seeking a successor to ensure that it does not vanish entirely one day. For that would be a tremendous loss. Wang Chao suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Does this mean that after teaching me, sister will depart? Yes, once I have imparted my teachings. I will take my leave. From this moment onward, you shall learn only what I instruct you. Refrain from asking questions or speaking out of turn. Should you utter even a single additional inquiry, I shall retract all that I have taught you. Tang Zichen cast her gaze into the distance, and Wang Chao sensed the gravity of the situation, though he could not fathom how she would revoke her teachings. He felt an instinctive understanding that it would not bode well, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, I have made my position clear. Now, let me elucidate the levels of martial arts. Tang Zichen stated, there are 3 levels of martial arts, 3 methods of practice, and 3 stages of skill. The 3 levels are refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, and returning spirit to emptiness. I have already explained the principle of refining essence into qi. As for transforming qi into spirit, you have begun to grasp its essence. Your former introverted and timid character has evolved since you began practicing martial arts, growing bolder. Martial arts can indeed alter one's character. The timid become brave, while the fiery become more reserved and profound, refining one's temperament and disposition. This is the essence of transforming qi into spirit. As for returning spirit to emptiness, Tang Zichen pondered for a moment. The insights into the realms of life are acquired gradually through experience. And to speak of such realms without lived understanding would yield only falsehoods, grandiosity, and emptiness. Therefore, I shall refrain from discussing realms further. Ultimately, martial arts must be grounded in practice, focusing on methods and skills. I have also elucidated the 3 methods, Ming Jin, and Hua Jin. Bone marrow is the source of blood production. Reaching the marrow signifies a complete transformation of the body. Wang Chao listened intently, striving to comprehend. But how does one cultivate their skills to the marrow? Tang Zichen replied. Through the vibrations of sound. Pay close attention. This sound does not emanate from the mouth, nor is it the movement of breath from the abdomen. But rather, after mastering your skills, you will be able to control every bone, muscle, skin, and organ in your body, causing them to resonate rhythmically. All these vibrations coalesce into a gentle hum, reminiscent of distant thunder rolling across the sky. This is the tiger-leopard thunder sound. Tang Zichen contemplated further, refining her explanation of the tiger-leopard thunder sound. Have you ever read the passage in Zhuangzi regarding the butcher Ding? When he dissects the ox, the sound of the knife resonates through the bones, harmonizing into beautiful music. The implications are profound, containing principles of health and well-being. Similarly, in a temple, the ringing of the bell produces a lingering sound. That echo represents the gentle vibrations of the entire bell. The rumble of thunder in the sky reflects the collective trembling of the air. The evening drum and morning bell provoke deep reflection and signify a profound transformation. This is the essence of the matter. Now, give me both your hands. Wang Chao extended his hands, allowing Tang Zichen to grasp his fingers. A remarkable phenomenon occurred. The moment Tang Zichen held his fingers, Wang Chao's entire body felt as if it were a marionette, involuntarily quaking. Initially, the tremors were pronounced, but soon, Tang Zichen's subtle exertion diminished the intensity. Finally, Wang Chao stood there, every bone in his body resonating softly, merging into the same tiger-leopard thunder sound that Tang Zichen had just demonstrated. After quaking for a short while, Tang Zichen suddenly released her grip, and Wang Chao felt as if his entire skeleton had disassembled. Leaving him limp and devoid of strength, I have hastened your growth, but time is limited. I must return quickly. This is the only way I can assist you in testing your strength. Otherwise, I cannot impart all my knowledge. Tang Zichen thought to herself. Wang Chao exhaled deeply. Sister, why did I feel completely out of control the moment you touched me? Tang Zichen explained. This is the advanced technique of Tai Chi's push hands. With a single touch, I can discern every joint in your body, instantly destabilizing your center of gravity and causing you to lose balance. The joints of the human body are interconnected, akin to numerous levers. Pressing one end causes the other to rise. When one's skills are refined, a mere touch can compel your foot to move autonomously, not through my strength, but through your own force propelling you. This is the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. As Tang Zichen spoke, she pressed against Wang Chao once more, and he felt his leg bend uncontrollably, propelling him backward onto the grass. How did I just jump by myself? Wang Chao scrambled to his feet, brushing off his backside, perplexed and frustrated by the inexplicable occurrence. That was merely a demonstration to help you understand and feel how the tiger-leopard thunder sound resonates. Your bones, tendons, and muscles are not yet sufficiently robust. You cannot control the vibrations, nor can you produce the thunderous sound. Forcing it will lead to weakness. The Tai Chi push hands I employed require a profound understanding of the body and precise control of force to execute effectively. Now, let me impart the foundational principles to you. We will take it step by step. Tang Zichen declared, I shall first teach you Baguazhang. I will ensure that the protagonist gradually encounters the world that Tang Zichen inhabits in the future. Everything awaits the protagonist's slow growth, be it character, strength, or influence. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 11. Such remarkable leg techniques Baguazhang is ever-changing, yet it ultimately consists of only 8 stances. Observe my demonstration. Tang Zichen assumed a stance, bending her knees, her fingers gently splayed, pushing, pressing, and kneading forward as her footwork rotated her body. Her eyes remained fixed on the hand exerting force, moving fluidly and gracefully, scanning left and right with remarkable agility. The 8 fundamental stances include double change palm, single change palm, following palm, turning palm, returning palm, lifting palm, rubbing palm, and kneading palm. Observe my leg techniques and footwork. Wang Chao watched intently as Tang Zichen moved, noting that her legs remained grounded. Gliding along the earth. All martial arts require the cultivation of leg strength. Consider a Weeble toy. Its lower body is as solid as iron, firmly anchored to the ground, while its upper body moves with grace, never toppling over. The same principle applies to martial arts. The way I walk is called mud walking step, akin to traversing through muddy water. It must be light, stable, and cautious, maintaining energy, lest a heavy step splatter mud upon oneself. Tang Zichen continued, mirroring her earlier practice in the park. After demonstrating the 8 stances, she raised her hands to her forehead, then lowered them to her abdomen, exhaling forcefully. Wang Chao followed suit, and within 2 hours, he had mastered all 8 fundamental stances of Baguazhang. The movements of Baguazhang are deliberate and unhurried. After practicing, Wang Chao felt a sense of satisfaction with his form, but was abruptly brought back to reality by Tang Zichen's stern reprimand. What you practiced is merely an empty form. Even 1,000 years of practice will leave you vulnerable to defeat. You have adopted the 3-body stance incorrectly. What? Wang Chao gasped in surprise. The stance itself may be correct, and the footwork accurate. But why do you not engage your spine while performing the form? Internal martial arts require one to retain energy, preventing it from dispersing. This is what defines internal practice. Tang Zichen demonstrated a pushing palm position, extending her arm fully. When she retracted it, Wang Chao noticed her arm's hair standing on end. When practicing, the footwork must align, the gaze must be directed correctly, and the spine must be engaged. Have you sent your stance to the land of Java? You exhibit such little understanding. When gathering energy, you must manifest the 3-body stance. Tang Zichen's teaching was rigorous. Wang Chao realized that integrating stances into the techniques was akin to receiving a formulaic theorem. Martial arts represent a problem to be solved. Applying this formula to resolve the problem is the essence of merging stances into martial arts. Understanding dawned upon Wang Chao. Tang Zichen, slightly taken aback, remarked, "You, little fool, possess a modicum of insight. Since you grasp this, Refine these 8 fundamental techniques until they are second nature. Wang Chao nodded and diligently began practicing, with each movement of his palms. His footwork shifted his body, growing increasingly familiar with each repetition. Every executed palm strike felt precise, causing warmth to radiate throughout his body. When he retracted his palms, his spine aligned, causing the hairs on his body to rise. Goosebumps appearing. The heat coursing through him surged with the rhythm of his movements, and Wang Chao felt as though he were a vessel of water, the energy within him ebbing and flowing. Last time, when Wang Chao practiced the Santi-Shi posture, he experienced a similar sensation. However, that time the force surged solely within his upper body, from the nape of his neck to his lower abdomen. Now, the ebb and flow of energy pulsated through his hands, feet, and every part of his being. As Wang Chao advanced step by step, his body radiated warmth that refused to dissipate. After practicing for a while, he felt as if his hands, feet, and body were akin to a balloon inflated to its limit. Yet, he understood that in reality, his limbs and body had not truly swelled. Rather, it was an illusion induced by the stimulation of the pores and nerves. Gradually, the force of the Santi-Shi, which closed the pores and aligned the spine, became insufficient. Suddenly, the energy within him thickened, bursting forth as the pores opened wide. Wang Chao involuntarily let out a long howl. Followed by a torrential sweat that drenched his entire being, he felt the energy, yet he still couldn't contain it. The gentle motion of the Santi-Shi generated little energy that he could manage. But now, with the Bagua Zhang stance activating every part of his body, all the energy surged forth, overwhelming the strength of his pores, which could no longer restrain it. Tang Zichen observed Wang Chao, who appeared as if he had just emerged from a pool of water, and chuckled. You practiced too hastily just now, exceeding your limits. It is essential to find the right balance. As soon as you sense you can no longer contain it, you must stop immediately and move slowly, maintaining a state of closed pores. This way, the energy will gradually settle into your lower abdomen, between your waist and kidneys, with some rising to your temples, thereby transforming your body and enhancing your ability to contract your pores. She continued, maintaining your health is paramount. The power generated in Xing Quan is far more vigorous than that of Baguazhang, producing greater energy. Currently, your pore strength is insufficient to contain it, which may harm your body in a few weeks. Once your pore strength has developed sufficiently, I will teach you the methods of harnessing energy in Xing Quan. Wang Chao took deep breaths, acknowledging, indeed, I overdid it just now. However, I've grasped the essence of integrating this technique into my practice. I shall pay closer attention in the future. Yet, Sister Qin, the Liaoyin Zhang you just taught me is completely different from the one you taught last time. This time, it felt so ethereal and visually captivating, far more graceful than before. Tang Zichen replied, this time pertains to practice methods, while last time focused on application. Allow me to impart the nuances of both the practice and application of Baguazhang. The practice resembles grinding grain, with fingers spread and moving slowly to cultivate energy. The application is entirely different, encapsulated in 3 words, draw, jab, and chop. Draw refers to the motion of slapping, using a spring-like force to strike the groin, lower regions, and face. Jab involves aligning the fingers into a knife hand to fiercely target the kidneys, eyes, throat, temples, and ribs, striking where one is most vulnerable. Chop similarly employs the knife hand to target the kidneys and neck. Most individuals only perceive the practice of Baguazhang, mistaking the slow, grinding movements for ineffective combat. In truth, these movements are not meant for combat. They are for nurturing health and building stamina. The application reveals itself only when combat is necessary, yet those who witness the application often do not survive to tell the tale. The application requires training, but without the accompanying practice to sustain one's physical strength, the body will deteriorate rapidly. I shall share the techniques of application with you this evening, training the resilience of your hands. As Tang Zichen expounded upon the techniques, Wang Chao was left in awe, deeply appreciating the fierce essence embedded in the martial arts. Moreover, leg strength is of utmost importance. The Ma Bu and Tang and I Bu I taught you require persistent practice. You should practice walking in a way that mimics the Tang and I Bu, and when still, embody the essence of the Ma Bu. Once your leg strength reaches a certain level, you will be nearing mastery. With that, Tang Zichen instructed Wang Chao to step aside and began to circle around a basin placed on the grass. Wang Chao observed as every step she took resonated with a sense of gravity. the ground trembling beneath her feet, causing ripples in the water of the basin. She quickened her pace, moving faster and faster until her movements resembled a blur, the speed astonishing Wang Chao. The water in the basin shook more violently, eventually swirling into a deep vortex, as if an invisible hand stirred it. Finally, with a splash, the water spilled over onto the lawn. Wang Chao gasped in astonishment. Simply a matter of honing one's hidden strength to an extraordinary degree. Masters like Cheng Tinghua, Shang Yunxiang, Fu Jianxiu, Li Tsuani, and Shuidian have all achieved this. It does not require the divine state within martial arts. I shall explain the concept of divine transformation when I teach you Tai Chi. Tang Zichen, noticing Wang Chao's astonishment, said, "Go wash up, and I will have someone fetch you a few sets of clothing." Wang Chao murmured, "I feel embarrassed to trouble you, sister." Tang Zichen waved her hand, her demeanor commanding. "No need for further discussion. You shall stay here during this holiday, and my time to teach you is limited." Wang Chao recognized Tang Zichen's resolute nature and did not hesitate, obediently heading to wash up. The space within her villa was vast. The bathroom on the third floor was larger than his entire home, adorned in luxurious white stone veined with purple, lavishly opulent, featuring an 80-square-meter heated swimming pool. As Wang Chao indulged in a comfortable shower, he marveled at the surroundings, utterly astonished by Tang Zichen's affluence. Although curious about her identity and background, he understood that such inquiries were beyond his reach. His focus should remain on diligently honing his martial arts. After his shower, a maid arrived with several sets of undergarments and outerwear, which Wang Chao discovered to be exquisite, seemingly branded items. However, having never purchased such things himself, he could not discern their worth. He chose a white sports outfit and, upon glancing in the mirror, felt rejuvenated, understanding the truth that one's appearance can significantly impact one's demeanor. Returning to the hall, he found Tang Zichen seated calmly on the sofa. Upon noticing him, she nodded for him to join her, then activated the large LCD screen mounted on the wall. The screen flickered to life, revealing footage of a robust, muscular African-American man vigorously striking a heavy bag. Wang Chao recognized him instantly. It was the renowned boxing champion, Mike Tyson. The footage, though old and in black and white, was remarkably clear, depicting a youthful Tyson delivering powerful blows, sweat cascading down his dark forehead, utterly absorbed in his craft, with an intense and focused gaze. Wang Chao observed that Tyson's right arm was particularly formidable, each punch capable of sending the heavy bag soaring high. He noticed a tattoo on Tyson's bare right arm, depicting a figure that represented the founding leader of the Republic. Tang Zichen abruptly turned off the television. Addressing Wang Chao, training in martial arts requires not only diligence but also a deep immersion in the experience. The most vital element is to be moved by what you practice. Just as a writer inspired by emotion can create profound poetry and literature, martial arts practitioners can produce captivating techniques through genuine emotion. Tyson drew strength from his admiration for the leader's legacy. This is the essence of Yi within Xing Yi. Martial arts must intertwine with emotion to come alive. Otherwise, no matter how much one practices, they can only attain a mechanical existence, never reaching the pinnacle of mastery. This is a profound yet tangible truth. Wang Chao pondered silently, finding strength through inspiration. You may not fully grasp this now, but on your journey of growth, seek out your own sources of inspiration, Tang Zichen advised. Let us dine now. After our meal, I will impart the secrets of Bagua Zhang's application. Yes, but first, I should call home to inform them that I found a part-time job and won't be returning this winter break. Wang Chao suddenly remembered. He swiftly dialed home, concocting a web of fabrications to convince his parents, and after much effort, he finally succeeded. Setting down the phone, he felt parched and quickly drank a large cup of tea from the table. Tang Zichen smiled as she waited for him to finish, and then they both made their way to the dining room, where a simple yet exquisite meal awaited them. No extravagant dishes, just delicate stir-fries and light, nutritious soups. Wang Chao relished every bite, his fingers dancing as he devoured the food, leaving the table in disarray. Throughout the meal, Tang Zichen observed him with a gentle, sisterly affection. After a brief respite, Tang Zichen led Wang Chao to a spacious exercise room at the back of the villa. Upon entering, Wang Chao was astonished, as if he had stepped into a training ground of an ancient sect. The floor was adorned with a grand Taiji yin-yang symbol crafted from black and white stones. Surrounded by 8 trigrams, at the front of the room stood a half-height stone basin, within which lay a large, dark iron ball, larger than a basketball. On either side of the room were weapon racks, displaying long spears, sabers, swords, and staff. On the right side, there hung a series of large sandbags arranged in a circular fashion. These sandbags were suspended at a considerable height, making it difficult to reach them even when jumping. However, beneath the sandbags, there were several large water tanks, filled to the brim with water. Upon seeing this, Wang Chao immediately understood that during practice, one was expected to leap onto the edge of the water tanks to strike the sandbags. My visits to the mainland have been infrequent and brief. This training ground is rather rudimentary in its decor. I hope that this time, you will absorb all that I have to teach. Lest one day, upon my demise, the legacy be lost, a truly lamentable fate. Tang Zichen seemed to be speaking to herself. Wang Chao resolutely sealed his lips, refraining from uttering or inquiring further. He merely sensed that his sister's identity was likely steeped in mystery, and the environment in which she resided was probably fraught with dangers and crises beyond his imagination. Once I have mastered these skills, I will certainly find a way to connect with you. Stand within the central Taiji Bagua design, and I will teach you the techniques and footwork of Baguazhang. She spoke. Tang Zichen patiently demonstrated the various transformations of Baguazhang, elucidating the 64 techniques derived from the 8 stances, as well as the thrusting, whipping, and chopping movements of the hand strikes to Wang Chao. Having previously trained in the Liao Yinzhang technique, Wang Chao possessed a foundational knowledge, making the learning process relatively smooth. Especially with Tang Zichen's hands-on guidance, he grasped the concepts within 2 days. For 5 consecutive days, Wang Chao immersed himself in this training room, repeatedly practicing during the day and refining his techniques at night. Only when he was thoroughly exhausted would Tang Zichen allow him to rest. During these intervals, she would extract her golden needle, applying it to various joints of Wang Chao's body, resulting in him sleeping soundly. Although he only slept for 2 hours each night, he awoke feeling completely rejuvenated. Tang Zichen explained that deep sleep could alleviate fatigue in mere minutes. Indeed, 5 days prior, Wang Chao had been practicing within the central Taiji design. And now, after 5 days, Tang Zichen instructed him to leap onto the water tank and strike the sandbags using Baguazhang techniques. With each strike, the sandbags swung violently, returning forcefully, and Wang Chao found himself unable to evade them, all the while needing to remain vigilant of the tank's edge beneath his feet. The challenge was immense. Over the days, Wang Chao lost count of how many times he fell into the tank, sustaining numerous bruises and nearly fracturing bones. However, after each tumble, Tang Zichen would employ her internal strength to massage his injuries, and after her ministrations, the swelling would dissipate. After tirelessly training day and night for 10 more days, Wang Chao persevered, gritting his teeth and dedicating himself fully. Were it not for Sister Qian watching over him and helping to ease his bruises, he feared he would have perished from the relentless falls. Without a master to assist, the likelihood of failure in such training was exceedingly high. He couldn't fathom how Sister Qian had trained in the past, navigating the water tank while striking the sandbags for 10 days. Wang Chao finally managed to generate some force, his movements becoming agile, shifting his weight to avoid being knocked down or misstepping into a fall. Yet, Tang Zichen still showed no inclination to allow him to cease his training. Wang Chao refrained from questioning her further, trusting in her judgment, and after 3 additional days, he could no longer contain his curiosity. During a break, he inquired, "Sister Qian, is the large iron ball in that stone trough also for training?" Tang Zichen cast a glance at Wang Chao and replied, "That is not an iron ball. You will understand once you touch it." Wang Chao hurried over, wrapping his arms around the massive black iron sphere, which was larger than a basketball, and attempted to lift it. To his astonishment, regardless of how much effort he exerted, it felt as though he were a dragonfly attempting to move a stone pillar. He could barely rotate the ball within the trough. Wang Chao soon noticed a peculiar phenomenon. As the large iron ball rotated, it produced a sound akin to silver bells resonating within. This ball, 1 inch thick, was composed of lead, entirely sealed with mercury inside. It weighed far more than an iron ball. How could one possibly lift it? Tang Zichen chuckled. The Taoists fuse lead and mercury to create elixirs. I have borrowed the essence of Taoism to forge this lead mercury sphere for training. Chapter 13. Rapid growth. Very well. You have now established a foundation in the aspect of floating body in Baguazhang, as you can rotate and strike without being knocked down by the sandbags. Tang Zichen shifted the conversation away from the lead mercury ball and began to assess Wang Chao's progress over the past 15 days. What do you mean by having a bit of a foundation? Upon hearing this, Wang Chao felt a twinge of discouragement. Under Tang Zichen's supervision, he had diligently trained day and night, particularly over the last 10 days, where he practiced striking the sandbags atop the water tank, honing the 3 techniques of thrusting, whipping, and chopping in Baguazhang. He had lost count of the falls he had taken, nearly sacrificing half his life to the endeavor. The hardships were too painful to recount. Were it not for Tang Zichen's supervision and assistance, he doubted he could have endured. Training in the techniques was excruciating. Wang Chao began to understand why there were so few masters in modern society, with many merely engaging in superficial display. Although the nuances of Baguazhang were challenging to grasp, the practice itself was quite comfortable. The techniques, however, were sheer torture. After so many days, Wang Chao's agility had markedly improved, and his footwork had grown steady, nimble, and swift. He believed that even if he were not a master, he was not far from one. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang Zichen remarked that he had merely scratched the surface. Your physical agility has indeed improved. In a fight, you could at least evade an opponent's punches. However, your power is still significantly lacking, your body's resilience insufficient, your ligaments not supple enough, and your muscle elasticity, explosiveness, and strength have yet to be cultivated. Should you encounter Captain Chao again, the outcome would be inevitable defeat. Tang Zichen's critique was incisive. The practice of martial arts is an ancient method utilized by Taoists and physicians for physical conditioning and wellness. Similar to Hua Tuo's 5-animal play, which is excellent for health, but can it be used to combat others? The combat techniques emerge from the battlefield, forged through the act of killing. Without practice, no amount of physical conditioning will enable one to swiftly defeat an enemy. Conversely, without adequate physical conditioning, one is prone to collapse. Unless you possess ample nutrition to support your body, even with sufficient sustenance, one can only strengthen the body to its limits, never truly experiencing the mysteries of internal strength. Yet such individuals can be quite dangerous when it comes to inflicting harm in modern society. With abundant resources to replenish the body's energy, you may encounter many such individuals in the future. Never underestimate them simply because they lack internal training. Understand that when their strength is properly harnessed, a single strike can be lethal. In life and death struggles, everything transpires in the blink of an eye. Can you truly afford the time to adjust your spine and unleash internal energy? However, if you train to the level of transforming energy, then underestimation becomes trivial. The techniques of Baguazhang evolved from swordsmanship, with the thrust being of paramount importance. Observe street ruffians in brawls. When wielding a knife, they may sustain injuries yet continue to fight. However, a single thrust can end a life. Thrusting is more effective than slashing. The techniques of Xingyi Quan also derive from spear techniques, where the spear's tip serves as a thrust. This principle extends to the bayonet used in warfare. In any confrontation, should you seek to kill, employ thrusts. If you do not wish to kill, then utilize slashes and whips. Remember this. Indeed, thrusting is preferable to slashing. Wang Chao nodded in agreement with Tang Zichen's previous statements, recalling his bout with Captain Chao and resonating with her insights. Captain Chao was quick and powerful, and Wang Chao distinctly sensed that he had not even exerted his full strength, appearing to utilize only a fraction of his capabilities. Even if I could master the external release of internal strength to the point of shattering bricks with a single strike, I would still need time to adjust my spine, leaving precious seconds in which I could be struck down. Wang Chao silently resolved to heighten his vigilance. It seemed that the art of combat was profoundly intricate, especially since I have yet to fully cultivate my internal strength. Wang Chao took another small step forward in his mental growth. What exactly is the transformation of energy? He was quite curious and hoped that Tang Zichen might demonstrate it for him, providing a reference for his own practice. Very well, observe closely, Tang Zichen replied. Understanding Wang Chao's intent, she approached the lead mercury ball in the stone trough, grasped its sides, and with a twist of her waist and a surge of strength in her arms, the entire ball began to spin violently, reminiscent of a fan's blades. The friction between the ball and the trough produced a creaking sound, intermingled with the crisp, melodic chimes of the mercury swirling inside. The two sounds combined in Wang Chao's ears, evoking a resonance akin to the roar of tigers and leopards. Lead and mercury were essential elements in the alchemical practices of ancient Taoists. Mercury, though heavy, possesses fluidity, serving as a fitting metaphor for the essence of human marrow. This sphere symbolizes the human body. Take the time to truly comprehend it. As Tang Zichen spoke, she spun her arm once more, employing an unknown force, causing the lead mercury ball to leap gracefully from the trough like a basketball. Then, with a flick of her hand, she sent the ball soaring, and as it descended, she shifted the energy to her shoulder, propelling it back into the air. Subsequently, Tang Zichen seamlessly transitioned her strength to juggle the ball, whether with her hands, feet, shoulders, head, back, hips, waist, elbows, or knees. At times, she even used a single finger to keep it spinning. Wang Chao struggled to rotate the heavy lead mercury ball, but when it reached Tang Zichen's hands, it moved with the agility of a genuine basketball. After witnessing Tang Zichen's astonishing martial arts demonstrations over the past 10 days, Wang Chao had grown somewhat numb to it all. He estimated that a ball larger than a basketball, even if made of pure iron, would weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds, let alone the mercury, which was nearly twice as heavy as iron. With a swift motion, Tang Zichen skillfully juggled the ball using various joints of her body. And with a flick of her hand, the massive sphere landed in the stone trough, spinning for several circles before finally coming to a halt. Although he had mastered the agile footwork of Baguazhang, Wang Chao realized his palm strength was still insufficient, and he had yet to grasp the essence of fluidity in his movements. From now on, in addition to practicing striking the sandbag in the water tank daily, you must also use your palms to roll this large ball. The day you can make it bounce while rolling, you will have essentially mastered the palm strength, she instructed. From that day forth, both Wang Chao and Tang Zichen's martial prowess soared to unprecedented heights, their eyes sharp and their thoughts rapid. Every piece of advice and every conversation left Wang Chao with a sense of enlightenment. It seemed as though Sister Chun had trained many individuals before him. Gradually, Wang Chao became convinced that Tang Zichen must have instructed numerous students in the past. After practicing diligently for over 10 days, he only managed to call home during the new year without returning. Eventually, the winter break concluded, and Wang Chao left Tang Zichen's villa to return home for classes. Upon arriving home, Wang Chao's parents inevitably scolded him, but seeing their son return safely brought them some relief. Notably, Wang Chao had grown 10 centimeters taller, reaching a height of 1.75 meters, and his physique had become noticeably sturdier. He radiated vigor and vitality, shedding his previous introverted, gloomy demeanor. Wang Chao spun an elaborate tale to placate his parents, managing to maintain peace at home. Despite his significant progress in martial arts, Wang Chao refrained from testing his skills against others at school. Haunted by the lessons learned from Captain Chao, he decided to wait until he had fully mastered Sister Chin's boxing techniques to confront Captain Chao once more. The latter served as his ultimate benchmark. Through relentless practice, Wang Chao cultivated both his character and personal growth. The routine of school life felt monotonous, especially in high school, with little excitement. Yet, his interest in Captain Chao led him to engage in brief conversations with the class monitor and academic committee member, Chao Jingjing, subtly inquiring about her family background. In the past, he would have never dared to speak to a girl, but after training in martial arts, his confidence flourished, allowing him to converse with ease. It was undeniable that martial arts had transformed Wang Chao's temperament and spirit, aligning with the essence of cultivating one's internal energy. A semester swiftly passed, during which Wang Chao dedicated himself to diligent practice. And every Saturday, he would rise in the dead of night to trek to Tianqing Lake in the provincial city to train with Tang Zichen. After 2 days of training, he would return home. However, during this time, Tang Zichen only had him practice Baguazhang, never teaching him anything else. Wang Chao remained silent, persevering in his training, his palm strength and physical fitness steadily improving, each strike against the sandbag producing a satisfying sound. He began to sense an emerging crispness in his strikes. His footwork became increasingly nimble, and his balance steadier. By the time half a year had passed, nearing the summer break, Wang Chao could strike the sandbag on the edge of the tank without ever falling off. His temples had begun to swell slightly, but the change was gradual, a stark contrast to his previous condition. The swelling indicated a budding talent for martial arts, yet deep mastery was not an overnight achievement. If one could not even grasp the fundamentals, there was no point in learning. Sister Chin, do you think it's too late for me to start practicing martial arts at this age? Wang Chao once asked Tang Zichen. Martial arts are not like acrobatics. If a child's bones haven't fully developed, improper training can lead to deformity. Your age is just right. The renowned Xingyi master Li Tsuani began learning martial arts at 20, and Shang Yunxiang started even later. Being too young may hinder your understanding of certain martial arts concepts, Tang Zichen explained. As the second year of high school drew to a close, Wang Chao wasted no time and returned to Tang Zichen's side as soon as summer break began. However, Tang Zichen's expression was grave. The time I can dedicate to teaching you is limited to this summer. Once it's over, I must take my leave. Fortunately, after 8 months of rigorous training, UVE built a solid foundation. Some concepts I've shared with you. From now on, your progress will depend on your own efforts and opportunities. Hearing this, Wang Chao felt a pang of melancholy and reluctance but could only nod in agreement. Very well, starting today, I will teach you Xingyi Quan, Tang Zichen declared. Chapter 14. The combined strike of dragon and snake. The stances and frameworks of Xingyi Quan are remarkably simple, comprising 5 methods of generating power and 12 body movements. Though the stances are straightforward, the underlying principles are profoundly intricate. Xingyi Quan diverges from Baguazhang, focusing on direct assaults to the opponent's center line, targeting the chest, face, and launching aggressive strikes to break through and defeat the enemy. Tang Zichen first explained the fundamental differences between Xingyi Quan and Bagua Quan before demonstrating the stances. Pay close attention. The 5 stances are as follows. First is the Pichuan, which generates power akin to the chopping and striking of Baguazhang, resembling the motion of an axe splitting wood. Second is the Bangquan, where the energy thrusts outward like a bayonet or a spear. Third is the Zhuanquan, where the fist moves with a shaking energy, akin to a venomous snake suddenly lunging to strike. Fourth is the Paoquan, which must exhibit explosive force. When generating power, the entire body should leap vigorously, akin to a cannonball striking from above. Fifth is the Hengquan, a close-range punch, similar to the backhand palm strike, relying on a whipping force. This incorporates techniques from wrestling. After Tang Zichen demonstrated each of the 5 stances, she guided Wang Chao on how to channel power through his waist and legs. Wang Chao practiced diligently and found the techniques surprisingly straightforward. The Pichuan, having evolved from sword techniques, was not difficult to master, given his foundation in Baguazhang. However, the remaining 4 stances required him to ponder the generation of energy. Watch me perform a demonstration, Tang Zichen said, lightly stepping onto a half-height water tank. With a swift motion, she tucked her fist beneath her ribcage, palms facing outward, and suddenly thrust forward. Whoosh! Her punch punctured the sandbag, creating a gaping hole from which sand flowed out rapidly. The sandbag, made of thick, double-layered canvas soaked in oil, was nearly impossible to cut through. Yet, Wang Chao thought to himself that if Tang Zichen could not even pierce this sandbag, it would indeed be peculiar. This is the power of the Bangquan. It strikes like an arrow, a spear, or a dagger, Tang Zichen explained. Now observe how I generate power with the Paoquan. As she spoke, Tang Zichen leaped, appearing to rise significantly higher, and with a powerful punch, she struck downwards as if delivering a blow from the heavens. Boom! The sandbag exploded as if filled with explosives, scattering countless grains of sand everywhere. Wang Chao quickly shut his eyes but inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of sand. As the sand settled, he coughed vigorously, expelling the gritty substance. The Zhuanquan, associated with water and known as the rolling wave power, required the practitioner to embody the sudden, swaying movements of a snake poised to strike. Tang Zichen performed another demonstration, suddenly thrusting her fist forward. Wang Chao barely caught a glimpse as her arm pierced the sandbag, her fist emerging from the other side, creating a clear passage through it, yet not a single grain of sand escaped. As for the Hengquan, I have already explained. It's akin to juggling the ball, where the entire body must engage. The Hengquan is the core of the 5 fists of Xingyi. You must carefully experience that whipping energy, Tang Zichen concluded. After demonstrating all 5 techniques, she instructed Wang Chao to practice each one step by step. Thus, Wang Chao's daily regimen expanded to include not only the practice of the 5 stances of Xingyi during the day, integrated with the 3 body posture for slow, health-promoting movements, but also vigorous strikes against the sandbag at night. This time, however, he practiced on flat ground rather than jumping onto the water tank. Indeed, while practicing the stances during the day, Wang Chao felt the explosive power of Xingyi Quan surpass that of Baguazhang. With each punch, the energy resonated far more intensely. Had it not been for the foundational strength he developed through Bagua, he would have struggled to contain it. Nevertheless, after 2 weeks of relentless practice day and night, Wang Chao noticed a firm, iron-like hardness in his abdomen, particularly during weight shifts that stimulated his coccyx. A wave of goosebumps would rise, as if every hair on his body stood on end, each follicle akin to a protruding grain of iron sand. The knuckles of his fists gradually began to flatten, covered in calluses from striking the sandbag. Simultaneously, the ligaments in his legs grew remarkably robust. He could effortlessly lift his legs to head height. However, this leg strength was largely attributed to the 6 months spent training in the water tank, where the agony of falling had forged his bones into resilience. Yet, Wang Chao's progress was primarily due to Tang Zichen's guidance. Had she not been there to supervise, he might have met with disaster or ended up in the hospital on the very first day of training. I wish to remind everyone that practicing martial arts necessitates the guidance of a master who can consistently correct your posture and assist you in exploring new techniques. Martial arts is not merely a secret manual or a disc that can be mastered effortlessly. Unless you possess a certain foundation, acquiring a book and perusing its concepts merely serves to inspire oneself. It resembles the game of chess. If you cannot comprehend the terminology, reading the moves will only confound you. In summary, without a mentor, self-teaching alone is utterly insufficient. Half a month later, Tang Zichen taught Wang Chao the 12 postures of Xingyi school: dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, chicken, hawk, swallow, snake, toad, horse, eagle, and bear. The introduction to these postures was intricate, intended for application in the protagonist's combat encounters. Thus, Xingyi school consisted of 2 sets of techniques, one for issuing power and the other for body movement in subsequent battles. Each individual would interpret these techniques according to their own insights, forming their unique schools. Tang Zichen had Wang Chao diligently practice the 12 forms for an entire month, thoroughly explaining the various transformations, key points of transitions, and adjustments of power. After mastering these 12 forms, Wang Chao felt the complexity of martial arts gradually increasing. However, Tang Zichen did not permit him to continue. A month later, she stated, "You may practice and comprehend the 12 forms on your own. Now, I shall teach you Tai Chi." Tang Zichen approached the weapon rack and gracefully withdrew a large spear. This spear was robust and lengthy, towering over a person by 2 heads. The spear technique, originating from the Shou clan of the ancient Shang Yunxiang lineage, featured the deadly combination of the bear and eagle. In contrast, my school's martial arts embody the fusion of the dragon and snake, where the dragon represents the horse and the snake symbolizes the spear. In ancient mythology, the horse is the embodiment of the dragon. With the horse paired with the spear, the dragon and snake unite, capable of slaying 100 men as effortlessly as cutting grass. Tai Chi is considered the simplest form of martial arts, consisting of merely 2 techniques: the subtle strength stance and the ability to sense and borrow the strength of others. This listening is not merely auditory but rather a matter of perceiving through one's pores. The postures such as jade maiden weaving and grasping the sparrow's tail are merely tricks employed by Yang Luchen to deceive the high-ranking officials of the capital. Tang Zichen declared, "Pay close attention now. The essence of all I teach is encapsulated in this posture of dragon and snake." Chapter 15. Let us paddle together. Tang Zichen stood with the spear poised at her waist, concealed yet ready, her stance reminiscent of the 3-body posture. However, as her waist and legs rose and fell, it appeared as if there was a wild steed beneath her. This posture was a quintessential representation of a horse stance. Furthermore, as Tang Zichen thrust the spear forward, it sliced through the air like an arrow, embodying the essence of explosive power. Yet, amidst her undulating movements, it also resembled the might of a cannon strike descending from above. The spearhead trembled slightly, akin to a venomous serpent lifting its head in search of prey, embodying the strength of penetrating power. This singular stance of holding the spear simultaneously encapsulated the essence of the 3-body stance: explosive power and the piercing force of the cannon strike. This was a truly exemplary martial stance, befitting a master. Wang Chao gazed intently at Tang Zichen's spear stance, profoundly moved, feeling as though his previous training was utterly inadequate. Suddenly, Tang Zichen propelled herself forward, as if riding a galloping stallion, and thrust the spear with incredible speed. The spearhead cut through the air, shimmering with a brilliant silver light. With a resounding thud, Tang Zichen struck the lead mercury sphere positioned in the stone trough. At the moment the spear tip made contact with the sphere, Wang Chao observed Tang Zichen sink her waist, shake her arm, and in a sweeping motion encircle the sphere with the spear tip before lifting it skyward. The sphere was effortlessly dislodged from the trough, as if adhering to the spearhead, rotating in tandem with the force from Tang Zikin's spear. With a series of swift thrusts, the lead mercury sphere bounced atop the spearhead. With a final thrust, the sphere was returned to the stone trough, rolling incessantly. This series of actions, striking, lifting, and spinning the sphere, occurred within mere seconds, yet it encapsulated the essence of all martial arts. The energy formed a circle, attuning to the flow of mercury within the sphere, mastering the center of gravity, utilizing borrowed strength, and adhering to the principles of Tai Chi. There were no specific techniques involved. After demonstrating the dragon and snake combination, Tang Zikin's gaze turned skyward, as if peering through the ceiling to the heavens beyond. "How much of this dragon and snake combination do you comprehend?" she inquired. "I grasp about 70 to 80%. It is nearly sufficient. I still need to ponder it further," Wang Chao replied calmly. Earlier, he had watched with unwavering focus, mentally connecting all that he had learned over the past 6 months, a sense of clarity beginning to dawn within him. Yet, he could not articulate this newfound understanding. This ambiguous sensation left him somewhat unsettled, yet he was determined to delve deeper, convinced that contemplation would lead to true comprehension. "I initially intended to teach you only up to this point, but today I feel inspired to demonstrate another spear technique. Follow me." Tang Zikin lifted the spear and exited the training room. Wang Chao followed closely, discovering that Tang Zikin had entered the garage. The garage was spacious, housing a sleek silver sports car, and the floor was polished stone. Upon turning on the lights, Wang Chao noticed a distinct handprint on the wall and some old, dried bloodstains. "Pay attention!" Tang Zikin's voice interrupted Wang Chao's thoughts. He quickly focused as he observed Tang Zikin's spear darting like a venomous snake under the chassis of the silver car. The spear shaft pressed against the ground in a dramatic curve. With a swift motion, she thrust upward. Astonishingly, the entire silver sports car was lifted by the spear, executing 2 graceful flips before landing lightly on the ground. Unharmed, in Beijing opera, there is a scene called Iron Sliding Car, depicting how General Gao Chong of the Yufei era defended against the Jin army's iron chariots by deftly lifting them with a spear. If my dragon and snake combination reaches a superior level, I could achieve the same feat, Wang Chao observed in silence, nodding in acknowledgement. The essence of my martial arts has been fully expressed in these 2 spear techniques. Now, practice on your own. Tang Zikin discarded the spear, clapped her hands and sauntered away, her enthusiasm waning. Wang Chao, however, silently retrieved the spear and followed her. For the next several days, Wang Chao diligently practiced, yet he found himself increasingly preoccupied with Tang Zikin's dragon and snake combination. He often assumed the spear stance, but he could never replicate Tang Zikin's grace. During this time, Tang Zikin rarely taught him anything new, only correcting his mistakes when she observed him practicing the dragon and snake combination. As summer vacation drew to a close, Wang Chao prepared to return home. Yet the thought of Tang Zikin's impending departure filled him with melancholy. "Let us not practice today. Come, let us take a walk," Tang Zikin suggested one evening as the sun began to set. Wang Chao ceased his exercises and followed her out of the villa. They arrived at a tranquil spot by the expansive Tianqing Lake, where the sun was half submerged behind the distant Baiji Mountain, casting golden reflections upon the water's surface. Tang Zikin rented a small boat by the lakeshore. "Come aboard. Let us row to the center of the lake to converse." Wang Chao nodded and boarded the boat. Tang Zikin gently paddled, guiding them toward the lake's center. The water was remarkably calm, a gentle breeze wafting through the AI art in the distance. A melodious voice sang sweetly, "Let us paddle together." The boat glided effortlessly over the waves, the lake mirroring the beautiful white pagoda surrounded by verdant trees and red walls. The boat swayed gently on the water, a refreshing breeze enveloping them. As Tang Zikin rhythmically paddled, she listened intently, her gaze distant, her heart seemingly filled with boundless emotions. As twilight deepened and the song faded, Tang Zikin remained lost in thought. Wang Chao called out, "Sister, sister." "Oh," Tang Zikin snapped back to reality. Wang Chao quickly sought to engage her. "Sister, you mentioned that Tai Chi lacks specific techniques, yet the lifting in palm you taught initially seems to contradict that." Tang Zikin explained, "In the past, Yang Luchen learned martial arts in Chen Village, which did not initially teach Tai Chi but rather cannon fist. The cannon refers to the explosive techniques of Xingyi, while fist signifies a powerful style. Later, while practicing with his master Chen Changxing, Yang Luchen encountered Wang Zhengyue, a grandmaster of Taoist martial arts. Tai Chi is the essence distilled from countless generations of Taoist study. At that time, Wang Zhengyue imparted his techniques to Yang Luqian and his disciples, who then incorporated them into the Qian village martial arts, ultimately popularizing them in Beijing and giving rise to the Tai Chi we know today. Wang Chao nodded in understanding, so that is the origin. Suddenly, Tang Zichen removed her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, and rolled up her pant legs to her knees, dipping her legs into the water. A proficient swimmer can maintain an upright posture in the water, exposing their lower abdomen above the surface. However, this is merely the limit. A skilled martial artist can gradually elevate their body inch by inch in the water. Each inch gained represents a significant advancement. Observe my feet, she instructed. Wang Chao quickly focused on Tang Zichen's feet, which danced gracefully in the water, each movement creating whirlpools. By exerting subtle strength through her feet, she lifted herself within the water. The subtle balance of latent energy within each toe culminates in the transformation of power. Wang Zhengyue had mastered this transformative force in his martial arts practice. Thus, when Yang Luqian encountered Wang Zhengyue, he traversed a vast river with water barely reaching his knees, exemplifying the pinnacle of martial prowess. Suddenly, Tang Zichen disengaged from her small vessel, standing effortlessly upon the water's surface, and indeed, the water barely touched her knees. This represented the utmost limit in martial arts, an unparalleled realm. To ascend beyond this would be impossible. Transcending into myth, Tang Zichen remarked to Wang Chao, the latent energy emanating from the toes harmonizes in multiple converging streams. Her toes danced continuously, conjuring whirlpools around her, the forces maintaining the lake's surface at her knees. Tang Zichen lifted her shoes and stepped purposefully through the water, stating, "Your sister has departed. Take care of yourself. Remember, no matter how proficient you become in martial arts, it cannot serve as sustenance. The era of martial prowess has passed. Do not be reckless in the face of modern weaponry. Cultivate a broad heart, be forgiving, yet never allow yourself to be humiliated. This is the principle of a martial artist. I have left my abode to you, but not a penny. You must earn your own living. The house is for your habitation, and the servants have been dismissed, as you cannot afford them. You shall handle your own cleaning henceforth. In the drawer of my room, I have left you a book, a compendium of my life's martial wisdom, encompassing the essentials for your enlightenment." As Tang Zichen waded away, her voice gradually faded, her figure vanishing into the night. "Sister!" Wang Chao plunged into the water, the icy liquid pressing against his chest, robbing him of breath. The profound darkness of the night, coupled with Tang Zichen's departure, enveloped him in a profound sense of solitude and desolation. Chapter 16. Avenge and profit amidst kidnapping. Wang Chao, disoriented, emerged from the frigid lake, sitting vacantly in the small boat, gazing at the starlit sky as night descended. In the distance, the dark silhouette of Baihe Mountain loomed like a colossal beast, while the city beyond shimmered with scattered lights. Amidst this interplay of light and shadow, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until a cool breeze from the lake awakened him to a shiver, prompting him to paddle toward the shore. Tang Zichen's departure had stirred profound emotions within him. A tumult of feelings surged and ebbed, steeped in melancholy. Upon returning to the villa, silence reigned, devoid of any presence. Wang Chao felt increasingly isolated, his tumultuous thoughts refusing to settle. Thus, he resolved to do nothing, walking directly to the training room, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and quietly closing his eyes to recollect all he had learned from his encounters with Tang Zichen. From the foundational horse stance and the yin palm technique to the subsequent practices of bagua and the 5 elements of xingyi, culminating in the combined strikes of dragon and snake. Alongside the essence of Tai Chi, the memories of the past half-year and Tang Zichen's visage played vividly in his mind like a film, her vibrant presence lingering, assuring him of her perpetual companionship. Gradually, as he sat in reflection, Wang Chao found himself immersed in the profundities of martial arts. Every utterance and gesture of Tang Zichen bore profound significance upon introspection. It was unclear whether the sense of loss heightened his appreciation or if he had simply matured. In the process of recalling his training, he uncovered numerous aspects he had previously overlooked. Suddenly, he sprang up, channeling power through his waist and legs, his arms vibrating as he gracefully leaped onto a water barrel. He navigated its edge with the same steadiness as walking on solid ground. Wang Chao unleashed his arms in alternating strikes, each blow resonating against the sandbag, sending ripples across the water within the barrel. The force of his strikes was evenly distributed, causing the water to ripple in rhythmic patterns. Yet, he had yet to reach a pivotal level, as the water, while oscillating, had not yet formed a vortex. With a series of final strikes, Wang Chao's arms surged with energy, producing faint yet distinct sounds of impact. However, this sound was subtle and required significant effort to achieve, far from the effortless explosions that Tang Zichen could create. After concluding, he descended and methodically practiced the 5 elemental stances and the 12 forms, executing each move with finesse rather than brute force, his entire being tensing as if forged from iron. As he progressed, his movements instinctively morphed into the form of dragon and snake strikes, arms poised as if wielding a firearm, his footwork rising and falling like a crashing wave, delivering powerful blows into the lead mercury sphere in the stone trough. With a deep twist of his waist and a powerful turn of his arms, the entire sphere spun violently, astonishingly leaping from the trough. Just as it was about to land, he swiftly embraced and propelled it. Instantly, a clear sensation coursed through his palms, as if the direction and energy of the mercury within the sphere revealed themselves to him. Without conscious thought, he followed this force, twisting and sending the sphere upward with a light bounce before it rolled back into the trough. So this is the essence of listening to energy. No wonder Zichen could disrupt a person's center of gravity with a mere gesture. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Outside, dawn had broken, the sun climbing high into the sky. He had been training throughout the night. The fierce sunlight poured down, reminiscent of the previous day, yet the only difference was Tang Zichen's absence. However, Wang Chao's spirits lifted considerably at the thought of the book Tang Zichen had left behind. He hurried upstairs, flinging open the drawer of his sleeping quarters. Indeed, a thick tome awaited him, its pages exquisitely crafted, smooth to the touch, adorned with intricate gold and silver patterns that exuded an aura of mystery and opulence. The paper felt remarkably sturdy and emitted a subtle fragrance, akin to being infused with spices. It appeared to be parchment meticulously crafted from sheepskin and scented with musk. Wang Chao recalled seeing such patterns in history class, associated with the most devout temples in some Middle Eastern Muslim countries, utilized for transcribing the Quran. Though he had not been the most diligent student, he was not entirely ignorant. The gilded patterns on the pages sparked memories of historical references he had encountered. The book was 3 or 4 inches thick, comprising hundreds of pages. The pale blue cover bore the 4 characters Gueshu Shirlu inscribed in elegant calligraphy, with the signature Tang Zichen below. As he flipped through the pages, he discovered that the majority contained detailed descriptions of combat techniques and lethal skills, accompanied by precise anatomical illustrations. The intricate depictions of the human nervous system, skeletal connections, and internal structures elucidated how to employ both manifest and latent energy for swift and lethal strikes. Surpassing even the accuracy of microscopic dissections, it was unclear how Tang Zichen had created such detailed illustrations. The final 100 pages, however, showcased Tang Zichen's interpretations of Tai Chi's striking forms and techniques from various schools, such as the elbow techniques of the Baguazhang and the turning arm techniques of the Tongbei school, presented in a fragmented yet practical manner. The text then transitioned to a larger font, revealing that Tang Zichen had copied a passage from the renowned calligrapher Wang Shiji's Lanting Su. Each character flowed with grace, imbued with vitality. Yet the text concluded abruptly, with the copied Lanting Su ending mid-sentence. Leaving the final thought, the future readers will surely resonate with this literature, unwritten, as if awaiting someone to complete it. After perusing the book, Wang Chao carefully set it aside, intending to study it in depth later. He then collapsed onto his bed, sleeping soundly until just before dawn. Upon waking, he gathered his room key and card, casting a final lingering glance at the villa before embarking on his journey home. Though Tang Zichen had bequeathed him the house, Wang Chao understood he could not afford it. He was unaware of the exorbitant monthly management fees. It was prudent to depart early to avoid potential complications. And the car in the garage, which he couldn't drive, would remain untouched. Moreover, all these possessions were remnants of Tang Zichen, and Wang Chao vowed to preserve them with care. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the entire summer had passed and school had resumed, ushering in the critical final year before university entrance examinations. The atmosphere at school had grown tense. Yet, all of this was of little concern to Wang Chao, who found his interest confined to 2 matters: seeking retribution against class leader Chao Jingjing's father Captain Chow, and devising a means to acquire money, for he could not afford to reside in the house left by Tang Zichen. Furthermore, his future endeavors necessitated financial resources. In contemplating how to obtain money, Wang Chao mulled over many options, yet none seemed viable. The martial skills he had acquired appeared suitable only for robbery. However, he had no desire to resort to theft at this juncture. His previous encounter with those thugs had been primarily for vengeance, with the financial gain being a mere afterthought. Thus, he resolved to confront Captain Chow first before pursuing other schemes. After days of deliberation, Wang Chao decided to fulfill his first wish. That evening, as the school day came to a close, Wang Chao stealthily trailed behind Chao Jingjing, intent on locating her residence. However, at the opportune moment, he planned to confront Captain Chow in a confrontation. The streets were aglow with lights, and the air was stiflingly hot. Wang Chao ambled along, careful not to alert Chao Jingjing to his presence. After navigating several blocks, just as she was about to enter an alley, a van suddenly screeched to a halt beside her. In an instant, 2 or 3 burly men emerged, lunging at her, one covering her mouth, another seizing her arm, and a third lifting her feet. Before she could even scream, she was thrust into the vehicle. Kidnapping? Wang Chao's mind raced as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Captain Chow was a police officer. Surely he had made enemies. Could this be an act of revenge against his daughter? Regardless, it was evident that Chao Jingjing was in peril. Witnessing this scene ignited a determination within Wang Chao. He could not remain passive. After months of training, this was an opportunity for real combat. Although he feared the assailants might be armed, complicating matters significantly in a moment of deliberation, he swiftly darted into a nearby shadowy nook, showcasing a remarkable agility. The van sped away down another alley. But Wang Chao committed the vehicle's make and model to memory. Just as the van was nearly out of sight, he surged forward, crossing the street with urgency. Although his leg strength had not yet reached the pinnacle of mastery, through rigorous training he had developed astonishing explosive power. His stamina, bolstered by internal martial arts, far exceeded that of typical athletes. With legs crossed and arms flung wide, he propelled himself forward, each step covering 3 to 4 feet. This was the arrow step from Baguazhang. His movements were swift and graceful, as he dashed across the street and soon spotted the van merging onto the ring road. Perhaps due to the constraints of city traffic, the kidnappers were reluctant to attract attention by speeding through red lights. Allowing Wang Chao to keep pace, as the vehicle exited the urban area, its speed gradually increased, but with darkness enveloping the night, Wang Chao no longer needed to conceal his presence. He leapt into the adjacent field to evade detection. Under the cover of darkness, he lowered his center of gravity, his body taut with anticipation, every hair on his body standing on end, and his abdomen firm as iron. He exerted himself, resembling a wolf pursuing prey in the wild, determined not to let the van escape his sight. The intensity of his exertion caused a surge of heat within him, clamoring to escape through his pores as sweat, yet his pores remained tightly sealed. Wang Chao's control over his pores had grown stronger, a testament to his deepening internal power. However, this pursuit was arduous. After trailing the vehicle for over 10 kilometers, the distance between them began to widen. The van's taillights flickered out of view multiple times, but fortunately, the road was straight without any forks, preventing him from losing track. He thought, if I stop now, I'll be finished. With each powerful stride, his internal pressure reached its limit, and he felt as if he might burst. This was the pinnacle of refining energy into qi. Typically, martial artists would slow down at this juncture to channel their energy back to their lower abdomen, gradually circulating it throughout their bodies for health and vitality. If one were to push beyond this limit, the inability to contain the energy would result in a torrential downpour of sweat, leading to exhaustion and potentially fainting. Yet, Wang Chao could not afford to stop. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, fully aware he was playing with fire. While ordinary individuals sweat gradually, those trained in internal martial arts faced a different peril. Once they reached their limit, the energy would surge forth uncontrollably, akin to a dam bursting. Just as he was nearing his breaking point, the van abruptly turned onto a rural road and came to a halt in front of a 2-story house. Wang Chao immediately halted, yet his vigilance did not wane. He assumed a stance, resembling a coiled serpent, subtly activating every part of his body until, after half an hour, he managed to calm his energy. Relaxing his abdomen and legs, allowing the tension to dissipate without breaking into a sweat, Once composed, he stealthily approached the house along the narrow farm road. The van had parked in front of the dwelling, now devoid of occupants. The house was surrounded by no fence, merely a typical rural residence, its front door firmly shut. A light flickered in an upstairs room, and he could faintly hear several male voices. After surveying the surroundings, he noticed a water pipe at the back of the house, leading to the rooftop. Wang Chao swiftly climbed the pipe, reaching the rooftop platform with ease. The platform was deserted, save for a door leading down to the second floor. Like a nocturnal predator, he held his breath, scanning his surroundings and straining to hear any sounds before descending the stairs. He quickly slipped into a dark corner. Fixated on the illuminated room, "Do I have a knack for thievery?" Wang Chao mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his stealthy maneuvers. The rural house was sparsely decorated, and it appeared rarely inhabited. Cobwebs clung to the corners, adding to the shadows. Inside, he could make out 5 or 6 men. The leader, a bald man clad in a red tank top, muscles rippling, was toying with a gleaming dagger. The others gathered around a round table laden with beer and snacks, a large fan stirring the air. Meanwhile, Chao Jingjing was tied to a stool in the corner, her mouth gagged, sweat covering her body. Her eyes wide with fear, yet she fought to maintain her composure. "I've already called Chao Yi, instructed him to come alone. He knows our methods. His precious daughter is his only child, if he agrees. The 100,000 yuan is his, a lucrative opportunity," the bald man declared as he plunged the dagger into the table, casually tossing a black leather case onto the surface. "Can this 100,000 really sway Chao Yi?" questioned a long-haired man tied up in a ponytail. "Chao Yi is cunning, so I plan to employ both carrot and stick. Our boss instructed us to act accordingly. Though he may be merely a district captain, he has another identity. He was once a special forces soldier. Why didn't the boss allow us to bring firearms? I've heard Chao Yi is quite skilled. What if, he may be skilled, but so am I. I've long wanted to test my strength against him and see who is the better fighter. What use are guns? Can we even get them onto the plane? You fools, when Chao Yi arrives, you go down and search him. If he has a gun, it will be ours. If he doesn't, even better." The bald man's keen strategy was met with admiration from one of the men. Wang Chao's heart raced upon hearing the mention of 100,000 yuan. He felt a surge of adrenaline. They dared to kidnap without even bringing guns. Just as he prepared to spring into action, a horn blared from outside. One of the men peered out the window. "Boss, it's Chao Yi, coming by himself in a car. No one else with him. Good. You go down and search him, then bring him up." The bald man ordered coldly. As Wang Chao concealed himself in the shadowy corner, he heard Chao Yi's voice echoing from below. "Ha ha, which brother from the underworld is this? Do you not know the rules? One must never involve family." A moment later, the sound of footsteps grew louder, signaling that Chao Yi was being brought upstairs. Though he spoke with laughter, there was a calmness in his tone, as if he were bracing for an impending storm. This demeanor was far from that of a police officer. It resembled someone deeply entrenched in the underworld. Could it be that Chao Yi had a dual identity, playing both sides? Wang Chao pondered as he adjusted his position, ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. "Captain Chao, it seems you've forgotten our previous encounter last month in Bibu Gulf, single-handedly taking down over 10 of our boss's men and making off with a cargo. Truly, a blend of courage and wisdom, a new generation's Zhao Zilong. We had to send our brothers here upon learning of such a figure, yet you are the local snake here. Even though we are strong dragons, we dare not openly provoke you. Thus, we resort to this underhanded tactic to lure you out." The bald giant emerged from the room just as Chao Yi, led by another man, reached the staircase on the opposite side. Their eyes locked, both men radiating an aura of vigilance. "So, you are members of the Chen family group from South China. What exactly do you intend to do?" Although his daughter was in someone else's grasp, Chao Yi remained remarkably composed, surveying his surroundings before fixing his gaze on the bald man. "First, we wish to uncover your true identity, Captain Chao." The bald man extended a finger. "Second, we would like to invite you to join us, so we may all prosper together. Third, where exactly has the batch of goods belonging to our boss gone? Fourth, your extraordinary skills have taken down over a dozen of my brothers. Naturally, I must avenge them. How about we settle this with a friendly spar? Fine, but first, release my daughter." Chao Yi shifted his stance into a boxing posture, his agreement surprising the bald man. "Since that's the case, let us become acquainted through combat," the bald man declared, stepping down the staircase until he stood 3 meters away from Chow. With a whoosh, 4 men formed a circle around them, dispersing to the periphery. Meanwhile, in the room on the second floor where Chao Jingjing was confined, only a long-haired man remained to guard them. "My name is Qin Wuyang. Remember it well, Captain Chao." The bald man ripped off his tank top, revealing his glistening bronze muscles, each defined like the coils of a python. Notably, the joints of his body bore thick, callous skin, a testament to years of rigorous training. However, Chow made no unnecessary movements. As soon as Qin Wuyang assumed his stance, Chow lunged in, delivering a fierce side kick aimed at his opponent's waist. With a resounding thud, Qin Wuyang managed to block with his arm, stepping back repeatedly until he halted at the staircase, seemingly in pain from the impact. Remarkable leg strength. Chow remained silent, seizing the opportunity to launch a flurry of attacks, his punches striking at Qin Wuyang's face, accompanied by swift kicks, creating a tempest of aggression. The sound of his fists slicing through the air echoed ominously. Caught off guard, Qin Wuyang quickly found himself on the defensive, raising his arms to shield his face and torso, deflecting blows left and right. Each collision of their limbs resonated with a thunderous clash, the brutality of their combat unmistakable. Pushed back to the edge of the staircase, Qin Wuyang stumbled as he stepped backward, narrowly avoiding a fall. Sensing his moment, Chow struck fiercely, delivering a kick to the joint of his opponent's lower leg. With a crack, the sound of breaking bone reverberated through the air as Qin Wuyang crumpled onto the stairs. His foot shattered. However, despite his injury, his formidable physique and tenacity remained intact. As Chow darted past him to ascend the stairs, Qin Wuyang, like a cornered beast, sprang up and seized Chow's ankle, yanking him backward with tremendous force. Though Chow was prepared, he struggled to maintain his balance, grasping the handrail as he retaliated with a powerful kick. Yet, Qin Wuyang, seizing the moment, grabbed the fabric of Chow's trousers, rising swiftly and wrapping one arm around his neck, while the other constricted his throat in a vicious maneuver common in martial arts, aiming to choke him into submission. As Chow, he felt the pressure around his neck. His face flushed crimson, and he relentlessly struck Qin Wuyang's chest with his elbows, each blow resonating with the sound of cracking bones. Yet, Qin Wuyang held firm, refusing to relinquish his grip until Chow succumbed. The fight was undeniably visceral and raw, far removed from the choreographed sparring of a ring. Initially, these men had come to negotiate, yet the situation had devolved into a life-or-death struggle. Wang Chao observed this scene, nodding in approval. Though his experience in real combat was limited, the brutal authenticity of this encounter imparted valuable lessons. "Kill him," commanded the 4 spectators, witnessing the escalating violence as they rushed in. Chow, with a powerful thrust, propelled both himself and Qin Wuyang down the stairs. "All right, it's my turn." Wang Chao revealed himself from the shadows, launching himself into action with astonishing speed. He leaped towards the doorway. Then, propelled by sheer force, he unleashed a punch that resembled a cannonball, striking downward. This punch, an embodiment of his meticulously honed technique, erupted with explosive power, the sound echoing like thunder. The long-haired guard, preoccupied with the fight below, was caught off guard. Instinctively raising his arms to defend, he was unprepared for Wang Chao's onslaught. With a resounding crash, Wang Chao's fist shattered through the guard's defenses, sending him hurtling into a table, where beer erupted in a frothy spray. Unfortunately for the long-haired man, his misfortune escalated as he collided with a nearby fan, its blades ensnaring his hair and scalp as the fan ground to a halt. He was left breathless, entangled and lifeless, the cause of his demise unclear. Whether it was Wang Chao's punch or the fan's merciless grip, Chao Jingjing, witnessing the chaos, recognized Wang Chao and her eyes lit up with surprise. Her body writhing in excitement, Wang Chao hurriedly removed the cloth from her mouth, freeing her from her bonds, and seized the fallen suitcase. 100,000 yuan in hand. Wang Chao exclaimed, exhilarated by the weight of the suitcase. Just then, Chao stormed up the stairs, blood splattered across him. Though none of it was his own, upon entering, he was momentarily stunned at the sight of Wang Chao, before taking in the surroundings and his daughter. Seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, "Put down the suitcase," he commanded. "Captain Chao." Wang Chao swallowed hard. "You certainly have a keen eye. Last time, You nearly incapacitated me. Today seems fated for a rematch, and since this is ill-gotten gain, why not let the victor claim it, good lad? Chowie laughed heartily. So you plan to take advantage of my weakened state? I had no idea Jingjing had such formidable classmates. However, I have over 20 years of martial arts experience. When I was training, you were yet to be born. Even in my current condition, I can easily handle you. Come, let me see what you've learned. Wang Chao, what are you doing? Chao Jingjing cried out, bewildered as she noticed the impending confrontation between Wang Chao and her father. Wang Chao waved her off. This doesn't concern you. Just watch. He set the suitcase down, stepping back to maintain a 3-foot distance from Chao Yi, who raised his fists, taking deep breaths to recover his stamina. Captain Chao, perhaps you should rest a moment, Wang Chao suggested with a smile. Just as Wang Chao finished speaking, Chao Yi launched forward with a swift punch aimed at Wang Chao's face. His speed belied his earlier exhaustion. Wang Chao, no longer the naive youth he once was, sidestepped, his fingers poised to strike at Chao Yi's waist with precision. If he landed this blow, it could potentially cripple Chao Yi's ability. Caught off guard by Wang Chao's agility, Chao Yi quickly adjusted, drawing back to defend as he unleashed a kick. Wang Chao evaded, repositioning himself to Chao Yi's side, bending slightly as he thrust his hand once more with lethal intent. Chao Yi continuously attempted to counter, but Wang Chao always managed to evade, keeping him off balance. After several exchanges, Chao Yi began to feel disoriented. As the ancient martial arts adage goes, the 8 trigrams are elusive. And Wang Chao demonstrated this principle brilliantly, embodying the fluidity of a skilled fighter. With a final decisive step, Wang Chao struck, landing a blow squarely against Chao Yi's ribs, causing the latter's face to pale in pain as he staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Stop, Wang Chao! Chao Jingjing implored, initially perplexed by the sudden escalation into violence between her father and Wang Chao, both of whom had come to rescue her. Moreover, it appears that this seemingly inconspicuous classmate has transformed into an entirely different person. Regardless of other matters, the vivid image of her dashing in and delivering a powerful punch that sent the long-haired man flying has left a profound impression on her mind. However, upon witnessing her father, Chao Yi, being struck viciously by Wang Chao's knife hand to his ribcage, collapsing onto the ground, Chao Jingjing felt a pang of fear. She immediately launched a kick aimed at the back of Wang Chao's head. This kick was executed with considerable height and grace, clearly demonstrating the effort she had invested in her training. Yet, when compared to her father, Chao Yi, it was evidently more for show than substance. Suddenly, she heard the rush of wind. Wang Chao instinctively reacted, as if performing his usual training to evade the rebound of a sandbag. He swiftly flicked his left hand behind him, blocking the incoming kick with the agility of a monkey. Then, with a quick sidestep, he maneuvered to Chao Jingjing's left side, delivering a precise knife-hand strike aimed at her waist. It must be said that all of this was purely instinctive. Wang Chao had been fighting with remarkable ease moments before. Stop! Chao Yi, sitting on the ground, caught sight of this unfolding scene and could not help but shout in panic, his eyes turning pale as he fainted. The battle with Chen Wuyang had already drained much of his strength, and after dealing with 4 subordinates, he had engaged in a spar with Wang Chao. Now, having been struck in the rib, the mounting pressure overwhelmed him, leaving him gasping for breath. However, it was precisely this shout that startled Wang Chao. Just as his fingers grazed Chao Jingjing's waist, he hurriedly retracted his force, spreading his fingers to transform the knife-like strike into a gentle grasp, stopping just short. Her waist felt so soft. He only sensed the touch of a fragrant, supple body, prompting Wang Chao to withdraw his hand in surprise. Chao Jingjing gasped in shock, her body going weak, nearly collapsing to the ground like her father. As the saying goes, the head of a man and the waist of a woman are to be admired, but not touched. The waist is a sensitive area, and Chao Jingjing's sudden assault left her momentarily disconcerted. Wang Chao exhaled a long breath, relieved at his quick reaction. The techniques of the Bagua school are notoriously ruthless, relying heavily on legwork and body movement, bending low and circling around to strike at a vulnerable point, targeting the delicate waist and ribs as if wielding a knife. A reminder to all: please do not attempt this. Lives could be lost, and such techniques can lead to legal repercussions. Even an untrained individual, when striking a robust man in the waist, would elicit a reaction. Not to mention, Wang Chao, being trained, had the potential to inflict severe harm, had he not withdrawn in time. Chao Jingjing might have been left incapacitated. The Bagua techniques are akin to wielding a blade. A direct hit could lead to either death or severe injury, leaving no room for retreat. Wang Chao's Bagua palm was honed from countless encounters, making his strikes particularly ferocious. "Dad, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Chao Jingjing quickly regained her composure, rushing over to her father. Her voice tinged with distress. Wang Chao hastily picked up an unbroken can of beer from the ground, popped the tab, and poured it down Chao Yi's throat. Indeed, the refreshing beer worked wonders. Slowly, Chao Yi opened his eyes, his throat making a gurgling sound before he spat out a lump of phlegm, his gaze clearing. "Good lad, you did well, very well." Upon regaining consciousness, Chao Yi gave a thumbs up, fixating his gaze on Wang Chao. Though it was unclear whether it conveyed anger or admiration. "This is the first time I've fallen flat." Very good, very good." Wang Chao was unsure of Chao Yi's intentions, but he preferred not to engage in further conversation, merely wishing to collect his payment and return home. "Uncle Chao, our matters are settled. We agreed earlier that this money belongs to me, and you cannot go back on your word. Moreover, the individuals here were all dispatched by you. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, I did save Jingjing as a police officer, and given your background, it is unreasonable to repay kindness with enmity, don't you think?" Wang Chao, motivated by the money, adopted a more courteous tone. "What if this individual refused? Should I dead?" As he spoke, another thought crossed his mind, startling him. These individuals are dead. One could say it was a kidnapping gone wrong, and besides, I did not kill them. If I were to kill a police officer for money, that would escalate matters tremendously. It simply is worth it. To intentionally take a life for financial gain. That would be unacceptable. Yet suddenly, another insidious thought invaded Wang Chao's mind. If I were to eliminate Chao Yi, it could easily be spun as a casualty of their gunfight, with no ties to me. But what about Chao Jingjing? I cannot possibly involve her. Wang Chao's dark thoughts surged within him, refusing to be quelled. If I don't let you take the money, are you contemplating killing me? Chao Yi then noticed the suitcase and spoke directly to Wang Chao's inner thoughts. Just a slight thought, Wang Chao admitted candidly. When ordinary individuals gain power, they often succumb to malevolent thoughts, driven by their desire for change. This notion reflects the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished. Indeed, malevolence springs from life's pressures, not the power itself. Sigh. I was once like you. Chao Yi suddenly sighed, waving his hand. Take the money and return Jingjing home. This group of individuals is not to be trifled with. We must keep this under wraps. I will handle the aftermath. Wang Chao exhaled in relief, lifting the suitcase. Your father needs to deal with the aftermath. Let us head out. Chao Jingjing looked at her father, who nodded before following Wang Chao down the stairs. As they descended, Wang Chao spotted Chen Wuyong, curled up on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his face twisted in agony. He quickly instructed Chao Jingjing to close her eyes. Obediently, she complied, shutting her eyes tightly while Wang Chao maneuvered past the other 4 who were still alive, groaning softly, clearly on the brink of death. Chao Yi is truly ruthless. Had I engaged him in combat without the prior exhaustion from fighting so many? Who knows who would emerge victorious? But how will he manage the aftermath? Wang Chao pondered silently as he led Chao Jingjing out of the building. After walking 4 or 5 miles, a flicker of flame suddenly erupted from the pitch-black night. Wang Chao turned to see the building engulfed in flames, killing and arson. How merciless! I must admit, I have a newfound respect for Chao. Chapter 20. Tang Zichen's personal account. On the bed lay 10 neatly bundled stacks of cash. Wang Chao sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed intently on the money without blinking. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh, swiftly gathering the bills and pushing them deep beneath the bed, covering them with newspaper. This series of actions resembled those of a miserly landlord. It is no wonder he acted thus. As an ordinary high school student, he had never encountered such a sum of money. Indeed, the pressures of life breed malevolent thoughts, and to rid oneself of such thoughts, one must first change their circumstances. That moment, Wang Chao was astonished by the sudden notion that had arisen before Chao Jingjing. Contemplating the act of framing Chao Yi, martial arts cannot put food on the table. One must possess a broad mind, showing tolerance, yet never allowing oneself to be humiliated. Tang Zichen's words echoed clearly in his mind. Sister Chun is certainly not an ordinary person. If I am to meet her again, I cannot remain as meek as I am now. I must acquire great power and wealth, though Tang Zichen has departed. Her image lingers in Wang Chao's thoughts, haunting him day and night. The changes I am undergoing now are all thanks to Sister Qin. I must become stronger to assist her in the future. Enough of these thoughts. I should focus on my martial arts to calm my mind and earnestly reflect on my gains and losses from this encounter. This was my first real combat experience. Yet opportunities for fighting were scarce. The punch that sent the long-haired man flying was a sudden ambush, catching him off guard, rather than a fair confrontation. The final struggle with Chao Yi occurred when the latter was utterly spent. His energy depleted, allowing Wang Chao to gain the upper hand through the spinning techniques of Bagua. Neither of these skirmishes accurately reflected his true abilities. The three training methods, Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin, were far from his current capabilities. He had not yet reached the level of Mingjin. The skyward three-step cannon he executed against the long-haired man showcased a burst of power, but required prior adjustments and a long-distance charge and a real fight. Not only was there no time for such adjustments, but the space would not be so accommodating. Moreover, after delivering that punch, he felt a significant drain on his energy, unable to muster another strike. Sister Qin was able to unleash her power effortlessly during her training sessions. Seems I still have a long way to go. As for Anjin, even with vigorous movement, his breath surged, and his pores could not contain the energy, let alone projecting his vital essence outward. I must strike quickly. Analyzing his physical condition, the combat environment, and the concepts of Mingjin and Anjin, Wang Chao realized he was still far from his goals. Contemplating Anjin, he jumped off the bed and swiftly adjusted his spine, invigorating his entire body, and after a few motions, he felt his energy gradually filling. He then attempted to project this energy from his hands. Bang! With a resounding slap against the wall, Wang Chao felt a simultaneous release in his spine, shifting his center of gravity. He aimed to unleash the full vitality of his being through his palm, combining the impact of his strike with an internal force that alternated between the overt and the covert, aspiring to achieve a punch capable of shattering stone. However, despite his aspirations, Wang Chao found himself failing. At the very moment he sought to expel his energy outward, his body relaxed, and sweat poured from every pore. He felt utterly drained, as if he possessed no strength whatsoever. The breath of energy had escaped him. Sitting despondently on the bed, he reflected on the recent events. The moment he concentrated on releasing his energy, his entire body dissipated. Was he not courting disaster? For those who cultivate internal strength, once they channel their energy, their bodies become electrified, their skin toughening like iron, able to withstand blows with remarkable resilience. This state not only preserves their internal moisture and warmth, but also ensures they remain vigorous during combat, their strength flowing continuously. Moreover, when electrified, their focus sharpens, enabling them to react to the slightest disturbance. This is indeed a commendable state. Yet, it bears a significant drawback. Should the power within the pores prove inadequate to contain it, the energy is released in a flood, leaving the individual suddenly weakened and perilously exposed. In regular training, when practicing punches leisurely, one can control their energy well, and there's little risk involved. However, in the heat of fierce combat, such control becomes elusive. Not to mention, releasing covert energy during a fight is akin to hurling a barrel of gunpowder. While one may strike their opponent, they also place themselves in great danger. More often than not, it is the practitioner who suffers the consequences rather than their adversary. It is no wonder that legends speak of Bruce Lee, who, despite mastering overt energy to an extraordinary degree, met his demise while attempting to cultivate covert energy. The term walking fire is aptly chosen. After experiencing this firsthand, Wang Chao felt a profound admiration for the sages of the past. He perused Tang Zichen's records of national arts and indeed found a passage discussing the practical application of overt and covert energies. At the age of 5, I began training in martial arts, focusing solely on standing meditation to cultivate my physique, developing internal strength without practicing overt energy. After 10 years, I achieved a balance of internal and external mastery. Another decade later, I reached the pinnacle of transforming strength into essence. In the following 3 years, I harmonized with the Tao, embodying martial arts in all my actions, and could strike down opponents within 36 steps. Unafraid of firearms, with an acute awareness, I realized I had reached a state akin to that of a cicada sensing the autumn breeze before it stirs, a transcendent state of focus and clarity. The sweetness and bitterness of this journey, fraught with peril, can only be comprehended by the self. During my years of concurrent internal and external training, I encountered thousands of battles, claiming the lives of over 1,000 adversaries, with a striking 80% succumbing to direct blows and merely 20% to firearms. My achievements were heavily reliant on a decade of standing meditation, which initially established my path to covert energy. Until one has fully developed this energy throughout their body, their skin should only be activated incrementally, as the tightness in the muscles should feel as solid as iron when engaged and yielding as soft as mutton fat when relaxed. Otherwise, one must refrain from unleashing it recklessly. If one can reach such a state, they may attain the essence of internal martial arts, combining overt and covert energies to reach a pre-heavenly state, which is also the fundamental principle in Tai Chi of becoming exceedingly soft and relaxed. Should the covert energy not be fully cultivated, one may first focus on developing overt energy, as articulated by Tang Zichen in his incisive insights. Evidently, my covert energy is still lacking. The strength within my pores is insufficient, and I must cultivate it further. It would be prudent to refrain from thoughts of releasing covert energy for now. I should first strive to perfect my overt energy. While it may seem simpler to complicate matters, which stance should I focus on? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chao concluded that while the aerial 3-step cannon may launch an opponent away with a single strike, the range of energy release is too vast to be practically effective. Ultimately, he resolved to practice the collapsing fist, a technique once wielded by Master Gui Yunshin to conquer the world. The collapsing fist encompasses 9 variations, including half-step collapse, retreating collapse, circular collapse, and lateral collapse, all primarily utilizing the strength of the waist and abdomen, supported by the calf muscles, joints, and thigh muscles, while simultaneously coordinating the shoulder joints, hand joints, and spine. Recalling how Gui Yunshin trained in his cell with heavy shackles on his limbs, Wang Chao pondered whether he too could add some weight to his training. Resolute, he devoted 3 days to acquiring numerous lead weights, affixing them to various power points across his body, increasing his overall weight by 60 to 70 pounds. Initially, he was cautious, fearing he might strain his muscles or develop improper techniques, so he began with light movements. However, after more than 10 days, he grasped the essentials of generating power from each part of his body, incrementally increasing the weight as needed. Throughout this process, Wang Chao meticulously studied the diagrams of human anatomy outlined by Tang Zichen in records of national arts, gradually honing his understanding of his body's musculature and skeletal structure. It was akin to a skilled craftsman modifying a machine with which he was intimately familiar. After 3 months of relentless practice, one day, Wang Chao removed his clothing and the lead weights, only to discover a marked transformation in the muscle response of his joints. Particularly in his shoulders and legs, he noticed a significant indentation in the joint sockets whenever he exerted force, indicating a remarkable enhancement in the strength of his joints. During this period, Wang Chao continued his daily standing meditation, although he altered his stance from the 3-body position to that of the dragon-snake combination. Additionally, he diligently practiced Baguazhang, maintaining his routine without fail. Each night at 1 o'clock, he would rise and traverse to the provincial city using a rolling gait, returning just in time by 6 in the morning. This practice closed his pores and mirrored the vigorous sprinting he employed when chasing after a bread truck, with his legs plowing through the ground like a plow, the wind swirling leaves around him. As his breath surged within, once he could no longer contain it, he would pause to stabilize his energy with standing meditation, gradually directing the energy into his legs and throughout his body. During his days off, Wang Chao also resided in the Tianqing Lake community. Reminiscing about the time spent with Tang Zichen, it was undeniable that Tianqing Lake was not a place for the impoverished. He learned that the villa left behind by Tang Zichen incurred a management fee exceeding 10,000 a month. The 100,000 he had earned seemed insufficient to cover even a year's worth of expenses. Fortunately, he had already paid this year's management fee, allowing him to stay for a few more months. As summer faded into autumn and autumn yielded to winter, another year slipped by. Amidst his studies and life, Wang Chao found a certain contentment. Since that day he accompanied Chao Jingjing home, she had begun to notice him, and their conversations gradually deepened, evolving into a semblance of intimacy that left many in their class bewildered and envious. However, Wang Chao paid no heed to their whispers. From Chao Jingjing, he learned that Chao had sustained an injury during their altercation, requiring over a month of hospitalization and 2 months of recuperation to recover fully. Chao managed to downplay the incident, framing it merely as an ordinary arson case. Wang Chao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Today my father is coming home. He wants to meet you. Would you accompany me to my house? Just before the holiday, as classes ended, Chao Jingjing suddenly stopped Wang Chao, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, of course. Wang Chao readily agreed, thinking to himself, Chao Yi is no simple adversary. This is a perfect opportunity to test my skills. After so many days of practice, I feel an itch to put my abilities to the test. Furthermore, he seems to have extensive connections, and I could certainly use his insights on how to make money. After all, with college entrance exams approaching, my current grades leave much to be desired. It would be wise to explore alternative paths. Chapter 21. Introducing Work Jingjing, isn't your home in that direction? As Wang Chao walked alongside Chao Jingjing, he noticed they were not on her usual route home and inquired, my family owns several properties, which my father purchased last year and the year before. He mentioned that property values have surged, so he decided to invest in a few more. Moreover, since my father is a police officer and has apprehended numerous criminals, it's wise to have several discrete properties as a precaution. After that incident, I moved here, Chao Jingjing replied, casting Wang Chao a playful glance. Investing in real estate while maintaining a hidden lair. Wang Chao chuckled inwardly, maintaining a serious facade. What mischievous thoughts are brewing in your mind? You must be talking ill of my father, Chao Jingjing halted, fixing her gaze on him. You can discern that. Wang Chao was taken aback, reflecting on the saying that a woman's intuition is remarkably keen. It appears to hold true. Do you think I wouldn't notice your scheming? I can see right through you, Chao Jingjing declared with a triumphant huff. Watch out for the car. Wang Chao, wishing to divert the topic, quickly changed the subject. Before long, they boarded a bus and arrived at a luxurious new development known as Shicheng Waterview, featuring spacious high-rise apartments in a prime location, selling for an average of 4,000 to 5,000 per square meter. Certainly, compared to Tang Zichen's villa at Tianqing Lake, it was not even in the same league. Yet even this modest property was beyond Wang Chao's financial reach. Isn't that Miss Jingjing from Director Chao's family? As they waited for the elevator, a portly middle-aged man and a strikingly attractive woman with heavy makeup stepped out, exuding an air of allure. It turns out to be Uncle Zhang. It seems that Chao Jingjing is acquainted with him. What brings you here? I heard that your father has achieved great heights, so Uncle Zhang has come to extend his congratulations. After speaking, this businessman surnamed Zhang cast a suggestive glance at the alluring woman behind him. Little did he expect that Jingjing has grown so beautiful. Since it's our first meeting, I have nothing to present as a gift, so please accept this small token as a New Year's lucky money. The woman named Ali immediately burst into a light giggle, extending her delicate fingers to remove a shimmering blue gemstone ring from her hand. Here, Auntie will help you put it on. The ring sparkled, the sapphire mesmerizingly ethereal, clearly indicating its considerable value. Auntie Li, I truly cannot accept this. Chao Jingjing discreetly cast a glance at Wang Chao, withdrawing her hand behind her back. The money you earned, Uncle Zhang, is hard-earned. You're good friends with my father. There's no need for such extravagance. I appreciate your kind gesture, and I will convey it to my father. People say that the friendship of gentlemen is as light as water. My father is a good policeman, and your gentlemanly friendship must also honor him, right? While I would love to accept this gift, I also wish for my father to remain a good policeman. Initially taken aback, Uncle Zhang soon found himself chuckling as he heard Jingjing's composed speech, while Ali, noticing Chao Jingjing's refusal, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ha ha, Jingjing, your future is boundless. Uncle Zhang nodded repeatedly in praise. Old Chao has a wonderful daughter, Jingjing. When you get admitted to Tsinghua University, Uncle Zhang will celebrate you properly. All right, it's a promise then. Uncle Zhang, do not go back on your word. Chao Jingjing waved her hand as she saw Uncle Zhang and Ali leave. Before stepping into the elevator with Wang Chao, Chao Jingjing really knows how to navigate social situations, resisting temptation. I never noticed that before, Wang Chao thought to himself, gaining a deeper understanding of Chao Jingjing. When the elevator reached the 20th floor, Chao Jingjing opened the door, revealing a small entrance garden. Passing through a glass wall, they entered a spacious living room that connected several corridors and rooms. Wang Chao glanced around and realized that this apartment exceeded 200 square meters. Dad, Wang Chao, I've brought you someone. Chao Jingjing entered, slipping on a pair of adorable big white rabbit slippers, and called out loudly, "Come to the gym." A deep voice resonated from the other end of the corridor. You go ahead. I'm going to study in my room," she replied, pointing toward the gym at the end of the corridor before turning back into another room and firmly shutting the door behind her. Wang Chao walked steadily to the end of the corridor, where he found a door slightly ajar. Without uttering a word, he pushed the door open, only to be met by a sudden gust of wind. Swift and fierce. When Wang Chao encountered this unexpected attack, he did not flinch. Instinctively, he twisted his waist and stepped forward, executing a powerful punch in response. The force of his step caused the entire building to tremble slightly. Their fists collided. Wang Chao felt as if he had struck iron. On the opposite side, Chowie was equally astonished, retreating momentarily and shaking his hand, appearing somewhat discomfort, yet he quickly charged forward again. Wang Chao stepped back, pivoting and leaping forward with the agility of a monkey, performing a maneuver known as monkey stinging the beehive from the 12 forms of Xingyi Quan Ai in this move. The monkey, having poked the beehive, leaps back in fear of being stung, exhibiting tremendous force and distance. As he leaped, Wang Chao's mind raced, and he suddenly grasped the door's latch, pulling it forcefully shut, trapping the just charging Chowie inside. This leap, combined with the door closing, was executed flawlessly, showcasing an innate talent for combat that harmonized with the surrounding environment. With a loud crash, the door slammed shut, propelling Wang Chao several feet away. He then took a step back, gauging the distance perfectly, and unleashed a rapid assault, his joints and spine twisting with a subtle crackle. With incredible speed, he flew across the floor, channeling his momentum into a powerful punch that struck the door with a resounding boom. The entire building shook from the impact, the thick wooden door being blasted inward. Chow Yi, who had just intended to charge out, was struck by the door and suffered a nosebleed. "Wang Chao, why did you break my door?" The furious shout came from behind as Chao Jingjing, having heard the commotion, emerged just in time to witness the scene, her voice rising to a pitch that nearly deafened Wang Chao. "It wasn't me who initiated. Your father attacked first." Wang Chao feigned innocence, feeling quite vexed. He had merely reacted instinctively without considering the consequences. Very well, very well. Combat without restraint, restraint without skill. You did splendidly. Captain Chao's face was a picture of despair, compounded by his nosebleed. Looking as miserable as could be. "Jingjing, go study in your room. This matter is not your concern." Chao Jingjing shot Wang Chao a fierce glare, unable to do anything about it, and yanked the door shut with a loud bang, faintly hearing someone downstairs cursing, "Be gentle up there. Someone's going to die." Wang Chao cautiously addressed, "Uncle Chao, are you all right?" Chowie snorted disdainfully, wiping his face with a towel before stuffing tissue into his nostrils, then plopped down onto the sofa, glaring fiercely at Wang Chao. "You've trained well, progressing rapidly. Your ability to adapt to your surroundings shows your talent for combat. I underestimated you before." "Well, very well." Chow Yi's expression darkened as he stared at the damaged door, his muscles twitching to an 80-year-old grandmother collapsing onto an infant. "And I've fallen twice at your hands. Splendid." Wang Chao nodded repeatedly, laughing awkwardly. "Just a stroke of luck. Just a stroke of luck." In truth, he had a request of Uncle Chao. "Uncle, you have extensive connections. I wonder if you could introduce me to some opportunities, guide me on what paths I might take in the future." Wang Chao quickly shifted the topic, fearing that Chowie might demand he pay for the door. "Don't let your skills and talent go to waste. I'll help you find a job. I called you here today to discuss this. It's a position where you can earn money, gain practical experience, and meet many influential people. If you wish to excel, it all depends on your methods. After all, you saved Jingjing once, so I owe you a favor." Chowie pinched his nose, speaking somewhat unclearly. Tomorrow I will take you to the provincial city." Chapter 22. Which is more profitable, performance or killing? The next day, Wang Chao also began his winter break. After informing his parents, he made his way to the municipal police station. Over the year, his parents had come to trust that Wang Chao was using his vacation to work and earn some money. Under his careful concealment, they were unaware that his earnings had actually come from illicit activities. Naturally, Wang Chao did not bring out the entirety of his 100,000 in cash. Upon arriving at the municipal police station, he found Chowie just as he was about to leave in his car. Having recently been promoted to deputy director of the Municipal Police Bureau, Chowie had made a remarkable leap from a small local squad leader to a high position, an unusual occurrence. Even if Wang Chao was not well versed in the intricacies of the political sphere, he could tell that Chowie was no ordinary individual. And no wonder he was so anxious when I was fighting with that group of thugs. It turns out it was during the 2 sessions, with major personnel changes as he aimed for a promotion. Although Wang Chao was curious about Chao Yi, he did not intend to pry into his background. Everyone has their own secrets, and once privacy is invaded, friends can quickly become enemies. Wang Chao's perspective had matured significantly. You're here. Chao Yi's facial swelling seemed to have miraculously vanished overnight, and he nodded for Wang Chao to get in the car. Once Wang Chao opened the door and settled into the seat, Chao Yi slammed the accelerator, and the car sped off. It was Wang Chao's first experience riding in a car, and the sensation of gliding down the road was entirely different from the cramped and odorous atmosphere of buses. The car was filled with a faint fragrance, complemented by the warmth of the air conditioning, which kept the cold air entirely at bay. While both involve travel, riding a bus is a chore, whereas being in a car is sheer enjoyment. So, is this your first time in such a vehicle? Chao Yi's keen gaze scrutinized Wang Chao's expression, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Not at all. I usually walk to the provincial city at night. A round trip doesn't take much time. Today, I'm just a bit unaccustomed to the ride, Wang Chao replied, unwilling to appear weak, licking his lips as he spoke. Your leg techniques have improved quite well, Chao Yi casually commented before focusing on driving. The car sped along, the scenery blurring past, and they arrived in the provincial city in half the usual time. They navigated through the towering buildings until finally stopping in front of a tall, 30-story building with walls painted a vibrant blue. As soon as the car halted, someone came to guide them to a parking lot beside the building. Stepping out of the car, Wang Chao looked up and noticed a large sign hanging from the top of the building that read Asian Taekwondo Alliance. The entrance was spacious and entirely open, with electronic glass doors resembling those of an airport terminal. Upon entering the lobby, Wang Chao was struck by the classical decor. High on the opposite wall, 2 flags hung prominently. One was the 5-star red flag of China, and the other was the national flag of South Korea, featuring the ancient Taiji diagram. Wang Chao observed this with a nod of approval, understanding that the presence of both flags symbolized the friendship between China and South Korea. Had only the South Korean flag been displayed, it might have sparked some discontent. The Taekwondo dojo here is far from the ordinary establishments found in the city, where a few commonplace coaches casually rent a simple gymnasium, post a few advertisements, enroll students, and deceive them into paying tuition and uniform fees. As soon as Chao Yi entered, he began to elucidate to Wang Chao the distribution of the official associations and institutions of the International Taekwondo Federation in Asia. Here, specialized venues for advancement and training are available, staffed by professional trainers. Students who perform well have the opportunity to participate in numerous sponsored tournaments organized daily by major South Korean companies, with prize money and appearance fees substantial enough to earn a living. Furthermore, there are countless exhibition matches held annually, both domestically and internationally. Beyond competitions, this place serves as a social circle for many affluent individuals who are passionate about fitness. The most exclusive training area is specifically designed for the elite of society. This is no mere combat practice. It is a vast alliance that integrates commerce, fitness, performance, socializing, etiquette, culture, and communication among the upper echelons of society. The influence and representation of this institution are immense, extending far beyond what one can imagine. Wang Chao listened quietly, his eyes surveying the surroundings. The walls were adorned with banners inscribed in calligraphy, featuring phrases such as righteousness, integrity, respect, and perseverance, each written in bold black characters on a white background, exuding a sense of aspiration. On one side of the hall, there was an enrollment area, a consultation area, and more, manned by young women in pristine white dobaks, creating a visually pleasing atmosphere. In addition, there were clusters of learners entering and exiting, both young and old, each exhibiting politeness, bowing to one another as they conversed. Commercial operations, competitions, sponsorships, exchanges, performances. The upper class. Wang Chao pondered Chao Yi's introduction, slowly coming to understand why traditional martial arts had declined. Only killing enemies, without performance, he murmured, recalling his initial encounter with Tang Zichen. How can one make a living? How can one earn money? It seemed that Chao Yi caught wind of Wang Chao's words and turned to him, saying, even if your martial arts reach an invincible level, you still need to eat. You still need to earn a living. Are you planning to rebel? What work are you introducing me to? Wang Chao inquired. Come, let's take the elevator to the 36th floor. I'll explain everything as we go. Chao Yi replied with a smile as they entered the adjacent elevator. The elevator ascended slowly, its transparent walls providing a view of the cityscape outside. Taekwondo is divided into 10 belts, with the highest black belt further categorized into 9 ranks. Each training room in this building represents a level of advancement. After training for a period, students can partake in assessments. How much is the tuition for training here? Wang Chao asked directly. Chowie chuckled. The tuition is quite expensive. There are training areas for adults, children, teenagers, and women. Chowie brought Wang Chao to the 10th floor, stepping out of the elevator into a corridor lined with spacious training rooms. Many individuals were training inside, while others rested and conversed in the hallway. The floor was carpeted and immaculate. Just as Wang Chao and Chowie exited the elevator, a young woman in a dobok approached, bowing first before saying, "Gentlemen, which training room are you students of? Please show your student ID, and I will take you to the changing room to don your doboks." "No, I'm here to see President Lee." Chowie waved her off and continued with Wang Chao into the elevator. There are so many students here. Wang Chao looked around, astonished by the sheer number of people. In today's society, the wealthy have increased, placing greater emphasis on leisure and physical fitness. Parents of children are willing to spend money, and civil servants, business owners, managers, and others frequent this place, half for relaxation and exercise, half for socializing and courting women. After all, the students here are all affluent. Moreover, one must learn etiquette beforehand. Unlike other high-end social clubs, which also cater to the wealthy, the absence of etiquette renders them somewhat vulgar. Confucius established the principles of etiquette. We Chinese pride ourselves on being a land of propriety. Although this may seem like a mere facade, it is an indispensable element. Without this covering, the upper class feels devoid of sophistication. Chowie continued as the elevator reached the top floor. As they stepped out, Wang Chao asked, "Do you want me to learn Taekwondo and then compete?" No, Chowie chuckled. "I am introducing you here to help oversee the venue." Oversee the venue? Wang Chao furrowed his brow. You know about kicking the dojo, right? Chowie explained. In order to operate commercially, Taekwondo has abandoned many of its lethal techniques, focusing solely on the display of elaborate kicking techniques. To those in the know. It may seem ineffective in combat, yet its commercial appeal is thriving, creating a fervor everywhere. Consequently, many seasoned practitioners take issue with this, leading to frequent challenges. If a skilled fighter confronts them, the trainers may not be a match, which could severely tarnish their reputation, and calling the police would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, it is essential to have a combat expert on hand to handle any challengers. Wang Chao suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Exactly, however, to become a resident expert, there are many tests to pass, of course. If you succeed, the monthly salary is no less than this amount. Chowie held up 3 fingers. 3,000? Wang Chao queried. Add another 0. Chowie replied with a smirk. Here, you can also network with many elite individuals and encounter numerous opportunities for advancement. It all depends on your ability to seize them. You must have previously been a resident expert here to prevent challenges, but now you've been promoted and have more responsibilities, Wang Chao observed, gaining a deeper understanding of Chow Yi's status. The notion of a Taekwondo establishment requiring someone like him, a practitioner of traditional martial arts, to prevent challengers was indeed intriguing. Chowie paid no mind to Wang Chao's musings. As they exited the elevator, a young man in a dobok approached. This man, in his 20s, possessed a well-proportioned physique and bright, focused eyes, moving with a steady and grounded demeanor that spoke of exceptional kicking skills. Director Chow, President Lee has been waiting for you. The young man appeared quite familiar with Chow Yi and then glanced at Wang Chao. Furrowing his brow slightly, "Is this the person you want to introduce?" His tone was far from courteous, revealing a hint of disdain. "Li Feng, take me to see President Lee. She has her own arrangements." Chowie replied with a half-smile. "Follow me," Li Feng huffed, casting a hostile glare at Wang Chao. Wang Chao felt a thrill of excitement. It seemed this fellow was displeased, hinting at potential conflict ahead. Chowie and Wang Chao were led to an office door, slightly ajar. "Its Director Chow, please come in." A cold female voice emanated from within. "Li Feng, go notify the instructors in the black belt area." "Understood." Li Feng shot Wang Chao another glare before turning to leave. Chow Yi and Wang Chao entered the office. Behind a large desk sat a striking woman in a dobok, her demeanor exuding an icy, stern presence, devoid of warmth or humor. A palpable air of exclusivity surrounded her. "This is President Lee," Chow Yi introduced. "I have brought him as requested. I must take my leave now. There's a major case to handle at the bureau." With a brief farewell, he turned and departed, leaving Wang Chao alone in the office. After Chow Yi left, The cool and beautiful president stepped out from behind the desk, eyeing Wang Chao with an impassive expression. "Hello, I am Li Wanjia, the head of the S province branch of the International Taekwondo Federation." She approached Wang Chao and extended her left hand. Li Wanjia. Upon hearing this name, Wang Chao was momentarily taken aback before quickly extending his hand in return. "I am Wang Chao." Just as they were shaking hands, suddenly, Li Wanjia's foot moved, delivering a fierce kick aimed directly at Wang Chao's chin. Chapter 23. The beginning of entering the combat circle. To be honest, Wang Chao found himself momentarily stunned upon hearing Li Wanjia's introduction. He recalled a rather risque joke. A reporter once asked a farmer, "Who do you think is the most beautiful woman in the world?" Without hesitation, the farmer replied, "Li Wanjia." The reporter was taken aback, asking, "Why?" The farmer responded, "The television keeps saying that this big figure manages myriad affairs, and that big figure also manages myriad affairs. If Li Wanjia isn't beautiful, why would so many prominent figures mention her?" Wang Chao knew that Li is a common surname in Korea, with many individuals like Li Chun-ki, Li Tai-ki, and Li Wanjia, but hearing this cold and stunning beauty introduce herself was enough to bring a smile to his face. However, just as they were shaking hands, Li Wanjia suddenly launched a kick. It was swift and powerful, leaving no room for reaction, and her footwork was so deceptive that her entire leg seemed to strike from within the sleeve of her attire like a venomous snake. The sleeve kick is a technique that, due to its concealed force and short distance, is incredibly difficult to defend against. Often, when one shakes hands, the opponent's chin can be struck, resulting in severe injuries. Or even worse, in ancient times, sleeves were voluminous, allowing for such techniques to appear as if they emerged from the fabric itself. The technique referred to as sleeve bottom kick is a remarkably lethal maneuver. Akin to similar techniques found in martial arts across various nations, it is evident that Taekwondo has integrated this form of striking. However, executing such a kick necessitates considerable flexibility in the leg muscles and ligaments. Without extensive and rigorous training, one would be incapable of delivering such a blow. This sudden strike reveals that Li Wanji, the strikingly beautiful president, possesses formidable leg strength. Her intention is unmistakable. This is a test. Since she was introduced by Chao Yi to oversee the dojo and prevent disturbances, she must undoubtedly be highly skilled. If Wang Chao cannot evade this kick, he must promptly leave. Indeed, this kick is vicious. Launched under the guise of a handshake, leaving no room for defense. Any practitioner would find it difficult to avoid such a surprise attack. Fortunately, Wang Chao's foundation in Baguazhang emphasizes stealth and agility, enabling him to discern subtle cues. He has learned the essence of listening to the opponent's energy through countless grappling sessions, and has also absorbed insights from his previous encounter with Tang Zichen regarding Tai Chi's listening energy. This principle involves sensing the opponent's balance through their body, allowing one to manipulate their center of gravity to induce a fall. Wang Chao's internal strength has gradually deepened, and his sensitivity to these cues has sharpened. Although he has yet to reach the level of projecting hidden power, he has made significant strides in understanding his own physical structure through diligent practice and studied. As Wang Chao engaged in a handshake with Li Wanji, he became acutely aware of the tension in her muscles, signaling that her leg was about to strike. The nervous system must trigger the muscles for a kick to be executed, requiring a reflexive response from the brain. Tang Zichen could effortlessly project an opponent when making contact, utilizing hidden energy to stimulate their nerves, causing them to leap involuntarily. Wang Chao, however, is still far from mastering such profound control. Had it not been for his recent training in the collapsing fist technique and his comprehension of listening energy, evading this kick would have been exceedingly challenging. As he shook hands with Li Wanji, Wang Chao employed a nimble evasive maneuver, swiftly leaping out of the office just in time to avoid her strike. It must be noted that he had become quite adept in Chao Yi's residence, reacting almost instinctively as he rushed to the door. Following this, he executed a powerful punch that struck the office door, which, although lavishly decorated, was not as robust as the one at Chao Yi's home. His blow shattered the door into splinters without propelling him back. Li Wanji, having just missed her kick, was caught off guard as Wang Chao swiftly exited. Shutting the door behind him, in the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed as the door disintegrated, splintered wood flying in all directions. Li Wanji let out a startled cry and promptly kicked away the debris. Wang Chao then sauntered back into the room, casually addressing her, "Miss Li, how do you find my performance? Was I able to pass the test?" "I must apologize for the door," seeing her kick the wood aside. He privately lamented that had the door been solid wood, Li Wanji would have matched Chao Yi's prowess. The absence of a decisive victory left him feeling a sense of regret. This tactic proved exceptionally effective, particularly in the confines of an office, where one could gain the upper hand and swiftly overpower an opponent. Wang Chao felt a sense of satisfaction in his inventive technique of bursting through the door and striking it with force. Despite a hint of disappointment, he soon recalled his purpose for being there: to secure a financial opportunity. Damaging the door of the formidable Li Wanji could present complications. Taekwondo is adept at branding and commercial success, having established a strong foothold in the market and cultural realm, whereas traditional martial arts focus solely on combat without the allure of performance, leaving practitioners struggling to thrive. Along his journey, many affluent individuals have embraced this art, generously dispensing their wealth, which cannot be allowed to continue unchallenged. Moreover, today was meant for practical application, and here, such practice is entirely lawful. Indeed. The person introduced by Director Chao is truly impressive, a chime echoed. And shortly thereafter, two men clad in work uniforms arrived to clear the area and arrange for a new door installation. The men, taken aback by the scattered debris, remained silent and promptly set to work. As they arrived, Director Chao had already informed them of their task, prompting Wang Chao to inquire, "If I may ask, what is the monthly salary for overseeing this dojo?" Having matured in his martial arts journey, Wang Chao spoke with newfound confidence. "I apologize, Mr. Wang. We cannot determine that just yet. However, I can assure you that you have successfully passed the first assessment. You are aware that I have many skilled coaches under my command, and they will not easily concede. You must impress them before I can formally appoint you as our dojo's premier instructor. Our alliance is an institution that respects the strong and values the worthy. Should you demonstrate genuine skill, we will ensure your compensation meets your expectations." Li Wanji then beckoned Wang Chao to follow her, stating, "Mr. Wang, please accompany me. Our coaches are awaiting you in the VIP combat arena." With that, she led him through a corridor, navigating several twists and turns until they arrived at a vast, open training area. The expansive venue, measuring several hundred square meters, was adorned with a black and white carpet, with a large section cordoned off. Surrounding it were numerous elegant sofas and coffee tables, clearly designated for spectators. In the center stood a row of individuals clad in pristine white uniforms with black belts, approximately a dozen, 3 of whom were women. Scattered on the outer sofas were a few men and women, mostly middle-aged, along with several attractive young women, all exuding an air of sophistication. Upon noticing Wang Chao and Li Wanji's entrance, they regarded them with keen interest. "Mr. Wang, please change into a training uniform," Li Wanji advised. "No need," Wang Chao replied, striding confidently into the arena. Chapter 24. The Fight That Made Someone Cry. This is excessive." As Wang Chao entered without changing, the row of Taekwondo black belt instructors began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes directed at him with growing anger and disdain. The instructor known as Li Feng, whom Wang Chao had encountered in Li Wanji's office, was the first to step forward, letting out a disdainful snort. "I am Li Feng, a 4th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. I look forward to your guidance." Li Feng eschewed pleasantries, adopting a stance with legs apart and fists clenched. "Li Feng, have you forgotten the most basic etiquette? One cannot engage in combat with such impatience." Li Wanji chided softly as she passed by him, her tone stern. "Be cautious. I assessed this individual in the office, and he is quite agile and strong. However, he relies on long-range techniques. You should close the distance and grapple to secure victory." Li Wanji's extensive combat experience was evident, as she quickly deduced this crucial insight from their brief encounter. "Understood, President," Li Feng responded, his demeanor shifting from impulsive to composed as he called out to Wang Chao, "I look forward to your guidance." At this moment, Li Wanji approached the line of black belt instructors, whispering a few additional instructions before exiting the arena to greet some affluent spectators. "President Li, who is this young man? Why are there so many black belt instructors competing against him today?" A middle-aged man with a slight paunch and a beer belly inquired, casting furtive glances at Li Wanji's well-endowed figure. "Director Wu," Li Wanji greeted him politely. "This is someone introduced by Director Chao, here to apply for the position of our dojo's top instructor. We are currently conducting an assessment." Though she found Director Wu's leering gaze distasteful, Li Wanji maintained her composure. Director Wu was a prominent real estate mogul, his company dominating a significant portion of the provincial market. Aside from the most luxurious developments, Nearly all upscale residential projects bore the name of his firm. Such a wealthy patron was among the dojo's elite members, contributing substantial annual fees while also sponsoring numerous taekwondo events throughout the province. Naturally, Li Wanji could not afford to offend him. "Someone introduced by Old Chow," Director Wu mused, his gaze shifting from Li Wanji to the central figure of Wang Chao. Surprised by the notion that such a young man could be vying for the role of premier instructor at the dojo, the woman seated at the opposite end of the sofa overheard and expressed her astonishment. The woman, adorned in a martial arts uniform, possessed skin as smooth and fair as cream. Her beautiful visage exuded a mature charm, clearly marking her as a married woman. When General Zhang and Li Wanji noticed her speaking, they nodded in acknowledgement and greeted her courteously. This captivating woman was Zhang Tong, the president of a prestigious French international cosmetics group, overseeing 5 provinces in South China. Typically, beautiful women of high society engage in self-defense techniques and combat training. And naturally, President Zhang Tong was a distinguished member of the Taekwondo Alliance, having earned her black belt through rigorous practice. Zhang Tong frequently visited this dojo for training, fully understanding the significance of the top-tier instructors present. Previously, the dojo's leading coach had been Chao Yi, whose background was well known to Zhang Tong. A former Special Forces soldier, Chao Yi had swiftly ascended the ranks in recent years, having been promoted 4 or 5 levels during the last restructuring, indicating a person with influential connections who initially served at the grassroots level to obscure his true potential before being rapidly elevated to a high position. It was evident to anyone, especially a seasoned businesswoman like Zhang Tong, that Chao Yi was destined for a remarkable career in governance. With Chao Yi's recent promotion, he could no longer continue in his role as the leading coach, prompting Zhang Tong to ponder who might fill this crucial position. The International Taekwondo Alliance's branch in S Province had been thriving in recent years, attracting considerable attention and scrutiny. With the absence of a capable coach, complications were bound to arise. Although the disturbances caused by challengers could be addressed through police intervention, such actions would tarnish the dojo's reputation. Moreover, the esteemed members relished the opportunity to engage in friendly sparring, as it provided entertainment akin to a thrilling combat spectacle. In contrast, while brutal underground fighting rings thrived in some coastal regions and abroad for the amusement of the wealthy, such activities faced fierce crackdowns from the authorities in the mainland, rendering them virtually non-viable and depriving affluent individuals of this form of entertainment. Regardless of one's ferocity or prowess, the presence of armed police could swiftly turn the tide. The young man remained remarkably composed. Upon Li Wanji's subtle suggestion, Zhang Tong developed a keen interest in Wang Chao, who was on the mat. With a delicate flick of her slender nails, she rose from her seat and stepped into the adjacent room, where she poured herself a half glass of red wine, savoring it while keeping her gaze fixed on Wang Chao. Li Wanji understood that Zhang Tong would indulge in wine whenever she was particularly intrigued by something. At this moment, the black belt 4th Dan, Li Feng, had already engaged in combat with Wang Chao. Li Feng initiated the encounter with a beautifully executed front kick aimed at Wang Chao's abdomen, the fabric of his clothing creating a resounding whoosh. Taekwondo emphasizes elegant leg techniques, comprising over 10 distinct kicking methods, including the more advanced jumping kicks. Li Feng's powerful kick created a rush of air, a testament to the strength he had developed. Wang Chao, however, did not flinch. He lowered his stance, drew in his abdomen, and released a powerful breath through his mouth while simultaneously striking back. Their fists collided with a sharp impact. The speed of his punch was akin to an arrow, relying solely on the power generated from his core. In accordance with the principles of his style, Wang Chao did not employ the bagua palm, as its swift strikes could be lethal, and its fluid movements lacked the necessary intimidation factor. Instead, he opted for a shingy approach, advancing with robust footwork reminiscent of a plow breaking the soil. Aiming to dominate the center line as their fists and feet met, Wang Chao's arms bulged with muscle, his skin taut and his pores resembling iron nodules, which caused Li Feng to furrow his brow in discomfort. He quickly retracted his leg, rubbing it on the carpet to alleviate the pain. Yet, Wang Chao did not relent. He pressed forward, his feet gliding across the carpet, leaving behind long impressions with each step. The principles of striking emphasized persistence, and in the teachings of Cheng Tinghua there was a saying, "Striking is as intimate as kissing. When one party withdraws, the other must pursue without hesitation." This relentless pursuit embodied the essence of combat. Just as Li Feng withdrew his leg, he felt the carpet tremble beneath him, akin to a minor earthquake. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and Wang Chao was right before him. It was an opportune moment. Although he had not anticipated Wang Chao's speed, Li Wanji had previously advised him to utilize grappling techniques against Wang Chao. Li Feng swiftly extended his arms, twisting and entangling himself, crashing into Wang Chao's body. He then executed a swift leg sweep, targeting Wang Chao's calf joint, aiming to throw him down. This technique, known as a quick throw in Taekwondo, was designed to continuously topple opponents during combat. Wang Chao had initially intended to deliver a powerful punch to send Li Feng flying. But to his surprise, Li Feng narrowly evaded the blow, shifting his weight and allowing the punch to pass while simultaneously securing a hold on him. As Li Feng embraced him, Wang Chao's center of gravity faltered. Excellent grappling technique, Wang Chao silently commended, as he intentionally tilted his body, feigning a loss of balance, resembling a snake coiling around Li Feng. Li Feng attempted another throw but failed to dislodge Wang Chao, who quickly regained his balance, grounding himself and channeling his energy. You throw me, and I shall throw you back. The two men entwined their arms, and in the moment that Li Feng exerted his strength again, Wang Chao, with keen sensitivity, detected the opponent's energy flow and center of gravity. Instinctively, he stepped back, pulling Li Feng forward. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chao executed a spinning palm strike, delivering a powerful blow that sent Li Feng soaring through the air, landing several meters away on the ground. As Li Feng struggled to rise, his eyes rolled back, and he gasped for breath, finally collapsing to the floor. Did I make him cry? Wang Chao was astonished to see Li Feng in such a state. The execution of Wang Chao's spinning palm strike was not only aesthetically impressive but also left a powerful impact, prompting Zhang Tong, who had been observing from outside, to rise in excitement, causing a slight spill of red wine on her pristine martial arts uniform. Chapter 25. The most classic technique indeed. The art of combat demands skill. Without proper technique, one cannot succeed. Having executed a flawless spinning palm strike that sent Li Feng flying, Wang Chao felt a profound sense of accomplishment. While shaking hands with Li Wanji, he had a sudden insight, recognizing the tension in Li Wanji's hand muscles, indicating an impending leg strike. However, during his grappling match with Li Feng, he had honed his ability to sense the opponent's energy and weight distribution through their entwined arms, ultimately propelling Li Feng away with precision. This sensation was exhilarating. Could this be the essence of Tai Chi? Wang Chao recalled Tang Zichen's words. Tai Chi has no complex techniques. The postures performed by practitioners are merely meant to impress the elite of the capital. The true essence of Tai Chi lies in sensing the opponent's energy and understanding their movement. Though it may seem simple, when engaged in combat, the ability to manipulate and disrupt an opponent's center of gravity is infinitely versatile. Reflecting on his recent sparring session, Wang Chao recognized his own shortcomings. Indeed, when Li Feng had engaged him closely, attempting to grapple, he had nearly been thrown off balance. Had it not been for his quick adaptation, employing a technique reminiscent of a snake wrapping around a tree to maintain his center of gravity, he might have been defeated. Ultimately, his stability and refined leg work had saved him. Both Bagua and Xingyi styles emphasize leg techniques, even if they are not always prominently displayed in combat. The movement of the legs is critical for maintaining balance and power. Once the feet leave the ground, the individual loses leverage and becomes vulnerable. Wang Chao had little respect for styles that relied heavily on kicking, such as Taekwondo, yet he understood that they prioritized performance over practical application. The effectiveness of Tai Chi, rooted in sensitivity and awareness, allowed one to perceive their surroundings acutely. Silently absorbing the lessons from his recent encounters, Wang Chao developed a deeper appreciation for the intricacies of Bagua, Xingyi, and Tai Chi, realizing that the spinning palm technique was intertwined with grappling skills. Indeed, the esteemed elder Chang Tinghua had once studied wrestling before delving into Bagua under Dong Haichuan, ultimately creating a unique synthesis of palm techniques and grappling methods. It became clear to Wang Chao that combat was a holistic practice, requiring the integration of various disciplines to achieve mastery. Moving forward, he resolved to embrace a comprehensive approach to fighting, drawing from the strengths of multiple styles. With a surge of fierce determination igniting within him, Wang Chao called out to the remaining black belt instructors, eager for another challenge. At that moment, a lower-ranked black belt instructor stepped forward to assist Li Feng, who was being led away. Just you wait. I will seek you out again, Li Feng managed to utter, his voice laced with resentment, casting a venomous glance at Wang Chao, his intentions unmistakably vengeful. Alas, this individual unmistakably exudes narrow-mindedness and a haughty arrogance. Likely having never faced any significant setbacks before today, when I brought him to tears. The loss of face is quite severe, and I suspect he will resort to underhanded tactics against me in the future. Had I known, I should have dealt a decisive blow. A snake that is not killed will surely strike back. Wang Chao caught a glimpse of Li Feng's gaze and felt a pang of regret. But the latter had already exited, making it unwise to pursue him for a more forceful confrontation. Wang Chao was not a benevolent soul. Previously, he had lacked the strength to showcase his true capabilities. However, with his martial arts skills now showing signs of progress, his thoughts had become increasingly nuanced, and through various experiences, he had gained a deeper understanding of human relationships and the complexities of life. Black Belt 6th Dan, Lu Wenjun. Please offer your guidance. At that moment, a composed middle-aged man approached, radiating a presence that far surpassed that of Li Feng. While Li Feng had a 4th Dan Black Belt, which allowed for qualification assessments only after the age of 21, Lu Wenjun's 6th Dan required one to be over 30. The disparity in age reflects not just a difference in years, but a chasm in training and technique. Lu Wenjun was likely the strongest among the black belts present. What a delightful opportunity for me to test my skills. Wang Chao's mind was filled with anticipation for a real battle, hoping for an opponent even stronger than Lu Wenjun. Just as he was about to express his enthusiasm, Lu Wenjun lunged forward, leaping approximately 1.67 meters in the air, delivering a fierce double kick aimed at Wang Chao's head. This kicking technique was among the pinnacle of Taekwondo, a graceful yet powerful maneuver. Wang Chao immediately felt a gust of wind rush past him. His eyes stung, and his breathing became constricted. He recognized the ferocity of the attack. If it landed, it would surely result in at least a mild concussion. Indeed, it was powerful and spectacular. Wang Chao's instincts kicked in, prompting him to swiftly dodge to the side. The force Lu Wenjun exerted in his leap required at least 2 seconds of build-up. Allowing Wang Chao to evade easily as Lu Wenjun landed, he swiftly raised his leg high, as if wielding a great axe, and struck down toward Wang Chao's head with another fierce kick. Such a technique would undoubtedly be devastating against an untrained individual. But for Wang Chao, the obvious buildup of energy made it relatively easy to avoid. Having trained in the 8 trigram stepping techniques, he could change his footing with remarkable speed. Even if Lu Wenjun's kicks were twice as fast, they would not touch him. However, Lu Wenjun's continuous kicking displayed an impressive fluidity, maintaining an offensive stance without a moment's pause, revealing his solid foundation and ample stamina. Wang Chao found it challenging to pinpoint any weaknesses. A Taekwondo practitioner with skills honed to such a degree could easily handle 7 or 8 street thugs. Untrained individuals would be unable to evade even a single strike. Wang Chao mused to himself, skillfully dodging, yet realizing that this youth possessed genuine skill. He was not to be underestimated. The intrigued CEO Zhang Tong observed for a while and discerned the underlying strategy. If Lu Wenjun could maintain this speed and power, he posed no real threat. However, should his stamina falter and a gap appear, the battle would swiftly conclude. As expected, after approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Lu Wenjun's speed and strength noticeably waned, clearly due to excessive fatigue. Nevertheless, his ability to sustain such continuous aggression for that duration showcased the prowess of a 6th Dan Black Belt. Wang Chao pondered what kind of nourishment Lu Wenjun consumed daily, as he could endure such intense exertion for an extended period. It was evident that to achieve mastery, one must cultivate sufficient stamina through proper conditioning. Individuals with such attributes often possess pure techniques, rapid speed, and robust endurance, making them formidable opponents even to seasoned internal martial artists, unless the latter had achieved a level of internal transformation that could surpass those who relied solely on external training. However, Lu Wenjun had not yet reached that pinnacle. Although his kicks were fierce, they lacked variation and follow-up techniques, relying solely on raw intensity. Once that intensity diminished, so too would his effectiveness. Just as Lu Wenjun launched another powerful front kick, Wang Chao sidestepped and angled his foot, allowing the kick to miss. As Lu Wenjun retracted his leg to strike again, Wang Chao seized the opportunity to advance, bending his left leg and thrusting his knee forward between Lu Wenjun's legs, a classic move from Xingyiquan. This maneuver involved inserting one leg between the opponents and then pivoting forward, exerting force akin to a bear crashing into a tree, causing Lu Wenjun to be propelled backward onto the carpet. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Heroes emerge from youth. Zhang Tong was the first to set down her wine glass and applaud. Lu Wenjun, being the highest-ranking coach in the dojo and the only 6th Dan black belt, possessed first-rate combat skills and experience. His defeat left the other coaches hesitant to engage, much to Wang Chao's disappointment. His competitive spirit had just been ignited, yet he felt he had not yet showcased his full potential. However, with the others refraining from stepping forward, he could not force the issue. A sensation akin to a drunkard whose bottle had been snatched away, leaving him quite uncomfortable. "Young man, what is your name and how old are you?" Zhang Tong exclaimed, her voice as sweet and soft as glutinous rice wine, as she gracefully approached the center of the arena. Wang Chao met her gaze, standing tall and nodding politely before simply stating his name. His physical prowess had grown, along with his confidence, transforming his demeanor and presence. Martial arts cultivate one's energy, which in turn nourishes the spirit, enhancing the individual's character. This principle was articulated by the two martial arts masters, Song Shirong and Sun Lutong, when discussing internal and external practices. Those skilled in nurturing their energy belong to the internal school, while those who do not fall into the external category. Practitioners of martial arts refine their energy to transform their spirit, moving from the external to the internal realm, embodying the authentic nature of a child, steady and composed, acting decisively without malice toward others. Wang Chao, though still a novice in martial arts, was gradually evolving through his training. Zhang Tong grew increasingly pleased with Wang Chao's responses and demeanor, a sentiment not lost on Li Wanji, who approached with concern. "Has the assessment been passed?" Wang Chao turned to inquire. Li Wanji instructed someone to assist Lu Wenjun out before addressing the remaining black belt coaches. "What are your thoughts?" Seeing Wang Chao's formidable skills in defeating a 4th Dan and a 6th Dan, the black belt coaches had no objections. Notably, 3 female coaches watched Wang Chao with keen interest. "Very well. I now formally appoint you as a special grade coach for our dojo, representing the International Taekwondo Federation's Asian branch in S Province. Please follow me to sign the official employment documents." Li Wanji stated with gravity. This arrangement seemed prudent. "I shall review the contract to ascertain its terms. After all, in this day and age, one must rely on written agreements." Wang Chao reflected to himself before offering Zhang Tong a courteous nod and a smile as a farewell. "Wait, young man, after signing the contract, would you care to join me for a meal?" Zhang Tong extended her hand gracefully, addressing Wang Chao. "That would be most welcome." Having triumphed in 2 matches, Wang Chao's understanding of martial arts had matured, and his conversational skills had become increasingly polished. He extended his hand to shake Zhang Tong's before following Li Wanji to another office. Subsequently, Li Wanji presented a contract for Wang Chao to review. As he examined the document, he found it straightforward and comprehensible, outlining a few key responsibilities: engaging with visitors and maintaining the dojo's reputation. The work schedule did not require daily attendance, but he must be available within 2 hours if called upon. Additionally, one clause stated that should he damage the dojo's reputation during interactions with visitors, the contract would be immediately terminated, and he would be liable for compensation for the loss of reputation. The specific amount to be determined by the Taekwondo Association. Wang Chao grasped the implication that if he failed to defeat an opponent, not only would he forfeit his salary, but he would also have to pay for the damage to the dojo's reputation. Upon reading this clause, he noticed the salary figure below, a monthly wage of 45,000 yuan, with no provisions for meals or accommodation. Was this clause regarding compensation present when Uncle Chao applied? Wang Chao inquired, pointing to the stipulation. "Not at all," Li Wanji replied tersely. "Director Chao had special circumstances, so that clause was omitted. However, his monthly salary was only 30,000. Now that I have included that clause, your compensation has been adjusted accordingly. Are there any aspects you find unsatisfactory? Being a special grade coach is no easy feat. If you lack confidence, you may decline to sign the contract, and we will seek another candidate." Indeed, the addition of that clause accompanied a salary increase, and the terms appeared fair. Most importantly, the prospect of engaging in combat while being compensated is a rare opportunity. Thus, Wang Chao resolved to sign the contract after a moment of contemplation. Taking up the pen, he inscribed his name with a flourish. 2 copies were made. "This one is yours, so please keep it well." Li Wanji swiftly signed the contract, affixing the official seal of the Taekwondo Association, before handing one copy to Wang Chao. Then, she retrieved a coaching certificate from the drawer, stating that starting tomorrow, the contract would officially take effect, and he would commence his employment. Remember to bring this document when you start work. Wang Chao accepted the paperwork and exited the office. Upon reaching the lobby, a sleek crimson sports car glided to a halt before him, and the window rolled down automatically, revealing the visage of Zhang Tong. "Get in," she beckoned, tossing her beautiful long hair, which cascaded like water. Wang Chao opened the door and settled into the car, enveloped by a subtle yet enchanting fragrance. "Little brother, your skills are quite impressive. Who did you train with?" As the vehicle roared to life, Zhang Tong, noticing Wang Chao's silence, inquired with keen curiosity. "Well," Wang Chao chuckled, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Zhang Tong, a perceptive woman, quickly grasped the implication and shifted the topic. "I have some understanding of Chinese martial arts. I have a few bodyguards who practice it as well. I wonder which style you have trained in." Wang Chao replied, "I practice Guishu." "What exactly is Guishu?" Zhang Tong asked, intrigued. "It is a martial art focused solely on combat." Devoid of performance, Wang Chao explained, echoing Tang Zichen's words. "Oh?" Zhang Tong elegantly blinked, then pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. They arrived at the most opulent dining establishment in the province, the Star City Tower. Zhang Tong reserved a private room on the 20th floor, ordered an array of exquisite dishes, and then asked, "Little brother, what do you drink?" Wang Chao had been contemplating how to respond during the journey. And now, half-jokingly, he remarked, "Wine is a poison that courses through the body, and beauty is a dagger that cuts to the bone. As practitioners of martial arts, we are quite wary of both." Zhang Tong paused, then burst into a radiant smile. "In that case, I shall refrain from using wine and beauty to tempt you into depravity. Waiter, please brew 2 cups of ginseng oolong." The meal unfolded at a leisurely pace, with Wang Chao deftly navigating Zhang Tong's questions, occasionally sparking a joke or imparting a few profound insights. By the end of the meal, they had grown quite familiar with one another. "Where do you reside?" "Little brother, I can drive you home," Zhang Tong offered after settling the bill. "Tianqing Lake Community. There's no need to drive me. It's quite close," Wang Chao replied. "Oh." Zhang Tong was visibly taken aback. Given her extensive experience in the business world, she could not have missed the fact that Wang Chao belonged to a certain echelon. Yet, upon hearing that he lived in Tianqing Lake Community, she was astonished. The homes there are all villas, costing millions, nearly tens of millions. Could it be that I misjudged him? She began to doubt her own perception. Little did she know, Wang Chao was merely riding on Tang Zichen's coattails. What a coincidence. "My home is also there. I didn't realize we were neighbors. What a fortuitous turn of events." Zhang Tong indeed owned a villa in Tianqing Lake Community, and now she was able to drive Wang Chao home. "Very well then," Wang Chao nodded, and they got into the car. Moments later, they arrived at Tianqing Lake Community. "I reside in Building 18. "Which building is Zhangzong in?" "I am in Building 24 on the lakeside." Indeed, as Zhang Tong saw Wang Chao approach Building 18, she produced an electronic card to unlock the gate and invited him inside, her suspicions about his identity deepening. "I won't go in. Let's save it for another time," Wang Chao said, watching as Zhang Tong drove away, his brow furrowing. The interplay of truth and deception, warm and cool, held its own martial wisdom. Chapter 27. Mastering the Essence of Power. Ever since engaging in 2 sparring matches at the Taekwondo dojo with the 4th-degree black belt Li Feng and the 6th-degree Lu Wenjun, Wang Chao had gained a new layer of understanding and insight into his martial arts, particularly concerning the nuances of Tai Chi's energy, the art of sensing one's center of gravity, and the skills acquired through practical combat experience. As winter break approached, another year had passed, and Wang Chao had undergone a remarkable transformation. A year prior, he was merely an introverted, unremarkable high school student. Yet now he had emerged as a skilled martial artist and had stepped into a high-paying white-collar job earning $500,000 annually, an accomplishment he had never imagined possible. He understood that this success was a result of his serendipitous encounter with Tang Zichen, whose rigorous yet nurturing guidance had shaped him into who he was today. Regrettably, the dual role of teacher and elder sister had now departed, reminiscent of a water goddess or a sword-wielding fairy. Whenever Wang Chao reminisced about that summer evening when the sun descended and night fell, with Tang Zichen standing atop the water, it felt ethereal and dreamlike, akin to a vivid dream. Only through the relentless pursuit of martial arts did he come to realize that moment was entirely real. However, with every advancement in his skills, his yearning for Tang Zichen intensified. Ultimately, he felt an overwhelming urge to traverse the ends of the earth, seeking her out to express his longing. Yet, he knew such aspirations were unrealistic. From her earlier words, he had gleaned that she hailed from abroad and was involved in perilous and enigmatic endeavors. Even if he possessed the wealth and capability to travel, the vastness of the world made it an insurmountable task to locate her. Wang Chao had contemplated investigating the property information for Tianqing Lake community, hoping to uncover some clues, but the community was home to affluent individuals, with no public records available. Furthermore, the real estate company's headquarters belonged to a colossal foreign enterprise, and with his current means, he could not penetrate its inner workings to obtain information. Lacking alternatives, the only thing Wang Chao could do was reminisce and contemplate martial arts, seeking to unearth the vibrant essence of Tang Zichen within, to alleviate his longing. Moreover, even if he were to see her now, his martial arts skills were still a far cry from transcendent mastery. How could he possibly assist her? Each bout of sparring had imparted valuable lessons, revealing that martial arts truly flourish through practical experience. Regrettably, despite his position as a top instructor at the Taekwondo dojo, he had not encountered a single challenger in the past 10 days since signing the contract. However, he diligently made rounds at the dojo, occasionally sparring with other black belt instructors. Alas, those instructors were no match for him, since comprehending the subtleties of Tai Chi, every time he engaged with them, he could easily discern their center of gravity, effortlessly tossing them aside. Such practice, however, did deepen his understanding of the intricate connections between the body's nerves, muscles, and bones. After a few days, the instructors at the Taekwondo dojo began to fear Wang Chao. Upon his arrival, they would make excuses to avoid him. Though the dojo's mat was soft, covered in carpet, being thrown was still an unpleasant experience, especially since Wang Chao's throws were not mere wrestling moves but rather executed with precision and power, utilizing his entire body's mechanics, resulting in those throws soaring through the air before landing heavily. To outsiders, it appeared spectacular, yet for those thrown, it was a painful ordeal. Similar to Li Feng, the 3 female instructors who had sparred with Wang Chao once were left in tears after being tossed. However, Li Feng had mysteriously vanished, as if he had resigned and disappeared without a trace. Had he adopted the principle of a gentleman's revenge, waiting a decade to practice in secret? Wang Chao had a strong inkling of Li Feng's intentions. Without practical combat, one would inevitably feel unfulfilled. Despite the Taekwondo dojo's commercial success, filled with beautiful waitresses, some of whom were university students working part-time, most men attending were drawn by the allure of these charming women. Although Wang Chao was at the tender age of 17 or 18, a time when one is particularly sensitive to the opposite sex, he felt no attraction towards these girls. Firstly, he was captivated by the goddess sister Tang Zichen. Secondly, he was engrossed in martial arts, wherein every action and stillness was imbued with the spirit of combat. He had no leisure for distractions. With the lack of sparring partners, Wang Chao ceased his visits to the dojo after a few weeks and instead moved into Tang Zichen's villa, dedicating his days to practicing martial arts and seeking out literature on Guishu to broaden his knowledge. The golden era of Guishu was during the late Qing and early Republic, when leaders like Sun Yat-sen and Feng Yuxiang advocated for its vigorous development to strengthen the nation and its people. With the government's support, martial arts activities flourished, yielding many top-tier masters over the course of more than a century. However, since the establishment of the nation, numerous movements had disrupted the transmission of Guishu, leading to a depletion of talent. The Confucians disrupted law with literature, while the knights violated prohibitions with martial prowess. In times of chaos, many knights arose. In peaceful times, those knights became mere rabble. The martial arts of killing and combat thrived in turbulent eras but fell silent in times of tranquility, a truth unshakable throughout history. Wang Chao, after delving into various materials on national martial arts, found himself continually encountering numerous esteemed predecessors and gradually grasping some profound principles within. Holding a copy of Baguazhang's study, he meticulously studied its contents. Upon reaching a chapter discussing the Yang fire and Yin symbol technique, he felt a deep resonance with the practice of Baguazhang, drawing connections between the teachings and his own experiences and reflections. Each movement in Baguazhang requires a dual force. One is the explicit force, known as Yang fire, and the other is the implicit force, referred to as Yin symbol. This tome, Baguazhang Study, is the magnum opus of the eminent martial artist Sun Lutong from the Republic era. employing Taoist terminology to elucidate the martial techniques with intricate expressions and lacking specific training methods. Only those with a foundational understanding and familiarity with the terminology can attain insight through diligent study and personal experience. Indeed, it is true that without a classic, there can be no transmission of knowledge, and without a teacher, comprehension remains superficial. Thanks to the earlier guidance from Tang Zichen, Wang Chao was able to discern the principles and experiences articulated in those texts. After consulting several resources and completing his readings, Wang Chao felt a distinct improvement in his martial arts. He ventured to the training room behind the villa and practiced a set of baguazhang atop a water tank. To his delight, he found it flowed much more smoothly than before, his steps turning stable and even along the tank's edge, his palms flying like leaves in a tempest, executing wide-open strikes that surprisingly incorporated elements of the vigorous advances of Xingyiquan. He pondered, would applying a layer of cooking oil upon the tank's edge cause him to slip? As he practiced, a more challenging training method dawned upon him. Without hesitation, he dashed to the kitchen, retrieved a container of cooking oil, and meticulously applied it to the tank's rim until it gleamed with a slippery sheen. Only then did he remove his shoes, stepping cautiously upon it. Indeed, the oiled surface was astonishingly slick. The moment he placed his foot down, he felt unsteady, his feet sliding violently. A slight shift resulted in a loud thud as he fell. Fortunately, his foundational leg skills allowed him to execute a somersault midair, landing safely on the ground and averting injury. What a delightful challenge! Wang Chao, undeterred and rather elated, leapt back up, this time exerting strength through his toes, gripping the tank's edge with his fingers like claws. While his thigh and calf muscles tensed to the utmost, it must be said that his regular leg training bore fruit, as he gradually learned to harness the slipping force, managing to maintain some stability as he transitioned his steps. Over the course of 2 days, Wang Chao initially stumbled over a dozen times, but as time progressed, his falls diminished. He gradually acquainted himself with the dynamics of force beneath his feet, increasing his speed atop the oiled rim until it felt no different from before. Could he perhaps strike a sandbag atop it as well? Wang Chao sought to challenge himself further. Bang! He struck the sandbag high, yet the recoil caused him to slip, hastily adjusting his footing to maintain balance. However, his body collided with another sandbag, and ultimately, he was forcefully knocked off the tank. It must be noted that training on an oiled tank proved to be tenfold more difficult than before. Consequently, Wang Chao found himself frequently falling, reminiscent of his earlier practice sessions, though this time without Tang Zichen present to observe. Nevertheless, the current Wang Chao had developed a nascent internal strength, his stamina robust, and his bodily awareness vastly improved compared to before. The repeated falls did not inflict significant damage upon him. Days turned into weeks, and for half a month, aside from meals and rest, Wang Chao dedicated his time to practicing on the tank. In addition to baguazhang, he also honed his skills in xingyi and the dragon snake combined technique. Gradually, each time he spun his body, he felt the slickness beneath his feet, unleashing punches against the sandbag while adjusting his force to maintain balance, all while keeping a vigilant eye and ear on the sandbag's impact. His falls became increasingly rare, and his reactions grew more agile, instinctively employing various stances from the 12 forms during his balance adjustments. Ultimately, Wang Chao felt as if his body was a harmonious entity, with all his joints and muscles entwined, creating a sensation of transparency throughout. Aha! This was the phenomenon of having refined and aligned his internal energy. Approaching the upper echelon of explicit force, as the winter break swiftly passed, during the festive season, Wang Chao, absorbed in his martial arts, returned home only once, gifting his parents 5,000 yuan, claiming it was earned through hard work. Much to their delight, in the final days of the break, having practiced for over a month atop the oiled tank, he found that he no longer stumbled, regardless of the movements he executed. Once his feet were firmly planted, he felt an unparalleled comfort. A casual exertion produced a crisp, resounding crack. Mastery of his internal energy led to this clear sound. Why had no one come to challenge the dojo during this winter break? Just as he prepared to return home, his phone rang with a loud tone. Upon answering, he recognized Li Wanji's cold voice. Hurry to the dojo. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Chao quickly turned off his phone and hailed a taxi. Racing toward the dojo. Over the past 2 months, Li Wanji had been punctual with salary payments, never delaying. Wang Chao had no intention of being careless. Upon arriving at the dojo, Wang Chao noticed a disarrayed atmosphere among the personnel. Usually, only students in martial uniforms occupied the space, but now, a number of young individuals clad in diverse attire had appeared. University students, both male and female, some proudly displaying their university badges. Excitement radiated from their faces as they jostled toward the elevator, creating a congested scene. What was happening? Spotting a curious young woman at the reception desk, Wang Chao approached her to inquire. "Ah, it's Coach Wang," she exclaimed, momentarily failing to recognize him, for he was garbed in a purple tang suit. Exuding a mature demeanor, the days spent reading and nurturing his spirit had significantly transformed his outlook, influencing even his attire, much of which was inspired by Tang Zichen's style. "What is going on? Is someone here to challenge us?" Wang Chao interrupted her chatter. "Indeed. This time is different. Previously, challengers were merely practitioners of Sanda or karate who would announce their intentions for friendly exchanges. But this time, a university student has come. Apparently, one of our students stirred up trouble at the university, leading to this confrontation. You should have seen it. The moment he entered, he took down 2 instructors immediately. Such arrogance. And he clearly came to challenge us, without any pretense of exchange. We don't know how this will unfold. He has already gone upstairs to issue a challenge." Wang Chao listened intently as the receptionist recounted the unfolding events, his mind racing with thoughts. University students? He was taken aback. Having worked here for a month or two, he had gained some understanding of the dojo's dynamics. Typically, challengers were those who trained elsewhere, often seeking to recruit students under the guise of mutual exchange. A direct confrontation, however, was exceedingly rare. Yet this was precisely the scenario that would create a stir, a dispute at the university leading to a challenge at the dojo. Wang Chao recognized that Taekwondo also had branches in universities, often termed clubs, with student leaders who were exceptional practitioners, some even holding black belts. Moreover, apart from Taekwondo clubs, there were martial arts and Sanda clubs, and conflicts between them were common. However, it was indeed uncommon for such disputes to escalate to a challenge at the headquarters. After all, the Taekwondo headquarters housed skilled fighters, and all instructors held black belts, capable of delivering strikes that most could scarcely endure. Could there truly be skilled fighters among university students? It seemed improbable. Was the world changing so rapidly? Were there hidden talents emerging? Wang Chao, however, remained oblivious to the fact that he was still a senior in high school. At that moment, his phone rang again. Upon answering, it was once more Li Wanji. "Have you arrived yet?" "Yes, I'm in the lobby asking about the situation." "What is happening?" Wang Chao responded. "No time for questions. Get upstairs to the top-floor combat room immediately. I'll explain once you arrive." Li Wanji's voice was tinged with urgency. "Understood. I'm on my way." Wang Chao promptly rushed into the elevator, only then realizing that everyone was heading for the 36th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he saw Li Wanji waiting nearby, ready to pull him aside. "I have become acquainted with the unfolding events. It is a mere conflict among a group of college students in a society, which should be manageable," Wang Chao remarked to Li Wanji, with a grave expression, shook her head and said, "I did not anticipate that there would be such formidable combatants among university students." Several coaches were swiftly defeated upon entering the arena, and Coach Lu Wenjun, despite donning protective gear, was knocked unconscious by a single elbow strike. This student possesses formidable skills, excelling in elbow strikes and close-quarters grappling. He is both fierce and unyielding. When you engage with him, exercise utmost caution and avoid contact with his elbows as much as possible. Li Wanji proved to be a responsible president, at least based on Wang Chao's observations over the past few days. She demonstrated diligence and exceptional planning abilities characteristic of a formidable businesswoman. Elbow strikes, fierce and violent. Wang Chao pondered for a moment. "Where is he now?" "I shall handle this. Let us proceed," Li Wanji replied, leading him to the same combat room from before. At that moment, a large crowd of students and trainees gathered outside the room, with several coaches stationed at the entrance, preventing anyone from rushing in. However, the combat room was open, allowing a clear view of the situation within. One should never provoke a student," Li Wanji remarked with a sigh. Wang Chao nodded and entered, immediately spotting a youth standing at the center of the room. This youth appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, but his slightly elevated and handsome nose, sword-like eyebrows, and sparkling eyes combined to create a strikingly attractive presence. He wore a pair of faded jeans, and his upper body was bare, revealing well-defined and muscular arms. Where's that coach you mentioned? It seems Taekwondo is truly lacking. If you cannot produce someone to contend with my brother today, do not bother establishing a Taekwondo club at our university, lest you suffer embarrassment. As Wang Chao stepped into the combat room, he heard a voice brimming with arrogance. Looking around, Wang Chao noticed several tall young men standing at the edge of the arena, clearly encouraging the youth to challenge others. On the opposite side, he was surprised to see Zhang Tong, still clad in her martial arts attire, casually holding a small glass of red wine. Upon noticing Wang Chao's entrance, she nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes flashing with excitement. "It appears everything now rests on you, Coach Wang," Li Wanji said, giving Wang Chao a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As Wang Chao entered the arena, silence enveloped the surroundings, with everyone astonished by the sight of a figure clad in a purple tang suit and traditional cloth shoes. "Are you the coach?" Upon approaching the youth in jeans, the boy seemed to comprehend the situation, revealing a hint of surprise as he appraised Wang Chao from head to toe. "Yes," Wang Chao replied with a smile, adopting the amiable tone of Tang Zicheng. "You are here to spar and exchange skills, are you not? I am the top coach here. If you defeat me, you shall claim victory. Oh, the youth snorted in disbelief, then inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Wang Chao." "And you?" Wang Chao reciprocated the appraisal. "I am Zhao Xinglong." Noting Wang Chao's composed demeanor, the youth became wary, sensing that Wang Chao was indeed a formidable opponent. "In that case, make your move," Wang Chao smiled. Zhao Xinglong shook his head. "I do not wish to cause any fatalities. You should wear protective gear." "Cause fatalities?" Wang Chao frowned, pondering. Has he done so before? With that thought, he opted to forego further conversation and suddenly advanced towards Zhao Xinglong. The moment Zhao Xinglong saw Wang Chao closing in, his expression shifted, and he muttered, "Do not blame me." Suddenly, he unleashed his full strength, his body emitting a faint cracking sound, goosebumps rising all over as he radiated an aura of danger. Akin to a leopard stalking its prey, Wang Chao instantly sensed a perilous energy. He had encountered a true master. Zhao Xinglong practiced internal martial arts, and judging by his demeanor, he had likely endured numerous combat encounters. No wonder he expressed a desire to avoid causing harm. Such prowess exists within the university. This world indeed harbors hidden talents and fierce competitors. Wang Chao's initial advance was merely a test. Yet it revealed Zhao Xinglong's formidable skill, confirming that he was no ordinary adversary. Instantly, Wang Chao heightened his focus to a state of utmost alertness. With a crash, Zhao Xinglong charged forward, his body colliding with the force of a mountain. His speed was swift and powerful, causing the ground to tremble beneath his momentum. Iron Mountain Crash. Wang Chao recognized the impending danger. This technique was noted in Tang Zicheng's national martial arts record as one of the most ferocious and classic moves in martial arts. Specifically from the 8 Extremes Fist. The 8 Extremes are categorized into large and small frameworks. The large framework focuses on techniques, while the small framework emphasizes stance training. While one can become adept solely through the large framework, it does not cultivate internal strength. The 8 Extremes excel in elbow strikes, having evolved from spear techniques, using the arms as weapons to inflict severe damage. Moreover, at advanced levels, practitioners can attain a cleansing method through the rhythmic sounds of HM and Ha that control the body's joints and muscles, producing a sound akin to a tiger's roar. In the past, the renowned Master Li Shuwen and his disciple Huadianga reached such a level, but alas, was succumbed to opium addiction. Many essential teachings of the 8 Extremes were lost. Wang Chao had recently learned much about the history of the 8 Extremes. It was founded by Wu Zhong, who integrated the principles of the Quran with spear techniques. Yet, it was evident that Zhao Xinglong had not reached the realm of producing the cleansing sounds. Otherwise, Wang Chao would not need to engage him in combat. As Zhao Xinglong unleashed his Iron Mountain Crash, his entire body felt like iron, his muscles taut and coiling like vines, his elbows thrusting forward, his joints calloused and hardened, embodying an unstoppable force. Wang Chao, sensing the challenge, deftly sidestepped, evading the direct hit and swiftly maneuvering to Zhao Xinglong's left side. Employing the Bagua footwork, Wang Chao had honed his strength to perfection over the past few days. His movements fluid and agile, like a dragon ascending, an eagle swooping, a serpent slithering, and a swallow gliding over water. Upon reaching Zhao Xinglong's left side, he struck with his arm, aiming for the youth's ribs. The sound of the impact resonated crisply as their bodies collided. At that moment, Zhao Xinglong pivoted, his arms sweeping in a circular motion, unexpectedly intercepting Wang Chao's strike. With a swift motion, Wang Chao transformed his hand into an eagle claw, clashing against Zhao Xinglong's iron elbow. A sharp pain shot through his palm, but he was prepared. The 8 extremes utilize elbows as weapons, employing techniques such as elbow strikes, fixed elbows, squeezing elbows, and hip elbows, all formidable in their own right. However, Wang Chao had anticipated this and countered with the eagle form. After a considerable amount of time, Zhao Xinglong finally rose to his feet, sighed, and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. You both fought remarkably well. Allow me to treat you to a meal. He was halted by Zhang Tong, who had regained her composure at that moment. Wang Chao also approached, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. There are no masters who never taste defeat. Your skills are commendable. Do not concern yourself with trivial matters. It is through fighting that we truly come to know one another. Since Sister Zhang is treating, let us enjoy a drink together. With that, Wang Chao enthusiastically took Zhao Xinglong and Zhang Tong out, disregarding the people present. Zhao Xinglong appeared to be moved by the warmth of Wang Chao and Zhang Tong, and he followed them downstairs, where they soon boarded a vehicle, arriving at the Xingqing Hotel shortly thereafter. Upon reaching the hotel and settling into their seats, Zhao Xinglong felt a tinge of awkwardness and restraint. However, Wang Chao made no mention of the earlier incident and simply called for drinks. Brother Zhao, I see that your skills are exceptional. You practice Baji and Tongbei. It seems you have practical combat experience. How is it that you are still a university student? Zhang Tong, intrigued, chimed in from the side. After consuming a couple of drinks, Zhao Xinglong gradually became more talkative. He found it difficult to withstand the probing questions of Zhang Tong, the formidable businesswoman, and divulged his background. I have been practicing Baji Quan since childhood. It was passed down from my grandfather. Later, I went to work along the coast, where a boss took notice of me. Driven by the allure of money, I ventured into underground fighting. Eventually, I unintentionally killed another boss' fighter, and that boss threatened to ruin me. Fortunately, I managed to save some money and, fearing for my life, returned to pursue my academic dreams. However, now that my funds are nearly depleted, I could not stand idly by when your Taekwondo group provoked me, so I came out to teach them a lesson. Later, some classmates from the Sanda Club approached me, offering money to challenge me, and I accepted. So that is the case. Wang Chao nodded repeatedly. After the meal, when Zhao Xinglong prepared to leave, Wang Chao swiftly blocked his path, retrieving a card from his pocket and pressing it into Zhao Xinglong's hand. What is this for? Zhao Xinglong was taken aback, realizing that the card contained money, and hastily declined. Oh, not refuse. Hear me out. Wang Chao glanced at Zhang Tong and continued with a sense of gravity. For a martial artist, securing a livelihood is exceedingly challenging. Those who fare well are fortunate, while those who do not often drift aimlessly, struggling for sustenance, and may even resort to desperate measures, and no matter how proficient your skills are, they may ultimately be in vain. Consider Master Gui Yunshin. Despite his prowess, he still sought the patronage of the esteemed official Rong Lu. This card contains several tens of thousands of yuan that I have saved. The inheritance of our national arts is rapidly diminishing. You train commendably, focus on your studies, and cultivate your skills. A fleeting victory or defeat does not hold much significance. In the future, we can spar whenever you wish. With sincere eyes, he gazed intently at Zhao Xinglong, moved by Wang Chao's demeanor and sincerity. Zhao Xinglong accepted the card, after which Wang Chao disclosed the password. As Zhao Xinglong departed, Wang Chao sighed, seemingly lost in memories. This young man will surely become a master in the future. Zhang Tong observed this scene, her heart profoundly shaken. Chapter 29. Clues revealed by Zhang Tong. It is not unusual for the youth to be vigorous and impetuous, reveling in bravado. However, to triumph without arrogance, to empathize with the defeated, to generously offer support, and to articulate reason with sincerity is truly commendable. He embodies the qualities of a gentleman, gentle as jade, mature beyond his years, already resembling the silhouette of a martial arts master. With an immeasurable future ahead. In their previous interactions, Zhang Tong had only perceived Wang Chao as a young man skilled in martial arts, purely intrigued by his abilities. This was also Zhang Tong's passion. She was quite fascinated when Zhao Xinglong first appeared. Yet now, Wang Chao's generous act of providing financial support to Zhao Xinglong deeply resonated with her, elevating her interest to admiration. What is on your mind? General Zhang. As the gathering dispersed, Wang Chao reflected on the earlier bout, recognizing Zhao Xinglong's formidable prowess. Had he not spent the past few days honing his strength, refining his footwork, power, and techniques to a higher level, he would surely have been no match for Zhao Xinglong. Moreover, it was evident that Zhao Xinglong possessed abundant practical experience. That final strike was unmistakably a demonstration of Tongbei's fierce power, a sudden and explosive display. In retrospect, it sent chills down his spine. Thankfully, the intricate technique of the dragon and snake coiling allowed him to narrowly secure victory. Yet, the fact that Zhao Xinglong could rise after such a fall indicated that he had not lost his fighting spirit. In a life-and-death struggle, the outcome remained uncertain. In terms of strength and the purity of skill, Wang Chao felt that his power still fell short compared to Zhao Xinglong's Baji iron elbow. Furthermore, the opponent's internal energy had reached a level where his skin resembled iron sand, making it impossible for Wang Chao to discern his center of gravity and momentum through mere physical contact. Previously, he had only faced adept fighters such as Captain Chao, Li Feng, and Lu Wenjun. Captain Chao was slightly more formidable, having concealed his true capabilities, yet he likely did not reach Zhao Xinglong's caliber. Engaging with such a master in combat was indeed a rare opportunity, and he had gained much from their encounter. As he reminisced about his past opponents, images flashed through his mind before he snapped back to reality. Noticing Zhang Tong's captivating gaze fixed upon him, unable to resist, Wang Chao inquired, Zhang Tong seemed to emerge from her thoughts, gracefully smiling as she shifted her gaze away from Wang Chao. I was merely curious. You are but a high school student on the verge of graduation, not yet 18. Yet you speak and present yourself with such maturity point. One cannot help but wonder where the youthful exuberance, passion, and vigor typical of your age have gone. Is that not peculiar? Zhang Tong candidly expressed her thoughts, eagerly anticipating Wang Chao's response. Are you referring to my actions just now? Wang Chao grasped the meaning behind her words. It is nothing. I have been reading and reflecting on the histories of past martial arts masters, often lamenting the hardships of their journeys. Many were compelled by circumstance, and despite their exceptional skills, without support, they may still fall into destitution. It would be a great pity if Zhao Xinglong, due to life's pressures, were to abandon his practice. I happen to have some spare funds, and if I can lend a hand, I shall. Compared to Taekwondo, martial arts are indeed in decline. If this continues, I may find myself all alone, unable to find anyone to share insights with. That would be rather lonely, and it has nothing to do with maturity. Besides, the old masters often embodied such qualities. Indeed, such sentiments already reflect a certain maturity. Zhang Tong smiled. I witnessed your sparring with Zhao Xinglong. It was quite spectacular. What are your thoughts? A narrow victory in a life-and-death duel within the underground fighting circuit. The outcome remains uncertain. Wang Chao candidly replied, he has evidently trained longer than I have and possesses rich combat experience. Thus, I look forward to further sparring with him in the future. When you seek him out again, he may have progressed even further. Youthful vigor prevails. The outcome of a match can be unpredictable. Zhang Tong recognized Wang Chao's sincerity, noting that he was not merely being modest. I also have several capable bodyguards. They are all skilled fighters. Would you be interested in testing your skills against them? Zhang Tong's proposition seemed like a bait, poised for Wang Chao to take the hook. With the prospect of practical combat, Wang Chao readily agreed. That would be splendid. Then let us go. I shall take you. Zhang Tong elegantly settled the bill before exiting the restaurant, driving Wang Chao swiftly towards the city's center. After half an hour of travel, they arrived in front of an exquisitely luxurious commercial building, the most prosperous shopping street in the entire S province. The grandeur of this edifice surpassed even that of the Taekwondo Hall, its towering glass structure reflecting the essence of modern urbanity. The bustling environment of the street resonated with vibrancy and opulence. As Zhang Tong's vehicle halted in front of the building, three men clad in black suits, equipped with earpieces and bearing austere expressions, emerged from seemingly nowhere. General Zhang, one of the men, the first to approach, cast a curious glance at Wang Chao in the back seat before lowering his gaze. Please park the car in the garage and then come upstairs. Zhang Tong nodded and issued the command. The man promptly entered the vehicle and drove it into the underground garage adjacent to the commercial building. Let us proceed. Zhang Tong smiled at Wang Chao, who had also exited the vehicle, as the other two bodyguards followed closely behind them into the building's elevator. Upon their arrival, Wang Chao scrutinized the three men in black suits. Their hands bore a resemblance to Chao Yi's, with flattened knuckles and layered skin. However, unlike Chao Yi, these three exuded an aura that was distant and unapproachable, as if their emotions had been dulled. This palpable atmosphere raised Wang Chao's caution slightly. These individuals were all former mercenaries, having undergone rigorous training in the jungles of Africa, highly skilled in the art of killing and various espionage techniques. The harshness of their training had dulled their emotional responses, rendering them formidable opponents when provoked. Dare you still compete with them? Just as the elevator came to a halt, Zhang Tong's young companion remarked to Wang Chao with a wink. Mercenaries? Wang Chao was taken aback, his thoughts suddenly ignited like a plucked string. I recall that certain passages in the records of national arts mention techniques for training mercenaries to kill, which seemed to have some connection to Chen Jia as well. Chapter 30. Mastery of martial arts also fears desperation. Mercenaries. Wang Chao strained to recall the mention of mercenary training and the lethal methods detailed in Tang Zichen's records of national arts. But the references were too sparse to draw any concrete connections. Tang Zichen merely noted in the combat techniques that mercenaries often disregard their own safety, prioritizing the elimination of enemies, often willing to perish alongside their targets to fulfill their mission. The tactic of mutual destruction is the most terrifying. Even those vastly superior in skill may struggle to emerge victorious in a life-and-death struggle, often falling prey to their opponents. For instance, Wang Chao's final victory over Zhao Xinglong involved him thrusting his arm between Zhao's legs, squatting to leverage his shoulder against Zhao's groin, ultimately causing Zhao to lose his balance while attempting to shield himself, allowing Wang Chao to send him sprawling from the arena. However, should he encounter a ruthless opponent, one who disregards their own vulnerabilities and unleashes a ferocious assault on Wang Chao's head, it could result in mutual annihilation. Humans possess an inherent instinct for self-preservation. When faced with an attack, the primary instinct is to shield oneself from harm. In contrast, the warriors among mercenaries have been trained to suppress this instinct, making their combat style particularly fearsome. Yet, it was precisely this distinctive trait of mercenary fighters mentioned by Tang Zichen in the records of national arts that piqued Wang Chao's interest, igniting a desire to engage with such formidable individuals. Little did he expect to encounter an opportunity through Zhang Tong. In a wonder, the cold, emotionless gazes of those three bodyguards earlier revealed their nature as specially trained mercenary fighters. One must first be ruthless to be ruthless towards others. Wang Chao understood the principle that even skilled martial artists could be at a disadvantage against those willing to fight to the death. However, who exactly is Zhang Tong, that she commands mercenary bodyguards? Although aware of her status as a wealthy businesswoman, the presence of such formidable protectors was beyond Wang Chao's expectations. As they traversed the building, it became evident that this commercial edifice catered exclusively to women, offering cosmetics, clothing, handbags, jewelry, as well as massage, beauty, and leisure facilities. Each floor featured a distinct offering, lavishly decorated with an elegant modern flair. Even Wang Chao, who was unfamiliar with the market, could discern that this establishment dedicated to women's services was anything but ordinary. Zhang Tong's business acumen was impressive. This might merely be one of her branches. It appears that Chowie was indeed correct in suggesting that I would have the chance to interact with high society. Upon reaching the top floor, a transformation awaited them. The atmosphere was remarkably serene. Entering Zhang Tong's office, it was as grand and luxurious as anticipated. The expansive floor-to-ceiling glass walls afforded a panoramic view of the entire provincial capital, creating an exhilarating sense of elevation and tranquility. The antique redwood desk, paired with a Ming and Qing-style Wangwali chair, along with a jade pin holder and an ornate inkstone atop the desk, exuded a value far surpassing the ostentatious decor of a taekwondo studio. What astonished Wang Chao the most was the sight of a 2-foot-long sword with a pure green scabbard and a purple handle, elegantly displayed on a grand redwood carved shelf to the left. I have no particular hobbies, but I have cherished martial arts since childhood, although I only practiced sword dancing, which I regretfully abandoned without achieving any distinction. Noticing Wang Chao's interest in the sword, Zhang Tong smiled and remarked, although I haven't danced with a sword in many years, I still possess some knowledge of the 13 sword techniques: drawing, binding, blocking, striking, thrusting, pointing, breaking, stirring, washing, pressing, and cleaving. I have heard that there are also 13 gun techniques that correlate with swordsmanship. As a practitioner of boxing, you certainly understand firearms. But enough of that. Today, I feel inclined to engage in some sparring. You requested practical experience, so let us have a match here, and afterward, I shall demonstrate some swordplay for you." With that, Zhang Tong moved behind her grand desk, selected a snow-white brush, dipped it into dark ink, and prepared a sheet of rice paper, writing a line of poetry. "A sword's light shines cold across 14 continents." Zhang Tong's calligraphy was elegant, written in a slender golden style, truly beautiful, however. In Wang Chao's eyes, it paled in comparison to Tang Zichen's imitation of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion at the end of the Records of National Arts. Lacking the penetrating vigor and majestic grace, this woman is undoubtedly an elegant person, possessing remarkable refinement, unlike a nouveau riche. Her true identity remains a mystery. Observing her actions, Wang Chao felt a flicker of curiosity. "Are you ready?" Zhang Tong inquired, blowing gently on the ink drying on the rice paper, signaling to the two bodyguards who had entered with them to position themselves on either side of the desk. At the same time, the bodyguard who had assisted Zhang Tong with the car at the entrance stepped in, immediately halting upon catching Zhang Tong's eye, closing the office door behind him, and regarding Wang Chao with a cold, unyielding gaze. Wang Chao felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, as though he were prey under the watchful eyes of a fierce leopard. "Yes, I am prepared," Wang Chao responded, turning his full attention to the bodyguard. "Be cautious," Zhang Tong advised, followed by a gentle cough. In an instant, the bodyguard sprang into action, his body moving with the agility of a hunting leopard. Wang Chao, having already focused his mind, saw the situation unfold and sidestepped, executing a palm strike aimed at the bodyguard's ribs. This was his customary technique from Baguazhang, tried and tested. Little did he know that the bodyguard, akin to a machine, disregarded the attack as if it had not touched him. He pivoted without flinching, his body rigidly advancing, delivering a punch that sliced through the air, aimed squarely at Wang Chao's throat. The bodyguard's strikes were swift and fierce, devoid of emotion, a true killing machine forged through rigorous training. Wang Chao realized that even if he managed to land a blow on the bodyguard's ribs, he would undoubtedly pay a heavy price with his throat crushed. With a jolt of urgency, he withdrew, retreating a step while transforming his palm into a claw, precisely positioning it in front of his throat to intercept the bodyguard's punch, executing a swift grasp and squeeze. Should Wang Chao have mastered the dark strength of the eagle claw technique, this maneuver could have dislocated bones, but even his current strength was formidable enough that an ordinary person would likely find their hand rendered useless by such a grip. However, the bodyguard's hands bore thick calluses from arduous training, yielding only bloodstains from Wang Chao's hold. Yet, in that moment, though injured, the bodyguard remained undeterred, swiftly raising his knee to launch a fierce strike towards Wang Chao's groin. Wang Chao evaded just in time. The bodyguard closed in, his eyes cold and movements fluid, executing a rapid sequence of attacks that left the movements encapsulated in the four-character mantra of Qi, Luo, Fan, and drill from the boxing scriptures are executed with an elegance reminiscent of a classic textbook. The pressure on Wang Chao intensifies as two bodyguards engage him simultaneously. While he might have managed against an ordinary fighter, these two are seasoned mercenaries, evidently well-versed in martial arts. Their techniques, twists, chokes, brutal strikes, and kicks are executed with alarming precision, their stamina remarkably formidable. They have seemingly eradicated any instinctual self-preservation, focusing solely on the intent to kill, rendering them utterly terrifying. Initially, Wang Chao is able to employ the listening energy of Tai Chi, using the principle of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds to seize an opportunity and throw one of them aside. However, as both opponents converge on him, just as he grasps the momentum of one, the other launches a ferocious attack from the opposite direction, leaving Wang Chao in a perilous predicament where he can only evade, devoid of any capacity to counterattack. This encounter is utterly frustrating. As he dances nimbly to avoid their strikes, a sense of gloom settles within him. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, he gradually identifies his vulnerabilities. First, his lack of raw power. While he may fare well against an average individual, he pales in comparison to those who have undergone rigorous physical training and can withstand excruciating pain. Secondly, his mastery of listening energy is still in its infancy. His reaction speed upon sensing an opponent's movement remains sluggish. Tang Zichen possesses an innate ability to discern an opponent's center of gravity the moment contact is made, instinctively drawing upon this knowledge without conscious thought. This seamless integration of listening energy with the principle of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds embodies the true essence of Tai Chi, allowing for a state where one remains immobile until the enemy moves, at which point one strikes first, a hallmark of advanced Tai Chi push hands. Wang Chao, however, finds himself engaged in a more rudimentary practice, requiring him to first sense his opponent's momentum, then comprehend human anatomy to grasp their center of gravity, and finally react through conscious thought. This deliberate motion naturally results in a slower response. The distinction between instinctual and intentional movement could translate to mere seconds in combat, yet that fleeting moment may prove fatal in the life and death struggle. A second or two can mean the difference between hell and paradise. From the onset of the skirmish, as the 2 bodyguards join the fray, the 3 engage in a fierce contest within the spacious confines of the office. Although the bodyguards showcase their prowess, Wang Chao's agile footwork and slippery form enable him to narrowly evade their lethal strikes time and again. After approximately 10 minutes, all 3 find themselves severely fatigued. The bodyguards, despite their specialized and brutal training, begin to exhibit signs of disorientation from the relentless pace of the fight, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads as their dark suits become thoroughly drenched. Nonetheless, their gazes remain cold and unyielding, their expressions unchanged, sweat cascading down their brows without a flicker of emotion, as if they are merely awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to Wang Chao. Although Wang Chao's body does not glisten with sweat, he is nonetheless aflame with exertion, every pore on his skin taut and brimming with energy, a sensation akin to being on the verge of bursting. The intensity of this bout has drained him thoroughly. He has nearly expended every ounce of strength and evasion, leaving him breathless. He possesses a clear understanding of his condition. What began as a playful sparring match has morphed into his most arduous confrontation yet. In a fleeting moment during his evasive maneuvers, Wang Chao catches a glimpse of Zhang Tong behind the mahogany desk, noting her slight smile. Exhaling sharply, he releases a long breath, alleviating some of the pressure building within him. Though the act brings forth a wave of mild fatigue, striving to maintain his composure, he steels himself, and in a sudden burst of movement, seizes the fleeting moment when one bodyguard's sweat obscures his vision. Stepping forward with precision, he twists his waist and spine, launching a punch akin to an arrow aimed directly at the opponent's shoulder. The bodyguard, momentarily blinded by perspiration, remains undeterred and retaliates with a fierce jab aimed at Wang Chao's abdomen. The 2 strikes land simultaneously, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone fracturing. The bodyguard's shoulder crumples under the force of Wang Chao's punch, sending him sprawling backward, only to roll a few times before regaining his footing. Though his arm hangs uselessly by his side, clearly unable to exert any further strength. Wang Chao, on the other hand, feels a sharp pain in his abdomen, as though his insides have been ruptured. This intense agony disperses his energy, causing beads of sweat to form all over his body. The overwhelming sensation of fatigue washes over him. Fortunately, the bodyguard's strength has waned significantly, and his punch lacks the force it once held. Otherwise, Wang Chao would surely have suffered a grave injury. Just as he recognizes the bodyguard's diminished stamina, another given this, "How about you come once a week in the future to practice your skills with him?" Zhang Tong smiled brightly at Wang Chao. Wang Chao looked puzzled for a moment, furrowing his brow. "Are you not curious why I am offering you such convenience?" Zhang Tong, quick-witted, immediately discerned Wang Chao's doubts. She extended 2 fingers, stating, "First, I admire both your abilities and demeanor. Second, I anticipate encountering certain troubles in the future and hope you can assist me. It is as simple as that." "What troubles?" Wang Chao inquired. "I cannot specify the troubles myself. However, you are a clever individual and understand that those in my position often have unsettling matters. But do not worry. If I require your help, I will certainly inform you of the situation beforehand. If you feel capable of assisting, then do so. If not, that is perfectly acceptable. Consider it a favor between friends. If it is an especially challenging matter, helping would be a kindness, while not helping is merely fulfilling your duty." Zhang Tong smiled gracefully, her words flowing logically and reasonably. Helping is a kindness, not helping is merely a duty. Very well. Wang Chao nodded, preparing to turn and take his leave. The recent fight had left him quite exhausted, and he needed time to reflect on his experiences and rest. "Do not rush off. Wait a moment." Upon seeing Wang Chao about to leave, Zhang Tong quickly called him back and asked, I know you are a senior in high school and soon to take university entrance exams. Practicing martial arts daily may distract you from your studies. However, if you're interested, let me know which university you wish to attend, and I can assist you with arrangements. Attending university, Wang Chao shook his head. It would be too much of a waste of time. Oh, then what are your aspirations for the future? Surely you intend to achieve something significant? Zhang Tong questioned. Aspirations, Wang Chao pondered briefly, realizing that his sole ambition was to master martial arts to an extraordinary level and then seek out Tang Zichen. It was as simple as that. Yet, such an aspiration was not one he would share with Zhang Tong. Are you truly not going to university? Zhang Tong seemed somewhat regretful in her tone. University is merely a place for indulgence and the squandering of youth. What is there to gain from it? Wang Chao found Zhang Tong's astonishment quite perplexing. Zhang Tong sighed. It is all about enjoyment. After all, but you do not yet understand, and that is acceptable. You have your own path. I merely lament my own choices. Today, I lack the enthusiasm to practice swordplay, so you may return. You are welcome to come by any time in the future and use the 3 bodyguards as practice dummies. Wang Chao nodded silently as he exited the building. Chapter 32. Masters along the coastline. The winter break finally came to an end, and Wang Chao returned to his home. However, this winter break had been quite rewarding for him. Most notably, he had secured a good job managing a taekwondo studio, which was both easy and lucrative. Moreover, he had gained practical experience while receiving assistance from the beautiful CEO, Zhang Tong, thus alleviating his previous hardships. During the 2-month holiday, his practical training with Li Feng, Lu Wenjun, Zhao Xinglong, and then Zhang Tong's 2 bodyguards deepened his understanding of martial arts significantly. Additionally, residing leisurely in the villa left by Tang Zichen, he engaged in reading and nurturing his spirit, studying the ethics of various martial arts masters from the late Qing dynasty and the Republican era. This contributed to Wang Chao's character gradually becoming more composed and serene. Acquiring a hint of a master's demeanor, however, the most notable progress in his martial arts training came from the oil drum walking exercises, which allowed him to consolidate his strength into a single force. He had already reached an advanced level of Mingjin, the bright force, enabling each punch and kick to produce a crisp sound. This was the final semester of Wang Chao's senior year, and all his classmates were engrossed in the intense struggle for their college entrance exams. Even Chao Jingjing buried herself in her studies, buried under a mountain of books, resulting in fewer conversations with him. Yet, Wang Chao remained indifferent to all this. He had embarked on a different path. In the realm of literature, there is a literary route. In the realm of martial arts, there is a martial path. He continued his daily routine of standing meditation and practicing martial arts. Every weekend, he would rise at 1 in the morning to travel to the provincial capital, first to meet his boss, Li Wanji, and then to spar with Zhang Tong's bodyguards. Afterward, he would return to Tang Zichen's villa to sit quietly, contemplating gains and losses, exploring the application of strength and the connection between various muscle groups and nerves in the human body. Furthermore, through his sparring with Zhang Tong's bodyguards, Wang Chao realized his own lack of strength, prompting him to intensify his training in that area. His strength training involved manipulating a large lead mercury ball, squatting down, utilizing the strength of his waist, legs, and spine, and using both palms and arms to spin the ball rapidly within a stone trough, the mercury within producing a chime-like sound. Months later, Wang Chao's strength had grown significantly, and his application of force became increasingly adept. Finally, one day, he managed to rotate the lead mercury ball completely out of the stone trough, cradling it in his arms to squeeze, press, and roll it. However, he was still far from the ability to juggle it with his shoulders, hips, waist, head, and feet like Tang Zichen. He could only lift the ball and spin it around. On another Saturday in May, as the weather grew increasingly warm, Wang Chao was engaged in a heated sparring session with Zhang Tong's 3 bodyguards in the exercise room situated between the 24 villas in the Tianqing Lake community. Bang! Wang Chao sank his waist and established a stance, momentarily feinting with his front foot before lunging forward, his toes darting like an arrow as he penetrated the center line of one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard quickly retaliated with a flurry of punches while simultaneously launching a low kick toward Wang Chao's groin. Wang Chao made a slight adjustment with his knee, effectively blocking the bodyguard's foot. Then, with a rapid twist of his arms, he entwined the bodyguard's arms like a snake, his fingers clawing onto the opponent's shoulder. With another twist of his arms and a forward thrust of his body, Wang Chao propelled the bodyguard through the air, sending him crashing several meters away. After toppling this bodyguard, Wang Chao did not pause. He sidestepped, crouching and shrinking his nearly 6-foot frame down to that of a small child. At a glance, it appeared as though his body had magically diminished. This was the initial stance of the monkey form from the 12 forms of Xingyi, the monkey crouching low, startled, compacting into a ball before leaping in all directions with remarkable agility. Wang Chao's crouch mirrored this, leaping and simultaneously turning in midair, his knees drawn together, his kneecaps resembling two stones, crashing fiercely into the chest of another bodyguard attacking from behind. This was the second move of the monkey form. The monkey hanging its seal, where the kneecaps served as two heavy seals meant to strike the opponent's chest, resulting in almost certain defeat. The bodyguard raised his arms in defense, colliding with Wang Chao's knees in a powerful clash, their bones meeting with a resounding thud. Upon landing, Wang Chao resembled a monkey, crouching down to seize his opportunity, akin to a monkey stealing peaches. The bodyguard, witnessing Wang Chao's swift transformation, was left dumbfounded and unable to evade. Moreover, he lacked the habit of dodging altogether. He raised his foot, disregarding his own groin, aiming for Wang Chao's face. However, Wang Chao did not target his groin but instead struck a nerve on the inner thigh, causing the bodyguard's kicking leg to involuntarily pause. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chao seized the opportunity, executing a dragon ascending to the heavens, his body shooting forward, his shoulder lifting his hip, sending this bodyguard flying once more. Just then, a gust of wind stirred behind him, as the third bodyguard's kick was dangerously close to Wang Chao's head. Wang Chao remained unfazed, executing an iron plate bridge, his body flowing like a long rainbow across water as the opponent's kick whizzed past his face. With a powerful push from his hands against the ground, his body propelled upward like a carp leaping from the water, spinning in a circle before sitting down, swiftly launching a kick with the heel of his foot, striking the root of the third bodyguard's foot. This was the sliding palm from the snake form. While seated, his foot brushed the ground, his sole thrusting forward, as if delivering a palm strike. Thus it was a leg, yet named a sliding palm. Bang! After being kicked, the last bodyguard lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wang Chao used his hands to push off the ground, leveraging the force to leap up. Halt! Zhang Tong observed the entire scene, witnessing Wang Chao's rapid and mysterious transformations, his strikes both powerful and swift. In under a minute, he had taken down all three bodyguards, an astonishing improvement that left onlookers speechless. One by one, Zhang Tong issued the command. As the three bodyguards rose, they indeed charged at Wang Chao, one after another. This time, it was far easier to handle. Wang Chao merely needed to close the distance, his body darting about like a dragonfly skimming the water. Whether with shoulder strikes, hip strikes, body strikes, or buttock strikes, it seemed every part of him was a fist. The moment he got close, the bodyguard would inevitably lose balance, and within 2 exchanges, he would surely be thrown down. Your mastery of force is becoming increasingly proficient, Zhang Tong eventually declared, signaling the bodyguards to cease their assault. The 3 bodyguards, drenched in sweat, bore expressions of cold admiration mixed with respect for Wang Chao. Through the practice of using the bodyguards as dummies, Wang Chao had indeed grasped the essence of force transformation, becoming increasingly adept through repetitive throws. Practice makes perfect, skill breeds change, and Wang Chao's Tai Chi strength had gradually touched upon the higher realms of unintentional movement. Using body dummies is truly beneficial, Wang Chao reflected deeply. It requires wealth and influence to afford individuals as targets for practice. Had I not had the opportunity to train with body dummies, familiarizing myself with Tai Chi strength would have likely taken 10 times as long. After exiting Zhang Tong's villa, he was filled with contemplation. Upon returning to his own villa and taking a shower, Wang Chao suddenly recalled Zhao Xinglong, who was still pursuing his university dream. Perhaps it would be wise to visit and see what the university atmosphere was like while also validating his martial arts. Changing into athletic attire, Wang Chao hopped into his car and made his way to the university town in the eastern part of the city. Wang Chao was indeed aware that Zhao Xinglong was at the Provincial Media Institute, a place filled with charming young ladies, most of whom were university beauties. As Wang Chao stepped onto the campus, he was enveloped by an atmosphere of ease, vibrancy, and youthful exuberance. Observing beneath the shade of the trees, he noticed pairs of male and female students playfully flirting with one another, while single female students, dressed in light attire, hurriedly passed along the shaded pathways, leaving a trail of fragrant breezes in their wake. Wang Chao inhaled deeply, finding the scene quite pleasing to the eye. "Excuse me, could you tell me where Zhao Xinglong is?" Wang Chao inquired of several students in succession, but each merely shook their heads and moved on, indicating their unfamiliarity with the individual in question. Just as Wang Chao was about to ask the 13th person, a familiar voice called out from behind him. He turned to see a refreshing female university student, clad in a pink short-sleeved shirt and light blue knee-length trousers, wearing transparent crystal sandals, and cradling a few books in her arms. "Yo, you happen to know where Zhao Xinglong is?" Wang Chao asked, his gaze briefly flickering over her face before he offered a gentle smile. "Are you looking for him?" The girl studied Wang Chao for a moment, gauging his harmlessness. "He usually spends his Saturdays in the woods behind the mountain. I'm actually headed that way to read as well. I could show you the way." "Thank you very much," Wang Chao replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. "No need to thank me," she said, leading the way up the small path towards the back mountain of the school. Before long, they entered the cool, shaded trail. As they proceeded, the trees grew larger, and several pavilions with stone benches were constructed nearby, interspersed with a few scattered tombs. Students and couples could be seen reading or enjoying each other's company in small clusters. Upon reaching the halfway point up the mountain, a tall grove of camphor trees came into view. The girl glanced inside for a moment and said, "Ah, Zhao Xinglong is just in there with that." She turned and walked toward a distant, unoccupied pavilion. Wang Chao nodded and caught sight of a figure moving deeper within the woods. As he approached, he discovered it was indeed Zhao Xinglong, dressed in a red tank top. His shoulders bare, practicing punches against a large tree. His elbows, knees, and shoulders struck the trunk with force, making the branches sway violently. Pieces of old bark flew off as he practiced. The moment Wang Chao stepped into the grove. Still at a distance, Zhao Xinglong sensed his presence and turned to look, his expression shifting to one of sincere delight upon recognizing Wang Chao. "Don't relax just yet. Let's have a spar." Wang Chao stepped closer, eager to greet him, but Zhao Xinglong was already charging forward. "All right," Zhao Xinglong exclaimed, eager to engage. As Wang Chao assumed his stance, Zhao Xinglong suddenly unleashed a powerful strike. This time, Wang Chao did not evade. Instead, he bent his knees and shifted his body, his arms forming a parabolic arc that landed precisely on Zhao Xinglong's shoulder. This was the horizontal punch technique from the Xingyi Five Elements fist. Akin to the return palm of Baguazhang and the swinging force of Tai Chi. Once Zhao Xinglong felt the contact, he immediately sensed his center of gravity destabilizing, his feet beginning to wobble as if he were intoxicated. A sense of urgency surged through him, and he quickly crouched down to stabilize himself, one arm bending to jab at Wang Chao's chest. As Wang Chao slightly retreated, Zhao Xinglong seized the moment and launched a swift punch at Wang Chao's face. Wang Chao stepped forward with firm footing, his arms twisting like fabric wrapping an object, employing the silk reeling technique to counter Zhao Xinglong's strike. Zhao Xinglong's punch missed its mark, and as Wang Chao connected, it felt as though the roof had caved in, causing Zhao Xinglong's arms to drop while his body lurched forward, unable to maintain his stance. The horizontal force served as a lever, and just as Zhao Xinglong attempted to regain his balance, Wang Chao closed in. Zhao Xinglong felt a chill in his ribs as Wang Chao's arms wrapped around him, lifting him effortlessly. It was as if he were a straw man, floating toward a large camphor tree. Fortunately, Zhao Xinglong reacted swiftly. At the last moment before colliding with the tree, he punched the trunk, using the force to bounce off and land unsteadily on the ground. "How is this possible?" Zhao Xinglong exclaimed. Incredulous, he charged at Wang Chao once more, only to be met with another deft maneuver, sending him reeling again. After several attempts, Zhao Xinglong finally came to a halt, visibly disheartened. "This is merely a matter of mechanical technique that I have honed. It doesn't reflect true martial prowess," Wang Chao reassured him. "You have yet to practice Tai Chi, so you are unaware of this principle, making it easy for you to fall into disadvantage. Once you grasp it, you will realize this is merely a trick that I only came today to chat with you." "What shall we discuss?" Zhao Xinglong inquired. "I wanted to know about your experiences in the underground boxing scene along the coast. What is it like? Are there any formidable figures?" Wang Chao suggested. "Oh, that's what you're after," Zhao Xinglong responded. "I fought mainly in the Guangdong area, particularly around Chaozhou and Shantao. The people there are both combative and gambling enthusiasts. Many wealthy businessmen seek thrills and excitement, constantly searching for fighters to wager on. In nearly every town, there are underground boxing rings, with matches and bets occurring weekly, often with millions at stake. Some even wager tens of millions. The scene is rife with all sorts of characters, smugglers and those from various regions, including Vietnam, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Moreover, the scale of gambling varies. When well-known fighters clash, numerous businessmen place bets, sometimes totaling billions. I once heard of a major match between the Chen Group from South China and the Huaxing Chamber of Commerce from Hong Kong and Taiwan, where hundreds of businessmen wagered their fortunes, even including real estate and businesses, with stakes reaching 20 billion. The competition featured two top-tier fighters, and in the end, all the money went to the Chen Group. Oh, who were the notable fighters? Did you face any of them? Wang Chao inquired, intrigued. Zhao Xinglong shook his head. I was merely a second or third-tier fighter there, participating in small underground matches. The bosses I encountered were merely petty smugglers. As for the real experts, I didn't cross paths with them. What level of skill do these experts possess? Wang Chao pressed. I've heard that particular match was exceptionally rare, something that hadn't occurred in decades. I wasn't present to witness it, but I heard it was fought on an oil tanker in international waters. The top fighter from the Huaxing Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Guangming, faced off against Chen Aiyang from the Chen Group. However, Zhang Guangming was struck by an unexpected blow from Chen Aiyang, resulting in him coughing up blood and dying within half an hour. Unexpected blow? Wang Chao felt a shiver run through him. Are there any other notable fighters? Among the elite is Ma Hongjun, who operates under the Yuxing Group from Hong Kong. He is around 35 years old and proficient in Xingyi, Chakuan, and several other styles, having reached a level where he can inflict harm with hidden strikes. Another is Lu Jiajun from the Sanlian Group in Taiwan. He practices Baji and Tongbei, mastering Xingyi to a degree far surpassing mine. Additionally, there are the three tigers of Guangdong, Zhang Wei, Su Zhan, and Dai Jun, who are also top-tier fighters. However, in the realm of underground boxing across the coastal areas, the undisputed number one is still Chen Aiyang from the Chen Group, who specializes in Tai Chi and is well-versed in over a dozen internal and external martial arts. Achieving an extraordinary level of mastery to it is said that he can crush a porcelain teacup into powder with his bare hands. No one who has been struck by his hidden force has ever survived. So many formidable fighters. Wang Chao felt a surge of astonishment. That's just the tip of the iceberg. These are merely a few prominent figures. There are many more first-tier fighters out there. However, my knowledge is limited to the coastal regions. As for the domestic scene, individuals like you are a mystery to me. I'm still far from their level. Wang Chao chuckled, snapping his fingers and glancing at the sky. Let's go. It's almost time for dinner. We should enjoy a meal together and have a good chat. Zhao Xinglong readily stood up. Sounds great. The two exited the school and found a clean restaurant nearby, heading to a private room on the second floor. They ordered several dishes and a few bottles of cold beer. Wang Chao, having just learned so much insider information, felt invigorated and eager to engage in conversation. After Zhao Xinglong had a couple of beers, he began to open up more. Suddenly, the noise from downstairs grew raucous. What do you think you're doing? If you don't leave, I'm calling the police. Wang Chao recognized the voice. It belonged to the girl who had guided him to find Zhao Xinglong. Chapter 33. A harmonious coordination. It seems that no matter the place, there are always ruffians and troublemakers, a phenomenon that is impossible to eradicate. Just moments ago, Wang Chao and Zhao Xinglong were engrossed in a discussion about the underground boxing market along the Guangdong coast and its notable fighters. A world far removed from that of a high school student. In that moment, he felt a mix of nostalgia and ambition, pondering the depth of society, where hidden talents abound and masters are plentiful. Although Zhao Xinglong's skills were not insignificant, he was merely a second or third-tier fighter in that realm, unable to make a mark on the larger stage. The ability to inflict harm with hidden strikes is no simple feat. After witnessing Tang Zichen's extraordinary martial arts, Wang Chao had assumed it would be easy to master. However, he soon realized that the path to true mastery was fraught with challenges. Tang Zichen's fist strength has already reached the stage of transforming energy, and despite nearly 2 years of arduous practice, he has only recently begun to grasp the upper levels of Mingjin in combat. His punches emit a crisp sound, and his fists are significantly harder and heavier than those of an ordinary person. However, the mastery of Anjin, akin to striking with the speed of lightning and the force of needles, capable of breaking steel bars and shattering stones, still seems a distant goal. Anjin and combat are fundamentally different. While combat involves an element of technique, Anjin is purely an accumulation process, akin to water wearing away stone. Wang Chao is aware that despite his diligent practice and innate talent in combat, his experience is still shallow, and he cannot expect immediate success. He feels a sense of curiosity and longing for the coastal underground fighting scene described by Zhao Xinglong, as it is a confluence of wealth, power, and influence. Yet, being a youth not yet 20, he understands that despite having cultivated a degree of composure through study and self-cultivation, the allure of wealth and power remains irresistible. Nonetheless, Wang Chao would not recklessly rush to the coast to challenge those experts. After hearing Zhao Xinglong's account, he realizes that true strength in that realm does not merely stem from martial prowess. It is fundamentally rooted in the backing of powerful factions. Without the support of substantial financial or influential entities, one cannot hope to thrive in such an environment. Even the most skilled martial artists, like the Grandmaster Yang Lechen of Taijiquan or Gui Yunshin of Xingyi, had to align themselves with the influential elite of their time to propagate their arts and secure their legacies. Historical figures like Sun Lutong, a preeminent master during the Republic of China era, even served as a teacher to Duan Chirue. In both ancient and modern contexts, being invincible is futile without the support of wealth and influence. Wang Chao, having absorbed the practical experiences of martial arts masters from bygone eras, combined with Zhao Xinglong's personal stories, reflects on his own encounters with individuals like Chao Yi, Li Wanji, and Zhang Tong, as well as the operational model of a Taekwondo school. With this comprehensive understanding of social dynamics, he is not oblivious to these truths. Just as he is engrossed in thought, an unexpected commotion from downstairs interrupts him. Causing a flicker of annoyance to cross his face, he exchanges a glance with Zhao Xinglong, signaling him to follow. As Zhao Xinglong reaches the stairway, he observes the scene below and, fueled by the effects of premium beer, spits defiantly before wiping his mouth and descending the stairs alongside Wang Chao. Bang, bang, bang. A youth with dyed yellow hair, bare-chested and adorned with a vibrant tiger tattoo, wields a dark iron rod, pounding it against the table with thunderous force. The entrance is blocked by a dozen or so other youths, while the restaurant owner and several waitstaff cower in the kitchen. The remaining diners have long since vanished upon noticing the onlookers outside. Two of the youths stride to the entrance, striking the door with their iron rods. "What are you looking at?" they demand, yanking down the shutter, plunging the restaurant into darkness and isolating the outside world. "Call the police. You'll have to pay for that. You just insulted my brother and injured him, and you think you can walk away without covering medical expenses? How can I face my brothers if I don't get something out of this?" That yellow-haired punk clearly sees himself as the leader, and as the door closes, he ceases his pounding to speak. The sudden darkness invokes a profound sense of dread. The girl who spoke earlier visibly shudders, and the other three girls scream, huddling together. The two boys turn pale with fear. These ruffians are adept at psychological intimidation. Even if they have closed the door, do they truly dare to commit violence? Just as Wang Chao reaches the bottom of the stairs, he can't help but chuckle at the scene unfolding before him. "What are you planning to do?" The girl who guided Wang Chao trembles momentarily but soon forces herself to regain composure. "This is a university. Do you dare to extort us? Damn it!" The leader bangs the table again, roaring menacingly, causing the four girls and the two boys to tremble anew. "Are you going to pay or not? How much will you offer?" The girl softens, realizing the necessity of avoiding immediate loss. "First, hand over 10,000 yuan. Secondly, you girls will accompany us to Golden Age KTV for a night of singing as an apology." How does that sound? Damn. Zhao Xinglong can no longer contain himself and dashes down the stairs. The noise draws the attention of everyone present. "Zhao Xinglong," the girl exclaims, her eyes lighting up. "What are you doing here?" "Yao Xiaoxue, what is going on?" Zhao Xinglong clearly recognizes her and inquires about the situation. "We were dining here when one of them deliberately dropped his chopsticks and tried to take advantage. We scolded him, and after a brief scuffle, they summoned reinforcements to corner us," one of the boys explains, spotting Zhao Xinglong as though he were a savior. Wang Chao raises an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing this. Upon noticing the unexpected arrival of Zhao Xinglong, the leader signals to his companions, who immediately encircle him. Tch. Zhao Xinglong spits defiantly and suddenly strikes, launching an iron mountain-like shoulder charge that sends the leader and his chair crashing to the ground. He follows up with a fierce kick that elicits a bone-chilling scream from the leader. Zhao Xinglong then grabs a chair and smashes it over the head of the nearest thug. The action is swift and decisive, executed without hesitation. "Kill." The remaining thugs, seeing the fight break out, rush forward wielding their iron rods, with some even drawing knives from their pockets. As the scuffle ensues, the girls huddle together in terror, while the two boys almost dive beneath the table. At this moment, Wang Chao descends and notices 2 or 3 thugs advancing toward the girls. He immediately leaps forward, delivering a punch that lands squarely on the chest of the first thug. Producing a resounding crack, the thug is sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood in convulsions. Without a second glance, Wang Chao swiftly grabs another thug by the neck, lifting him and slamming him against the wall. He then wraps his arm around the waist of a third thug, executing a swift maneuver that sends him hurtling into a group of 7 or 8 individuals attacking Zhao Xinglong. The fluidity of his movements leaves the 4 girls in stunned silence. "Aren't you that coach from the Taekwondo school?" One girl suddenly recognizes Wang Chao. "Oh, you know me," he replies with a smile. "Of course, I saw you compete against him the other day," she says, pointing at Zhao Xinglong. "Aren't you going to help him?" At this point, Yao Xiaoxue has calmed down and sees Zhao Xinglong taking on 6 or 7 opponents. Sustaining several blows from iron rods, she quickly urges Wang Chao, "You should help him." "No need for that." Wang Chao chuckles. "Zhao Xinglong can handle this." Indeed, Zhao Xinglong weathers the blows, skillfully dodging strikes to his head, and counters with elbow strikes that take down 2 men wielding knives, following up with precise punches to the ribs that incapacitate each thug he strikes. In no time, 7 or 8 of them are on the ground. "Let us get out of here," Wang Chao tells the 4 girls and the 2 boys, as Zhao Xinglong prepares to open the door. "Wait, you can't leave yet." At that moment, the restaurant owner and several waitstaff emerge from the kitchen, blocking the entrance while urging the staff to assist. "You can't leave until the police arrive to handle this." "Huh?" Wang Chao catches Zhao Xinglong's eye, and a smile crosses his face as he raises an eyebrow. "Damn it!" As if by instinct, Zhao Xinglong comprehends Wang Chao's intent, curses, and delivers a swift kick to the owner's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Zhao Xinglong then yanks up the shutter, and the 8 of them stride out confidently. Chapter 34, beginning to build one's own influence after helping the 6 individuals escape. Yao Xiaoxue insists on treating Wang Chao and Zhao Xinglong to tea as a gesture of gratitude. Wang Chao readily agrees, and the 8 of them settle into a CAF near the university town, engaging in conversation. Following a round of introductions, Wang Chao learns the names and backgrounds of the group. It turns out that Yao Xiaoxue and Zhao Xinglong are third-year students from the School of Journalism and Communication, while the other 3 girls attend a neighboring university, studying business management, and the 2 boys are from the computer science department. With the end of their 3rd year approaching, they are all looking to secure internships for their final year, familiarizing themselves with their future careers. However, Yao Xiaoxue and her friends are reluctant to work for others, so they gathered to discuss starting their own small business, only to find themselves entangled with ruffians at the restaurant. "We're so grateful you showed up to help us. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble we would have faced?" The 2 boys, slender and bespectacled, would likely have succumbed even to a single thug. "Yes, thank you both so much. I never would have guessed you were a top coach at the Taekwondo school." The 3 young women had already recognized Wang Chao's identity and were filled with curiosity about him. As they became more familiar, they eagerly asked, "You don't look very old. Are you also a university student here?" Wang Chao smiled, appearing effortlessly relaxed on the surface, yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment inside. It was rather shocking to admit that he had yet to graduate from high school and was merely a senior. However, he had honed his social skills to a level of adeptness that allowed him to navigate such conversations with ease. With a few casual remarks, he deftly redirected the topic to how Yao Xiaoxue and her companions were venturing into entrepreneurship. "We plan to rent a storefront this summer to establish an online company, initially focusing on advertising planning for enterprises and assisting production companies in creating their websites. 2 of us will handle the technical aspects while Yao Xiaoxue and her 3 friends will manage business development. The scale doesn't need to be large. We just want to gain some practical experience and earn a bit of income," one of the boys explained. The 2 boys seemed quite knowledgeable about computer networking and spoke at length about it. Although Wang Chao was utterly clueless about computers aside from practicing martial arts, he gradually began to grasp some concepts after listening attentively. "Currently, we are a bit short on funds. We looked at a storefront yesterday, which is ideally located on Youth Road, but the transfer fee is quite steep. Moreover, we need to pay a quarter's rent up front." Yao Xiaoxue lamented about the challenges she faced during her first entrepreneurial endeavor. "How much more do you need?" Wang Chao inquired, feeling a spark of interest. Including renovations, setting up the space, buying computers, and so forth, we still need over 40,000, one of the boys replied. Actually, while we were in school, we helped a few companies with their websites and advertising planning, so we have some contacts. If we start our own business, attracting clients shouldn't be too difficult. Oh, you have prior experience? How did you manage it? Were you able to make a profit? I'm quite intrigued and have some spare funds. Collaborating could be beneficial, Wang Chao casually remarked, flicking his fingers. Really? Yao Xiaoxue and the other 3 girls, along with the 2 boys, brightened at his response and eagerly continued the discussion. Yao Xiaoxue even pulled out a stack of printed papers from her bag, filled with diagrams, company names, and numerous individuals' names in our province's urban area. After 6 months of investigation, we found over 10,000 businesses without their own websites, and more than half of them are keen to establish one to promote and sell their products online. The trend of online business is flourishing. The era of the internet has truly arrived. As Yao Xiaoxue spoke passionately, her words flowed like a torrent, profoundly captivating her audience, occasionally substantiating her claims with extensive research. Wang Chao, though initially skeptical, found himself considering the logic and potential for profit in their proposal. I have around 100,000 yuan on hand. Perhaps I should explore this collaboration further. With my work at the Taekwondo studio, the property management fees for my villa are manageable, so I need not worry about my livelihood, he pondered. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chao realized that lingering indefinitely at the Taekwondo studio was not a viable path. He had no business acumen, and it seemed wiser to join forces with these enterprising students. Even if the venture failed, the consequences would not be catastrophic. All right, your proposition has piqued my interest. I will cover the remaining funding gap and become a partner, Wang Chao declared as he solidified his decision in his mind. Really? Yao Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, her long eyelashes fluttering, while the other 3 girls embraced each other in celebration. Of course it's true. But first, I would like to discuss how the partnership will be structured. Wang Chao feigned a seasoned demeanor. That is indeed a significant issue. Even close relatives must keep accounts clear, Yao Xiaoxue replied, pulling out another sheet of paper and a pen to draft some terms. She quickly outlined several clauses regarding the company's establishment, stating that shares would be divided based on initial investment. We are 6 individuals, each contributing 5,000, totaling 30,000. You would contribute 50,000, bringing the total to 80,000, granting you 62.5% ownership, while the remaining shares would be evenly split among the 6 of us, each receiving 5.25%. There are additional clauses concerning business registration and tax obligations. Please review this. If everything seems acceptable, I will print it for signatures. The contract will remain provisional for 3 months, after which we can reassess and draft a comprehensive agreement. Yao Xiaoxue's swift and decisive actions revealed a certain aura reminiscent of a businesswoman, leaving Wang Chao momentarily astonished. Had she the potential to become a formidable entrepreneur? He had some experience with contracts and perused the terms carefully, seeking clarification on any uncertainties until he was satisfied. They then rose together to print 7 copies, each signing for their records. The following day, Wang Chao withdrew 50,000 yuan, and together they secured the storefront. Yao Xiaoxue took the lead in overseeing renovations, obtaining the business license, purchasing computers, chairs, and various supplies, while also managing advertising. Observing their organized approach, Wang Chao found himself admiring the entrepreneurial spirit of these students. Had it been up to him, he would have avoided such complexities that a week later, on another weekend, Wang Chao visited the provincial capital and discovered that the company had officially opened. Named Tianqing Network Technology Company Limited, initially intended to be called Shengda Network, but the name was unavailable. Yao Xiaoxue had even printed gold-embossed business cards detailing the company's services and contact information. As the major shareholder, Wang Chao became the legal representative and chairman, while the others held titles such as general manager of the technical department and marketing department. Although these titles were somewhat superficial, distributing their business cards made a significant impression. In business, one must never appear petty. It is essential to project grandeur and maintain a sense of dignity, Yao Xiaoxue advised, a sentiment Wang Chao wholeheartedly agreed with. Though the company had secured a few minor contracts, the financial situation remained unbalanced, resulting in daily losses. However, Yao Xiaoxue was determined to secure more substantial deals to ensure the company's viability. You know many people at the Taekwondo studio. It would be helpful if you could keep an ear out. After all, as chairman, if the company fails, you will bear the brunt of the losses, Yao Xiaoxue remarked, to which Wang Chao nodded in agreement, promising to pay attention. Yet, he continued to train diligently, sparring with Zhao Xinglong and practicing with Zhang Tong's bodyguards. Despite his efforts, Wang Chao's martial arts skills showed no significant progress. Although he had managed to consolidate his strength, his Tai Chi remained at a standstill. With no visible advancements, he often wondered when he would achieve the mastery to break stones with the mere flick of his wrist. As June's college entrance examinations concluded smoothly, Wang Chao exited the examination hall, not even recalling the questions posed. The performance was less than promising, and Tianqing Network Company Limited continued to operate at a lukewarm pace, maintaining a slight deficit. Meanwhile, Wang Chao's dedication to martial arts yielded little in terms of tangible improvement. 1 week after the exams, under the moonlight in the Tianqing Lake community, Wang Chao practiced his spear techniques when suddenly, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Chowie. "I heard you started a network company." Chowie wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Several district government websites need to update their servers, and a budget of several $100,000 has been allocated for this. Are you interested in bidding for the project? If you win, after accounting for kickbacks and gifts, you could net at least $400,000 to $500,000. The annual maintenance and replacement fees are substantial as well." Wang Chao was taken aback but quickly responded, "This is government business, involving public funds. The profit is considerable, but it also carries risks. Can you help me secure this deal?" "Of course, I can help you, but you must assist me with something in return," Chowie replied. "What do you need?" Wang Chao asked. "It's nothing major. Tomorrow night, our police department is planning to dismantle a drug trafficking gang. But a reporter from the city TV station heard about it and insists on covering the story live. Your task is to protect her during the interview. Make sure she captures the news without any safety issues. Her father is an influential figure, so establishing a good rapport with her could open doors for future government contracts. But if anything goes wrong, you're done for. Are you in?" Chao Yi's voice was laced with temptation. "Absolutely, I'm in," Wang Chao answered without hesitation. Moreover, these tens of thousands of yuan can also be used to secure a bank loan, representing the pinnacle of empty-handed ventures. In Wang Chao's view, this is akin to the mastery of energy flow in martial arts. It matters little. One can only watch others prosper. Even if one were to engage in the business of political maneuvering, it might ultimately amount to nothing more than a mere receipt. Since its inception, the Tianqing Network Company founded by Wang Chao has been operating at a loss. It can be said that, barring a significant turnaround, in 3 months' time, everyone would sell off their assets, lease out the premises, and divide the shares to part ways. Initially, Wang Chao invested 50,000 yuan, half of which was inspired by Yao Xiaoshue's eloquent and grandiose promises, while the other half stemmed from his own desire to earn a profit. After all, as the head coach of the Taekwondo dojo, he could not make a lifelong career of it. No matter how high the salary, he was still working for someone else. However, he had no knowledge of the business world and fortuitously encountered a group of university students embarking on their entrepreneurial journey, deciding to join forces to test the waters. Little did he know that his investment would lead to daily losses, with expenses piling up from rent, utilities, business registration, technical supervision, property management, and a myriad of other chaotic costs, leaving him utterly perplexed. Life appeared deceptively simple, yet was far more complex than martial arts. Over the past few months, Wang Chao has often reflected on this truth. Yao Xiaoxue and the other 3 girls also felt anxious. Despite their tireless efforts to pull in clients and gain social experience, their business showed no signs of improvement. Speaking of it was one thing, but executing it was another. These 6 students, through first-hand experience, finally grasped the adage that knowing is easy, but doing is hard. In recent encounters, both Yao Xiaoxue and Wang Chao felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, he had contributed a substantial portion of the company's funding. After 3 months of losses, the situation was uncomfortable for both sides, and as students, they had yet to develop the thick skin necessary for such encounters. The night was cool and serene, with clouds shaped like lotus flowers drifting through the sky, and a bright moon traversing among them. The lake rippled gently against the shore, and the moist air was refreshing, creating a scene of exquisite ambience. After conversing with Chao Yi, Wang Chao found himself deep in thought. Fortune may be turning. And this too is the power of relationships. Old Chao, with your gentle guidance, mysterious identity, and robust backing, could there be ulterior motives at play? Yet, beyond my martial arts prowess, I possess little else. Those who have nothing to lose fear nothing. It is not in my nature to forego opportunities for profit. I shall assess the situation before making a decision. Even though he was well aware it was a bait, he could not resist taking the plunge. Although the Tianqing Network Company was modest in size, it was Wang Chao's first investment, and he did not wish to see it fail. Moreover, with the introduction by Chao Yi, he understood the potential benefits of future growth. Once resolved, Wang Chao's mind gradually settled, and his breathing became steady and relaxed. Gripping the large spear firmly, he coiled his body in preparation to unleash his energy. Wang Chao stood in a stance that combined the movements of the dragon and snake. The spear, left by Tang Zichen, was thick at the rear and slender at the tip, measuring 2 meters and 9 centimeters in length, its surface glistening with a hint of red and infused with the fragrance of mugwort. This hefty weapon felt weighty in his hands, resonating with a powerful elasticity. Any ordinary person grasping it would find themselves unable to control its force. Yet, this was the hallmark of a fine weapon. The spear is the king of all weapons. As Lao Shi once wrote about the yearly knife, the monthly staff, and a lifetime of spears. The ancient art of spear-making was meticulous. It involved planting entire saplings, pruning them diligently to prevent forks or scars, and allowing them to mature for over a decade before crafting them into poles, infusing the wood's veins with mugwort smoke to enhance its elasticity and resilience, culminating in the attachment of the spearhead. Such expertly crafted weapons, when paired with an adept steed, could cut through a battlefield as effortlessly as mowing grass. Undoubtedly, the spear left by Tang Zichen was crafted with such precision, though its origins remained a mystery to Wang Chao. Firmly gripping the end of the spear, he rested the shaft against his ribs, utilizing his core strength to lift it smoothly. The shaft quivered slightly, and as it reached the spearhead, the oscillation grew. Drawing graceful arcs in the AIR.IT resembled a brush, writing elegant characters in the void like a divine dragon's tail. As the spearhead moved, Wang Chao's entire body flowed in tandem, his muscles and bones subtly trembling. It was unclear whether he was guiding the spear's momentum or if the spear was dictating his movements. Within the technique of the dragon and snake coiling, there was the force of the horse. The form of the snake, the shape of the dragon, and the essence of an eagle striking from above, with the spearhead executing circular motions, embodying various arcs that also contain the principles of Tai Chi. This technique of dragon and snake coiling seemed to encompass the mysteries of all martial arts. The gentle moonlight bathed down, and Wang Chao found himself completely entranced, suddenly sensing that he had transformed into a colossal python. Slithering by the water's edge, tilting his head to absorb the moonlight above. Gradually, the moonlight filled his entire being, and Wang Chao felt rough scales emerging from his skin, thick and heavy, with his head swelling at the sides, eventually sprouting 2 curved dragon horns. The snake had become a dragon. Suddenly, a burst of golden light in the sky jolted Wang Chao awake. The dawn had broken, and the fiery sun had risen, casting the very light that roused him. Had he truly stood in meditation all night? The memory of scales and horns flooded back, and he quickly shook his body, finding no abnormalities, even checking his temples for horns. It was merely a dream, he chuckled, pondering for a moment, realizing that perhaps it was due to the prolonged closure of his pores that the trance had given him the illusion of scales, while the energy at his temples had transformed into horns. After a slight movement, he felt no fatigue whatsoever, as if he had enjoyed a delightful slumber. This was the state of deep focus in martial arts. Standing in such a manner allowed for the cultivation of energy. Yet, it had been a mere fluke that had led him to this state. To replicate it was an insurmountable challenge, and applying it in combat would still require immense effort. Wang Chao contemplated how to integrate this serendipitous mastery into his fighting, but after several attempts, he sensed something amiss. It dawned on him that he had merely stumbled upon this state by chance. Such experiences cannot be forced. They can only be encountered serendipitously during training. With a moment of reflection, he acknowledged that he could not rush this process. Just then, Chowie called again. "Are you in or out? We have already begun preparations for the operation. I'll be right there." Wang Chao suddenly recalled the matter Chowie had mentioned the previous day, promptly hailing a taxi and racing toward the municipal police headquarters. As he arrived at the entrance, he noticed several guards stationed there, standing rigidly, exuding an air of no entry for outsiders. Wang Chao understood he could not enter and was about to call Chowie when 2 figures clad in camouflage emerged from the building. "Are you Wang Chao?" The 2 men appeared to be in their late 20s, one with a square face and the other with thick brows and bright eyes, both towering around 1.8 meters. Their physique solid and muscular, moving with a quiet confidence that suggested rigorous training. I am. Wang Chao replied. Director Chow has sent us to escort you inside. Let us go. After confirming that this young man was indeed Wang Chao, the two special police officers displayed a mix of surprise and disbelief. They exchanged knowing glances, quickly masking their expressions. The officer with the square face extended his hand. Wang Chao, recognizing the gesture of goodwill, promptly extended his left hand in return. Upon shaking hands, he felt a sudden grip akin to a vice, fiercely squeezing his palm and causing pain in his bones and muscles. Ah, a test of strength? Wang Chao realized abruptly, and with a slight shake of his arm, it felt as if he were wielding a spear, at the same time. He maneuvered his thumb outward, pressing against the junction of the officer's thumb and the muscles of his palm. Oh, hush! The officer felt a jolt in his arm, a force traveling to his waist, causing his knees to weaken momentarily, compelling him to instinctively brace himself to avoid embarrassment. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Sensing the predicament, he straightened his back and held his knees steady. Meanwhile, Wang Chao discreetly withdrew his hand, wearing a knowing smile. After this initial test yielded no advantage, the two officers exchanged another look. Director Chow is assigning tasks inside. Hurry up, Wang Chao nodded, following them into the precinct. After navigating a few corridors, they arrived outside a spacious conference room. Report. Come in. As the door swung open, Wang Chao stepped inside to find a room filled with police officers and special forces personnel, with a massive topographical map at the front and a projector nearby. Chowie stood before the map, animatedly discussing something, his words flying as he spoke. Additionally, a beautiful reporter, Zhu Jia, and several male journalists with cameras were seated nearby. Listening intently, upon Wang Chao's entrance, all eyes turned toward him. Chapter 36. Engaging in a dangerous operation, the conference room was crowded, with over 100 gazes fixed upon him, leaving him somewhat flustered. However, Wang Chao, having cultivated a demeanor of composure, smiled and nodded at everyone before directing his attention to the animated Chao Yi, appearing quite unfazed. As Wang Chao entered, Chao Yi paused his briefing, gesturing widely to introduce him. This is Wang Chao, the top coach of the Provincial Taekwondo Association. For this operation, he will assist us in ensuring the safety of the television station's reporters during their interviews. Does anyone have any comments or suggestions? Chao Yi's remark caused a stir among the audience, particularly among the beautiful reporter Zhu Jia and several male journalists. However, a few notable figures in leadership positions within the venue shifted their gazes towards the two special police officers standing behind Wang Chao. The officers subtly nodded in acknowledgement towards the leaders, their eyes conveying an unspoken message about the earlier exchange with Wang Chao. Undoubtedly, the handshake that these two officers shared with Wang Chao was an outcome of prior communication with the leaders. Nevertheless, Wang Chao, despite his young age raising doubts, was not merely an inexperienced novice. He held the title of a top-tier Taekwondo instructor. It was no wonder that Chao Yi had recommended this job to him. Could it be a means to establish his identity and subsequently assist him? If Wang Chao were merely a recent high school graduate, no matter his prowess, few would take him seriously. Suddenly, Wang Chao comprehended why Chao Yi had summoned him to the Taekwondo studio. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Chao Yi's depths ran deep, and one must tread carefully to avoid becoming overly entangled, lest it prove difficult to extricate oneself later. It sufficed to leverage connections from the periphery and secure a little financial gain. Having assigned specific tasks, Chao Yi glanced at his wristwatch, collected himself, and instructed everyone to take their positions. The vehicles were prepped, and they were to convene at the square in front of the building in 2 hours for a timely departure. With a clatter, all individuals stood up and filed out of the conference room. Director Chao, is he here to ensure our safety? After the others had departed, Zhu Jia lingered behind. Dressed in an all-black professional outfit that accentuated her tall figure and S-shaped curves, her stunning visage radiated the unique charm of a modern career woman. Observing Wang Chao as he passed, Zhu Jia twirled the microphone in her hand before handing it to a male reporter behind her, clapping her hands and questioning Chao Yi with an air of skepticism. Although they had met once before, that encounter had been a mere brief interview, and at that time, Wang Chao had still been a rather unremarkable, awkward high school student, hardly memorable to her. Don't doubt my judgment, esteemed reporter. Chao Yi tapped his fingers against the conference table and raised an eyebrow at Wang Chao. The esteemed reporter does not believe in your capabilities. Why not demonstrate them? My martial arts are meant for combat, not for display. Wang Chao replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings before he uttered a retort. Drawing closer to Chao Yi, he whispered almost inaudibly, I haven't yet mastered the subtlety of my technique. I can handle a confrontation, but performing is beyond me. Furthermore, I have not been trained to showcase my skills. You are not deliberately undermining me. Are you? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Chao Yi responded in a similarly hushed tone. Regardless, you must perform at least a little. Zhu Jia's father is a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee, overseeing cultural affairs and internet supervision. Her uncle is the city's mayor. Just imagine the advantages of befriending her. Wait, Zhu Tianliang is her uncle. Wang Chao is indeed familiar with the influential mayor Zhu Tianliang. A figure of significant power in the city. Do you think so? Chao Yi scoffed lightly. In such a large operation, with orders from the Provincial Public Security Bureau, would any reporter dare to follow? To be frank, even if a CCTV reporter showed up, I would send them packing. Our personnel are already stretched thin. How could we spare officers to protect reporters? Moreover, this was a significant news event. Should Zhu Jia successfully follow and report, it would be a monumental achievement, and she would rightfully ascend to a position at the provincial television station. Helping in this endeavor would yield benefits for all involved. As their hushed conversation unfolded rapidly, Wang Chao quickly grasped the situation and raised his voice, altering his tone. While I shall not perform for show, there are no outsiders present. Director Chao is also my friend. So I will demonstrate a set of moves. Oh, Zhu Jia, noticing Wang Chao and Chao Yi's whispered exchange, wore a slight smirk. Although Wang Chao exuded a somewhat mature aura, his youth was evident, and given Zhu Jia's extensive encounters with high-ranking officials, she was not easily intimidated by his presence. She certainly would not be swayed by his semblance of authority. Chao Yi must not have been able to spare officers, instead opting for some adept Taekwondo student as a mere facade. Taekwondo may look impressive, but for protection, a martial police officer would suffice. Zhu Jia was no mere decorative figure. She was quite aware of the dangers associated with this frontline assignment. Displeased by Wang Chao's half-heartedness, she was about to suggest that Chao Yi replace him with someone more capable when Wang Chao announced his intent to demonstrate a set of moves, piquing her interest. All right, then let this Master Wang show us what he can do. Zhu Jia hesitated momentarily in her choice of address, ultimately settling on an amusing term. Without further ado, Wang Chao sprang into action, nimbly leaping onto the expansive conference table with astonishing agility, even causing Chao Yi to flinch in surprise. Upon landing, he made no sound, the table barely trembling beneath him. He swiftly maneuvered his legs in a dynamic display, traversing the length of the table before adopting a stance reminiscent of the Bagua palm. After a rapid circuit, he bent his legs and stepped onto the backs of the chairs surrounding the table. These chairs, equipped with high backs, would typically topple under the weight of a child. Yet Wang Chao moved with such grace and steadiness that he completed a full rotation to Zhu Jia's astonishment. Wonderful! Chao Yi recognized the impressive legwork and balance Wang Chao exhibited. However, it was Zhu Jia who first applauded. This resembles the Bagua. Her voice was tinged with excitement. I witnessed Grandpa Li practicing it at the Yinjing military district last year. Realizing she had inadvertently let slip a detail, Zhu Jia quickly ceased her commentary and nodded approvingly at Chao Yi. He will suffice as protection. I am quite satisfied. Chao Yi exhaled in relief and retreated to his office for a brief respite before their departure in 2 hours. His office was tastefully decorated, and after pouring tea, Zhu Jia embraced her role as a reporter, bombarding Wang Chao with questions. Wang Chao responded with a blend of truth and fabrication, skillfully sidestepping her inquiries. Yet, he was also keen to establish rapport with Zhu Jia, and with Chao Yi occasionally lightening the mood, a cordial atmosphere began to develop. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. Evening descended and darkness enveloped the sky. Over 20 police vehicles stood ready in front of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, each equipped with armed officers clad in bulletproof vests, helmets, and firearms. Even Wang Chao received a bulletproof vest and helmet. Chao Yi had orchestrated everything meticulously, and Wang Chao remained unaware of any operational details. Obliged to follow orders as he accompanied Zhu Jia into a police car. Given their protective roles, the two sat together in the back seat, the fragrance emanating from Zhu Jia inadvertently wafting into Wang Chao's nostrils, prompting him to take a deep breath and close his eyes to dispel distracting thoughts. With a wail of sirens, a convoy of police vehicles departed from the Public Security Bureau. However, once they left the city limits, The sirens ceased, and even the police lights dimmed. The convoy continued in silence, and an hour later, they turned onto a narrow road, winding through twists and turns before arriving at a row of dark factory buildings. "Turn on the lights. Team 1, Team 2, snipers, assault team. Move quickly." Chao Yi's voice was low yet distinctly cleared. In an instant, all vehicle headlights illuminated the area, casting a bright beam that pierced through the previously impenetrable darkness of the factory. This sudden illumination startled the stillness, causing a flurry of movement from within the shadows. Though distant, the sounds reached Wang Chao's ears like a sudden awakening of a nest of startled mice. As Wang Chao and Zhu Jia stepped out of the vehicle, over 20 police cars erupted with armed figures, each agile and poised, dispersing into small teams to infiltrate the dark corners outside the reach of the lights before swiftly advancing toward the factory. Impressive professionalism, Wang Chao thought, admiring the police officers' efficiency. If there are criminals hiding inside the factory, what are their chances of evading this operation? Imagining himself in the criminal's position, his mind raced, analyzing the terrain and the police's deployment. He ultimately concluded that if he were in the factory facing this capture operation, his chances of escape would be slim, perhaps only 1 in 10. The personnel involved, whether they were armed police or special forces, were unknown to him. He also remained oblivious to the targets of this operation, only aware that his current mission was to protect the beautiful reporter Zhu Jia during her coverage. As an outsider, Chao Yi would not disclose the internal plans to him. Zhu Jia was a hot potato, a source of complications, yet she was also someone not to be offended. Thus, a scapegoat was needed to shoulder this burden. "Quickly catch up with the team. What are you doing? Hurry up and get in. Steady the camera. We must capture first-hand footage." At this juncture, Zhu Jia interjected, vehemently scolding several male reporters. Subsequently, she grasped the microphone, adjusted her helmet, and stealthily followed behind a contingent of elite SWAT officers. Wang Chao remained taciturn, closely trailing beside her, his body tense, hair standing on end, with heightened senses attuned to every sound and movement. His mind in a state of acute vigilance. Beside him, Chao Yi noted Zhu Jia's audacious decision to follow, offering a wry smile, well aware that any attempt to dissuade her would be futile. Too many words could breed enmity. Yet, his concern lingered, prompting him to gesture for the 2 nearby SWAT officers to maintain a close distance. These 2 officers had previously sparred with Wang Chao and were evidently the most skilled, possessing ample combat experience. With this dual layer of protection, Chao Yi felt a slight sense of relief. Just as he prepared to exhale that tension, a cacophony erupted from his radio. "Report to the director. This is the assault team. We have entered the factory and are encountering armed resistance. The fire is not intense. The assailants are only equipped with handguns. Please advise. Proceed with force." Chao Yi grunted, issuing 4 cold words in response. Zhu Jia, the reporters, and Wang Chao managed to enter the factory with relative ease, thanks to the path cleared by the forward team. This expanse of abandoned factory appeared to be the remnants of a local enterprise. With crumbling walls, scattered red bricks, overgrown weeds, and the occasional scurrying rat, bang, bang, bang. A series of chaotic gunshots shattered the stillness of the night, creating an eerie atmosphere. Upon hearing the gunfire, the male reporters seemed to shudder, their cameras trembling in their grasp. "What are you all doing? Is this enough to frighten you? Consider the battlefield reporters. Don't they still carry their cameras? You'll lose your bonuses if you return like this." Zhu Jia, however, felt a surge of excitement, chastising them before commanding, "Point the camera at me." As the lens focused on her, she instantly assumed a different demeanor. "Dear viewers, we are currently at the site of an operation aimed at apprehending a drug trafficking gang. Our public security and armed police are engaged in a fierce gunfight with the criminals." She swiftly introduced the situation, gesturing for the camera to shift forward as several individuals stealthily advanced deeper into the factory. The interior was obscured in darkness despite the headlights from outside attempting to penetrate the gloom. Fragmented gunfire erupted intermittently, and Wang Chao spotted several assault team members crouched behind a low wall, unleashing a barrage of fire into the pitch-black depths of the factory. Rat-a-tat-tat. The relentless gunfire persisted for a minute before abruptly ceasing, indicating that the drug traffickers concealed within had been thoroughly suppressed. The leading SWAT officers signaled, and shadows swiftly dispersed to search various rooms. The firepower was formidable. It was Wang Chao's first encounter with genuine gunfire, and the sight of those submachine guns unleashing flames sent a shiver down his spine. In that moment of fear, Wang Chao reflected on the contrast between his martial arts and firearms. What must the masters of the Republic have felt in the face of such weaponry? Did the venerable Mr. Chang Tinghua experience similar sentiments when confronted with firearms? Was it not the same for Mr. Huang Feihong, who, after witnessing artillery on the seas, became disheartened and refrained from discussing martial prowess? A profound sorrow, an inexplicable emotion, surged within Wang Chao's heart. As the group dispersed, confusion ensued among the male reporters. "Tio, the direction of the gunfire," Zhu Jia commanded, stamping her foot decisively. They proceeded cautiously toward the source of the gunfire at the heart of the factory. Upon entering through the door, they found themselves in a vast, abandoned production workshop filled with rusting machinery, shafts of light streaming in from outside, barely illuminating the grim scene. Wang Chao quickly spotted several bodies. Riddled with bullets, some sprawled on the ground while others lay draped over machinery, blood pooling around them. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, mingling with the factory's musty odor. Provoking a wave of nausea, ugh, the male reporters couldn't help but retch. Although Wang Chao had with his left hand shaped like an eagle's claw, he shielded his throat, swiftly clamping down on his opponent's fierce strike aimed at his throat. Bang! Although he managed to seize his adversary's attack, the opponent relaxed his grip, then opened his fingers wide. Wang Chao felt an overwhelming force surging, and he found himself unable to maintain his hold. The pores on the opponent's hands swelled, forming lumps that resembled rough iron sand gloves. Another internal martial arts master. This person possesses greater strength than I do. Their technique is more refined, evading my grasp of their muscle and skeletal momentum. Just as Wang Chao contemplated withdrawing his hand and leaping away to evade, the opponent pressed forward, transforming their strike from a peck to a clawing grasp, ensnaring Wang Chao's arm and delivering a series of subtle, powerful jolts. This is bad. Wang Chao sensed that this contact allowed the opponent's energy to ripple from his arm to his waist, causing an immediate ache that rendered his legs weak. His body instinctively crouched down. The opponent had discovered the flow of his energy. Alarmed, Wang Chao felt a rush of blood. His fingers converged into a blade-like form, and he executed a series of agile steps, bending his knees as if treading through mud, launching himself sideways with a forceful stomp. Fortunately, his legwork was solid, and his body fluid, allowing him to avoid being toppled by the opponent's strike. The enemy, surprised that Wang Chao had not been knocked down, was momentarily taken aback as Wang Chao freed his arm and maneuvered to the side, employing a knife-hand strike to the waist. The opponent, startled, emitted a sound of disbelief from within his nose. With a swift turn, he launched a punch that collided with Wang Chao's knife hand. Wang Chao's body swayed slightly, his palm tingling as if pricked by a cactus. Hidden energy. This revelation struck Wang Chao profoundly. If the opponent had mastered hidden energy, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, in the next moment, he noted that his arm merely felt a mild numbness, indicating that the opponent had likely just grazed the threshold of true hidden energy without fully manifesting it. Otherwise, a master of hidden energy would deliver blows that felt like intense electric shocks or needle pricks, incapacitating the recipient with just a single strike. Although the opponent had not truly mastered hidden energy, Wang Chao recognized that his skills surpassed his own. Thus, he proceeded cautiously, employing the Bagua footwork to circle and evade. The opponent's punches were ferociously powerful, alternating between close-quarter strikes and long-range jabs, all aimed at seizing the center line and penetrating deep, producing a sound reminiscent of waves crashing against the shore. After several exchanges, Wang Chao discerned the opponent's true nature. A middle-aged man in his 30s, with a somewhat round face and modest musculature, yet exuding boundless energy. As the opponent assessed Wang Chao, his astonishment grew upon realizing that Wang Chao was merely a youth. Wing Chun's strength. The opponent's style bore similarities to Xingyi, yet his punches spiraled with tremendous penetrative power and often erupted into short, explosive strikes at close range, the muscles and joints around his shoulders visibly tensing with each sudden movement. An astute observer, the middle-aged man suddenly retreated a step, exhaling sharply before launching himself at Wang Chao like a crane seizing a snake. Wang Chao dodged, executing a series of spins while employing monkey-like leaps. After evading one strike, he countered with a crashing punch. With rapid-fire exchanges, their fists collided 4 times, and Wang Chao immediately felt his arm tingle. The impact resonating through to his waist, A sudden ache coursed through his lower back, and he nearly lost his breath. The opponent's Wing Chun technique, coupled with his crane-like movements, indicated that he was a practitioner of the Wing Chun white crane style. Wing Chun is immensely popular along the coastal regions, yet few possess its authentic transmission. In his time, Bruce Lee emerged from its ranks. While Tai Chi features pushing hands, Xingyi incorporates hand-rolling, and Bagua employs circling movements. Wing Chun white crane includes hand-wrapping and entangling techniques, all emphasizing sensitivity to energy and the ability to feel and respond to movement. It is indeed a branch of internal martial arts, fundamentally interconnected. Wang Chao's opponent had truly mastered the art of hand-wrapping, rendering Wang Chao unable to perceive his movements, and he nearly found himself thrown to the ground. He had genuinely encountered a master. Wang Chao felt an immense pressure, exhilaration coursing through him as he pushed his physical limits. The middle-aged man, growing increasingly fierce, unleashed punches like a torrential storm, nearly enveloping Wang Chao and forcing him to engage head-on. In the cornfield, they exchanged blows for over a dozen times, and Wang Chao finally managed to leap away. Thankfully, the spacious terrain worked to his advantage. Wang Chao silently thanked his luck. Otherwise, he could have been knocked down. The two black leather cases were overturned, spilling a mound of currency. The bills were neither renminbi nor US dollars, but rather purple, with a faint ring of stars in the center and a denomination of 500 inscribed in the upper right corner. These were high-denomination euros. As the two engaged in rapid combat, the middle-aged man began to appear anxious after 2 minutes, repeatedly attacking in an attempt to eliminate Wang Chao in one fell swoop before fleeing. Yet Wang Chao refrained from a direct confrontation, opting instead to maintain his defensive circling. This was not a sanctioned match. Thus, there were no rules against it. It would not be so easy for the middle-aged man to take Wang Chao down in one blow. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the cornfield behind him, and someone appeared. It was Zhu Jia. Oh no! Upon seeing her, Wang Chao immediately sensed trouble. Indeed, the middle-aged man's face twisted into a sinister grin as he evaded Wang Chao's line of sight and lunged towards Zhu Jia. Unexpectedly, Zhu Jia remained composed, raising her hand and unleashing a rapid succession of gunfire. The middle-aged man's body began to contort as if performing a steel pole dance. Chapter 38. Control of Emotions. What a pity. Wang Chao deeply closed his eyes, exhaling a long breath as if expelling all the pent-up frustration within him. The gunfire ceased, followed by a resounding thud as the middle-aged man's body collapsed in the cornfield. His hand barely an inch away from grasping Zhu Jia's toe, yet he lacked the strength to bridge that distance, which now felt as far as the ends of the earth. Zhu Jia's complexion turned pale, her chest heaving violently as it took several minutes for her to regain her composure. She took several steps back, forcing a strained smile and uttering a remark that baffled even herself. It takes a long time to master marksmanship for accuracy, and one must remain steady and calm while shooting to ensure precision. Not that I've practiced shooting at targets for so long that I would miss this time. I never expected a martial artist to be so formidable, enduring so many bullets and still collapsing at my feet. Wang Chao merely muttered a lament of what a pity and fell silent. Slowly opening his eye, the esteemed master of Xingyiquan, Xue Dian, was the junior disciple of Shang Yunxiang. In the early years of the Republic, he served as the director of the Tianjin National Martial Arts Institute. Achieving a level of martial prowess that bordered on the miraculous, he authored several works, thereby promoting and elevating the art of national martial arts. Regrettably, during the time of liberation, he was executed by the people's government. This was a historical account that Wang Chao encountered while studying the history of martial arts. He often harbored a sentiment that those who practice martial arts should meet their end within the realm of combat, rather than succumbing to the brutality of gunfire. Zhu Jia, having taken a life with a firearm for the first time, though initially composed, felt a disquieting turmoil within her after the incident. After being assisted into the vehicle by Wang Chao, she remained silent, preoccupied with her injured ankle, her spirit evidently adrift. Chao Yi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly arranged for a police vehicle to escort them into the city. Zhu Jia resided in a serene neighborhood in the southern part of the city. Upon arrival, given her mobility issues, Wang Chao assisted her into the elevator alone. Her residence, located on the 15th floor, did not match Wang Chao's expectations of grandeur. It comprised 2 rooms and a living area, yet it was tastefully adorned. The walls were embellished with calligraphy and paintings, and a lush bamboo plant graced a corner, while wind chimes at the window produced a melodious sound, exuding an air of cultured elegance, devoid of the typical trinkets and stuffed animals favored by many young women. "Please, have a seat," Zhu Jia invited as she settled onto the sofa, briefly closing her eyes to gather herself before realizing her rudeness and gesturing for Wang Chao to sit. "Is your ankle all right?" Wang Chao inquired, surveying the surroundings before withdrawing his gaze. "It no longer pains me. I believe a night's rest will suffice," Zhu Jia replied, testing her foot and finding it considerably improved. She prepared a cup of tea and handed it to Wang Chao. "I appreciate your help today. I must treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." As Wang Chao sipped the tea, his mind wandered back to the encounter with Lin Lijun, a master of Wing Chun White Crane. The fight had been overwhelmingly one-sided. He had struggled against Lin's formidable techniques. Zhao Xinglong had mentioned the abundance of skilled practitioners along the coastal regions, and Wang Chao now recognized the truth of that assertion. However, he pondered the Chen group, having heard of them thrice. First, in connection with the kidnappers of Chao Jingjing. Second, regarding a 20 billion yuan betting scheme relayed by Zhao Xinglong. And now, with the drug trafficking organization tied to the same group, headquartered in Singapore, it was evident that the previous kidnappers had sought to establish drug trafficking routes. Piecing together these fragmented events, Wang Chao, as an outsider, discerned a pattern and felt a premonition that he would inevitably encounter the Chen group in the future. This intuition was not unfounded. Having listened to Zhao Xinglong's account, he recognized that the foremost expert on the coastal and Southeast Asian circuits was Qin Ai Yang, as a martial artist. Wang Chao yearned to witness this master's prowess, yet he acknowledged his current lack of qualifications to do so. "Hello, is this Shan Shan? Would you like to stay with me tonight? I'm feeling a bit lonely and could use some company." As Wang Chao contemplated his departure, Zhu Jia was on the phone. "What? You have plans and need to work late? Very well then." After hanging up, she dialed another number. "Hello, Hong Hong? I'm quite bored at home. Would you care to keep me company?" "What? You're with your boyfriend? Never mind." After a series of unsuccessful calls, Zhu Jia appeared somewhat despondent. The gravity of her first experience with taking a life weighed heavily on her, and Wang Chao sensed her emotional state. "Your marksmanship is commendable, isn't it? I've heard that those who have not practiced shooting will often miss even with a stationary target before them. Is that true?" At Wang Chao's inquiry, Zhu Jia's expression shifted as memories of her own shooting experience flooded back, causing her to shudder slightly. She forced a smile and nodded. "That is largely accurate. 60 to 70% of shots may miss, and one could easily injure oneself. I have practiced shooting before." Given the tragic fate of many martial artists who fell to gunfire, Wang Chao naturally developed an interest in firearms. However, in reality, he lacked the means to practice marksmanship and grasp the principles of firearms. While he yearned to delve deeper into the subject, he recognized Zhu Jia's discomfort and refrained from pursuing the topic further. "Is this place your own?" he asked. "Yes, I live here alone. My family resides in the provincial capital. This is merely a temporary residence," Zhu Jia replied. "It's quite a lovely environment, very peaceful," Wang Chao remarked casually before preparing to take his leave. "Wait, stay a little longer before you go," Zhu Jia implored, as if afraid of being alone. Hearing Wang Chao's comment about the tranquility of the place seemed to darken her countenance. "I'll wash up first. Please sit for a while. I have some questions for you. You have considerable news value, and I'm keen on conducting a martial arts interview." Having faced the gunfire earlier with courage, Zhu Jia now felt the weight of fear settle in after the fact. Seeking to dissipate the terror within, she hurriedly retained Wang Chao's presence, her words tumbling out in a somewhat incoherent manner. "All right," Wang Chao acquiesced, sensing a shift in Zhu Jia's demeanor. "It is often said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean." Yet he felt an uncanny understanding of her thoughts. Shaking his head to dispel these errant thoughts, he noted that Zhu Jia had already retreated into her room. Shortly thereafter, the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. Wang Chao, instead of indulging in frivolous thoughts, immersed himself in reflections on Lin Lijun's Wing Chun techniques. Unconsciously, he rose to his feet, moving about as he mimicked the actions from their earlier encounter. His battle with Lin had been immensely enlightening. "What are you practicing? You seem quite dedicated." A voice startled him out of his reverie. He looked up to find Zhu Jia emerging from her room. Now clad in loose-fitting attire, her long hair wrapped in a towel, exuding an allure that softened her previously austere demeanor. "One must keep their hands engaged and their mind sharp," Wang Chao quipped, eliciting a laugh from Zhu Jia, who settled down beside him. Now, let us converse. With your formidable skills, is it true that you can traverse rivers on a single reed or soar through the skies? That is mere myth, Wang Chao replied, amused, before elucidating the fundamental principles of martial arts to her. It seemed Zhu Jia sought companionship to alleviate her solitude, and as they conversed for a while, their dialogue flowed increasingly harmoniously. As the conversation progressed, Zhu Jia even posed a rather blunt question. Why is there not a hint of sweat on you? I saw you engaging in quite vigorous activity just moments ago. Wang Chao chuckled lightly, deftly diverting the topic with his words. Subsequently, he casually inquired about Zhu Jia's family background, her occupation, and even her age, managing to extract information akin to that of a distant relative. As the discussion drew to a close, Zhu Jia's eyelids began to droop, and she unexpectedly dozed off on the sofa. Clearly, the thrill and excitement, coupled with fatigue, had overwhelmed her. Observing this, Wang Chao quietly excused himself. Upon stepping into the street, dawn had already begun to break, with the distant sound of roosters crowing, as the light intensified. Zhu Jia jolted awake, initially startled, before instinctively checking her body for any abnormalities. Once reassured, she began to recall the events of the previous night. Had she truly allowed a man to spend the night at her home? Zhu Jia felt a twinge of surprise. Chapter 40. The Authority of Officials. Transformation of Energy and Witnessing. Shortly after Wang Chao exited Zhu Jia's room, a call from Chao Yi came through. Upon meeting in a CAF, Wang Chao immediately contacted several young women from his companies, urging them to come without delay. What? A business deal worth hundreds of thousands. A government network engineering project requiring maintenance. When Yao Xiaoxue received Wang Chao's call, she was taken aback, leaping to her feet in disbelief. Once she confirmed she had heard correctly, she and 3 other women promptly took a vehicle to C-City. This is Director Chao from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He's my friend. You should familiarize yourselves with him first. In the CAF, Wang Chao introduced Yao Xiaoxue and her companions to Chao Yi. These managers handle my business affairs. They will manage the specifics. After the introductions, Yao Xiaoxue and the 3 young women, embodying the spirit of a new generation, were instantly captivated by Chao Yi's status, eagerly addressing him as uncle and showering him with attention. Chao Yi, amused by their enthusiasm, graciously accepted their admiration and proceeded to explain the situation. There will be a bidding for the network engineering project across 3 districts. You should submit a bid. This afternoon, we are holding a celebration to commemorate the dismantling of a drug trafficking operation valued at over 10 million. Many leaders will be in attendance, including Secretary Zhu from the Municipal Committee. Wang Chao, you should engage with Zhu Jia. It would be beneficial to speak with her uncle, Zhu Tianliang. Securing the network engineering bid will be straightforward. Understanding Chao Yi's intentions, Wang Chao realized that involving Zhu Jia and leveraging her uncle's influence would serve to impress certain district leaders, thereby facilitating the bid's success. The celebration will take place at 3:30 p.m. in the Shenong Hotel, on the 28th floor. You should invite Zhu Jia to join. She has made significant contributions with her tracking and photography. We should express our gratitude, and she will not refuse. As Chao Yi departed the CAF, Wang Chao felt the weight of complexity and the tangled web of interpersonal relationships pressing upon him. Realizing the implications of Chao Yi's words, Wang Chao felt an increase in his trepidation. He was not naturally adept at socializing. Although he had gained confidence from the martial arts lessons taught by Tang Zichen, deep down, he still harbored a distaste for intricate social interactions. If given the choice, he would prefer to remain immersed in martial arts, returning to the simpler times of learning from Tang Zichen, free from worldly concerns. However, the reality was stark. Throughout history, mastery of martial arts alone, devoid of influence, status, or wealth, was ultimately futile. Moreover, without resources or power, he could not venture abroad to seek out Tang Zichen. Chairman, this is a matter of our company's survival. We are relying on you. Yao Xiaoxue and the 3 women gazed intently at Wang Chao. Relying on me? Wang Chao shot them a stern look. You will need to handle the public relations. Be cautious with the higher-ups. If you get taken advantage of, don't blame me. Rest assured, our esteemed coach. Chairman, the 4 women chorused, there's no one who would dare take advantage of us. Just hurry and call Secretary Zhu's niece. Yesterday, Zhu Jia, in a moment of turmoil, had shared her phone number during their conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chao, somewhat reluctantly, pulled out his phone. Just as he was about to dial, it rang unexpectedly. revealing Zhu Jia's voice on the other end. "Hello. Is this Wang Chao?" "It is," he replied. "I'm Zhu Jia. Today the Municipal Public Security Bureau is holding a celebration at the Shenong Hotel. I truly appreciate your help yesterday. And I was wondering if you'd like to join me?" Wang Chao exhaled in relief and naturally accepted. "Where are you now?" Zhu Jia inquired. "I'm at the CAF on Changsha Road, in front of the Public Security Bureau." "All right, I'll be right over," Zhu Jia replied hurriedly before ending the call. Before long, she arrived at the CAF, stepping out of a taxi. Upon spotting Wang Chao seated next to four young women, she paused momentarily. "These are the managers from my company. They are here to bid for the network engineering project across the 3 districts," Wang Chao quickly explained. "Your company?" Zhu Jia regarded the 4 women with a hint of confusion. "Ah, it's you, Sister Zhu?" Yao Xiaoxue had already recognized Zhu Jia's background and immediately greeted her warmly. Soon, a lively conversation ensued between Zhu Jia and Yao Xiaoxue. The 3 women, akin to a flock of ducks, engaged in chatter, making it nearly impossible for Wang Chao to interject. He chose to remain silent, closing his eyes to rest. However, after a while, he noticed something peculiar. As Zhu Jia conversed with Yao Xiaoxue, she frequently cast glances in his direction, her gaze flitting across his face, only to dart away the moment their eyes met. Wang Chao felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny. "What's the matter? Is there something on my face? Could it be related to what happened last night? But I didn't do anything unusual, just chatting. Why is she looking at me so intently?" He found himself perplexed by her behavior. At long last, the clock struck 3, and the 6 of them hurried towards the 5-star Shenong Hotel in the city. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were halted by a doorman who informed them that a meeting was being held for city leaders, and that no outsiders were allowed entry. However, after Zhu Jia spoke a few words and presented her identification, they were granted access without delay. Zhu Jia was a public figure in the city, a television anchor, so the staff recognized her. Upon reaching the 28th floor, they entered a large conference room, flanked on the right by a series of opulently decorated private rooms. The conference room was already bustling with attendees, most of whom bore the telltale signs of indulgence. As soon as these officials spotted Zhu Jia entering, their eyes lit up, and they eagerly approached her, simultaneously noting the presence of Wang Chao, Yao Xiaoxue, and the others, and began to speculate about their identities. Chowie and several leaders from the Public Security Bureau were also present, contributing to the noisy atmosphere that left Wang Chao feeling quite out of place. "Secretary Zhu has arrived," someone announced, and the commotion subsided almost immediately. Wang Chao turned to see a distinguished middle-aged man entering, flanked by a throng of admirers. This was Zhu Tianliang, the formidable secretary of C-City and Zhu Jia's uncle. Upon his arrival, Zhu Tianliang acknowledged the assembly with a nod and a smile, commanding immediate silence from the officials, as if an invisible force had gripped their throats. This was the power of authority. Although Wang Chao had seen this prominent figure on television, the palpable aura of power in person was utterly different, instilling a sense of awe within him. If the authority of a city secretary could evoke such feelings, what about that of a provincial secretary, a premier, or even the president? The weight of power and influence was indeed extraordinary. Wang Chao pondered. Sister Chen had mentioned in the Record of National Arts that at the pinnacle of martial arts mastery, there exists a technique known as witnessing, where mere gaze can intimidate an opponent without the need for physical confrontation. I had always been skeptical, but it seemed there might be truth to it. Chapter 41. The Awakening of a Shield. P.S. Today, an electrical fire broke out beneath the floor, and I have only just finished the repairs. The wisdom of martial arts stems from the insights of our predecessors regarding life. This was the very lesson Sister Chen imparted to me when she first taught me to stand in the horse stance. It appears that paying attention to every detail in life, deriving understanding, and integrating that wisdom into martial arts embodies the true essence of embodying martial intent in every action. Just as Wang Chao was drawing parallels between Zhu Tianliang's authoritative presence and the martial arts technique of witnessing, an incongruous voice interrupted his thoughts. "Jia Jia, you're here too. I just returned from Yinjing to the province and was eager to call you. Why have you been ignoring my calls?" Among the officials accompanying Zhu Tianliang was a young man, around 25 or 26 years of age. Upon spotting Zhu Jia, his eyes brightened, and he quickly approached her. Wang Chao instinctively raised his gaze to assess the newcomer. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, the young man possessed a tall, athletic build, fair complexion, and symmetrical features, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his slightly elevated nose. exuding a composed demeanor. Yet, there was something subtly ominous in the way his eyes occasionally narrowed, hinting at a shrouded intent. The initial impression of this young man, compared to the temperament of Wang Chao and Zhu Tianliang, quickly crystallized in Wang Chao's mind. He appeared to be someone who has been pampered and privileged, adept at the art of intrigue, yet lacking the polished sophistication that comes with experience, a young member of the upper crust who is still somewhat naive. Zhao Jun, I kindly ask that you refrain from incessantly calling and disrupting my work. I am currently quite busy. Moreover, please be mindful of your address. This is a public setting. Upon seeing this young individual, Zhu Jia's previously cheerful demeanor soured, her tone turning icy. The rapid shift in her expression took even Wang Chao by surprise. It was evident that Zhu Jia held a distinct disinterest in this young man. Zhao Jia, please do not cause a scene. Zhao Jun seemed accustomed to Zhu Jia's cold remarks, displaying a resigned expression. Suddenly, upon noticing Wang Chao beside Zhu Jia, his eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. And who might this be? This is my friend, Zhu Jia interjected, her face blossoming into a smile as she unconsciously leaned a bit closer to Wang Chao, emphasizing the word friend with a pronounced syllable, lending it an ambiguous undertone that felt quite intimate. What? Zhao Jun, witnessing Zhu Jia's actions, experienced a noticeable twitch at the corner of his eye, but he quickly regained his composure. Could it be that Zhu Jia is using me as a shield, a mere pawn? Wang Chao, with his keen observational skills, had noticed a vein on Zhao Jun's neck bulging slightly, a clear sign of rising anger. Heart rate quickening and blood rushing to his face. Should this state escalate, his face would undoubtedly flush red, culminating in bloodshot eyes. Yet, it was apparent that this young Zhao Jun was adept at controlling his emotions, managing to suppress his ire almost immediately. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment, Wang Chao had already sensed the underlying hostility and anger from the other party. Who was this Zhao Jun? During their conversation the previous night, Zhu Jia had not mentioned him, yet their closeness suggested an extraordinary relationship. Why had Zhu Jia chosen not to speak of him? Was it disdain? It seemed that this chaotic entanglement, initially intended for business networking, had inadvertently drawn Wang Chao into a web of emotional complexities due to Zhu Jia's involvement. He turned to glance at her, and upon meeting Wang Chao's gaze, Zhu Jia appeared to understand the implied reproach therein, immediately donning a pitiful expression that silently pleaded for assistance, subtly tugging at Wang Chao's sleeve. However, to Zhao Jun's eyes, their actions appeared as a silent exchange of affection, prompting Wang Chao to feel an increased tension in his neck, a flush creeping onto his face as his eyes began to blink more frequently. Jia Jia, I heard you insisted on pursuing that interview yesterday. A reporter even got shot in the arm. How reckless. At that moment, a deep voice interrupted the awkward atmosphere. It was Zhu Tianliang, who approached Zhu Jia with words of admonition. Wherever Zhu Tianliang appeared, he became the focal point of attention, and as he approached, the local officials turned their gazes in his direction, murmurs of speculation rising around them. Wang Chao could hear the hushed conversations. Who is this young man? He seems quite close to the secretary's niece. What is his background? It must be significant. It seems even the provincial governor's son is feeling overshadowed. Yao Xiaoxue and 3 other young women mingled within the crowd, overhearing the discussions, each forming a sense of mystery surrounding Wang Chao's identity. A top taekwondo instructor, skilled in martial arts, involved with the secretary's niece, and a close friend of the police chief. Could he possibly be the son of a prominent official or a wealthy magnate, here to experience life at the grassroots level? Or perhaps he has taken an interest in one of us, seeking romance. Although Wang Chao had partnered with them in business, he had rarely visited the company over the past few months, leaving them unaware of his true background. However, having watched numerous romantic dramas, the young women began to envision an elaborate backstory for Wang Chao. Uncle Zhu. Upon seeing Zhu Tianliang, Zhao Jun also managed to suppress his emotions, stating, I heard that Jia Jia encountered danger while following the interview yesterday, so I rushed over today. May I ask who this is? His last question was directed at Wang Chao, laced with evident hostility. Uncle, I'm perfectly fine, and besides, my childhood dream has always been to be a war correspondent. Yesterday was merely a minor incident. You needn't worry. Zhu Jia interjected defensively at Zhu Tianliang's reprimand. Zhu Tianliang, seemingly at a loss with his niece, displayed a hint of a resigned smile before turning his attention to Wang Chao. Young man, I was informed by Director Chow that you were instrumental in protecting Jiajia yesterday and even shot a major criminal. Impressive, indeed. It's heartening to see such outstanding youth these days. Zhu Tianliang's tone was gentle, evoking a sense of warmth. You flatter me, Secretary Zhu. Wang Chao responded. Keep up the good work. Your future is bright. Zhu Tianliang patted Wang Chao on the shoulder before making his way to the front of the gathering. Though it was merely a casual gesture, many eyes were upon them. What followed was a commendation ceremony, which transitioned into a celebratory banquet. However, Zhu Tianliang refrained from indulging too much. Once they entered the private room and exchanged a few words, he instructed everyone to continue drinking, stating, I have provincial work to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. With that, he departed, accompanied by several local officials, causing the atmosphere in the room to instantly intensify. Wang Chao found himself continually drawn into Zhu Jia's orbit, evidently having been designated as her shield. Zhao Jun, meanwhile, remained occupied at another table, conversing with various officials, no longer attempting to engage. Who is this Zhao Jun? During a lull in the proceedings, Wang Chao hastily inquired of Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia scoffed slightly. He is the second son of Governor Zhao, returned from studying abroad 2 years ago, a flamboyant young man. Oh, Wang Chao nodded, choosing not to press further. Now it was Zhu Jia's turn to be puzzled. Aren't you going to ask anything else, like why he is so persistent with me? Or why I made you my shield? Wang Chao replied, if you choose not to share, there must be a reason. We're friends. Helping you is only natural. You are quite an intriguing person, Zhu Jia remarked earnestly. Before furrowing her brow to caution, Zhao Jun is rather petty. Be careful around him, it's of no concern, Wang Chao replied, his eyes glinting momentarily before he lowered them again. As the banquet reached its conclusion, Wang Chao found himself preoccupied with business matters, taking a moment to glance over at Yao Xiaoxue and the others, only to discover the 4 girls engrossed in animated conversation with a group of officials. How is everything? No issues? Wang Chao inquired. This time, the network project funding for the 3 districts is 80,000, and they immediately agreed when I mentioned you as our boss, Yao Xiaoxue replied, her eyes glazed with intoxication, a rosy hue brightening her cheeks from the alcohol. Wang Chao frowned slightly, abruptly reaching out to pinch her palm, causing her to sputter a mouthful of wine in surprise, her clarity returning. Be careful. Wang Chao admonished gently. I will be cautious, Yao Xiaoxue assured, her speech clearer now. I heard them saying that next year, there will be a push for interconnectivity between urban and rural networks across the province. With national investments of at least several million, if we secure this business, we should hire more talent to expand our company's scope. Good. Now that you have some experience, make sure to organize everything well. Wang Chao contemplated. I'll bring Zhao Xinglong on board to establish a security department. As our business grows, we must also guard against envy from others. That makes sense. The company next to us suffered greatly for poaching talent. They ended up being attacked by a mob and had their place wrecked. Yao Xiaoxue nodded vigorously. Wang Chao acknowledged her comment, noticing Zhao Jun approaching Zhu Jia once more, seemingly engaged in conversation. Zhu Jia's anger flared, and she stormed over to Wang Chao, demanding, let us go. Take me home. Without waiting for a response, she grasped Wang Chao's hand and pulled him out the door. Chapter 42. A professional assassination team after securing the government contract. Tianqing Network Company finally found its footing. Due to Wang Chao's perceived close relationship with the secretary at the celebration, subsequent projects proceeded remarkably smoothly, with the government surprisingly advancing 300,000 in project funds. Upon receiving this sum, Yao Xiaoxue and several other girls, along with 2 male colleagues, were so elated that they scarcely slept for several nights. Their eyes reddened from exhaustion. In contrast, Wang Chao remained composed, unaffected by the excitement, which further solidified Yao Xiaoxue's belief in his substantial hidden background. During this period, Yao Xiaoxue successfully recruited several technical personnel from the talent market, drafting a network proposal in accordance with government specifications, which was approved and promptly set into motion. The scale of the project, while seemingly grand, was relatively straightforward, replacing outdated servers and hardware, revamping the website, a task manageable by ordinary technicians in less than 2 months. The project was completed, at which point the remaining funds from the government were deposited into their account. The total for the network project amounted to 800,000, and after accounting for necessary kickbacks, recruitment expenses, and taxes, the company netted approximately 500,000. Additionally, the company secured a 5-year network maintenance contract with 3 district governments, with an annual maintenance fee of $300,000. Naturally, $10,000 of that would be allocated to the officials in charge. However, Wang Chao, Yao Xiaoxue, and the others were well aware that, despite being labeled as maintenance fees, the actual work required was minimal, merely periodic inspections. This amounts to the district administration establishing a facade to secure funding from above, subsequently colluding with the internet company to share the spoils. Such easy money is indeed too tempting. Yao Xiaoxue couldn't help but feel this way. With tens of millions allocated for the construction of urban and rural networks across the province next year, a monumental undertaking lay ahead. Upon receiving the funds, Yao Xiaoxue and Wang Chao promptly convened a meeting, primarily to redefine their shares and strategize for a vigorous push in the coming year. Originally on the brink of collapse, the company was revived thanks to Wang Chao's connections that secured business from the administration. He was acutely aware of this, as were all others involved. Moreover, Wang Chao had encountered numerous experiences over the past 2 years, endowing him with insights and a commanding presence far surpassing that of these university students yet to graduate. A mere glance or gesture from him suffocated the others in the meeting. By the conclusion of the session, Wang Chao's original share had increased from 62.5 to 88. He was merely too disinclined to complicate matters. With his current influence, he could easily cast aside these students and recruit others. Securing 100 ownership. Earning a profit of $500,000 this time, Wang Chao allocated $200,000 for dividends and set aside $300,000 as startup capital. Expanding operations, he lured several well-connected salespeople from other internet companies with lucrative offers. By October, the company's business was flourishing rapidly. Not only did they avoid losses each month, but they also netted tens of thousands. Such poaching naturally invited trouble, but Wang Chao had preemptively established a security department. Led by Zhao Xinglong and several students from local martial arts clubs, they had repeatedly dispatched troublemakers attempting to poach their talent to the hospital. This series of events only amplified the reputation of Tianqing Network Company. With business thriving, Yao Xiaoxue expanded their operations further, branching into hardware sales alongside web development and network maintenance. Simultaneously, she and 3 other women leveraged Wang Chao's connections to cultivate a robust relationship with Zhu Jia, thereby securing business from over a dozen government agencies in City IT. Must be said that as long as one has connections, engaging in business with governmental agencies is quite lucrative. By December, when the first snowfall graced the ground, Wang Chao's Tianqing company had amassed nearly 100 stable major clients, predominantly from the governmental agencies in City, along with some clients from Province S introduced through Zhang Tong's connections. At this juncture, the company's monthly net profit had surpassed 200,000, and total assets had accumulated to 2 million. Although such sums might seem trivial to a magnate like Zhang Tong, akin to a mere check or a small stake in a Macau casino. For a group of entrepreneurial students, it represented an immense fortune. AS business continued to flourish. Yao Xiaoxue and her associates eagerly prepared for a vigorous campaign in the coming year, relocating their storefront to the largest computer market in the provincial capital, where they secured a spacious venue of over 200 square meters and a warehouse, transforming it into a modern office. The 4 women and 2 men, 6 university students in total, shed their previous struggles and seamlessly stepped into the realm of successful elites. At this time, Wang Chao had also graduated from high school, his exam results predictably dismal. Chao Jingjing excelled, gaining admission to Yinjing University. As classmates scattered like the wind, Wang Chao remained emotionally unaffected. To his parents, he merely mentioned that he was working in the provincial capital, earning some money, and was now investing in a business partnership that was proving profitable. While he spoke of network engineering concepts, his parents could barely grasp the terminology. However, upon seeing him return with 50,000 yuan in cash, they were overjoyed, recognizing their son's success. He continued to juggle his responsibilities at the Taekwondo Academy, where he hosted friendly technical exchanges with martial artists from other provinces specializing in various disciplines, including Sanda, wrestling, karate, Muay Thai, and judo. Yet, none could withstand his prowess, leaving them disoriented and unable to contest his superiority. This reputation drew attention to the Taekwondo Association in Province S, instilling a sense of pride in President Li Wanji, who rewarded him with a rare 100,000 yuan bonus at the year-end conference. By this time, Wang Chao's personal bank account boasted over 500,000 yuan, not including his 88 stake in Tianqing Network Company, marking him as a modest millionaire. The only regret was that, Despite his rigorous training in martial arts over the past 6 months, he had not been able to replicate his previous swift reflexes. As evening fell, snowflakes drifted silently from the sky. After exiting the Taekwondo Academy, Wang Chao looked up at the heavens, his footsteps crunching in the snow. The frigid weather saw few vehicles or pedestrians on the road. The hushed snowfall and the dimly lit night exuded a particular charm. He chose to walk home through the snow, each step deliberate, carving out straight lines 2 feet long in the powdery white. His leg techniques had reached an advanced level. Exhaling, a long breath formed a slight spiral in the glow of the streetlight before dissipating into the IT was as if 2 years ago on this very day. He had encountered Chen Zichen in the snowy landscape, her breath like an arrow capturing his attention. Wang Chao reminisced about that wintry morning, an overwhelming longing surging within him. It was she who had taught him martial arts, shaping the person he had become today. Without her, he might have been a college dropout, adrift in a foreign land, penniless. She had altered the course of his destiny. Time had flown by swiftly over these 2 years. Almost in the blink of an eye, now, he wondered where Chen Zichen might be and what she was doing. He instinctively lifted his gaze to the sky, which was pitch dark, revealing nothing as he walked. He approached the entrance of a narrow alleyway, unlit and resembling a slum area of the provincial capital. During the day, this alley was often crowded, with families hanging clothes on bamboo poles to dry on either side of the path. By night, it became utterly dark. Yet, Wang Chao found solace in this tranquility, often choosing to traverse this alley rather than take the main road, relishing the calming atmosphere. On such a snowy night, the ambience was even more profound. Just as he stepped into the alley and had taken a few strides, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, numerous and chaotic. Turning back, he noticed a group of figures emerging from the illuminated street, casting shadows in the snowy light. Each of these figures wielded a weapon that occasionally glinted menacingly, revealing themselves to be roughly 2-foot-long gleaming machetes. Simultaneously, from the opposite end of the alley, another group of figures appeared, similarly armed with machetes. The alley was effectively sealed off. Who were these people? A surge of alarm coursed through Wang Chao. That moment, the nearest group rushed forward. They halted a few paces from him, simultaneously launching a flurry of white powdery substance into the art. As the powder dispersed, a sharp, acrid scent struck Wang Chao's nostrils. Quick as a flash, he recognized the danger, swiftly closing his eyes while gripping his shoulders. Employing a technique akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell, pulling his clothing up to shield his head, he collapsed flat against the ground, rolling quickly to dislodge the lime powder from his body. After rolling several times, he collided with the inner wall of the alleyway. With a swift motion, he sprang up like a monkey, reaching for a bamboo pole that had been used to hang clothes during the day. The 3-meter-long pole, possessing a degree of elasticity, was thick at one end and narrow at the other, resembling a formidable spear. Grasping it firmly in one hand, he flung away the clothing caked with lime powder. Then, with both hands on the pole, he gauged its weight and found it perfectly suited for his grip. Without further ado, he bent his knees as if mounting a galloping steed. Using the bamboo pole as a spear, he thrust it forward with lightning speed, targeting the throat of the foremost assailant wielding a machete. Harnessing the momentum, the 3-meter pole extended outward, striking the assailant's throat from 5 meters away. A faint sound of shattered cartilage echoed as the victim staggered. A gurgling sound emanating from his chest before he collapsed sideways, his throat crushed. Having self-taught martial arts and wielded large poles for 2 years, Wang Chao possessed immense strength and remarkable precision. Although he had yet to master the art of striking a fly on glass without shattering it, he could certainly hit the throat from 5 meters away with unerring accuracy in this life-or-death moment. He cast aside any hesitation about taking a life. Moreover, having witnessed death, gunfire, and combat, his reservations had long been eroded. With determination ignited, battle fervor surged within him, his senses heightened, akin to a wild beast ready to pounce. Every sound carried clearly to his ears. He thrust the bamboo pole again, striking 3 times in rapid succession. The sounds of piercing flesh echoed, as 3 pairs of eyes were punctured, blood streaming down their faces. Such injuries were beyond the endurance of any trained fighter. These 3 individuals are by no means first-rate warriors, nor do they possess the audacity of Xiahou Dun from the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Who, After an arrow struck his eye, plucked out his eyeball to consume it before continuing the fight. Instead, upon sustaining a similar injury, they crumpled to the ground immediately. At this moment, Wang Chao's eyes had adjusted to the dim light filtering through the alley, allowing him to discern the nature of those charging towards him. They were a group of men, each appearing to be in their late 20s, clad uniformly in black leather vests and sporting crew cuts, all fitting snugly into their denim jeans. In an instant, Wang Chao felled 4 of them, his own hands tingling from the exertion, for this was not merely striking a sandbag but engaging with living beings. In a fleeting moment, he noticed a flicker of fear in their expressions as they collectively took a step or 2 back, yet the very next instant, they surged forward again. Clearly, these were not the typical small-time ruffians who would tremble at the sight of blood, wishing for additional limbs to escape the fray. This was a cohesive band of machete-wielding fighters, emboldened and undaunted, reminiscent of the notorious Axe Gang from the tumultuous streets of old Shanghai, being cornered by 20 or 30 individuals armed with machetes. While facing a barrage of lime powder to obscure his vision, was a scenario one would expect to see only in the dramatized portrayals of Hong Kong's underworld. Yet, Wang Chao was taken aback that such a scene could unfold even in the relatively peaceful mainland, and that it would befall him directly. This was, after all, the capital city of S province. Although some chaotic areas were home to petty thugs and minor gangs, they typically wielded iron rods or wooden clubs, relying more on intimidation than on lethal force, and they would disperse at the mere sight of a police vehicle. However, the group pursuing Wang Chao bore no resemblance to those petty criminals. They did not charge forward haphazardly but displayed agility and strategic retreat. Wang Chao understood well that, given his current stamina, footwork, and agility, he could easily handle 20 unarmed ruffians in an open space. Even if they were armed with clubs, their disorganized approach would afford him victory. But if they maintained their formation and pressed forward with unwavering resolve, undeterred by the sight of blood, he would inevitably sustain numerous blows and injuries. Should they wield knives, the situation would alter drastically. The human body is inherently fragile, and the distinction between enduring a few blows and a few cuts is evident to any rational being. Thus, Wang Chao seized a weapon at the earliest opportunity, fully aware of the peril that awaited him should he confront this well-trained group with nothing but his bare hands. The danger was palpable. Although he relied on his agility to evade the initial wave of lime powder attacks and managed to secure a suitable weapon, he was still confronted by a dozen more attackers ahead, with an equal number closing in from the alley's entrance behind him. If both groups converged, he could easily be overwhelmed and dismembered by their frenzied assault. Witnessing comrades fall without retreat is the hallmark of a true warrior. Throughout history, countless skilled fighters have failed to escape even the first wave of such chaos. Learning from the lessons of the past, Wang Chao evaded this calamity, which in itself was commendable. With a surge of energy, Wang Chao's spirit ignited, his body surged forward, and the bamboo pole he wielded transformed into a spear, thrusting straight into the heart of the approaching adversaries. In that moment, he assessed the situation. It was utterly unrealistic to expect to take down all of them. In an open field, wielding a firearm instead of a bamboo pole, Wang Chao would be confident in challenging 30 adversaries single-handedly. For now, however, his only option was to carve a bloody path to escape the alley. Once he reached the main road, with his remarkable agility, no one would be able to catch him. With a resounding crack, the bamboo pole, despite its ferocity, lacked the resilience and elasticity of a firearm. After blinding 3 more opponents, it was finally seized from him. His attacks were merciless, targeting eyes and throats, yet the sheer number of assailants made it difficult to maneuver in the confined space. And the long weapon proved cumbersome, as the pole shattered, leaving him with only fragments. The remaining adversaries descended upon him like a pack of wolves. Wang Chao immediately adapted, launching a flurry of strikes aimed at their faces. The splintered bamboo became a series of sharp projectiles, piercing through flesh and causing 2 more knife-wielding brutes to collapse, their faces marred by blood and gore. Simultaneously, he evaded knife strikes with fluidity. Yet suddenly, one of the downed giants grasped Wang Chao's foot, causing him to stumble. In that instant, 2 blades descended upon him from behind. Recognizing the imminent danger, he quickly raised the remnants of the bamboo to parry the blows. But the force of his defense caused it to splinter further. Now completely unarmed, he executed a powerful kick to the face of the assailant who had latched onto him, the impact resounding like a dull thud. Blood spilling from the man's mouth and nose, staining the snow crimson. Having dispatched that foe, Wang Chao was met with another knife strike aimed directly at him. Reacting swiftly, he pivoted, executing a grappling maneuver that disarmed one of his attackers, sending the knife flying. Yet, this brief respite proved costly, as a blade sliced across his back, tearing through his layers and leaving a gash that bled profusely. The cold bite of the wound was soon followed by a searing heat, blood trickling down his side and pooling in the snow. Wang Chao realized he had sustained a serious injury. A sharp gasp escaped him as he felt the pain coursing through his body, urging him to regain his composure. Just then, 3 more blades came at him, refusing to grant him a moment's reprieve. The sight of his own blood ignited a fierce determination within him. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the oncoming strikes and retaliated, plunging a knife deep into one man's side. The crimson spray signified the loss of strength in his opponent, who crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon. Wang Chao's mastery of the 8 trigrams palm, an art derived from knife techniques, surged within him as he reclaimed a weapon. With newfound confidence, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each more powerful than the last. As he cut through the throng of attackers, the chaos of the battle brought forth his latent potential, and he found himself thriving in the tumult. This brutal melee was unlike anything he had encountered before. The fluidity of his martial arts was now intertwined with the rawness of survival. As he prepared to strike once more, a few remaining adversaries lunged at him, aiming for his arms, shoulders, and head. Wang Chao, disregarding the need to withdraw, leaped forward, seizing a nearby knife from the ground. With a swift series of attacks, he had already dispatched 7 foes, knocked down 2 more, and sent another flying. Yet, 3 remained, standing as an impenetrable barrier before him. Their simultaneous strikes came at him, and with a steely resolve, he braced himself, enduring 3 deep cuts to his shoulder and arm in a counterattack. He swiftly swiped his blade across the throats of 2 of his attackers, their life force spilling forth like a fountain. This visceral struggle for survival had transformed Wang Chao. A once timid individual had emerged emboldened. The ferocity of close-quarters combat had elevated him to a battlefield warrior. With the 8 trigrams palm now seamlessly integrated into his knife fighting, he felt invincible. As he felled yet another opponent, the remaining assailants began to retreat, fear evident in their eyes. Seizing the moment, Wang Chao surged forward, his spirit rekindled as he made a desperate dash for freedom. However, the 20 or so knife-wielding assailants were hot on his heels, closing in with every step, mere moments away from encircling him once more. As long as the remaining assailant is undaunted and bravely strives to gain a few precious seconds, he may still manage to detain Wang Chao. This indicates that the caliber of this group of assailants has yet to reach the point of being truly fearless in the face of life and death, falling short compared to the second-rate mercenaries hired by Zhang Tong. Damn it! Watching Wang Chao dash out of the alley, it was surprisingly evident that this group did not pursue him. After all, outside lay a main road bustling with traffic, and at the traffic lights, there were electronic cameras. A group of individuals chasing down one would unequivocally attract significant trouble. Wang Chao burst forth, not choosing his path, merely flailing about aimlessly, uncertain of how long he had been running. His legs grew weak, his stamina depleted, and only then did he come to a halt. Noticing that there were no pursuers behind him, Wang Chao breathed a sigh of relief, though he was left with scant energy. If he did not staunch the bleeding soon, he would collapse within a few miles in his current state. Hailing a taxi was out of the question. He patted himself down and realized his phone had fallen during the assault. Glancing around, he noted that the snow had ceased, and this road appeared to be an old one, flanked by towering camphor trees and dim streetlights. There were hardly any passers-by. Just then, a girl unexpectedly emerged from the street corner, seemingly having exited from an internet CAF. Wang Chao swiftly approached her. The girl, startled, was about to scream. Wang Chao quickly covered her mouth and brandished his knife. "Do you have a phone? Let me borrow it." The girl merely rolled her eyes and nodded repeatedly, before suddenly fainting. Wang Chao immediately rifled through her belongings, retrieving a small and exquisite phone. Dialing Zhang Tong's number, "I was cornered by dozens of people in an alley. Managed to kill a dozen before escaping, but I've been stabbed and can't run anymore." Once the call connected, Wang Chao promptly conveyed his predicament. "What? You were attacked? Where are you now? Zhang Tong exclaimed in surprise. On the old road in Daxing, Wang Chao surveyed his surroundings for any signs. All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Wang Chao felt his strength utterly waning. Chapter 45. The consequences of frogs and swans coexisting. A striking red sports car soon came into Wang Chao's view. The vehicle hesitated at the intersection. Clearly the driver was assessing the situation, and then spotted Wang Chao. The car suddenly revved up, speeding towards him and abruptly halting at the roadside, showcasing the driver's remarkable skill. The door swung open, revealing Zhang Tong. What happened to you? Get in quickly. Upon seeing Wang Chao, whose blood had coagulated into dark patches, Zhang Tong gasped in shock, but soon realized he was still conscious, which seemed to ease her worry. Wang Chao, feeling dizzy and weak all over, longed to collapse onto the ground and sleep. This was a result of excessive blood loss, and he knew that if he fell, he might never rise again. He had been slashed 4 times. On his back, both arms and shoulders, each wound deep and long. Moreover, the setting was a frigid winter's day. Despite his robust physique, he was nearing his limit. All right, Wang Chao croaked, forcing himself to maintain composure, placing the phone back on the fainted girl, and then taking a handful of snow to pat her face. The startled girl emitted a groan and gradually opened her eyes. Seeing her awake, Wang Chao quickly leaped into Zhang Tong's car. Inside, it was warm, the air conditioning at a comfortable temperature, with a faint fragrance contrasting sharply with the icy road outside. The tension in his body dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of relief at having narrowly escaped death. Zhang Tong, noticing Wang Chao had entered the vehicle, immediately stepped on the gas. Can you hold on? She asked, concern evident as she drove. I am fine. Wang Chao exhaled deeply, uttering those 4 words, his body now too exhausted to even move a finger. Seeing his condition, Zhang Tong refrained from further questioning, focusing intently on the steering wheel as the car sped along. Soon coming to a halt in front of a large hospital, the entrance, 3 mercenary bodyguards and a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses awaited her arrival. Wang Chao recognized him as Mr. Zhou, the chief attorney of Zhang Tong's company. Besides these 4, there were several nurses and doctors in white coats, pushing a medical cart and waiting. As soon as the car arrived, they rushed over, with the nurses following the bodyguard's orders to swiftly lift Wang Chao from the vehicle. He was placed onto the medical cart and promptly wheeled into the emergency room. Faced with this situation, Wang Chao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. His mind was quite clear, but due to excessive blood loss and severe exhaustion, he was temporarily incapacitated, yet not in critical condition. Nevertheless, he had no desire to move. Since he was out of danger, he allowed himself to be at their mercy. That moment, the doctors who had lifted him onto the cart noticed something unusual about his condition and exchanged puzzled glances. Observing this, Mr. Zhou swiftly retrieved several red envelopes from his clothing and discreetly slipped them into the doctor's pockets. Instantly, the doctors seemed much lighter, their expressions serious, as if Wang Chao were merely an ordinary emergency patient. Zhang Tong's influence was remarkable. Within an hour of my phone call, she had arranged everything. Today, I owed her yet another favor, and who knows when I would be able to repay it. While calling friends for assistance, Wang Chao had pondered his options. He had only a few acquaintances in the provincial city. Li Wanji was a boss and thus not a suitable contact, given that he had been attacked. Reaching out to her was out of the question. As for Zhao Xinglong and Yao Xiaoxue, calling them would be futile and might escalate the situation. After all, he had emerged from the alley after having slaughtered a dozen men. If the police got involved, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Chowie was in Sea City, a police chief with a mysterious background, and Wang Chao did not consider him either. As for Zhu Jia, he instinctively felt it wise to maintain a distance from this high-ranking woman to avoid gossip about a frog desiring to consume a swan. After all, profiting from her connections was one thing, but having an ambiguous relationship with her was another. Thus, the only suitable option left was Zhang Tong. Once inside the emergency room, the doctors busied themselves with administering anesthesia, disinfecting, cleaning, suturing wounds, and transfusing blood. They worked diligently for several hours before finally transferring Wang Chao to a private ward, where a high-end nurse was assigned to watch over him throughout the night. With such treatment, Wang Chao felt as if he were a deity, comfortably drifting off to sleep in the warm and tranquil room. When the dawn broke the next day, Wang Chao awoke from his slumber, feeling the effects of the anesthesia wearing off. with a dull pain emanating from his wounds, particularly his back, making even the slightest movement laborious. It appeared his injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. Fortunately, the blades were not particularly sharp, merely slashing rather than piercing, or else he would have been in serious trouble. Wang Chao understood that in typical gang conflicts, the knives were meant to incapacitate or severely injure rather than kill. There was a significant difference between brawling injuries and homicide cases. Another reason was to create complications, for caring for a severely injured person is far more troublesome than dealing with a fatality. This was a common theme in newspaper reports about unscrupulous drivers who, after hitting someone, would run them over again. They would rather kill than injured. It seemed these individuals wished to leave him permanently disabled. Wang Chao, having been ambushed and attacked for no apparent reason, found himself pondering who was behind this. Had he offended some powerful figure? Clearly, they held him in high esteem, mobilizing a disciplined and skilled group of assailants. The situation was perilous. If he could not identify and eliminate the instigator, life would become exceedingly difficult moving forward. He mentally cataloged those he had crossed paths with. Was it Li Feng from the Taekwondo Academy? This young man lacked the influence for such a scheme. According to Li Wanji, he had gone back to South Korea for training. Perhaps it was someone from the Qin group, Qin Wuyang, or Lin Lijun from the drug trade? It seemed unlikely. Qin Wuyang had been killed by Chao Yi, and Lin Lijun had been apprehended by Chao Yi's team. None of those incidents could be traced back to him. As he continued to consider, a face flashed through Wang Chao's mind, locking onto the second son of Governor Zhao, Zhao Jun, from half a year ago at a social gathering. Could it be him? The consequences of Zhu Jia using him as a shield? It appeared that vengeance was indeed a dish best served cold. It had taken 6 months for them to act against him. Surely, they must have been covertly investigating his background during that time. Fearing that his connections might be too powerful to control, their patience suggested a level of cunning. Reflecting on his frequent interactions with Zhu Jia over the past 6 months for business reasons, it was evident that he had attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. This realization, Wang Chao was now 80% certain that this group of assailants was linked to Zhao Jun. Zhu Jia, oh Zhu Jia, I, the frog, had no intention of consuming you, the swan, yet I still found myself in such trouble. Wang Chao mused. Whether it was Zhao Jun or not, he needed to confirm it and conduct a thorough investigation into his background. Zhu Jia was part of his circle, and he needed to inquire further. With this thought, Wang Chao called for the nurse to bring him a phone. Once she complied, he propped himself up and dialed Zhu Jia's number. Hello, is this Zhu Jia? It's Wang Chao. I'm currently in the hospital. What happened? The situation was complex, but it likely involved her, so he added, could you come over? After hanging up, Wang Chao let out a long sigh. Contemplating inwardly, he thought, if it is indeed Zhao Jun who is responsible, then it is essential to devise a meticulous plan. Chapter 46. The Swordsmanship of the Central National Martial Arts Institute Creek. Just as Wang Chao hung up the phone, the door swung open, and Zhang Tong entered, carrying a large thermos. She exchanged a knowing glance with the nurse, who looked at Wang Chao with a hint of curiosity, as though he were a kept man, and then winked before slipping out. This caused the corners of Wang Chao's mouth to twitch, as if he wanted to explain himself, but upon reflection, deemed it unnecessary and simply smiled. How are you feeling now? The doctor mentioned that the knife wound on your back was perilously close to damaging your spinal nerves. Had it been severe, you could have been left paralyzed, confined to your bed for life. Zhang Tong settled onto a chair at the edge of the bed and opened the thermos, revealing layers of steaming dishes and soup laid out before him. I'm much better now, and besides, I wasn't doing anything particularly strenuous yesterday. Doctors have a penchant for exaggerating to frighten patients into spending more money. It's best not to believe them, Wang Chao replied as he sat up, gently moving his body and arms, relieved to find the pain less acute than upon waking. Indeed, Zhang Tong remarked, her expression softening into a gentle smile. She produced a pair of chopsticks and handed one to Wang Chao. This is a medicinal dish I had prepared specifically for you, along with a black-bone chicken and ginseng soup. Your constitution is quite robust, so you should not suffer from any adverse effects. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao felt a pang of hunger. Nodding in approval, he picked up the chopsticks to sample the food. Quite delicious. He swiftly devoured the 3 dishes and a bowl of soup as if a tempest had swept through. After Wang Chao finished, Zhang Tong called the nurse back in to clear away the dishes and thermos. Oh, and leave the chopsticks, she added, contemplating as the nurse tidied up. Once the nurse had exited, Zhang Tong approached the faucet, washing the chopsticks before keeping one for herself and handing the other to Wang Chao. "What does this mean?" Wang Chao asked, momentarily taken aback and puzzled. A martial artist who falls ill and remains inactive in bed for too long will find their blood circulation stagnating. In just a few days, their skills will deteriorate significantly. Your injury is merely a knife wound on your back. Your arms are unharmed. "Allow me to assist you in practicing," Zhang Tong said with a twinkle in her eye, reminiscent of a playful young girl. "Assist me in practicing?" Wang Chao glanced at the chopsticks in his hand. Zhang Tong had already taken her seat beside his bed and, with a sudden flick of her wrist, jabbed the chopsticks toward his wrist with the swiftness of a striking serpent. "How swift!" Wang Chao exclaimed, astonished by the precision and speed of her attack. Akin to a skilled fencer, he immediately reacted, raising the chopsticks to defend himself. However, Zhang Tong's chopsticks entwined with his, and with a sudden flick, she spun them as if stirring water. Wang Chao found it increasingly difficult to maintain his grip. "Remarkable!" he marveled, tightening his fingers to secure the chopsticks, just managing to prevent them from slipping from his grasp. Nevertheless, amidst this exchange, Zhang Tong continued to strike, landing successive jabs upon his wrist. "I had already informed you of my proficiency in swordsmanship." Zhang Tong chuckled lightly. The 13 techniques of swordplay include thrusts, sweeps, blocks, strikes, jabs, points, flicks, stirs, washes, presses, and chops. What I just demonstrated were flicks, thrusts, and stirs. Since you have not trained in swordplay, you are naturally unable to defend against such maneuvers. "Oh, which school of swordsmanship do you practice?" Wang Chao inquired, intrigued. This sword style was passed down from Li Jinglin of the Central National Martial Arts Institute in Nanjing. My master was a subordinate of Li Jinglin. After the Kuomintang fell, he retreated to Taiwan, then to France, where he passed it on to my master, who in turn taught me, Zhang Tong explained at Li Jinglin. Wang Chao recalled. During the Republic of China, Li Jinglin was the commander of the 1st Army Division in northeast China and later became the military supervisor of Zhili. Known for mastering the Wudong sword style and possessing formidable martial arts skills, he co-founded the Central National Martial Arts Institute with several prominent figures in the Kuomintang in the realm of traditional martial arts. He was renowned alongside Sun Lutong and was often referred to as the sword immortal. Li Jinglin had innumerable disciples throughout his lifetime, but following the fall of the Kuomintang, many found themselves scattered abroad. Wang Chao was aware of Zhang Tong's swordsmanship but had assumed it was merely for recreational fencing. He had not anticipated her skills to be so profound. No wonder you enjoy watching martial arts. It turns out you are a true practitioner yourself. I am not a true practitioner. I only know fencing. I have not trained in other martial arts. I in a real fight, unless armed with a sword. I am incapable of engaging effectively. Women, by nature, are not suited for fierce combat, Zhang Tong replied, shaking her head. "My master taught me that the essence of swordplay is to preserve its legacy, not to let it fade into obscurity." "Who says women cannot excel?" Wang Chao's mind momentarily flashed to Tang Ziqing. "Come, let us have another go. Allow me to witness the intricacies of your swordsmanship," he urged. Zhang Tong smiled. "Be cautious. I wouldn't want your wrist to swell from my jabs." With that, she lunged forward once more. A sword is akin to a small spear, both utilizing thrusts to strike. There exists a commonality between them. Wang Chao quickly defended himself, employing the chopsticks in a flurry. Now on guard and successfully countering Zhang Tong's advances, the two exchanged thrusts and parries with remarkable agility. Ultimately, Wang Chao's physical prowess began to tip the scales in his favor. After a brief struggle, Zhang Tong found herself somewhat winded, her cheeks flushed, and her wrist momentarily slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chao unleashed a sudden thrust, striking her chopsticks away. Zhang Tong gasped, instinctively retreating to evade his jab. Yet, in her haste, she overlooked the damp spot left by the rinsed chopsticks, and in her high-heeled shoes, she slipped. Her body tilted backward, seemingly destined to fall. However, having trained in martial arts, she deftly leaned forward, landing atop Wang Chao's bed. Ouch! Ugh! Wang Chao winced as the impact sent pain coursing through his body, nearly eliciting a cry of agony. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door swung open with haste. A voice called out, "Wang Chao. How did you get injured? How could someone of your skill sustain an injury?" it was none other than Zhu Jia. Wang Chao felt utterly wronged. What had begun as a mere sparring session had devolved into an awkward predicament. Not only was he in excruciating pain from Zhang Tong's weight, but now Zhu Jia had entered to witness the scene. Was she a harbinger of misfortune? Did calamity follow him wherever he went? He couldn't help but recall the incident when he had been cornered and attacked in an alley. Realizing her faux pas, Zhang Tong quickly stood up, her footing faltering momentarily. "I am a business associate of Wang Chao. I am Zhang Tong, the sales president of the French brand Chanel in South China, and you are." Impressively, she concealed her embarrassment, regaining her composure. "This is a broadcaster from C-City Television, a friend of mine." Wang Chao, having gingerly tested his body and finding it intact, let out a sigh of relief and introduced himself without a hint of embarrassment. "Zhang Tong? You are Zhang Tong?" Zhu Jia exclaimed, as if recognizing her. "I have seen reports about you on the provincial television's wealth column multiple times." Internally astonished, Zhu Jia recalled that Zhang Tong's personal life was said to be quite modest, with a commendable reputation and a passion for martial arts. A Taekwondo expert who must have met Wang Chao at the Taekwondo Academy. But how had things escalated to this point? Furthermore, Wang Chao did not seem the type to engage in such antics. Had she truly misjudged the situation, or was her perception merely clouded? Hello. I am one of your VIP clients at Chanel. I visit for beauty treatments every week." Zhu Jia, with the instinct of a journalist, displayed keen interest in Zhang Tong's identity. Our branch recently designed a new spring collection for the Paris Fashion Art Exhibition, perfect for professional women. Would you like to try it on? Zhang Tong seamlessly transitioned back into her business persona. The two women seemed to completely forget Wang Chao's presence as they delved into discussions about fashion, perfumes, skincare, hair design, and more, engrossed in conversation that seemed endless. After several minutes of this exchange, Wang Chao found himself stifling a yawn. Overwhelmed by the dialogue, his yawn startled the two animated women, who turned to him with a knowing smile. "Well, I must return to the office. I have some matters to attend to. Please come to our office next week and ask for me directly. Here is a diamond membership card that grants you a 20% discount on all services." In the brief conversation, Zhang Tong had subtly gleaned insights into Zhu Jia's background, sensing the vast potential she possessed, and thus began to cast her line for a bigger catch. Wang Chao watched in astonishment, a sudden thought surfacing in his mind. Zhang Tong must have recognized his potential as well and was now casting her net wide for opportunities. Regardless, she had helped him immensely, and out of a sense of reciprocity, he felt obliged to assist her in the future, hoping that her requests would not be overly burdensome. Suddenly, Wang Chao felt a pang of caution, sensing he might be ensnared in a vast web of obligations. The classic tale of Prince Dan and Jingku echoed in his mind, a reminder of the intricate webs woven by human relationships. What on earth is going on? After Zhang Tong exited, Zhu Jia, upon witnessing Wang Chao's injuries, was taken aback. Wang Chao recounted the events, beginning with his entrapment in the alley, and how he fought his way out, using a bamboo pole to strike at the throats and eyes of assailants, and wielding a knife to slash at their necks as he spoke. Zhu Jia gasped in horror, her anxiety palpable as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. "This was the situation, and my deductions are thus. It is highly likely that this pertains to you." Wang Chao further elaborated on his theory, speculating that the puppet master behind the scenes was Zhao Jun. "You and Zhao Jun are figures within the same circle. Pray tell, how would you assess his character and other aspects? My life hangs by a thread, and I must be vigilant." "Damn!" Zhu Jia exclaimed, her anger boiling over as she stomped her foot against the ground. "It must be that guy. He is certainly no good." I heard he had been involved with foreign criminal elements while studying abroad, and upon his return, he sought to emulate their ways. I have heard tales of him pursuing a woman in Yinjing, even going so far as to instruct others to cripple her boyfriend. Is that so? He cannot even grasp the basic national circumstances? Yearning to imitate foreign criminal syndicates? He might have encountered issues during his studies abroad. He is likely a manageable adversary. Eventually, even his provincial governor father may find himself implicated. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao felt somewhat reassured, as his worries and anxieties diminished significantly. Given the current state of affairs, the emergence of foreign crime lords, mafias, or triads within our borders is improbable. Setting aside the revolutionary deeds of our great leader, even the stringent crackdown orders issued by our chief architect, arresting, detaining, and executing, are sufficient to obliterate all criminal forces in New China. This provincial governor's son, straying from the legitimate path, seeks to cultivate criminal influence while straddling the line between legality and illegality. He is playing with fire. Despite the disparity in power between himself and such a spoiled heir, Wang Chao felt no fear. You have made me a shield. What do you propose we do now? Historically, the common people do not confront the authorities. I am but a humble citizen, my life as insignificant as grass. Should someone sever my head, it would be as silent as the death of grass. Wang Chao sighed at Zhu Jia. Please, do not be so disheartened. I was merely acting in haste at that moment. I did not intend to involve myself with such a debauched scion. I simply seized the opportunity to use you as a shield. Zhu Jia felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps I could seek him out to clarify things. To ensure he does not target you again? Huh? Wang Chao nearly choked on his disbelief, staring at Zhu Jia as though she were a fool escaped from an asylum. Zhu Jia soon recognized the absurdity of her suggestion, her face flushing with embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes brightened. I have observed many martial arts tales featuring camaraderie among disciples. Aren't you practicing that? Baguazhang? I have a godfather who also studies Baguazhang. He currently resides in Yinjing and holds considerable influence, being a revolutionary elder. If you could establish a connection with him, I assure you that Zhao Jun would not dare lay a finger on you. A master of Baguazhang, from the old guard? Upon hearing this, Wang Chao felt a surge of excitement. He had been yearning for a genuine expert to exchange insights with, and this opportunity seemed fortuitous. Suddenly, his perception of Zhu Jia transformed. The earlier impression of her as a calamity vanished entirely. Quickly, take me to Yinjing now, Wang Chao urged, brimming with impatience. Calm down. First, you must rest and recover. Besides, I have preparations for a program that I must complete. I am scheduled to transfer to the international channel of CCTV next year. Thus, after a fortnight, when your injuries have healed sufficiently, we shall journey to Yinjing together, and I will introduce you to my grandfather. Zhu Jia replied with a smile. Understanding the necessity for patience, Wang Chao accepted, knowing that hastening to seek out expertise while still injured would hinder his progress. Very well, I shall wait for 2 weeks. During the subsequent 2 weeks, Wang Chao enjoyed a surprisingly comfortable recovery. Zhang Tong brought delectable meals and medicinal soups daily, and after each meal, they engaged in mock duels with chopsticks, honing their skills. This practice kept Wang Chao's wrists and fingers nimble, preventing them from becoming stiff due to his injuries. Gradually, he began to master Zhang Tong's 13 sword techniques, contemplating how to integrate them into his own martial arts. Envisioning his fingers as swords, tirelessly practicing even in his sleep. Over time, the martial arts of Bagua, Xingyi, and Tai Chi in Wang Chao's mind began to harmonize into a cohesive whole. Zhang Tong's sword techniques served as a unifying thread, connecting these 3 schools of thought. Wang Chao was not surprised by this development. After all, the swordsmanship of Li Jinglin from the Central National Martial Arts Institute had originally resulted from the daily interactions and exchanges of various martial arts masters. Culminating in a synthesis of martial excellence in the past, Li Jinglin had collaborated with prominent figures such as the legendary Sun Lutong and Yang Luchen's grandson, Yang Qingfu, and the master of the 8 extremes, Li Shuwen, all of whom had contributed their insights to the sword techniques. Zhang Tong had merely acquired the sword techniques without delving deeply into their practice. Yet, these seemingly simple techniques, when placed in the hands of an earnest practitioner like Wang Chao, acted like a key to unlock a treasure trove of potential. Crack, crack. Wang Chao utilized his fingers as swords, executing the techniques of Beng and Tiao, producing a crisp sound as air was displaced. Unconsciously, he flicked his finger against a porcelain cup filled with water on the table. The cup shattered, splintering into several pieces, and the water splashed, drenching Wang Chao. He rejoiced at the newfound power of his finger strikes, but soon felt a sharp pain in his fingertip and discovered a large bruise beneath his nail. Clearly, the force of the strike had injured him despite the cup's shattering. His external training was still lacking. He had yet to cultivate the resilience of iron bones and copper skin. His ability to withstand impact remained insufficient, a fact he accepted given that he had only trained for 2 years. Although his daily practice far exceeded that of the average person, he had only attained a level comparable to someone with 5 or 6 years of training. After 2 weeks of recuperation, Wang Chao's body had fully healed and appeared revitalized, though the scars on his arms, shoulders, and back resembled gruesome centipedes. Zhang Tong had suggested skin grafting, But Wang Chao refused, knowing that once his internal strength reached the level of dark energy, he could completely eradicate the scars through training. As he moved about his hospital room, circling to test his body, he realized his legs felt somewhat sluggish, lacking the agility they once had. The lack of practice during his recovery had indeed led to a decline in his skills. Training is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Wang Chao reflected, understanding that even a single day's absence from practice could dull his reflexes, while a 2-day hiatus could cost him half of his proficiency. Just as Wang Chao began to practice his stance, testing his body with the dragon and snake technique, Zhu Jia entered. "Ah, you're looking well? How are you feeling?" "Completely recovered." Wang Chao nodded. "The flexibility of my spine is still somewhat lacking. But after 3 days of practice, I should be back to normal. It's nothing serious. I can be discharged today." "Have you arranged our itinerary for Yinjing?" "Yes, I contacted Grandpa Li and mentioned that I know a fellow practitioner of Baguazhang. He seemed somewhat interested. However, when you meet him, be sure to present yourself well. You must not give him the impression that your training is mere showmanship." Showmanship. Wang Chao recalled the moment he had used a machete to demonstrate Bagua techniques by slitting throats. Thinking to himself, "Indeed, it is a formidable martial art for combat. Let us go. It's time to be discharged. Change your clothes. We have a flight to catch at 3 this afternoon, which will take us to Yinjing by night." Zhu Jia lifted her bag.is at that soon. "One moment, I need to call Zhang Tong." Wang Chao quickly dialed her number. On the other end, Zhang Tong seemed to be delegating tasks, but upon hearing Wang Chao was to be discharged, she immediately replied, "There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Just leave. I'll send someone to handle the discharge paperwork." With this reassurance, Wang Chao felt at ease. Upon reaching his villa at Tianqing Lake, he retrieved several changes of clothes. Zhu Jia, accompanying him, was taken aback by the grandeur of his villa. "Who exactly are you? This house is not easily affordable." Wang Chao smiled mysteriously. "This is my sister's house. She is currently abroad, and I am merely managing it." "What does your sister do?" Zhu Jia, embodying the spirit of an inquisitive reporter, relentlessly pursued the matter. "I don't know." Wang Chao replied candidly. Unfortunately, Zhu Jia interpreted his honesty as evasiveness, assuming he was withholding information. However, having grown somewhat familiar with Wang Chao, she recognized his reluctance to divulge personal details and decided to respect his privacy, closing her mouth. Having not returned to the villa for half a month, Wang Chao felt a wave of nostalgia as he wandered through the house, inhaling the familiar scent. Observing this, Zhu Jia's eyes glimmered, as if she had come to a realization. Once aboard the plane, Zhu Jia surprisingly remained quiet, while Wang Chao, lost in thought, contemplated the esteemed elder from the Bagua sect that Zhu Jia had mentioned. As the night descended, the plane landed at the capital airport. Upon disembarking from the plane, Zhu Jia neither hailed a taxi nor awaited a ride. Instead, she sought out the subway entrance, purchased a ticket, and boarded the train alone. Wang Chao found this somewhat peculiar. Noticing the curious glance from Wang Chao, Zhu Jia smiled and remarked, "Grandfather Li still adheres to the traditions of the older revolutionary generation. He does not favor excessive luxury. If we were to take a taxi, he would surely disapprove." "Oh?" Wang Chao exclaimed in surprise, a sense of admiration blossoming within him. During their journey on the subway, Wang Chao inquired about the esteemed elder, and what he learned was remarkable. This venerable figure had once served as a bodyguard for both the Prime Minister and the Chairman and was now enjoying his twilight years within the Yinjing Military District compound. Before long, the two arrived at their destination, disembarked from the subway, and strolled along the bustling street. They soon found themselves before the imposing military compound, where rows of armed sentinels stood guard, exuding an air of authority. This was a branch of the military district, primarily housing veterans of the revolutionary era. As Zhu Jia spoke, she made a phone call. Moments later, Wang Chao's eyes brightened as he spotted an elderly gentleman emerging from the entrance. The old man walked with a steady gait, each step both deliberate and significant, appearing to move slowly yet swiftly at the same time. From a distance, he recognized Wang Chao and Zhu Jia. Waving his hand and striding directly toward them, Wang Chao and Zhu Jia hastened to meet him. At a distance of several paces, Wang Chao could clearly see the elder's features. The old man's hair was a mix of gray and white, neatly groomed, and though his face bore the creases of age, he lacked the typical sagging skin associated with the elderly. He donned a simple gray garment and wore traditional cloth shoes, exuding an aura of tranquility and straightforwardness. Grandfatherly, Zhu Jia greeted him warmly. Wang Chao echoed her sentiment, recognizing the need for the respect and courtesy befitting such an elder. Is this the young man you spoke of, Jia Jia? The elder turned his gaze toward Wang Chao. A chill ran down Wang Chao's spine as he quickly stepped forward. Esteemed elder, I beg your pardon. With that, he extended his hands toward the elders in a gesture of respect. Upon feeling Wang Chao's approach and his mannerisms, the elder's eyes gleamed slightly. Excellent. Such a pure stance. He reciprocated the gesture, their hands meeting. In that moment, Wang Chao was struck by the sensation that the elder's skin was taut, as if it concealed a multitude of sharp needles. Subtly pricking yet restrained, he instantly comprehended that this elder's martial prowess had transcended the realm of mere technique, reaching an advanced state, though whether it was the elusive Hua Jin remained uncertain. It was evident that he far surpassed Wang Chao. Your skills are remarkable, I concede defeat, Wang Chao admitted earnestly. Previously, he had employed the traditional greeting of the older martial arts community in the past. Practitioners gauged each other's abilities without engaging in combat. A mere touch could reveal the depth of one's skill. Genuine sparring, however, involved life-and-death struggles. Those proficient in martial arts would engage in this manner, understanding one another's capabilities and refraining from reckless action. Yet this also led to external misconceptions that Chinese martial arts were merely verbal and not physical. One can discern their own condition as one drinks water, whether it is cold or warm. How many years have you trained? The elder inquired. Releasing Wang Chao's hands and nodding slightly, I began practicing in December of the year before last, so it has been 2.5 months now. Wang Chao replied. 2 years. The elder was taken aback. Who was your master? My master's skills were limited, but she taught me for a year before departing, and I have no knowledge of her whereabouts since. Subsequently, I have trained on my own, Wang Chao explained. Limited skills. That is the pinnacle of Hua Jin. I did not expect that there still exists someone who is cultivated to such a level, the elder pondered, seemingly aware of the martial arts community's customs and refrained from further questioning. Young man, you have trained admirably. Achieving the level of Ming Jin in just 2 years is quite impressive. While your master must have been a formidable individual, it also requires a diligent and gifted disciple to reach such heights, the elder acknowledged. Wang Chao shook his head. I still have much to learn. When I engage and push hands with others, I always struggle to act without intent, to respond naturally, the elder mused, scrutinizing Wang Chao anew. Do you wish to know the reason? Indeed, I yearn to comprehend. Wang Chao straightened his posture. There is a saying in the boxing classics, the sinews must be relaxed, the skin must be agile, each joint must connect, and the spirit must be ethereal, the elder elucidated. Your body can react, the hair on your body can rise, and your pores stand firm like iron. Your energy cultivation has reached a level of maturity. However, this only signifies that you have mastered the skin and hair aspect. In combat, your sinews do not fully relax. Martial artists must maintain a balance of yin and yang, moving freely yet tightly, akin to lead encasing mercury. Internal relaxation is complemented by external tension, allowing for spontaneous release. Acting without intent grants one the edge over others, the elder continued. Wang Chao suddenly grasped the profound meaning embedded within the notion of lead and mercury. As the elder spoke of the need for relaxation and agility, Wang Chao was reminded of a lesson from a year prior when he trained with Tang Zichen, who had articulated similar principles regarding Tai Chi's movements. Now, in conjunction with the elder's words, a veil seemed to lift, illuminating his understanding. With his right hand resting against his ribs and his left hand rising, Wang Chao instinctively assumed a posture resembling the dragon snake combined strike. He subtly engaged his tailbone, activating his skin and dividing his body into internal and external layers, allowing himself to relax. However, understanding the concept was one thing, while executing it was another. As he tightened his skin and channeled his energy, his muscles tensed in response, making it difficult to achieve the balance of yin and yang. Indeed, understanding and execution are distinct matters, young man. You must continue to refine your skills. Engaging in push hands in Tai Chi and the circling hands of Bagua requires at least a year for your hands to synchronize with your body. The elder advised. What posture is this? What stance are you employing? It resembles the combined strike technique of Xing Yi, the elder observed, noting Wang Chao's murmurs of realization. Upon witnessing Wang Chao's stance, The elder's astonishment grew. This is the dragon snake combined strike. My master taught me that the dragon represents the horse and the snake represents the spear. The union of horse and spear can reign supreme on the battlefield. Wang Chao did not conceal his admiration. I see now. It seems your master must have been a battlefield veteran. Throughout history, martial arts masters who survived combat inevitably become legendary figures. To create such a standardized combined form is commendable. You could establish a lineage under your name. The elder expressed with a sense of nostalgia, recognizing the historical significance. Wang Chao, well-versed in the history of martial arts, understood the elder's words. Masters from various schools, such as Xing Yi, Tai Chi, and Bagua, developed their unique styles, often establishing branches of their own. May I inquire, esteemed elder, have you attained the level of Huajin? Wang Chao asked eagerly. When we briefly touched hands, I sensed a latent power, as if steel needles were concealed within. I have yet to cultivate my own engine. I am uncertain what level of skill that represents. The elder sighed. In my younger days, I indeed reached the pinnacle of martial arts, having attained Huajin. My entire body was capable of delivering lethal strikes with the force of a needle. However, alas, those days are behind me. I can now merely deliver swift strikes akin to a fleeting breeze. The elder's expression darkened, revealing his sorrow over the passage of time and the fragility of life. Is it true that once one attains Huajin, time will also erode one's abilities, much like external martial arts? Wang Chao inquired, furrowing his brow. Youthful one, martial arts are not mythical. Even the most accomplished masters cannot escape the relentless march of time. Time is unforgiving, and one must inevitably yield to age. I am now over 90 years old. While I can still align my center with intention and harmonize my intent with breath, I find it increasingly challenging to unify breath and strength throughout my body. Some areas have become unresponsive. The elder lamented. With that, the elder advanced, his palms slicing through the air toward Wang Chao's throat with the precision of a blade. His footwork was exquisite, moving with the swiftness of a leopard pouncing upon its prey. Employing the authentic Bagua footwork and hand techniques. Yet, rather than sidestepping, he pressed forward with vigor, seizing the central line, executing an assertive attack. Excellent. Wang Chao could not contain his admiration. The elder's movements instantly showcased a distinctive prowess. The principles underlying Bagua, Xing Yi, and Tai Chi were fundamentally the same. Despite differing methodologies, the essence and foundational truths remained consistent. Recognizing the elder as a predecessor of the Bagua school, Wang Chao resolved to counter with Bagua techniques. As the elder initiated his attack, Wang Chao felt the elder's energy surge toward him, as if magnetically drawn, prompting him to step diagonally, a reflex that seemed to bypass conscious thought, resulting in a movement faster than before. In that instant, he found himself at the elder's side, his skin bristling with heightened awareness, as if he stood atop a rocky outcrop amidst a tempest, attuned to the raging winds, discerning the strengths and weaknesses of the storm around him. The storm is akin to the strength of an elderly man. Where it is robust, it signifies the presence of his vigor, while where it falters, it indicates that his energy has not reached that point. Wang Chao unexpectedly transcended into a realm of profound subtlety, his pores attuned, his gaze fixed upon his own hands, sensing the feebleness of his opponent's strength and targeting that very spot. Young man. Splendid. As Zhuangzi once remarked during the butchering of an ox, one should not focus on the entirety of the beast, but rather perceive the connections of its sinews and bones. This principle applies equally to martial arts. There is no need to scrutinize the entire person, only to heed the weak links in their force. After seizing a side position, Wang Chao executed a precise strike, targeting the very point where the enemy's strength was lacking. It was as if an antelope had gracefully hung its horns. A natural occurrence, unrefined yet evidently a manifestation of superior skill. The old man, however, stepped back, pivoted, and surprisingly advanced first, outpacing Wang Chao, reclaiming the frontal position. As their palms met, they immediately became entangled, plunging into a contest of leverage and positioning. At the moment of their clash, Wang Chao mirrored the elder's movements, intertwining arms and pressing in. This was the throwing technique of the turning palm from Baguazhang. Indeed, Baguazhang inherently encompasses wrestling, a fusion introduced by Cheng Tinghua. With a resounding clap, the two executed the turning palm simultaneously, their bodies melding together in a wrestling stance. Yet, Wang Chao found himself at a disadvantage. In that instant of grappling, he felt overwhelmed. His whole body lifted off the ground as he lost the capacity to alter his force, ultimately being flung away. The earth beneath his feet, which should have been a source of support, proved insufficient, as any martial art becomes ineffective when one's feet leave the ground. With a thud, Wang Chao was cast aside. Nearby, Zhu Jiao watched in astonishment. To her, the encounter between the elderly man and the young one appeared utterly inexplicable. Without even exchanging names, they engaged in animated discussion and sparring. This struck her as the behavior of two madmen and obsessives. Chapter 50. Share your emotions. Indeed, you practice the authentic art of bagwazang. Your footwork is remarkably steady. Few can achieve such a stable foundation without 6 or 7 years of diligent training. Although the elder had not exerted his full strength, upon flinging Wang Chao away, he observed the youth spring back up with remarkable agility, gaining confidence in the process. "All right, Wang Chao, why do you resort to combat upon first meeting?" Zhu Jiao reproached him with a tone of disapproval. The old man chuckled heartily upon hearing her words, exclaiming, "You have indeed brought me a keen and eager young man. It has been many years since I have encountered a youth practicing bagwazang with such purity. Enough with the sparring. Let us converse inside." Wang Chao remained silent, nodding thoughtfully, processing the insights gained from their earlier exchange. The elder's martial prowess was indeed formidable. The finesse displayed in the turning palm that had cast him aside surpassed his own. This was even considering the elder's age and diminished physicality compared to his prime. Youth fears the aged. A dedicated martial artist reaches their pinnacle between the ages of 20 and 50. After 60, regardless of one's background, age inevitably leads to diminished agility and bodily decline. Once past the peak, one slowly descends. Yet, to see an elder of 90 still capable of such skill is a testament to the purity of their training in their youth. Wang Chao understood that despite the elder's physical frailty due to age, his strength remained formidable and intimidating compared to ordinary practitioners. "I have longed for the opportunity to engage with a true master. And this elder before me, having served as a guard for both chairman and prime minister and possessing extensive battlefield experience, is undoubtedly a wellspring of wisdom. I must seek his guidance on how to confront ambushes to avoid being caught off guard." The three proceeded through the guards at the entrance, entering the military compound. Upon entering, Wang Chao surveyed the surroundings. The buildings were modest, exuding simplicity, yet the compound was spacious and serene, with a few red-walled structures nestled among the shaded trees. The elder resided in a third-floor apartment, a 3-bedroom flat. Inside, the room was tidy, adorned with a few ancient wooden furnishings and a plethora of books, both old and new, neatly arranged on the shelves. "Young man, please take a seat." As they entered, the elder gestured for Wang Chao to sit, while Zhu Jiao promptly set about preparing tea. Wang Chao acknowledged, refraining from unnecessary words. "Our earlier exchange has already revealed your skill. Your practice is commendable. However, I would like to see you perform a complete set of bagwazang, if that is agreeable." The elder spoke with utmost politeness, not once assuming an air of superiority, of course. Wang Chao replied as he rose, moving to the center of the spacious living room. He assumed the stance and began to practice slowly, transitioning from the double change palm and single change palm to the body-moving palm and rubbing palm. Each gesture, pushing, squeezing, pressing, and rubbing, alongside the movements of rotation and stepping, flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a gentle stream, showcasing the precision of a form guided by a master. Upon completing the set, Wang Chao raised his hands to his forehead and lowered them to his abdomen, exhaling deeply as his breath resonated in his chest, erupting from his throat in a clear, prolonged note. "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." The elder squinted, lost in thought for a moment before reflecting. "Your master is an extraordinary individual. Your stance is impeccable, with not a single flaw in alignment. This is indeed a rarity. You have grasped the essence of bagwazang. However, your skill is still in need of refinement, likely due to the brevity of your training." Recalling a year prior, when he practiced under the watchful eye of Tang Zichen, who would correct him at the slightest misstep, Wang Chao understood that the precision of his form was a result of countless hours of training, honed to perfection. The elder's inability to offer further guidance on his technique did not surprise him. If the elder were to criticize his form, it would cast doubt upon Tang Zichen's teachings. "What must one do to transition from manifest strength to latent strength?" Wang Chao inquired. This requires time and gradual accumulation. It is an inevitable stage in the cultivation of martial arts. One cannot rush. It must come naturally. The transition from manifest to latent strength represents a qualitative leap in martial arts, and many practitioners spend their entire lives striving for such an understanding. Latent strength arises from the harmonization of heart, intention, and energy, which in turn unites with force. Therefore, to cultivate latent strength, one must first refine their will and understand their heart. I comprehend the principle of the internal triad. Wang Chao interjected. I also grasp the concept of latent strength. However, I seek insights from your experiences on how to cultivate will and clarity of heart. His tone was calm yet resolute. How to cultivate intention and clarity of heart, why experiences? The elder squinted his eyes. Lost in reminiscence, his thoughts drifting to another era. The room fell into silence. Wang Chao remained quiet, while Zhu Jia, having brewed the tea, appeared disinterested in their conversation and wandered into another room to peruse the books. The elder and Wang Chao, both sharing a common lineage, engaged in conversation without even exchanging names. Zhu Jia, casually flipping through the myriad of books, mused to herself, I wonder how long these two will chat. I hope it won't last all night. I have no desire to accompany them in their madness. It is almost 10 o'clock. I should leave and return tomorrow. With this thought, Zhu Jia stepped out. Elderly, we must take our leave. Please rest well, and we will visit you again tomorrow. Wang Chao, let us go. You may go ahead, Wang Chao replied, slightly furrowing his brow before addressing Zhu Jia. You. Zhu Jia felt a surge of frustration. Momentarily at a loss for words, their exchange disrupted the elder's train of thought. His gaze flickered as he emerged from his reverie, knitting his brow in displeasure at being interrupted. One ages. The mind often struggles to keep pace. Just as a coherent thought begins to form, an interruption renders it elusive, leaving one at a loss for words. The elder, with a gentle touch, massages his temples, revealing a look of distress. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jia immediately comprehends the sentiment. The elder is reproaching her for disrupting his train of thought, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Soon, the elder realizes that his self-directed musings may have been inappropriate, and he bursts into a hearty laugh. Do not take my previous words to heart. I do not mean to blame you, however. The musings of an old man and the interests of a youth may not align. And I understand if you find our conversation tedious. Perhaps it would be best for you to take your leave and return to visit me tomorrow. Zhu Jia, amused by the elder's humor, nods in agreement. Very well, Grandpa Li, I shall take my leave now. Wang Chao, you continue your discussion, and once you're finished, do call me. Knowing that Zhu Jia has a place to stay in Yanjing, Wang Chao feels reassured and nods in acknowledgement. After Zhu Jia departs, the elder sinks back into contemplation, pondering for some time before finally opening his eyes to address Wang Chao. I find it challenging to articulate my thoughts clearly. Some sentiments are better felt than expressed. Perhaps age has dulled my expressiveness. After a night's rest, my mind tends to function more swiftly in the morning. You might as well stay here, so that if inspiration strikes me unexpectedly, you are present to capture it, lest I forget it over time. Very well, Wang Chao replies, and under the elder's guidance, he retires to another room to rest. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Wang Chao rises early and practices his martial arts in the nearby woods. As the sun gradually ascends, sparrows begin to chirp merrily atop the branches. Just as Wang Chao intends to return indoors to check if the elder has awakened, a procession of vehicles approaches from the direction of the military district's entrance. These vehicles are strikingly extravagant. Leading the convoy is a sleek, black, elongated car, a Rolls-Royce, a brand Wang Chao recognizes as synonymous with luxury, often costing millions. He recalls hearing Zhang Tong mention that some models are produced in limited quantities, fetching prices that can soar into the hundreds of millions. Accompanying the Rolls-Royce are other opulent vehicles, including Hummers, Lincolns, and Ferraris, each model appearing more exclusive than those he has encountered before. The quartet of cars glides to a stop below the stairwell, and several individuals emerge from the front vehicle. At the forefront stands a commanding middle-aged man whose every gesture radiates authority, a demeanor shaped by wielding significant power and frequently issuing commands. Wang Chao instinctively compares this man to the city committee secretary, Zhu Tianliang, realizing that in the presence of this figure, Zhu pales in comparison. His stature is vastly superior. As Wang Chao observes, a haughty young woman steps from the Hummer, her attire exuding elegance. He has encountered many affluent young women in Zhang Tong's company, yet none possessed the poise this girl displays. Simultaneously, young men and women disembark from the Lincoln and Ferrari, all exuding an air of opulence. This ensemble evokes thoughts of aristocratic families. They seem to be a family unit. And after gathering their belongings with the escort of several bodyguards clad in black suits, they proceed toward the staircase. Wang Chao steps aside to allow them passage, watching as they hastily exit the military district. Did these affluent elites witness the elder's indignation? He muses, dismissing the incident as he ascends to the third floor, returning to Grandpa Li's residence. Upon gently pushing open the ajar door, he instantly perceives the elder animatedly conversing with another elderly man dressed in simple military attire within the living room. Brotherly, I once fought valiantly alongside the chairman and the premier, laboring tirelessly to establish this nation, striving to overthrow the oppressive bureaucrats and landlords. Yet, I never imagined my own descendants would become the very bureaucrats and landlords. Lording over the people, it is a disgrace beyond measure, perhaps even more so than those they replaced. Brotherly, how can I face the comrades who sacrificed their lives for this cause after I am gone? The elder's voice quavers as tears stream down his cheeks, his sorrow reminiscent of a child's. Wang Chao feels a surge of profound emotion. He recalls numerous tales from the previous century, filled with similar spirits and sacrifices. Countless individuals like this elder have come together, embodying an indomitable spirit. In the midst of this emotional reflection, Wang Chao recalls a phrase from Tang Zichen. Cultivate intention, clarify the heart. After Brother Li bids farewell to the military-clad elder, he notices Wang Chao at the entrance, murmuring to himself, and releases a deep sigh. You speak truthfully. It is indeed through emotion that one finds strength, allowing for the cultivation of intention and clarity of heart, thus achieving true inner harmony. What you presently lack is the inspiration that fosters your growth. My martial arts were perfected during the long march. I cannot teach you specific techniques, but I can share my emotional experiences with you. How much you derive from it will depend on your own fortune. Come with me, Brother Li beckons, leading Wang Chao to his study. There, he opens a cabinet and retrieves a gleaming, amber-hued suona, adorned with a red silk ribbon. He takes a deep breath and plays a few notes, producing a resonant sound. Wang Chao remains silent, listening intently to the elder. Suddenly, the elder's chest swells, as if coiling with the energy of countless serpents, an evident display of breath control. A lively melody emerges from the suona, a passionate folk tune. Each note resonates like an arrow shot forth, the elder's clothing rustling with the force of his breath. Captivated by the elder's performance, Wang Chao's thoughts swell, leading him to close his eyes, yet he vividly imagines each breath the elder takes as he plays. After a considerable time, the final note dissipates into the air, and Wang Chao awakens to find the elder seated wearily at the table. Gesturing for him to depart. Why martial arts and emotions are fully expressed in that rendition of 10 farewells to the Red Army. You may leave now. Wang Chao responds, I have come to understand your emotions and martial arts. Indeed, they embody an invincible strength. With that, he exits the elder's residence. Chapter 51. A heart like a child, intent like steel. Step by step, Wang Chao emerges from the military district, greeted by the brilliant sunlight overhead. While sparrows flit about the branches, glancing at the blinding sun, he realizes that he has been listening to Grandpa Li's suona performance for 3 to 4 hours. The essence of external strength lies in the natural release of energy, where muscles must be relaxed and the skin must be agile. While external energy is relaxed, this only pertains to physicality, not the subtleties of internal energy. The internal integration is intertwined with heart and intent. Previously, Wang Chao understood that when one is anxious, perspiration pours forth, far exceeding the exertion of physical activity. This illustrates the power of heart and intent. However, mastering the application of this power in practice, to fully unleash and wield it with ease, remains an insurmountable chasm. This gap embodies the essence of striking must be swift from the hands, as articulated by his predecessor, Chang Tinghua. Wang Chao contemplates. Once this chasm is crossed, martial skill transforms into a profound art, granting access to the essence of national martial arts. He reflects on the experiences and insights gained over this day and night. Although he did not engage in specific discussions with Grandpa Li nor spar with the seasoned veteran, he still feels his journey has not been in vain. for the answers to his persistent inquiries have been validated and illuminated during this time. The two elderly men had emerged from the battlefield, their spirits indomitable, yet, confronted with the moral decay of the younger generation and the shattering of their lifelong ideals, they revealed a heart as pure as that of a child, their souls as clear as a child's innocence, and their resolve, as strong as steel, embody the profound mysteries of the internal triad. The intricacies of martial arts resonate with the truths of life. Without understanding life, one cannot genuinely grasp the essence of internal force. A heart unrefined and a will unsteady cannot harness internal strength. The heart, the will, the harmony of heart and will. It is no wonder that the precursor to Xingyi Quan was termed heart and will boxing. It becomes evident now. Over the past 2 years, my relentless practice has yielded increasingly meager progress. A consequence of my impure heart, I have unwittingly succumbed to the dazzling distractions of life, and if this continues, I shall inevitably descend into degradation, failing to ascend to higher realms of understanding. It seems I must quiet my mind, purify my spirit, and strengthen my will. Wang Chao reflected upon the past year, during which he had established a company and mingled with the elite, succumbing to the allure of wealth, status, and power. His heart and will were no longer as pure and focused as they had been when he was with Tang Zichen. For someone like him, whose martial prowess was still in its infancy, this was undoubtedly a slow-acting poison. Fortunately, after a day and night of contemplation, he had experienced the profound emotions shared by the elder generation. The final performance by I not only transformed a lifetime of martial arts into dynamic expression, but also dispelled the fog that had gradually enveloped his heart. The emotions he felt became intertwined with his pursuit of martial mastery, allowing him to part the clouds in his mind and behold the luminous moon above. At that moment, he gained a deep understanding of the subtleties of the external triad, how his body, muscles, and movements harmonized, and the clarity and steadfastness of the internal triad. His heart and will. 2 years of training culminated in a single moment of enlightenment, breaking through barriers and entering a new realm. Yet, understanding alone is insufficient. One must embody the skills through rigorous practice. Wang Chao's recent realization merely unveiled a path to the summit. He had yet to truly ascend. The pursuit of martial arts demands a childlike purity of heart and a will as unyielding as steel, qualities not forged overnight. Alas, the reason Sister Chun had not elucidated this truth to him earlier was likely because he had only just begun his journey, unprepared for the threshold he now faced. Any attempts to explain would have been akin to playing music for an uncomprehending audience. Perhaps it was also a test for him. Wang Chao lowered his gaze, observing the shadow he cast upon the ground, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Taiji, Xingyi, Bagua, Bajikwan, Tongbei, Wing Chun, the essence of traditional Chinese martial arts. Tang Zichen, Zhu Jia, Zhang Tong, Chao Jingjing, Chao Yi, Li Wanji, Zhao Xinglong, Yao Xiaoxue, Mr. Li, the Weeping Elder, Chao Yi, the City Secretary Zhu Tianliang, the Provincial Governor Li Gongzi, the menacing faces of those who had ambushed him in an alley, the glint of their knives, and the skilled martial artists who had perished in gunfire, along with the luxurious procession of nobility he had witnessed earlier that morning, the police shootouts, the life-and-death struggles, the opulent commercial edifices, the lavish villas, and the intoxicated lives of the wealthy. All these experiences from the past 2 years flashed through his mind. He was unsure how long he had been lost in thought when suddenly, the ringtone of his phone reverberated within his clothing, jolting him from his reverie. Taking a deep breath, he felt the energy surge through his body, his muscles tensed and relaxed, his chest expanding and contracting. Releasing a long breath that felt like a swift arrow shooting forth, it was as if he expelled all impurities with that exhalation, leaving him invigorated and his mind clearer than ever. After regaining his composure, he answered the call, and Zhu Jia's voice came through. "You've been standing at the door for quite some time. What are you up to? Did you finalize your discussions with the old man so quickly? It seemed you two were hitting it off quite well. Has he accepted you as a fellow disciple of Bagua? I'm just a short distance away in the card. I arrived just now and saw you standing there looking dazed." Wang Chao turned towards the source of the voice and noticed a luxurious BMW parked under the shade of trees on another road. Displaying military plates, he wondered where Zhu Jia had procured such a vehicle. As he gazed in that direction, the car window slid down, revealing Zhu Jia's beautiful face, Waving at him, he approached and saw that a striking young woman was driving, dressed in elegant winter attire. Exuding sophistication, a clear indication of her privileged upbringing. "Ah, it's you?" Wang Chao recognized her instantly. She had arrived earlier in a high-end Hummer, and now, barely half a day later, she had switched to a military-licensed car. Indeed, she was a daughter of a powerful family. However, Wang Chao recalled the image of the weeping elder, and a sense of weariness washed over him. "Wang Chao, get in the cart. We have plans to dine with others. You should join us." "Judge, who is he?" the young lady inquired, glancing at Wang Chao with curiosity. "He's my friend, and a fellow disciple of M.Art.Li is his uncle, and he came to see him today." Zhu Jia quickly embellished, elevating Wang Chao's status. Oh. The young lady perked up, scrutinizing Wang Chao closely as if recognizing him. "Ah, he's a descendant of M.Art. No wonder, I saw him earlier ascending the stairwell of my grandfather's residence. I have a sudden matter to attend to, Zhu Jia. You enjoy your time in Yinjing for a few days," Wang Chao gently declined. Despite knowing that this dinner invitation would likely involve influential individuals, offering him potential advantages for his future endeavors, he felt no inclination towards such indulgences. The opulence and allure of wealth and power would only serve to confuse his spirit and corrode his will, especially for someone whose martial arts were still developing. While Taoist teachings advocate for both worldly involvement and transcendence, Wang Chao recognized that he had yet to detach from worldly concerns. His heart lacked the purity of a child, and his will was not as steadfast as steel. Thus, engaging with the intoxicating allure of wealth and power would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. He was acutely aware of his current predicament and had outlined a path for his cultivation during his recent reflections. After acknowledging Zhu Jia with a smile, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Zhu Jia was taken aback by Wang Chao's rejection, her face flushing crimson. The young lady watched Wang Chao's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, Zhu Jia regained her composure, muttering, "Forget it then, humph. Let's go." "So, Jia, is he your boyfriend? Did you have a quarrel?" the young lady inquired, puzzled. "Humph. After all my help, he doesn't appreciate it." Zhu Jia huffed again. The young lady chuckled softly, pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. That evening, Wang Chao returned home, briefly informing his parents that he would be traveling. He then approached Li Wanji at the Taekwondo gym, expressing his desire to take a break for personal cultivation, leaving his responsibilities in Zhao Xinglong's capable hands. Li Wanji readily acquiesced to Wang Chao's request, and after settling some matters, Wang Chao spent a few days resting at home. When a sudden cold front arrived, blanketing the city, villages, rivers, lakes, and roads in snow, he set out on a journey toward the southwest. On that snowy morning, he embarked on a trek to trace the inspiring route of the previous century, traversing mountains, rivers, snow-capped peaks, and meadows, seeking to shed the distractions within his heart and will. Chapter 52. A heart as pure as a child, a will as strong as steel. The snow fell intermittently for 3 consecutive days, showing no signs of abating. The world was draped in a silvery shroud, and the cold winds howled from the heavens, slicing against the skin with a painful chill. In such weather, even the roads in the city, let alone the rural paths, were eerily devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. At this moment, Wang Chao trudged along a narrow path in the woods, each step sinking into snow that reached his pant legs. Crunching beneath his feet, he had been walking for 3 days, finally arriving at Shaoshan along the Xiang River. The heavy snow and frigid temperatures made his trek arduous. He rose before dawn each day, walking until nightfall, seeking refuge in small inns or the homes of nearby farmers. On the first day, as he struggled through the snow, his shoes quickly soaked through. Navigating the rural paths proved exceptionally challenging, and after countless steps, he was forced to walk barefoot. By nightfall, his feet were numb from the cold. Fortunately, his 2 years of martial arts training had honed his skills to the point where he could close his pores and prevent the cold from penetrating, or else he would have suffered frostbite like an ordinary person. The heavy snow and fierce winds had also damaged his umbrella. Snow melted on his head and trickled down his neck, leaving him chilled to the bone. Despite his superior physique, he could hardly endure it, and by nightfall, he felt dizzy and faint, clearly suffering from the effects of the cold. Fortunately, as night fell, Wang Chao had traversed over 100 miles and, after much effort, finally stumbled upon a humble farmhouse. The household was tended by an elderly man left behind while the rest of the family sought work elsewhere. This warm-hearted elder graciously prepared hot water and brewed ginger tea with brown sugar for him, dispelling the chill that clung to Wang Chao. Within the farmhouse, he discovered a large bamboo hat, a raincoat woven from palm fibers, and a pair of straw sandals, which he promptly purchased. Fully equipped, he donned his new attire, and the following day, as he ventured outside, he found himself impervious to the biting cold and the relentless snowfall. However, the straw sandals, though sturdy, could not shield him from the frigid air. Thus, with each step, he flexed and stretched his toes, striving to prevent the icy grip of winter from damaging them. Throughout the 3 days of his journey, Wang Chao's feet bore the brunt of his suffering. After an arduous climb to a mountain peak, he gazed around at the stark landscape, bare tree trunks coated in frost, a desolate winter scene engulfing him. Earlier that morning, he had paid homage to the birthplace of a great leader. And now, atop the highest nearby mountain, facing the north wind, his palm leaf raincoat flapped loudly in the gusts. Filled with a surge of ambition, he could not help but recall the poem Qin Yuan Chun, Snow. In that moment, amidst the grandeur of the mountain, he lingered for a while before descending the other side, continuing his journey southwestward. After more than a month of travel, Wang Chao finally arrived at the border between Hunan and Guizhou. By this time, the heavy snow had melted, winter had passed, and spring was upon them. The thawing snow turned into streams that flowed across the ground, leaving a muddy path in its wake. With each step, he embodied the essence of trudging through the mire. Initially, Wang Chao struggled to adapt, but as the days turned into weeks, he gradually became accustomed to the daily rhythm of walking and contemplation. His wardrobe had changed countless times, as he frequently purchased new clothing from towns along the way, replacing the old, his substantial funds ensuring he lacked for nothing. Yet, he retained the bamboo hat, raincoat, and straw sandals, which became his steadfast companions. His arduous journey mostly led him along mountain trails or deserted rural paths, where encounters with others were rare. The silence, solitude, and steady pace allowed Wang Chao to gradually forget the clamor of the world. His spirit soaring amidst the vastness of nature in his rhythmic strides, he instinctively synchronized his movements with the principles of his martial art, losing himself in the essential techniques and forms in the Yunnan-Guizhou region. Where the mountains were often shrouded in mist, Wang Chao chose to avoid the main roads, which consumed much of his energy. Moreover, at each stop, he paid homage to the revolutionary journeys of his predecessors. His progress was slow, and by the time spring blossomed, he had only reached Junyi in Guizhou in early May. After crossing the Qishui River, he entered Sichuan. Over these months, his body had been honed by the elements, transforming his once fair skin into a weathered brown. Despite the hardships of living outdoors, his physique grew stronger, and his steps became more vigorous. During his silent walks, he occasionally closed his eyes, immersing himself in a tranquil state where he could hear the gentle flow of blood through his veins. A symphony of life within him. His martial practice had reached such a refined level that he could discern the sound of blood flowing like a mountain spring. Wang Chao was unaware if this deepened awareness stemmed from his months of silent walking. But he felt his body had seamlessly integrated with the intricacies of his martial art, his spirit fully enveloped in the profound emotions that had resonated with countless souls in the past century. As he neared the plateau of Sichuan, the terrain became even more treacherous than in Guizhou, with winding mountain roads that coiled through undulating hills, resembling a colossal dragon with no discernible beginning or end. The heat intensified, yet Wang Chao remained oblivious, sensing only that his body and spirit were akin to a rough-hewn gem, each step akin to a process of polishing and refining, shedding impurities and revealing a pure, crystalline brilliance. Over the course of nearly 6 months of walking, the initial difficulties and hardships faded, replaced by an increasing sense of comfort. Having forgotten the clamor of the world, his liberated spirit made him feel remarkably light. He reflected on the wisdom of his predecessors from the martial texts, realizing that true mastery was marked by a growing ease in practice. Discomfort indicated a misalignment. He understood he had found the right path. As the mountains grew steeper and the paths more perilous, the rivers below surged with greater force, and the sun above blazed ever more fiercely in mid-June. Wang Chao wound his way along the Dadu River, noticing the changing customs and landscapes of the towns he passed. Occasionally, he spotted Tibetans dressed in distinct attire, Finally, on this day, he beheld the soaring peaks of distant mountains, their summits veiled in white snow. These formidable snow-capped mountains loomed before him, obstructing his path forward, heralding an arduous journey ahead, one that would be tenfold more perilous than any he had previously traversed. The long march had only just begun. Chapter 53. A heart like a child, will like steel. Wang Chao entered the vast mountain forests in June, where the humidity made the air stifling, compounded by the rainy season. Rainwater trickled through the gaps in the trees, saturating the ground with a foul-smelling, putrid black muck. Amidst the decaying branches and muddy waters, he often spotted serpents slithering about, some with flat heads, others triangular, their bodies deep green, jet black, or black and white. Clearly venomous, avoid being bitten. Wang Chao treaded carefully, every pore on his body alert, the bristles of his sweat-soaked skin acting as sensitive detectors for movements within 6 paces. He still wore the bamboo hat, raincoat, and straw sandals, but now wielded a bamboo staff to navigate the terrain. The original set had worn out during his 6 months of travel, and he had procured these replacements in a town in Sichuan. From the very first day, he had developed a profound attachment to this ensemble, for donning them shielded him from the taint of modernity, leaving his spirit remarkably untainted. Light as a feather, the bamboo staff and straw sandals. I faced the rain and mist with ease. In this ethereal state of mind, he shed any discomfort from his body. After a day and night of trekking, the following morning found him atop a prominent rock halfway up the mountain. Gazing out, the distant towns and rivers appeared as a miniature tapestry, obscured by a gentle mist, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Suddenly, a fiery sun burst forth, sweeping away the mist and illuminating the path he had traversed. The formidable fortress road is as solid as iron, and now I step forward anew. Wang Chao felt an overwhelming surge of heroic spirit. His heart was as free as the rain and mist. Yet his will was as unyielding as iron. This heart and will mirrored the interplay of sinew and skin, one relaxed, the other firm, forming a harmonious yin and yang. Facing the rising sun, Wang Chao took a deep breath and exhaled. As the sun ascended, the stones began to warm, and he laid his clothes flat upon the rocks, surrendering himself to the comforting warmth as he drifted into slumber. He was still halfway up the mountain, far from the summit. As he ascended further, the climate would grow harsher, the snow deeper, and even with his current stamina, the journey would be fraught with peril. He needed to conserve his strength. After a while, a chill crept over him, waking him from his dreams. He looked up at the sky, realizing the sun had vanished behind a thick blanket of clouds, a cool breeze sending shivers through him. His clothes were dry now, and after putting them on, he retrieved some glutinous rice cakes and dried vegetables from an oil paper pouch, along with a bottle of water. His prepared rations. He gathered some dry twigs and leaves nearby and kindled a fire. Before long, the rice cakes were roasted to perfection, releasing a warm, fragrant aroma. Wang Chao devoured 4 of them alongside the dried vegetables and drank a bottle of water, feeling invigorated as he moved about to shake off any stiffness. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed in the sky, followed by flashes of lightning that danced like silver serpents. Wang Chao quickly sought refuge in a dry stone hollow, small and shallow, barely accommodating 1 or 2 people, yet sufficient to shield him from the rain. Amidst the thunderous roars, torrential rain poured down outside. With another deafening clap of thunder that shook the earth, the echoes reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Gradually, as Wang Chao listened to the thunder, memories of the tiger and leopard's thunderous sounds during his training surfaced. Unconsciously, he began to engage every muscle and bone in his body. The method of the tiger and leopard's thunder had been practiced with Tang Zichen 2 years prior, leaving a lasting impression. Yet at that time, he had not yet reached the level of mastery that allowed him to mobilize every muscle and bone. Now, as he resumed the movements, they felt effortless. Wang Chao understood that this ease was a testament to the refinement of his martial arts through months of diligent practice. In the midst of his gentle shaking, he gradually began to hear a rhythmic humming emanating from his bones, harmonizing with the sound of blood flowing through his veins like a mountain spring, surprisingly reminiscent of the thunder that echoed through the world outside. A torrential downpour raged outside, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderclaps that echoed relentlessly. Wang Chao listened intently, finally closing his eyes, allowing his mind to be free of distractions. All that remained were the resounding thunder from the heavens and the vibrations coursing through his bones, synchronized with the rhythm of his blood flowing, mimicking the thunderous symphony. Gradually, Wang Chao found that the thunder reverberating within him melded seamlessly with the celestial sounds, becoming an indistinguishable part of the grand orchestra of nature. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the thunder above began to fade, and the sound of the rain subsided, leaving Wang Chao, with his eyes still shut, to perceive a brilliant light. Upon opening his eyes and stepping out of the stone hollow, he was greeted by the dawn, the sun rising in the east, painting the landscape in hues of red. A new morning had dawned. The post-rain morning was infused with freshness, and the trees in the valley appeared especially lush, their verdant leaves seemingly ready to exude sap. The fusion of yin and yang birthed the thunder, awakening all life from the mountains. A sudden enlightenment surged within Wang Chao. His spirit was as pure as that of an innocent child, yet his resolve was as formidable as steel. His sinews felt relaxed as cotton, while his skin bristled like iron filings. This interplay of inner and outer forces harmonized perfectly, guided by the inspiration of the universe. Like the thunderclaps above, it unleashed the thunder within his very being. The experience was profound, mysterious, yet undeniably tangible, truly ineffable. After moving his body slightly, Wang Chao practiced his forms in the direction of the rising sun, feeling a newfound ethereality and steadiness within him compared to the previous day. When he exerted himself, he felt as light as a cloud floating in the wind, dancing with grace. Yet, when he channeled his strength, he was as forceful as a meteor crashing to the earth, each strike resonating with a crisp crack, akin to a bamboo splitting. His refined power had thoroughly ascended to a higher level of mastery. Wang Chao understood that all of this came naturally, sparked by the thunderous connection of the previous day, which had initially awakened the thunder within him, allowing his muscles and bones to flow freely. This was what the martial classics referred to as the seamless connection of techniques. Reaching this state signified his entrance into the pinnacle of refined energy. Without the 6 months of spiritual cultivation, he would not have been able to harmonize so effortlessly with the thunder. In the clamor of the mundane world, facing the chaotic interactions and tribulations of life, he could hardly fathom how long it might have taken to reach this point. It was likely that the dust of the mundane would have clouded his spirit, leading to a muddled, impure mind, forever unable to grasp such profound insights. Standing quietly in the morning sun for a moment, Wang Chao donned his raincoat and hat, resuming his journey. The mountains of Sichuan often towered into the clouds, with mist and rain lingering only halfway up. Beyond that lay the eternal snow. After trekking for half a day, Wang Chao finally entered an uninhabited high-altitude region, where the paths became steep, requiring both hands and feet to climb. He grasped the thick ice and snow piled upon the rocks, feeling its chill seep into his core. Before reaching the summit, his hands had already grown numb. Fortunately, his experience walking in frigid, snowy conditions, coupled with his robust physique, allowed him to traverse the slick paths with relative ease, avoiding any peril. However, the winds at the peak were fierce, while the valley below basked in the warmth of June. The summit felt like the depths of winter, with snowflakes swirling in the gusts. He had to remove his raincoat and hat to prevent them from being blown away, lest he tumble off the cliff. The endless expanse of white snow ahead revealed no trace of his path, leaving him in a state of trepidation, unable to ascend or descend. An unsettling fear crept into his heart. Once he removed his raincoat, an overwhelming cold enveloped him, as if his muscles were turning into ice sculptures. As dusk descended, obscuring the path ahead, he realized he had to stop to avoid slipping into the abyss, finding a sheltered hollow to evade the gusts. He wrapped himself in his raincoat, eating a bit and sipping snowmelt, closing his eyes to gather his spirit. The interminable night dragged on, and the anxious waiting became a greater torment. Gazing into the pitch-black sky and listening to the howling winds, Wang Chao found himself questioning whether dawn would ever arrive, whether he would survive to descend the great snowy mountain. Loneliness, cold, fierce winds, waiting, darkness, fatigue, and the gradual stiffness of his body all bred a sense of despair within him. Reflecting on the Red Army's long march across similar mountains, equipped only with grass shoes and no special gear, yet achieving miraculous success, he pondered. Why could he not also prevail? Remembering that this was not an impassable road, but one traversed by those before him, Wang Chao felt a significant part of his negativity dissipate. Perhaps his resolve was not as unshakable as he had imagined. With a long sigh, to avoid freezing into an ice sculpture from prolonged stillness, he began to shake rhythmically, resonating with the thunder within. Finally, he endured until dawn broke. Invigorated, he cast aside all thoughts, rising to continue his journey, each step steady and powerful, discerning the path ahead as he trudged onward. After 2 days and nights of life and death struggle, Wang Chao successfully traversed the snowy mountain, and as he descended, he encountered a tourist area with various attractions. Yet, he chose not to linger, instead taking a solitary path straight to a nearby town. This journey across the mountains had teetered on the edge of countless life and death moments. Wang Chao savored the lessons learned amid despair. After resting for several days to recuperate, he set forth once more, heading toward another snowy peak. Armed with his prior experiences, he conquered one mountain after another. With each summit he crossed, Wang Chao felt his heart and spirit become clearer and more resolute, until he ultimately believed that nothing in this world could ever sway his will or soul. By the time September's golden autumn arrived, Wang Chao finally exited Sichuan, arriving at the vast grasslands that marked the boundary of the historical Sichuan-Tibet region. While the grassland paths were not as perilous as the snowy mountains, they were even more challenging to navigate. All around lay marshes and muddy pits. Each step through the mire threatened to engulf his legs and muck up to his knees. He had to lift his feet high, treading carefully as if walking on thin ice. Wang Chao wielded a stick, prodding the ground ahead to avoid sinking into the mire. With each step on the grassland, his footing felt soft and unsteady. Akin to walking a tightrope, he carried with him rice cakes, dried vegetables, and water, traveling light on this grassland. Even grass shoes were of little use, ultimately leading him to remove his shoes entirely. The weather was capricious, at times. Torrential rain would fall, other times hail would pelt down, and yet at others, the sun blazed fiercely. With no shelter in sight, Wang Chao maintained a resolute demeanor, his expression unchanged. Like an ancient statue, he moved forward methodically, step by step. His clothes were tattered, hanging off him in rags, rendering him more destitute than the most impoverished beggar. The worn fabric revealed muscles and skin as strong as iron. On the 5th day within the grasslands, Wang Chao found himself out of food and water, acutely feeling the plight of the Red Army from yesteryears. Yet, his spirit remained unwavering, as if his soul had fused with the entirety of nature. When the rain fell, he tilted his head back, gulping it down greedily. When hunger gnawed at him, he foraged for wild greens, consuming them raw. After 10 days, the mud pits and marshes on the grassland gradually diminished, and the grass grew denser in the distance. Towering mountains emerged beneath the blue sky and white clouds. Though he had crossed the grasslands, Wang Chao found himself struggling to keep going, panting as he realized he had entered the Tibetan plateau. This breathlessness was not merely altitude sickness. Wang Chao settled upon a large, square stone, its surface cool and white, amid a scattering of similar stones. The sun blazed overhead, and he suddenly felt dizzy. He longed to lie down and sleep. But he admonished himself not to succumb to that temptation. However, the vast emptiness surrounded him. There was no one, no town to tea that moment. A melodious voice broke the silence, drawing his attention. A Tibetan girl, surrounded by a herd of sheep, sang sweetly in a language he could not understand. Yet the melody felt strikingly familiar. On the golden mountains of Yinjing, the light shines far and wide. It was the golden sun. How warm, how benevolent. It illuminated the hearts of our serfs. Listening to the girl's song, an inexplicable emotion surged within Wang Chao, and he joined in, singing along in Mandarin. Upon hearing him, the girl herded her sheep closer and offered him some butter tea from her pouch. Wang Chao swallowed eagerly, and after drinking, his spirits surged. He smiled at the Tibetan girl, who returned his smile and began to sing again. In that moment, amidst the melody, Wang Chao felt as though his spirit soared into the vast expanse of the heavens. His body trembled, and he rose, left hand clenched into a fist, sinking his waist and elbow, and with a swift motion, he struck forth. His muscles coiled like a serpent, and his unkempt hair stood on end as if electrified. With this release of energy, all his vitality surged toward his fist. Just as all his strength coalesced at the pores of his knuckles, Wang Chao inadvertently relaxed his grip, unleashing a torrent of power akin to a breached dam. Crashing down upon the stone beneath him, boom! Amidst the swirling dust, the unyielding rock was struck by Wang Chao's fist, creating a profound dent. Within this indentation appeared numerous tiny puncture-like holes, accompanied by beads of glistening sweat. Wang Chao's fist remained unscathed. With a harmonious blend of mind and intention and energy and strength, the latent force surged forth, erupting like a needle. The dark energy had finally been mastered. In Chapter 54. Within arm's reach, one man can rival a nation. Due to a language barrier, Wang Chao could not engage in much conversation with the Tibetan girl. However, perceiving him with the awe reserved for deities, he gestured to clarify the directions. In the end, the girl gifted him a leather pouch of butter, tea, and a bag of barley flour. She watched his figure gradually fade into the depths of the azure sky. Glancing back at the rock marked by his blow, she knelt in reverence, murmuring, "Mahakala, Mahakala." Mahakala is a revered protector deity in Tibetan Buddhism. Unbeknownst to Wang Chao, his serendipitous understanding of the dark energy, which he demonstrated through his martial prowess, led others to regard him as a divine being. After 3 days of arduous travel, he arrived in Lhasa. Following a brief respite, he set forth along the road forged by the wisdom, strength, and bravery of the nation, the Qinghai-Tibet Railway. This marvel spans from Qinghai to the Tibetan province, elevated upon the world's rooftop. With each step along the railway, every rail and the soldiers guarding the stations, as well as the maintenance workers, evoked a profound sense of emotion within him. A month later, Wang Chao reached Xining in Qinghai province. However, he did not linger long, continuing northward through Gansu, Shaanxi, Hebei, and into Yanjing. Traversing thousands of miles, upon returning to the Yanjing military region, he encountered the venerable Lord Li. By this time, the year was drawing to a close, and Yanjing was blanketed in a spectacular snowfall, far more magnificent than that of the south. Another year had passed, and yet another followed. The cycle of time continued, with days unfolding in their familiar rhythm, merely alternating between cold and warmth. However, Wang Chao was no longer the man he had been a year prior. Lord Li remained as humble as ever, though his physique had aged somewhat since the previous year. He was nearing a century of life. Despite his profound mastery of martial arts, he could not escape the relentless passage of time. Upon seeing Wang Chao, the old man was taken aback, for the depth of change in Wang Chao was evident in his weathered demeanor and perceptive gaze. Wang Chao, in turn, said nothing, instead performing a sequence of bagua palm techniques for him. His footwork was light and agile, akin to gliding upon ice. Yet, as he concluded, he executed 8 swift steps, silent and ethereal, as if a feather had descended to the ground. The cement floor of the military compound bore 8 distinct footprints, corresponding to the 8 trigrams, with each step marked by the moisture from his bare feet. Sighing deeply, Lord Li offered no praise or criticism, simply reflecting, "My days are numbered. With your mastery of the bagua, I can rest easy knowing the art will not fade away." Wang Chao exhaled slowly, closing his eyes to rest for a considerable time before finally speaking. "I can only muster 8 steps of dark energy. That is my limit. Furthermore, this dark energy can only be applied to my hands and feet, lacking the unity required to manifest throughout my entire being. The expenditure of energy from the heart is far greater than that from mere muscle and bone." Lord Li responded, "To unleash energy throughout the body is to achieve transformative strength. That you can channel it through your hands and feet is commendable. Bright energy relies on muscle and bone, while dark energy is derived from the heart. Their potency is not to be compared lightly. Dark energy should not be unleashed recklessly. When it is, it must strike true, lest it deplete your own vitality." Wang Chao nodded, fully grasping the wisdom imparted. Dark energy is the explosive force of the heart. In moments of urgency or extreme anger, one may suddenly break into a sweat, rendered immobile. This is the consequence of a sudden outpouring of heart energy, exhausting one's physical reserves. With his current abilities, Wang Chao could deliver 100 punches without fatigue using bright energy. However, with dark energy, he would tire after merely 3 to 5 strikes. Thus, despite its formidable strength, dark energy must be wielded with caution, especially in combat. Wang Chao offered no further comment, and after receiving Lord Li's acknowledgement, he turned to depart. He journeyed on foot from Yinjing to S province. Spring arrived, bringing warmth and blossoming flowers. Upon returning home, Wang Chao first sought out his parents, who were understandably worried after his prolonged absence of over a year. "Traveling, you say? How could you be away for so long and return so gaunt?" They lamented. In truth, Wang Chao's skin had darkened, his physique lean and sinewy as iron, devoid of any excess flesh. Yet, beneath his exterior lay a latent sharpness, his eyes gentle yet occasionally igniting with an unusual brilliance. His demeanor was now even more reserved, profound, and powerful. After soothing his parents' concerns, Wang Chao returned to the villa of Tang Zichen in S province. The villa, left unattended for a year, was now shrouded in dust. Yet fortunately, he had settled all management fees prior to his departure, ensuring utilities remained uninterrupted. After thoroughly cleaning the premises, it was revitalized and gleaming anew. Following 3 or 4 days of quiet reflection in the villa, Wang Chao felt rejuvenated, his energy restored to its peak, and he began reaching out to acquaintances. His arduous journey across the vastness of the country had purified his spirit and fortified his will. Yet the hardships of sleeping under the stars had taken a toll on his body. Had it not been for the martial practice that sustained him, an ordinary individual would have surely faltered. Now, back in a state of tranquility, all fatigue faded, and his body naturally returned to its prime. "Where on earth have you been for the past year?" was the first inquiry from Chao Yi. Wang Chao offered minimal explanation, merely brushing off the question. Soon after, he contacted Zhang Tong, who, upon learning of Wang Chao's return, expressed surprise and a desire to meet. Wang Chao contemplated the coaching position he still held at the Taekwondo Academy. Feeling it was time to report back, Director Chao. He is now the Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Department and the second political commissar of the Provincial Armed Police Corps. "Didn't you inquire about him when you called?" Zhang Tong's words startled Wang Chao. Could it be that Chao Yi had connections to high-ranking officials? Or perhaps he possessed a secret identity? Wang Chao then reached out to Yao Xiaoxue and Zhao Xinglong to inquire about the company's business affairs. To his astonishment, the business was flourishing beyond his expectations, having secured advantageous connections with the government. Last year, Tianqing Network had won a contract for a massive project worth 15 million for rural internet infrastructure, resulting in a profit of 8 to 9 million after accounting for bribes and other expenses. The company had rapidly expanded, with a workforce now exceeding 100 employees, and had acquired an entire floor in a technology market. Lavishly decorated, Yao Xiaoxue and her colleagues had become provincial celebrities, nominated for the top 10 Outstanding Youth Awards. Yao Xiaoxue even planned to secure a position as a member of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference. With aspirations to build a commercial complex and collaborate with renowned domestic tech firms like Shengda, Zhucheng, Tencent, Alibaba, and NetEase. In 5 years, Tianqing Network will surely be listed on Nasdaq, proclaimed Yao Xiaoxue. The world was indeed astonishing. Upon learning the news, Wang Chao was incredulous but soon realized it was not surprising. With Yao Xiaoxue's connections, leveraging relationships with provincial leaders, and the rising political star Chao Yi, along with the public relations strategies of several savvy women, it was not too difficult to amass wealth in such a short time. Yet, this also hinted at the complexity of these women. He wondered what public relations tactics they had employed, shaking off unwholesome thoughts. He attempted to contact Zhu Jia, only to discover her number had been disconnected, indicating a change of contact. Sighing, Wang Chao made his way to the Taekwondo Academy. The academy remained unchanged, and upon reaching the top floor, he encountered Li Wanji. Her initial surprise at Wang Chao's transformation soon shifted to admiration. After a brief wait, Zhang Tong, Chao Yi, and Zhao Xinglong arrived. Upon seeing Wang Chao, Zhao Xinglong could no longer contain himself, and the two proceeded to spar. In this bout, Wang Chao's superior skills became evident as he effortlessly sent Zhao Xinglong flying with a light touch. After several exchanges, Zhao Xinglong, disheartened, conceded defeat, realizing Wang Chao's prowess had indeed flourished. At that moment, a voice interrupted their gathering. "Director Chao, Mr. Zhang, you have a meal planned without inviting me?" A well-proportioned man with fair skin and gold-rimmed glasses entered. This was Zhao Jun, the second son of the provincial governor. Following him was a man in his 30s, clad in traditional attire and wearing cloth shoes, whose expression was a blend of amusement and inscrutability. This man immediately fixated on Wang Chao, scrutinizing him with an intensity that felt palpable. "Zhao Zong, haven't you recently ventured to Guangdong for development? What brings you back to the province?" Chao Yi greeted with a casual remark, urging, Come back and take a look. Come back and take a look. Zhao Jun's demeanor seemed to have deepened considerably, primarily because Master Zhang had heard of a formidable talent emerging from our province and had specifically brought me here to witness it. Allow me to introduce, this gentleman is Master Zhang Wei, known in the southern martial arts community as one of the three tigers of Guangdong. Once the introduction was complete, Zhao Jun approached Wang Chao. Extending his hand for a brief handshake, he then spoke in a barely audible whisper, Master Wang, your skills are truly commendable. Despite deploying so many individuals, I couldn't inflict a scratch upon you. You are indeed a hero among heroes. Was it truly your doing? Wang Chao's mind flickered back to the blade-wielding gang he had encountered a year prior, a glint of cold light passing through his eyes, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Oh, it's nothing, nothing, Zhao Jun continued to murmur softly. I merely admired Master Wang's prowess and wanted to let them test it. I never expected Master Wang to be so exceptionally skilled. However, I have heard that Master Wang has also sustained considerable injuries, and I genuinely apologize for that. I had been meaning to extend my apologies, but I never anticipated that Master Wang would vanish for an entire year. This time, I was fortunate enough to hear that you had returned, prompting me to come and apologize in person. Wang Chao let out a hollow laugh. No, 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 please, harbor no resentment. Noticing the unfavorable look in Wang Chao's eyes, Zhao Jun quickly withdrew his hand, gesturing, Master Wang, it is better to resolve enmities than to harbor them. My intentions are sincere in wanting to transform past grievances into goodwill. Naturally, I have brought my sincerity along. After all, your company, Tianqing Network, has managed to secure numerous business deals this past year, much of which I contributed to. Were it not for my discreet assistance with several of your female managers to cultivate relationships with those officials, there might have been a heavier price to pay. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that Zhao Jun was not an ordinary character. What do you wish to achieve? Quite simply, my current enterprise requires many capable hands to assist me. A year ago, you passed my test and are thus qualified to collaborate with me. If we join forces, the future will be prosperous. Wealth or influence at our command. I happen to have a business opportunity worth 50 to 60 million, just waiting for your company to partner with me. Zhao Jun smiled. And what if I refuse? Wang Chao inquired nonchalantly. I regret to inform you that your current influence is insufficient to oppose me. Should you decline, your company will crumble within a year. And you might very well face the same fate as you did a year ago. Suddenly, Wang Chao burst into laughter. Zhao Gongzi, your combination of threats and incentives is quite impressive. However, your power is limited, and you seem to have overlooked 8 critical words. What 8 words? Zhao Jun frowned. Close at hand, yet an enemy to the nation. Wang Chao smiled. You claim to be so near to me. Should I wish to end your life? Possessing an entire nation would be of little consequence. Chapter 55. The duel that forces one onto the throne. You, Zhao Jun, possessing keen hearing, caught every word and instinctively glanced at Wang Chao, whose seemingly smiling face now appeared chillingly ferocious. He was taken aback, ready to retreat. But little did he know that Wang Chao's hand shot out like lightning, gripping his wrist with a force akin to an iron vice, rendering him unable to escape. Tio an outsider, they appeared to be engaged in friendly conversation, shaking hands repeatedly. Just a jest, merely a jest. Wang Chao's expression shifted, revealing a harmonious smile that felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. Young Master Zhao, a year ago you made a jest at my expense, and today I return the favor. I never anticipated that it would frighten you. My sincerest apologies. Humph. Zhao Jun had genuinely sensed a terrifying intent to kill in that fleeting moment, causing him to lose his composure. Now, faced with his own lapse, he felt incensed, lowering his voice to a near whisper. I wonder how your parents are faring these days. The tone contained a blatant threat. Evident to all, Wang Chao's expression remained unfazed. They are in excellent health. However, life is fleeting, and troubles may arise at any moment. Fortunately, I understand the wisdom of leaving a thread for future encounters. The high-ranking official who cornered Lin Chong was merely a spoiled scion. Young Master Zhao, with your lofty aspirations and exemplary conduct, surely you have not failed to cultivate a spirit of greatness. Very well, very well. Zhao Jun felt a flicker of movement within, chuckling. I certainly cannot emulate a high-ranking official. But you are far more formidable than Lin Chong. You speak of leaving a thread for future encounters, Yet my philosophy dictates that if one does not kill the snake, it will surely strike back. If the roots are not eradicated, the spring grass will regrow. To be frank, hearing your responses just now revealed to me that you have a promising future ahead. Previously, I regarded you as merely a minor player of little consequence, easily disposed of like crushing an ant. I never expected to have entangled myself with a potential dragon. We have now established enmity. You will always remain a threat to me, should you gain power in the future. My life may be in jeopardy. I find myself in a predicament. We must either become allies or eliminate you now. However, my life is now in your hands, and the initiative rests with you. Teach me, what should I do? Though Zhao Jun had been momentarily shaken, he quickly regained his composure. Wang Chao, upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, recognized that he was not just a mere playboy but a formidable opponent. Do not speak of parting ways in the future. I am not one to believe in promises. Once enmity is established, a rival remains a rival. I will be like a thorn in your throat until you are eliminated. Now, you have only two options. Either kill me now, only to be shot by the police, or ally with me. Choose your path. Once Zhao Jun regained his composure, he sought to reclaim the initiative. So, you are essentially compelling me to kill you. You are forcing my hand. I have no other choice. A life without fear of consequences, trading your life for the son of a provincial governor, would be quite the bargain. Wang Chao remained unmoved, tightening his grip, causing Zhao Jun to feel a sharp pain. Wait! Zhao Jun quickly exclaimed, realizing he was indeed at a disadvantage. There is actually another way. Please, do not act yet. What is it? Wang Chao inquired, his voice low. You do possess some assets. In our underworld, disputes are often resolved through combat. How about we adhere to this custom for our issue? Oh, no wonder you brought Master Zhang Wei, one of the three tigers of Guangdong, with you. Wang Chao immediately understood. Zhao Xinglong had mentioned that in coastal areas, gangs or companies often resolve disputes through fighting. The most significant instance involved the dispute between the Chen family in Singapore and the Huaxing Society in Hong Kong, entailing over 2 billion in funds, ultimately concluding with the Huaxing Society's master Zhang Guangming being killed by Chen Aiyang using a hidden technique. Coastal companies and large enterprises have intricate ties to the underworld, and some even operate as legitimate fronts for criminal organizations. The ancient martial arts disputes in China were traditionally settled in the arena. The victor claimed righteousness. Are you suggesting that I fight Zhang Wei now? If I win, our dispute will be settled. Wang Chao's eyes flickered. No. Zhao Jun smirked slightly. Not now. This would be a private match and wouldn't count. To resolve our dispute, we need a spectacle. Besides, I do not wish to miss a significant betting opportunity. In a month, my yacht company will be resolving the dispute with your Tianqing company in Chaozhou. Guangdong. I will invite all the big shots from our circles to place their bets, and masters like Chen Aiyang, Ma Hongjun, Shuelian Xin, and Zhu Hongji will be there to witness. I assure you, it will be fair. How about we each stake 100 million? 100 million. Wang Chao scoffed. I know your Tianqing network is worth about 50 million at best. Thus, you can wager 2,500,000 from each hand. Have I truly become so valuable? Wang Chao sneered. You have been stationed here at the Taekwondo Center for over a year and have gained some renown. Moreover, my life is currently in your hands. So I have little choice but to concede. Zhao Jun shrugged helplessly. Do you agree or not? After the match, the dispute will be resolved, and I promise not to trouble you again. If I were to go back on my word, I wouldn't survive in this world. Very well, I agree. Wang Chao replied. Indeed, you have courage. In 10 days, I will bring the contract over. Although a betting contract lacks legal standing domestically, it serves as a testament in the underworld. Zhao Jun said, slowly withdrawing his hand, exhaling in relief. This is Master Zhang Wei. I trust you two will make each other's acquaintance. Zhao Jun turned, and Zhang Wei nodded, stepping forward. They both extended their hands. With a resounding crack, the ground trembled as though an earthquake had struck. The thick carpet beneath them split apart, emitting a sound akin to tearing fabric, as they exerted force in their handshake. Like sharp scissors severing through the carpeting. They withdrew their hands immediately, refraining from further engagement. Boss Xiao, let us take our leave, Zhang Wei said expressionlessly to Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, letting out a cold smirk as the two swiftly descended the staircase, a remarkable feat indeed. Upon witnessing their departure, Wang Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him, as beads of sweat began to emerge from his pores. Chapter 56. candidate for the Martial Arts Alliance leader. The moment Wang Chao clasped hands with Zhang Wei, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. The opponent's hidden energy surged forth, emanating an unmistakable aura of a martial artist who had attained a superb level of skill. However, the subtlety of Zhang Wei's energy was nowhere near as fluid as that of old Master Li. Li's hidden force ebbed and flowed like a serpent flicking its tongue, graceful and adaptable, while Zhang Wei's was a forceful eruption. Lacking finesse and control, indicative of someone who had yet to master the art of inner strength, as their energies collided, both men suffered considerable repercussions. Wang Chao felt his entire body react, his pores opening wide in response. The condition of Zhang Wei remained unknown, but it was plausible that he was not faring much better. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to depart. Yet, with this initial exchange, Wang Chao immediately recognized Zhang Wei as a formidable adversary. It was no surprise that Zhang Wei possessed such prowess, for he was heralded as one of the three tigers of Guangdong, a figure of considerable renown in the martial arts community. Having traversed the realm for many years, if he lacked such skills, he would have long since been vanquished. Engaging in combat with such an individual would indeed be a matter of life and death. With both parties having cultivated their hidden energies, a mere touch could lead to broken bones and shattered organs. There was no possibility of leniency. It would be a contest of survival. Either he would perish, or Wang Chao would. The stakes could not be lower than a lifetime of disability. Wang Chao had not anticipated encountering a master so soon after mastering his own hidden energy. Moreover, it felt like a high-stakes gamble, one he could ill afford to lose. Yet, he found himself with no option but to engage in this bet. Setting aside the threat posed by Zhao Jun, even without such coercion, facing a master like Zhang Wei was an opportunity too rare to dismiss. Taking a deep breath, he stepped aside to wipe the sweat from his brow with a towel. Director Chao, Wang Chao addressed, "I wish to inquire about Zhang Wei's background." Chao Yi, having discerned the nature of Zhao Jun and Wang Chao's conversation, revealed a subtle, imperceptible smile. "What precisely did Zhao Jun convey to you?" "A wager of 100 million on the outcome of our fight to resolve disputes. Should I lose, I would not only face ruin but also sacrifice both my hands, essentially, my life." Wang Chao briefly outlined the situation. "Zhao Jun has admitted to the intent to have me harmed. Does your position as Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau not warrant action?" Chao Yi spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "You are aware that we, as law enforcement, must adhere to the principle of evidence. Furthermore, why did you not report the incident at the time? Now, with time elapsed, investigating this matter would prove exceedingly challenging. Alternatively, you may accompany me to the police station to file a report, and we shall gradually gather the evidence needed to bring Zhao Jun to justice." "Forget it." Wang Chao chuckled incredulously. Zhao Jun's intentions to eliminate him were glaringly obvious, and yet he found himself with no means of refusal. Zhang Tong, having listened to Wang Chao's account, remarked, "I am familiar with Zhao Jun's Yite Group. It was established within the last 2 years and is headquartered in Guangdong. Ostensibly, it operates in real estate, transportation, entertainment, pharmaceuticals, electronics, and more, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions. However, it is likely involved in smuggling, illegal gambling, and controlling clandestine activities deeply intertwined with the underworld. Yet, I lack the specifics. Give me 3 days, and I shall investigate thoroughly." Wang Chao felt a stir of hope and nodded. "Thank you." Zhang Tong responded with a graceful smile. Chao Yi beckoned Wang Chao with a finger. "Shall we take some time for a private discussion?" Wang Chao had long sensed the enigma surrounding Chao Yi's identity. It seemed the secrets he harbored were finally set to unravel. In a tranquil tea house, where West Lake Longjing was served in a purple clay pot, the serene aroma wafted through the air, creating a peaceful ambience within the private room. Facing each other, Chao Yi and Wang Chao sat down, and with a click, a lighter ignited. Chao Yi inhaled deeply, exhaling a smoke ring into the air. After sipping his tea and clearing his throat, he began to speak. "To be candid, resolving disputes through gambling matches is a tradition that has existed along the coastal regions for quite some time. Our organization has long kept records on the 3 tigers of Guangdong, as well as renowned martial artists from both domestic and international circles. We possess detailed information, including their birth years, achievements, and masters." "You are part of an organization?" Wang Chao discerned that there was more to Chao Yi than met the eye. "Indeed," Chao Yi affirmed. "Besides my role within the Public Security Bureau, I am affiliated with another state agency." "I believe you may have suspected as much." "What agency?" Wang Chao realized he had overstepped his bounds with the question. You should know better than to inquire about such matters, Chowie chuckled. But then continued, however, I can divulge a little. Although our nation has been established for nearly a century, it has not been entirely stable. There are always certain individuals who resist governmental authority. This has been the case throughout history. One of the tasks of our agency is to monitor their every move, to either recruit or at the very least, keep them under control. These individuals are the ones who practice martial arts? Wang Chao ventured in the past, they were referred to as figures of the martial world. Indeed, Chao confirmed. Martial artists possess skills and are often discontent with mediocrity. Many resort to violence and theft. Wielding their power in the olden days, dealing with cold weapons posed challenges, yet modern firearms should be no less formidable. Things are not as simple as you imagine, Chowie countered, shaking his head. A renowned martial artist invariably attracts many admirers. Students eager to train under them. Moreover, most individuals who practice martial arts are affluent and influential, gradually forming a web of power that becomes intricately intertwined. This, in essence, mirrors the martial sects of old. Such factions, characterized by bravado and aggression, naturally evolve into organized crime. Wang Chao pondered this, finding truth in Chao Yi's words. He had studied the history of martial arts during the Republic era, a time of chaos, with warlords vying for power and the government lacking effective means of control. Renowned martial artists would gather numerous disciples, forming various factions. The vast majority of martial artists were indeed inclined towards aggression. The notion of ruling by virtue? Absurd. Even Sun Lutong, in his youth, was known for challenging schools across the land. Such groups, composed of bold and reckless individuals, could not coexist without conflict over time. A prime example would be Ma Yongjin, who established a gang in Shanghai. Hua Yuanjia, once a foreman among dockworkers, founded the Jingwu Athletic Association, initially supported by sponsors, but later resorted to extortion and illicit fights during financial hardships. Li Tsuanin and Shang Yunxiang were early members of the Boxers. During the Republic, many martial arts schools emerged, some proclaiming patriotic slogans, while others sought to consolidate the power of martial artists to prevent them from opposing the government and disturbing local peace. A celebrated martial artist with numerous disciples of diverse backgrounds would prove challenging to manage. For instance, Wang Chao had taken on several students, some being the offspring of government officials while others were small-time vendors. The latter, often aggressive, when embroiled in legal troubles, would inevitably seek assistance from their fellow disciples. The sons of officials, too, could call upon their brothers for retribution, leading to a breakdown of law and order. In regions like Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau, many martial artists had fled during the upheaval of the new China, establishing their roots elsewhere. Now, with the opening of borders, those old habits have returned. Just look at the current state of security in Guangdong. The government should find it easy to eliminate these forces. Then, Wang Chao inquired, "It is not so simple." Chowie crushed his cigarette, but into the ashtray forcefully. In this era of international integration, seeking stability and prioritizing economic development, a crackdown akin to the past would only incite panic. Your side would be on high alert, while the outside world remains unaware of the situation. Moreover, these individuals often run substantial businesses. Unlike the martial artists of old, they are wealthy, powerful, and intricately connected, far from easy to dismantle. What relevance does this have to me? Am I being monitored as well? Wang Chao scoffed. You are undoubtedly under surveillance. Chowie tapped the glass table with his finger. However, your background is relatively clean, and you have no ties to any criminal organizations. Thus, you are worth considering for inclusion. To be frank, Zhao Jun may believe he operates with impunity, expanding his influence along the coast, yet he is also within our purview. His connections within the military commission have thus far shielded him from repercussions. Include me? Wang Chao is puzzled. What organization are you a part of? What do you want from me? What value do I hold? Your ability to fight is your value. I intend for you to make a name for yourself along the coast, becoming a celebrated martial artist. We will support you wholeheartedly, helping you to gradually establish yourself as a respected figure in the martial arts community. This plan may take 10, 20, or even 30 years. Ultimately, you will gather martial artists and align yourself with the government. Chao Yi's tone turned cold. In the language of martial arts, we aim to elevate you to the position of the Martial Arts Alliance Leader. The Martial Arts Alliance Leader. Wang Chao was taken aback. Never having anticipated such grand ambitions from Chao Yi. Of course, you are merely one of our contenders. Chow Yi smiled faintly and remarked, "There are many candidates like you, yet we shall not disclose them to you. For I, myself, am unaware. If you choose not to comply, that is your prerogative. However, with your current standing, even if you were to emerge victorious in this wager of fists, the days ahead may prove arduous." Chow Yi continued, "Presently, there are two influential masters of martial arts overseas. Point one is Shui Lianqin, a descendant of Shui Dian, who was ruthlessly gunned down in the Tianjin National Martial Arts Academy at the onset of the liberation by the people's government. His descendants harbor deep-seated grievances against the authorities. The other is Zhu Hongji, a descendant of Zhu Guolu, the former academic director of the Central National Martial Arts Academy. Both have diverged from the government's path. However, these two are now aged, wielding influence but lacking in martial prowess. The most formidable fighters today are a new generation led by Qin Ai Yang. To establish your prestige, you must defeat them one by one. At that time, we shall support you in gathering disciples and dominate the martial arts community along the coast. The government seeks to prop up a representative. You are my nominated candidate." Chapter 57. Disability and Mortality Metrics. I shall grant you 2 days to ponder this thoroughly. Chow Yi concluded, rising to depart, leaving Wang Chao alone in the tea-house's private room to contemplate. Government henchmen. Truth be told, upon hearing Chow Yi divulge the organization and plan, the first thought that flashed through Wang Chao's mind was this very phrase. Historically, martial artists who allied with the government have been disparagingly labeled as henchmen. The most infamous of such figures from antiquity was Huang Tianba during the Qing dynasty's Qianlong era. Many martial arts sects have long upheld the principle of abstaining from governmental roles, not out of a feigned sense of superiority, but rather because holding such positions often leads to distractions that hinder one's martial training. Moreover, there lies the risk of being perceived as an oppressor, which could tarnish one's reputation. Even in the absence of such tyranny, jealousy from rival sects could lead to insidious backbiting. Of course, the National Martial Arts Academies established during the Republic era, in collaboration with the government, are not included in this classification of henchmen. While practitioners are encouraged to possess a broad-mindedness and tolerance, they adhere to a cardinal principle. One must not suffer humiliation. For an individual, the most profound humiliation, the deepest vendetta, stems from the murder of kin or the betrayal of a spouse. Yet, there exists a greater disgrace, the ruin of one's nation and the annihilation of one's lineage. In the face of national collapse, it is the duty of every individual to rise. This is righteousness, not to be equated with henchmen. To summarize, in times of chaos, martial artists who step forward are deemed heroes, while in times of peace, those who align with the government are branded as henchmen. Wang Chao found himself quite weary of the path that Chow Yi had laid out for him, and he harbored a strong aversion towards the term henchman. This was not due to any inclination towards opposing the government. Rather, he cherished freedom and despised constraints. Working for the government would inevitably involve various limitations. Moreover, it was evident that Chow Yi's proposal was predicated on the notion that he could exploit Wang Chao's combat prowess to create a puppet. A notion that was quite displeasing. One relishes being shackled by another's control. Furthermore, the scene he had witnessed at the Yinjing military district had left a profound impact on him. If the current rulers of the nation exhibited the virtues and spirit of venerable revolutionaries like Old Li, then even being a puppet in service to the country and family, valuing life and death lightly for the sake of righteousness, would seem acceptable. Unfortunately, most of their descendants had succumbed to corruption, leaving even the elders in tears, and Wang Chao saw no reason to serve such individuals. Yet, the prevailing circumstances were beyond his control, although Chow Yi ostensibly afforded him 2 days to deliberate. In truth, there was little room for contemplation. He remained a weakling. Despite being a millionaire, he was inconsequential next to the likes of Zhao Jun, a debauched scion in comparison to the state apparatus represented by Chow Yi. He was utterly insignificant. One slight movement of their finger could crush countless individuals like him. Wang Chao possessed a keen grasp of the current situation, his mind as clear as a mirror. After more than a year of arduous training, he had shed unnecessary impulses. When his heart and intentions were tranquil, they resembled the still waters of a deep abyss, smooth and undisturbed. When stirred, they were like a tumultuous sea, a dragon emerging from the depths, creating waves of chaos. Mastering his emotions in such a way allowed him to harness inner strength and control hidden energy. The ability to be both firm and flexible, to yield and to stand firm, is the essence of yin and yang, which is also a principle of martial arts. First, One must leverage circumstances to overcome immediate challenges and then gradually break free from control. Although Wang Chao understood that joining Chao Yi's organization would result in a loss of autonomy, he also recognized it as a challenge and an opportunity. The following day, Chao Yi received a call from Wang Chao. I have made my decision. No further consideration is necessary. How do you wish to proceed? Chao Yi had anticipated this outcome, knowing that Wang Chao had no alternative options. Very well, come to the Provincial Public Security Bureau. I will drive you to a designated location. After hanging up, Chao Yi furrowed his brow, pondering. This Wang Chao, though of unclear lineage, whose martial skills remains a mystery. The origins of his villa also raised suspicions. Chao Yi had conducted thorough investigations regarding Wang Chao's background. The only ambiguity resided in the villa and the identity of his instructor. Although Chao Yi had previously employed various means to trace the villa's origins, the findings revealed it to be property of a well-known European enterprise. Despite Chao Yi's extensive connections, he had no means to investigate the enterprise in Europe. Never mind. I have observed him for 3 years, and he does not appear to possess any special status. He is not an important figure, and the organization would not approve of extensive resources being wasted on such an individual. However, Zhao Jun and Governor Zhao have recently come to my attention. They are the true big fish. Half an hour later, Wang Chao entered Chao Yi's vehicle. They drove out of the city for approximately 3 to 4 hours before veering into a mountainous region. Gradually, checkpoints and military barracks began to appear along the roadside. It appeared that a military unit was stationed here. Observing the surroundings, Wang Chao understood the situation. Despite the checkpoints, Chao Yi's vehicle passed unimpeded. Finally, the car halted before a large expanse of barracks, where soldiers armed with submachine guns were patrolling, and distant gunfire could be heard from a shooting range. Following Chao Yi for a short distance, Wang Chao soon spotted a building that was clearly the command post. A sentry, standing guard at the entrance, resembled a stone statue, utterly motionless. Old Chao, you said you would arrive tonight. I didn't expect you so soon. Upon entering the command office, Wang Chao was greeted by a middle-aged man in military uniform. The green epaulets adorned with a gold star indicated his rank, Major General. Wang Chao surmised he was at least a division-level officer. Old Zhou, has my proposed plan been approved? Chao Yi appeared to be on familiar terms with the Major General, eschewing formalities. It has been approved. Your plan is feasible, and the higher-ups have dispatched a contingent of capable personnel. And their capabilities? Well, I cannot speak of their quality. They are simply too combative. Major General Zhou chuckled, casting a sharp gaze at Wang Chao behind Chao Yi. Old Zhou, you have certainly brought me considerable trouble. The personnel dispatched from above have been with me for half a month now, and these young men are relentless in seeking out sparring matches. They hardly ever rest. Haha, they are young warriors. How could they lack vigor? When we were in the army, we too sought fights daily. We even shared a stint in solitary confinement. Chao Yi laughed heartily. Indeed, they are just young men. I have refrained from imposing strict disciplinary measures on them. So, Old Chao, is this the person you brought? Can he handle that group of youngsters? After some discussion, Major General Zhou finally shifted the focus to Wang Chao. Wang Chao merely smiled, remaining silent, not out of pretension, but because he found no words to express. Old comrade, let us not waste time. You will see for yourself shortly. Where are those soldiers dispatched from above? Time is of the essence. I need to quickly assign tasks. Chao Yi waved his hand. They are in the training room of the Eastern Barracks. Come, I will take you there. Let us see if this old general can rein in that bunch of rookies. As Major General Zhou spoke, he tapped the table to summon a nearby guard, who immediately opened the door to lead Chao Yi. Along the way, Chao Yi and Major General Zhou engaged in cheerful conversation, while Wang Chao silently trailed behind, voiceless. Hi, hi, hi. A thunderous roar erupted from the front barracks as Wang Chao followed Chao Yi inside, gaining clarity on the situation within. The barracks contained a vast training ground, roughly the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts, with a surface covered in green training mats. To the left were various training apparatus such as parallel bars and balance beams. The most striking feature was a steel plate positioned on the right side of the training ground. Behind the plate appeared to be springs, with a gravitational measuring device above. 5 young men clad in camouflage vests, their muscles bulging and exuding an aura of ferocity, were relentlessly striking the plate. A dozen others sat on the ground, observing. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists raining down echoed, the steel plate vibrating violently in response. The electronic gravity measuring device displayed rapidly changing numbers. After several seconds, the 5 young men ceased their strikes. TSK, hammer. Your punching power and speed have diminished. It took half a minute to deliver merely 20 punches, with a maximum strength exceeding 600 pounds and a minimum of just over 300. Humph. I've been here for half a month, and I still haven't found a worthy opponent. Y power has not been fully utilized, and naturally, it has somewhat regressed. The 20 or so formidable young men roared with laughter until one of them suddenly noticed someone at the door and immediately fell silent. They all turned around, their sharp gazes piercing towards Wang Chao and Chao Yi. This group of soldiers is evidently of a significantly higher caliber than our previous ones. They are not easily subdued, and a display of authority is necessary. Chao Yi, being a seasoned veteran, recognized at a glance that these 20 soldiers were quite arrogant, without some means to command their respect. They would not yield. What do you think of this group? Chao Yi quietly inquired of Wang Chao. They are quite formidable, Wang Chao replied. These individuals will soon be under your command. Today, you must assert your dominance over them. Otherwise, future operations will be exceedingly difficult. My subordinates. I fear half of them are here to control me, Wang Chao mused silently. Chao Yi lowered his voice to a near whisper. The organization has injury and death quotas. What follows will also be a test. You'll have to handle it accordingly. Chapter 58. The Tigers Striking Force Commander Zhou, Commander. The 20-odd fierce young soldiers had initially dismissed Wang Chao and Chao Yi. But upon seeing Major General Zhou enter, they all stood up abruptly, assuming a position of attention and saluting. Commander Zhou returned the salute and gestured for them to stand at ease. The atmosphere relaxed instantly, and the 20-plus individuals scrutinized Chao Yi and Wang Chao, exchanging whispers and glances, discussing among themselves. So, this Zhou is actually a commander, a major general at that, a significant figure indeed. Wang Chao, upon hearing the title, finally understood that the person surnamed Zhou was a commander. He was not particularly familiar with military ranks, having only been exposed to them through television shows and movies. After all, he was merely an ordinary high school student, far removed from the upper echelons of military and political society. The organization has dispatched you to our military for a special mission. All activities are to follow orders, Commander Zhou introduced with a smile. Now, allow me to introduce you. This is Director Chao from the Provincial Public Security Bureau. He will be your immediate superior. The specifics of the mission will be arranged by Director Cao. Do you understand? Understood. The 20-odd soldiers shouted in unison, their voices resounding with vigor. Very well, old Chao. Everyone sent by the organization is accounted for, and I will deliver them all to you. The current task is now yours. Commander Zhou concluded, casting a knowing glance at Chao Yi. Chao Yi nodded in understanding and stepped forward to greet the soldiers. Hello, everyone. Director Chao is here. The murmurs of hello. Director arose, lacking the earlier fervor. Chao Yi frowned and cut to the chase. You are all selected by the organization to assist me in completing a particularly important task. I understand that the organization has briefed you on the mission to some extent. Isn't it about going undercover in the underworld? Are we supposed to engage in illegal fighting? Play a game of cat and mouse with the police? A small voice piped up among the 20, and laughter erupted amongst them. What kind of discipline is this? Do you possess no sense of organizational decorum? Chao Yi was incensed. Silence. At the sight of Chao Yi's anger, one of the leading soldiers signaled, and the entire group fell silent. This soldier stepped forward. Director Chao, it's not that we lack discipline. We will certainly heed your orders and fulfill the mission assigned to us. However, we are somewhat dissatisfied. We heard that the main personnel for this task are not even one of us. We are to assist someone who isn't a military soldier. We are curious to know who this person is so we can broaden our horizons and witness the skills of a civilian expert. Chao Yi chuckled coldly. I know that you regular troops have little respect for civilian martial artists, and I naturally intend to earn your respect. Wang Chao, step forward. Wang Chao complied and took a few steps forward. Haha, this is the kid. I wonder if he has even reached puberty? Laughter erupted from the soldiers. Wang Chao's current appearance was indeed unimpressive. He was not particularly muscular, and his skin bore a tinge of yellowish black, merely appearing somewhat sturdy. However, his physique was worlds apart from the robust, muscular soldiers present. Externally, he seemed frail. I also come from the military. We value straightforwardness. I understand that to gain your respect, I must demonstrate some true skill. Let us not waste words. Which one of you will step up first? If any of you can defeat him, I will report to the organization to support your completion of the mission. Chowie spoke frankly without beating around the bush. However, let me make one thing clear. This is no mere child's play. There are injury and death quotas involved. The mission begins the moment I take charge. And your contest will be included in that. Should anyone be killed or injured, one would earn a second-class merit and the title of martyr. Lang Tu, go ahead. Be gentle. Don't cripple the civilian martial artist. The leading soldier emphasized the term martial artist with evident sarcasm. Wang Chao understood the underlying mockery. It was true that soldiers trained in the military were generally formidable fighters, whereas most civilians practicing martial arts were merely engaged in fitness and recreation, muddling traditional techniques with performance, resulting in a chaotic mess. Thus, military fighters often looked down upon civilian practitioners. Given that Chowie had chosen him to be their superior, it was indeed a challenge to earn their respect. With a swift motion, the crowd stepped back, forming a large circle. The soldier dubbed Lang Tu emerged, standing 3 meters away from Wang Chao. Wang Chao had just seen him punch through steel plates with great force and speed, his arms and fists bearing the marks of rigorous training. Kid, let us see what your martial arts are like. I wonder if your techniques are impressive or graceful. Lang Tu regarded Wang Chao with disdain, arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. However, Wang Chao did not underestimate Lang Tu. A year of arduous training had tempered his spirit, rendering him unruffled by any opponent, nor would he allow any taunts to provoke him into losing his composure. With a nod, he replied, I'm about to make my move. You'd best be cautious. Once we engage, let the outcome be unrestrained by considerations of life or death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he propelled himself forward, his legs bending like a bow drawn taut, and he surged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, now just a step away from Lang Tu. With a swift punch aimed directly at Lang Tu's chest, the sound of his fist cutting through the air resonated with a sharp crack, akin to a whip cracking in the wind. The power and speed of Wang Chao's strike were such that it was enough to instill fear in any adversary. Lang Tu, caught off guard by the sudden ferocity of this seemingly frail young man, recognized the overwhelming force behind the punch, akin to a landslide. Hearing the sharp sound, his extensive experience in combat told him that he could not block this punch head-on. He had to evade its trajectory. Reacting instinctively, he swiftly retreated. It must be noted that Lang Tu was indeed a well-trained soldier, and his reflexes were far superior to the average person. He maneuvered his feet deftly, retreating a full meter just in time to evade Wang Chao's powerful strike. At the same time, he utilized the momentum of his retreat to deliver a kick, his sturdy leg generating a powerful wind as it aimed for Wang Chao's chest and chin. With precision, Wang Chao's outstretched arm met Lang Tu's foot, akin to a hammer striking wood, perfectly intercepting the incoming attack. The principles of martial arts dictated that one must remain attuned to the opponent's movements. Thus, sensing Lang Tu's intent to kick, Wang Chao instinctively countered. It was as though he had set a trap for Lang Tu, and upon landing a strike on the opponent's exposed bone, Lang Tu's leg went numb, causing his power to dissipate. Nevertheless, being well-trained, he quickly retracted his leg and retreated again. Yet, Wang Chao did not relent, pressing the attack with a flurry of strikes. As he stepped forward, he seemed to grow taller, his arms winding like a great axe poised to cleave downward towards Lang Tu's head. The power behind his strikes, rooted in the principles of the tiger style and chopping fist, was formidable in the realm of Xingyiquan. The tiger form and chopping fist were intertwined, emphasizing the unleashing of fierce, overwhelming force, much like a tiger descending from the mountains, roaring as it charged forth. Having cultivated his internal strength, Wang Chao was brimming with energy, and his strikes were unstoppable, sweeping away any previous hesitations. Observing Wang Chao's remarkable agility, Lang Tu was momentarily taken aback, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden intensity of Wang Chao's attack. In a panic, he raised both arms to shield his head, preparing to withstand Wang Chao's fierce blow, while also waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. However, little did they know that Wang Chao's powerful tiger strike, executed with his entire body, was imbued with an overwhelming force. Akin to a weight of nearly 1,000 pounds, as he pressed down with all his might. Despite not employing hidden strength, the impact was formidable. With a single strike, the hammer immediately felt excruciating pain in his arm. accompanied by the ominous sound of bones fracturing. His robust arms were brutally broken in the process. Chapter 59. Secret Organization. Hammer, hammer. Quickly, spray the freezing liquid. The hammer, who had just had his two arm bones shattered by the devastating blow, now sat on the ground, his face contorted in agony and drenched in sweat, utterly incapacitated. Yet, true to his indomitable spirit as a warrior, he grit his teeth and refrained from uttering a sound. Wang Chao glided backward, lowering his eyelids, remaining silent. The surrounding soldiers had also heard the unmistakable sound of bones breaking and rushed forward, some encircling Wang Chao while others hurried to inspect the hammer's arms. The leading soldier swiftly retrieved a fire extinguisher-like device from a corner. Upon activation, a white mist erupted from its nozzle, bringing a chill that Wang Chao could feel from a distance. The moment the mist touched the hammer's arms, his complexion improved significantly, as if the pain had subsided. Wang Chao found himself surrounded by 4 or 5 formidable soldiers, yet his expression remained unperturbed. Having just engaged with the hammer, he had gauged their skill level, which was comparable to that of Zhang Tong's mercenaries, albeit with a slight gap when compared to Zhao Xinglongdai in the past. Facing 5 such soldiers might have posed a challenge, but for him, who had mastered hidden strength, it was merely a matter of a few punches and kicks. Nonetheless, Wang Chao believed that with General Zhou present, these men would not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, although the 5 soldiers had surrounded him, they maintained a considerable distance, each one cautious, as none wished to be the first to charge and to salvage their comrades' dignity. The reason for their caution was simple. Wang Chao's earlier display had been utterly astounding. In just 3 exchanges, he had decisively concluded the confrontation with a ferocity unmatched, leaving General Zhou, who stood at the doorway, visibly astonished. A direct strike, a powerful collision, and a sweeping arm strike. These 3 movements flowed seamlessly, swift as lightning and thunderous as a tempest. Particularly striking was the sound of Wang Chao's fists slicing through the air, each blow resonating with a crackling force that was truly breathtaking. In General Zhou's eyes, Wang Chao had transformed into a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The other soldiers watching shared a similar sentiment. How could a person possess such explosive power? General Zhou understood that the contingent of soldiers recently requisitioned by Chao Yi was exceptionally formidable, with combat capabilities and overall physical fitness at the upper echelon of the army. Each soldier had nearly honed their bodies into iron and steel, capable of breaking bricks with a single palm, shattering bottles and snapping wooden stakes without difficulty. Their resilience under duress far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. It could be said that even a common person wielding an iron rod against them would struggle to break their bones. "Take the hammer to the medical room," commanded the leading soldier after spraying the freezing agent, directing 2 others to assist in carrying the hammer away. Observing the situation, he expressed his dissatisfaction, bellowing, this was a contest. The hammer was outmatched and lost. "Why are you surrounding him?" The 5 soldiers seemed to share his sentiment, casting fierce glares at Wang Chao before dispersing. "You are skilled. Let us have a contest." The leading soldier approached with a serious demeanor, taking a stance. "I am Sun Lei, and my comrades call me Dashi too. Come on, I am Wang Chao." Wang Chao found the straightforward nature of these soldiers refreshing and waved his hand, relaxing his posture. "What? Are you unwilling to fight me?" A glint of determination flashed in Dashi Tu's eyes. Wang Chao shook his head and walked over to a row of steel plates, glancing up at the weight-measuring device above. The soldiers directed their gazes at him, puzzled by his intentions. Wang Chao struck a pose, his body tensing slightly, producing a sound akin to distant thunder rumbling in the sky. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his clothing billowing as he unleashed a punch that struck the steel plate. Boom, boom! The sound echoed like a heavy hammer striking a bell, the impacted steel plate resonating with a powerful noise that reverberated throughout the training room, causing everyone's eardrums to thrum. The electronic weight-measuring device displayed rapidly changing 4-digit numbers, and the steel plate flexed violently as if it were about to spring forth. In the center of the plate, a glistening wet mark formed a distinct fist imprint. Dashi Tu was the first to rush over to inspect it, touching the imprint and realizing it resembled a seal pressed into the surface. The once solid steel plate appeared malleable under Wang Chao's forceful blow, as if it had been softened like impression clay. "My hidden strength is uncontrollable once unleashed. I cannot use it against you, the People's Liberation Army soldiers," Wang Chao mused, satisfied with his punch. It was the most powerful strike he had ever delivered, leaving a mark, albeit slight, on the steel plate, akin to a stamped seal. Although the imprint was shallow, it demonstrated an extraordinary force that defied common understanding. Wang Chao regarded these soldiers not as adversaries but merely proud individuals, which was entirely natural. Despite Qiao Yi's mention of injury and fatality thresholds being of little concern, Wang Chao preferred not to offend these soldiers unnecessarily. Qiao Yi was indeed cunning, subtly urging him to demonstrate his prowess to intimidate the soldiers, clearly intending for him to ruffle their feathers for easier control in the future. Wang Chao, perceptive and astute, quickly discerned Qiao Yi's intentions and refrained from acting impulsively to showcase his strength or assert dominance. "You are impressive." Over 20 soldiers gathered around, their eyes fixed on the weight-measuring device's 4-digit display and the fist imprint reminiscent of a seal. Dashi too gave a thumbs up, declaring, "That is some solid skill. The hammer lost without shame. If you can hold back, I'll remember it." "All right." General Zhou cast Wang Chao a meaningful glance before calling out, "Tonight we will celebrate at the guest house with drinks, commemorating your successful completion of the assigned mission. Here is your identification. Hold on to this document. Should anything happen, you can request assistance from the local military district's armed department at any time." That evening, after the drinks, Qiao Yi summoned Dashi Tu and his group of soldiers for a private discussion, the contents of which Wang Chao could not overhear. Shortly after, Qiao Yi returned, presenting Wang Chao with a blue booklet. Upon opening it, Wang Chao discovered the military commission seal, yet there were no photographs, names, or places of origin, only a fingerprint identifier and a series of code names. "You are part of a secret organization, and I am your superior. You will report directly to me. You are my subordinate. If you encounter suitable candidates for recruitment, you may apply to me. As long as the organization approves after investigation, they may be included." Qiao Yi's demeanor was serious. Recruiting subordinates sounds almost like an illegal pyramid scheme. Wang Chao thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing it. "Now, follow me." "What for?" "To take an oath," Qiao Yi replied. Chapter 60. Entering the Southeast Asian martial arts scene. Zhang Wei, 32 years old, hailing from Shantao, Guangdong, had studied Sanzhou since childhood. At 15, he became a disciple of Wing Chun master Liang Chong, and after a decade of rigorous training, he entered the underground gambling boxing scene, achieving fame by defeating 12 Muay Thai fighters in Hanoi, Vietnam, alongside two other masters, Su Zhan and Dai Jun, known collectively as the Three Tigers of Guangdong. After rising to prominence, Zhang Wei participated in underground gambling boxing across Southeast Asia, emerging victorious in every match, never tasting defeat. Upon turning 30, he withdrew from the boxing arena. During his fighting career, Zhang Wei had affiliations with the Sang Group in Hong Kong and the Nguyen Group in Vietnam's Red River region. After retiring, he established Shengda Company, specializing in sports equipment, yet faced difficulties in recent years due to poor management. Last May, he secured funding from Yite Group, which provided him with a glimmer of hope. Although Zhang Wei primarily practiced Wing Chun, he was an eager learner with exceptional aptitude, also training in various martial arts such as leg techniques, Pigua, Hong Quan, Mizong, wrestling, boxing, and Muay Thai. He even sought guidance from Taiwanese Xingyi master Shuilian Qin. Receiving a month of instruction, while the Three Tigers of Guangdong shared equal fame, they were not disciples of the same master. Su Zhan was the largest shareholder of Guangdong Tianla Group, while Dai Jun served as a director of the Macau Pujing Group. In an office within the military district of S Province, all of Zhang Wei's information lay before Wang Chao, several volumes filled with detailed photographs and descriptions. Besides Zhang Wei, the profiles of the other two tigers were also included. Wang Chao, along with Qiao Yi and several formidable soldiers, scrutinized the files. It was evident that Zhang Wei had been acquired by Zhao Jun's Yite Group due to his failing business endeavors. Wang Chao carefully examined Zhang Wei's dossier. Tapping the table. It was clear that Zhao Jun aimed to leverage Zhang Wei's connections to penetrate the Southeast Asian martial arts and underground boxing markets. It is commendable, yet it must be noted that the Yite Group is not solely represented by Zhao Jun. He is merely one of the shareholders, alongside three others, each possessing their own distinct identities. Qiao Yi slammed his hand upon the table with great force. A significant portion of our mission involves gathering evidence against these lawless individuals. We must uncover their vulnerabilities and thwart their major illicit activities. Qiao Tu, these individuals running a company surely will not engage in virtuous endeavors. Why not eradicate them directly? One soldier inquired. That will depend on personnel changes from above. Only then can the organization make a decision. This does not fall within our scope of duties, Chow replied coldly. Acquiring evidence and leverage is secondary. The primary concern lies with the forthcoming personnel changes. Without such changes, we can only impede their nefarious actions. Merely mopping up after the mess. Wang Chao understood this clearly and felt a twinge of regret for Zhang Wei. A once-retired fighter was now pulled back into the fray. Alas, Wang Chao was acutely aware of the perils of gambling with fists. Failure could lead to death. It seemed that after amassing considerable wealth, Zhang Wei had retreated from the limelight, only to find himself drawn back into the arena due to mismanagement. It appeared the organization had begun to take notice of Zhao Jun. This son of privilege would likely not thrive for long. Upon hearing Chao Yi's assignment, Wang Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Young Master Zhao, I have the backing of the organization. If you wish to harm me, it will not be an easy feat. Suddenly, Wang Chao found solace in the embrace of the organization, recognizing it as a formidable ally. Very well, Wang Chao, your company is now valued at over 10 million. Moving forward, the organization will provide you with greater convenience, and I shall allocate a dedicated team to work within your company, as well as apply for specialized funding to expedite its growth, thereby concealing your true identity. Sun Lei, your external identity is now that of personnel from Tianqing Network. This is an order. Chao Yi remained stern, leaving no room for dissent. Wang Chao's heart skipped a beat. Chao Yi's words implied a direct intervention in his private enterprise. Rest assured, with your current small company, you are not yet positioned to penetrate certain Southeast Asian powers. In the future, the organization will assist you in exponentially expanding your influence. However, you must relinquish 50% of your equity to the organization. Your current capital stands at approximately 50 million, and once the organization intervenes, managing sums of 500 million, 5 billion, or even 500 billion will pose no issue. Consider the potential profits you could reap. Chao Yi anticipated Wang Chao's thoughts, remarking, the success of your business is attributable to my arrangements, though Zhao Jun has played a part as well. His gambling enterprise was intended to consume your company. Even if you were to win in the ring, without organizational support, you would ultimately be devoured. I trust you comprehend this. Wang Chao certainly did. Joking aside, even if you were to decline now, there would be no feasible recourse. I have long prepared myself for this situation. For now, the funds of the company remain under your control. Your signature will allow the company to apply for a loan not exceeding 100 million at the bank. Chao Yi stated. Indeed, the terms were generous, far superior to going solo. With this, it would be challenging for my company not to flourish. Wang Chao harbored no particular affection for Tianqing Network. He had stumbled upon success with minimal investment of merely 50,000. Now, let us set aside future plans for the moment. Chao Yi switched on the television, revealing footage of combat. This is a portion of the fighting footage featuring Zhang Wei. Watch closely. To know oneself and one's adversary is to secure victory in every battle. Once Zhao Jun's contract arrives, you shall travel to Guangdong under the guise of Tianqing Network Company, establishing your reputation and prestige. This is a secret contact of mine. Upon your arrival in Guangdong, seek him out, and he will facilitate your entry into the underground fighting market. As he spoke, Chao Yi handed Wang Chao a slip of paper with a single string of numbers. Remember, do not disclose your true identities. This contact is not affiliated with us, but is merely an acquaintance from my past, unaware of my true standing. Wang Chao understood Chao Yi's admonition very well. You shall remain here to strategize. Report any developments to me immediately. With that, Chao Yi departed. Wang Chao pondered, why apply for a loan? That is not for you to question. Simply execute the plan, came the curt reply. How much should we apply for? Initially, let us secure 100 million. What? Is the application process arduous? Not at all. I assure you it will be straightforward. Just prepare the proposal, and once I sign it, approach the relevant authorities. I guarantee a smooth process. After hanging up, Wang Chao felt elated, as if he were hoisting a tiger's skin to bear the banner of authority. MY signature can secure 100 million. What a delightful feeling. No wonder those in power wield their influence with such audacity, casually authorizing sums that could easily crush lives. However, I must remain cautious. Acquiring funds from the organization is no simple matter. For now, I must confront the immediate challenges ahead. With that thought, Wang Chao took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, and focused his gaze on the video. The footage was crystal clear, depicting a fighting ring surrounded by ropes. The The screen showcased Zhang Wei engaged in combat against a young, slender man, with numerous spectators faintly visible in the background. However, the camera remained fixated on the ring, rarely capturing the surroundings. From the outset, Zhang Wei launched a barrage of punches, while the young man countered with sharp elbow strikes. Wang Chao recognized that the young man employed the elbow techniques from Bajiquan. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, executed a spiraling punch, his shoulders heaving, evidently employing intricate joint techniques. After several exchanges, Zhang Wei unleashed a powerful maneuver, knocking the young man to the ground. Remarkably, the young man appeared unharmed, akin to a monkey as he squatted and sprang, sliding beneath Zhang Wei's legs and swiftly positioning himself behind him. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch that struck Zhang Wei squarely in the back. Yet, Zhang Wei did not falter. Instead, he slightly arched his back to meet the attack, causing the young man's wrist to drop immediately, a grimace of pain contorting his features. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Wei retaliated with a fierce blow, his arm crashing into the young man's face, sending him sprawling on the ring, blood pooling beneath him, convulsing uncontrollably. Zhang Wei has evidently mastered the art of hidden strength. Wang Chao discerned the underlying principle. Those who can cultivate such hidden strength possess an extraordinary past. However, the specifics of Zhang Wei's past remain a mystery. A potent desire for battle ignited within Wang Chao. P.S. Dear readers, please cast your votes. The protagonist is about to enter the martial arts realm of Southeast Asia, where various masters and the fierce struggles between powerful factions will unfold. The protagonist's affiliation with the organization serves as a protective talisman, ensuring he won't fall victim to the treachery of Southeast Asian powers. For his growth, he must seek out formidable allies. Without influence, even the mightiest can be assassinated. However, with his current organizational ties, the landscape has significantly altered. Which forces would dare to oppose our organization? All will be harmonized, but of course, this is merely a process of accumulation. Once the protagonist has established his power, he will devise a means to break free and become a free agent. The conflicts along the Southeast Asian coast will eventually reveal the influence of Tang Zichen. Stay tuned for more. Chapter 61. One feather cannot be added, and no fly can fall. Wang Chao continued watching the series of fight videos, ultimately concluding that Zhang Wei's hidden strength surpassed his own, not only channeling energy through his hands but also reaching his back. There were over 30 fight videos featuring Zhang Wei, with nearly a dozen showcasing him deliberately exposing weaknesses on his back, allowing opponents to strike, only to be met with a counterattack of hidden strength that resulted in their demise. Throughout the 30 matches, there were no survivors. This was of little concern. Typically, proficient practitioners of national martial arts exhibit remarkable agility, akin to leopards pursuing prey, swiftly capitalizing on any openings, especially with hidden strength, which penetrates deeply, releasing immense force that damages the body's internal structure upon contact. Such injuries prove irreparable. Given Wang Chao's current understanding of hidden strength, even a single punch could leave an imprint on steel. The destructive power he wielded far exceeded the human body's capacity to endure, while his own hidden strength was limited to his hands and feet, placing him at a slight disadvantage compared to Zhang Wei. Victory in combat does not solely rely on brute force. Hidden strength plays a crucial role in decisive moments. Combat is more about footwork, body movements, and visible strength. Over 3 years of training, Wang Chao has gradually amassed experience through numerous battles. External martial artists can fluidly manipulate various muscle groups and bones, whereas internal practitioners take it a step further, mastering the opening and closing of all body pores. A strike utilizing hidden strength involves momentarily releasing energy through specific pores. Controlling muscle and ligaments is relatively simple, yet managing pores proves far more challenging. To date, Wang Chao has only been able to control the skin around his wrists and elbows, as well as his knees, allowing for a limited range of movement. For other areas, he can only contract them during combat, lacking the ability to release them freely. In terms of meridian theory, he has only opened the pathways in his hands and feet, with energy not yet reaching other parts of his body. The hands and feet are the most dexterous and controllable, while the spine serves as a central axis. The initial mastery of skin and pores begins with spinal training. The practice of dark energy extends to the hands and feet. The subsequent step involves focusing on the back and spine. Wang Chao is acutely aware of this, leading him to deduce that Zhang Wei's skill level is merely one tier above his own. His next objective is to channel dark energy into his back. However, the videos of Zhang Wei are from a time before his retreat. Many years have passed. Has he made any further progress? If one were to cultivate dark energy within the chest and head, it would become exceedingly challenging to contend with. Should a person manage to cultivate dark energy throughout their entire body and then advance to the stage of transformative energy, even an unexpected assault on any part of their body would trigger an immediate and instinctive counterattack of dark energy. In the past, Mr. Sun Lutong taught his disciples within the confines of his residence, encouraging them to practice surprise attacks. One day, a disciple struck him on the head with a wooden stick while he was asleep, only to have the stick shatter upon contact, thanks to the immediate release of dark energy. Nonetheless, that disciple was ultimately expelled from the sect. While he encouraged surprise attacks, the act itself was deemed excessive. Had he used a knife or a gun, the consequences could have been dire. Regarding transformative energy, Wang Zhongyue once vividly described it with two phrases: "A feather cannot land, nor can a fly alight." A master of transformative energy would be so acutely attuned that even a fly unintentionally landing upon them would trigger an immediate and instinctive response, resulting in the fly's demise. I am still leagues away from reaching the state where a fly cannot alight upon me. Yet, I suspect that Zhang Wei may not have attained such a level. Otherwise, I would have already been defeated during our last encounter. Wang Chao envisioned the higher realms of martial arts while formulating a temporary training regimen for himself. Setting aside thoughts of Zhang Wei, he aimed to measure his physical limits with precision to fully comprehend his bodily strength. "Wang Chao," he mused, "your physique does not appear particularly robust. How is it that you possess such formidable power?" In the training room, De Shirtu, Sun Lei, and a group of soldiers stood nearby, observing as Wang Chao struck a steel plate with his arm. Each strike produced a resounding crack, and the gravity meter indicated over 1,100 pounds. This meant that each of Wang Chao's strikes exceeded 1,000 pounds in force, allowing him to deliver approximately 90 punches in 3 minutes. However, he could only unleash dark energy 10 times before reaching his physical limit, leading to the onset of visual disturbances, a sign of physical exhaustion. Through this measurement, Wang Chao gained a clear understanding of his body's limits and why physical potential has been fully realized. The next step is to utilize the techniques of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound to invigorate my marrow. Only by gradually altering my physique can I advance further. Upon hearing Deshida's inquiry, Wang Chao paused to explain, "It is quite simple. One must consolidate all bodily strength into a singular force. I observe that when you punch, you primarily engage your arm and leg muscles, with some involvement of your abdominal and waist strength. However, the power generated from the spine and heart is not fully harnessed. Given your physical conditioning, which surpasses mine, should you grasp the techniques of force generation and train accordingly, your output will undoubtedly exceed my own." Wang Chao's assertion held merit. He himself did not possess exceptional physical attributes. While these soldiers were selected from the ranks of the military, if they were to practice martial arts, opening their meridians and connecting their body systems, their potential would surely exceed his. Were a figure like Tyson, with his formidable physique, to cultivate martial arts to a high level, the resultant power would be immense. This is fundamentally a matter of aptitude. The essence of martial arts initially lies in the development of one's physical potential. Each individual's intrinsic potential varies, and Wang Chao had already reached the pinnacle of his. However, ancient sages had long addressed the disparities caused by inherent aptitude through the practice of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. This technique strengthens the marrow, which in turn generates blood. This is the foundation of one's being. Following marrow cultivation, a person's physical quality gradually improves. Even a frail individual, through diligent practice, can become as robust as a tiger. The bones of a tiger are particularly nourishing, and tiger bone is revered precisely because tigers instinctively master the principles of thunder sound. Nevertheless, the techniques of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound are incredibly precise. The movement of each joint and the tension of the muscles must follow a specific sequence. Even a slight misalignment can lead to diminished physical capabilities or, worse, bodily harm over time. Historically, the practice of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound has been shrouded in secrecy. The legendary washing the marrow scripture within Shaolin martial arts is considered the highest of texts for good reason. Wang Chao began his training under the direct guidance of Tang Zichen, who instructed him to shake his skeletal muscles. It took nearly 6 months for him to grasp the technique of shaking, and he truly began to cultivate it while on the long march. Inadvertently discovering the thunder sound in the mountains, which he then integrated with his body, leading to his breakthrough. So that's how it is, Sun Lei remarked upon hearing Wang Chao's explanation. His curiosity piqued. Though he hesitated to ask for lessons, after all, they had all witnessed martial arts in action, and such knowledge was not easily imparted. Wang Chao, understanding the brevity of their acquaintance, was not inclined to teach them foolishly. After approximately 10 days of focus training, Wang Chao had attained an exceptionally accurate understanding of his physical condition. Finally, Zhao Jun's lawyer arrived at the Tianqing Network Company with a contract. The collateral on both arms has been struck off. I am prepared to wager 100 million. Upon meeting the lawyer and reviewing the contract, Wang Chao immediately presented his conditions. The lawyer promptly dialed a number, presumably to consult with Zhao Jun, and after a brief pause, nodded in agreement. Since you can provide 100 million, that would be ideal. Let us amend the contract now. After reviewing the revised contract, Wang Chao found it satisfactory and promptly affixed his signature. On the 5th of next month, I trust that Mr. Wang will arrive punctually in Chaozhou at the specified location. The lawyer instructed before completing his business and departing to Shirtu. Are you all prepared? Tomorrow, we shall venture to Guangdong to locate Director Chao's associate and ascertain the situation with the underworld. After completing these arrangements, Wang Chao immediately informed De Shirtu and the others. At that moment, De Shirtu and his crew were at the military district headquarters, where Wang Chao found them adjusting their firearms. Damn it, this mission will undoubtedly involve a confrontation with the underworld. I refuse to believe that a regular army cannot outmatch those scattered rogues. Hammer, bring extra grenades, and don't forget the rocket launcher. Tonight, we will discreetly travel in a military vehicle. Wang Chao gazed at the fierce soldiers before him, feeling a twinge of astonishment. This was a covert operation, and they were to disguise themselves as another organization. I will be traveling alone by train. Once I arrive in Guangdong, I will reach out. Following the plan, De Shirtu and his contingent of 24 soldiers quickly divided into teams and set off. That evening, Wang Chao boarded the train to Guangdong. Chapter 62. Fearless in organization. The morning breeze mingled with a hint of mist, providing a refreshing sensation. After an entire night on the train, departing at 7 o'clock and arriving precisely at 7 in the morning, Wang Chao found himself at Guangzhou railway station. The train was so packed that even the floor was filled with people. The air thick with the stench of sweat, feet, food, and the metallic aroma of machine oil, creating a nauseating melange of odors. Upon finally reaching the station, he eagerly jumped out of the window. Inhaling the fresh air outside, feeling his lungs rejuvenated, as he exited the station, Wang Chao quickly realized the chaotic nature of the area. Even slightly dim underpasses revealed scattered, discarded needles. Before he could reach the square, he encountered several middle-aged women and thin men who aggressively tried to pull him towards various ghost houses and small hotels. These individuals would often seize one's bag and clothing as if attempting to rob them. Fortunately, Wang Chao was robust. Despite carrying a large bag, he navigated through unscathed. Upon reaching the outskirts of the square, he observed a throng of people. With keen vigilance, he soon spotted several pickpockets targeting unsuspecting victims. Damn it, there's no money in my bag. One pickpocket, after slashing open Wang Chao's bag and finding it empty, audaciously shouted in frustration. Wang Chao witnessed 4 or 5 ruffians targeting a solitary woman, approaching her with malicious intent. The woman's jewelry was torn from her, and her bag was snatched, leaving her in tears on the ground. What kind of city is this? Is society truly in such disarray? Wang Chao felt a chill run down his spine. In less than 10 minutes, he had observed numerous instances of theft and robbery. Even if he wished to intervene, he found it overwhelming. I've seen the backpack gang. What about the hand-shopping gang? After observing for a while, he could no longer bear to watch and swiftly departed from the tainted station, his heart racing with indignation. It wasn't until he boarded a bus that he gradually calmed down. The prevalence of crime is staggering. Even with my efforts, I cannot eradicate it all, he sighed internally. Wang Chao, dressed in a rather shabby manner, wearing a gray suit, worn-out shoes, and carrying a large canvas bag, appeared to be a young farmer seeking work. He took out his phone book and retrieved an old mobile phone, dialing the number provided by Chao Yi. Upon connection, the line was met with the sounds of a woman gasping and moaning, followed by a gruff voice exclaiming, "Who the hell is calling so early? Is that you, Wang Ge? I am Gao Ji's introduction to find you for boxing," Wang Chao replied, adhering to the instructions given by Chao Yi, who had previously gone undercover in the underworld under the alias Gao de Lu. Which bastard? Oh, I remember now. Gao Lu, that guy. Boxing. Hold on a moment. The voice on the line softened as the woman continued to moan discontentedly. Where are you? I just got off the train at Guangzhou railway station. Gao Gu said to call this number upon my arrival. Wang Chao responded earnestly. All right, wait for me at the entrance of the Guangdong Sports Stadium on Ersha Island. At noon, I shall make my way over. The phone call was abruptly terminated. This fellow truly enjoys putting on an air of mystery. Wang Chao had already learned from Chowie that the person he was to contact was named Lu Qingwen. Nicknamed Brother One, he was a small-time figure in the underground fighting scene, adept at facilitating access to the illicit combat market. Wang Chao had thoroughly researched Brother One's surname and his subordinates' influence before arriving. In years past, when Zhao Xinglong mentioned underground fighting, I considered participating. Had I done so back then, I would have been nothing more than a naive young fool, much like the persona I now feign. With the organization backing me, I am now fully aware of the intricacies at play. This feeling is indeed extraordinary. After conversing with Brother One, Wang Chao was soon contacted via a miniature satellite communicator. Resembling a button affixed to his clothing, this advanced device was provided by the organization. Longxi, this is Dashitu. We have arrived in Guangzhou. Where are you? The voice of Sun Lei resonated through the communicator. I am heading to the Ersha Island Sports Center, Wang Chao reported, updating them on his whereabouts for logistical arrangements. They had previously established a code, and Wang Chao had designated himself as Longxi. Leisurely, he took the bus, stopping at various stations until he reached Ersha Island. Wang Chao disembarked, carrying a large, unassuming bag, and stood at the entrance of the sports center, scanning the area with an air of innocence. Moments later, two men approached suddenly and attempted to snatch his bag. Wang Chao delivered a swift kick, striking one of the men on the knee, causing him to collapse, clutching his leg in agony. Simultaneously, he deftly reached out and seized the other man's hair, yanking him down as if he were a mere scarecrow. The man fell to the ground, hands over his head. Do not resist. We are sent by Brother One to summon you. We were merely testing your skills, the two men exclaimed upon seeing Wang Chao's readiness to fight. My apologies. I thought you were attempting to rob me, Wang Chao replied, his demeanor earnest. Follow us, I will take you to meet Brother One. It took the two men a moment to regain their composure as they shot Wang Chao a few hostile glances. He said nothing further, and after several stops on the bus, they seemed to arrive at the outskirts of the city, where the buildings appeared smaller and more dilapidated. After a short walk, they reached what seemed to be a garage, the ground stained with oil. Several individuals donned greasy work uniforms, wielding wrenches, cast scrutinizing glances at Wang Chao. These were no mere mechanics. The scars on their faces and tattoos on their arms indicated a different kind of profession. Navigating through the grimy workshop, they entered a spacious concrete factory. Inside, several large sandbags hung, while a few shirtless men trained nearby. In the center stood a grand armchair, accompanied by a large teapot and a fan. Seated in the chair was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a dark mole on the left side of his face, from which long hairs sprouted. An unsettling sight, indeed. This was Lu Qingwen. Wang Chao noted that the man's appearance matched the photograph provided by Chao Yi. Upon Wang Chao's entrance, Lu Qingwen's beady eyes scrutinized him intently. Meanwhile, the men kicking the sandbags paused, their gazes filled with evident challenge and malice. What is your name? Did Gao Dalf send you here? Lu Qingwen appraised Wang Chao from head to toe. He exchanged glances with the two men beside him, who nodded in affirmation, indicating they had assessed Wang Chao's capabilities. Wang Chao fabricated an alias, claiming he had been training in martial arts and had come to know Chao Yi Gaodalu. He had heard that fighting here could be lucrative, thus he made his way over. With a premeditated strategy, Wang Chao deftly navigated Lu Qingwen's inquiries without revealing any weaknesses. Very well, if you wish to eat here, I shall not shortchange you. Let us sign a contract first, Lu Qingwen. Having found no flaws in Wang Chao's story, beckoned with a crooked finger. A subordinate promptly produced a contract and a seal. This is rather exploitative, Wang Chao observed, noting the oppressive terms. The promoter bore no responsibility for injuries incurred during matches. 50% of earnings would go to the promoter, and he was prohibited from leaving for 5 years. The remaining clauses were equally draconian, subtly infringing upon personal freedoms. Just sign here. How much can one earn? Wang Chao inquired. Rest assured, several thousand to tens of thousands per match. As long as you can win. Lu Qingwen's mole quivered as he spoke. Very well, Wang Chao pressed his hand onto the red ink, not for a moment believing the contract would hold any sway over him. He was now an operative of the organization, tasked with uncovering the realities of the underground boxing scene. Dashitu and the others had even brought blades. With a single command, I could level this place to the ground. What do I have to fear? Wang Chao felt no trepidation. Excellent, Lu Qingwen observed Wang Chao's signature, then turned to one of the men kicking the sandbags. Shitu, step up and test his skills. The man known as Shitu smirked cruelly, flexing his muscular shoulders, cracking the knuckles of his fists in a menacing manner. Shitu, this peasant has just signed the contract. You may unleash your full strength, another man added with a bloodthirsty grin, though not damage his organs. Merely break a few bones. I relish the sound of snapping bones, another fighter chimed in, his laughter echoing like that of a nocturnal predator. Our training is always genuine. Lu Qingwen regarded Wang Chao with a penetrating gaze. Once you enter this profession, you must adhere to the rules. These individuals were indeed ruthless. A flicker of murderous intent flashed through Wang Chao's mind. Let the match commence. Upon the utterance of those words, Shitu lunged forward like a wolf, throwing a punch aimed at Wang Chao's chin while guarding himself with the other arm, simultaneously delivering a knee strike towards Wang Chao's groin. In a flash, Wang Chao unleashed a clawing strike, expertly capturing Sheda's fist, while simultaneously driving his elbow down like a spear onto Sheda's knee. The sickening crack of bone. Lu Qingwen patted Wang Chao on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, give it your all. Within 5 years, I assure you, earning a few million will be no problem." To his surprise, there was a canteen beside the auto repair factory. Grabbing a large plate, Wang Chao claimed a spot and sat leisurely by himself, while the burly mechanics nearby did not dare approach him. Clearly, the news of his recent victory over the gang leader had spread rapidly. He refrained from striking up a conversation with these individuals. And after finishing his meal, he followed Lao He to a row of small bungalows adjacent to the factory. "This will be your room," Lao He said, gesturing with his chin. "Rest well and don't wander around. If you need to go out, you must report to me first and then seek Wen Ji's permission." Wang Chao nodded in understanding as Lao He turned to leave, surveying his humble abode. Wang Chao noted it was approximately 60 square meters, with a pockmarked cement floor and walls painted white, marred by mildew, a black, old-fashioned wooden table, substandard stools, a creaky bed that swayed precariously, and a small electric fan were the entirety of the furnishings. It was pitifully sparse. As he took in his surroundings, a thought suddenly surged in Wang Chao's mind. If he had not encountered Chen Jie 3 years ago, would he now be in this same predicament, reduced to laboring under such conditions? Indeed, had it not been for Tang Zichen, after graduating high school, he would have been like countless ordinary migrant workers, arriving on the coast, residing in dilapidated suburban housing, toiling endlessly, selling their sweat for meager subsistence. The fates of individuals are often shrouded in mystery, and one's circumstances can be as elusive as the wind. Life is unpredictable, and who can foresee what the future holds? On the fringes of this bustling, tumultuous city, within the confines of a decrepit bungalow, Wang Chao reminisced about Tang Zichen and the myriad ordinary workers existing on the outskirts, devoid of any future or faint glimmer of hope. In such a desolate world, what drives them to muster the courage to persevere? With a long sigh, Wang Chao settled onto the bed, and after his reflections, a serene calm enveloped him. The journey of understanding the myriad facets of life is an endless path of refining both heart and spirit. Without profound insights, how can one deliver striking blows in the ring? Life is akin to a grand interplay of yin and yang, encompassing all that it resembles a vast crucible, wherein all are subjected to trials and tribulations. Some emerge as refined essence, radiating brilliance, while many are consumed in the fiery ordeal. Wang Chao remained casually seated, his posture relaxed and unforced, his pores slightly opening and closing as if in a meditative breath. Experiencing an indescribable sense of comfort and languor, as night slowly descended, the faint sound of approaching footsteps jolted Wang Chao from his reverie. It belonged to Lao He, who was coming to find him. Wang Chao's ears perked up and his mind remained tranquil. He discerned the identity of the visitors simply by the weight of their steps. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the door swung open. "Get up, Wen Gu has arranged a match for you tonight. Come with me." Lao He beckoned to Wang Chao, who was still sitting on the bed. So soon. Wang Chao was taken aback. According to the information provided by the organization, newcomers typically needed over a week to secure a fight in the underground boxing scene. The organizers are meticulous and face considerable scrutiny from law enforcement. Each match is arranged with utmost caution, typically run by triad elements from Hong Kong and Taiwan, who maintain their own venues and a cadre of affluent clients. These underworld figures recruit fighters desperate for money to engage in brutal bouts, while wealthy patrons, seeking thrills, wager on the matches reminiscent of the ancient Roman gladiatorial arenas. Conflicts between rival groups often find resolution through these fights. As we entered the 21st century, the dynamics of territorial disputes among gangs had shifted. It was no longer a matter of hundreds armed with machetes pursuing each other in violent clashes. Large-scale gunfights had diminished, as the state would not permit such occurrences to unfold frequently. Liu Qingwen served as the general manager of the security department of a quasi-legitimate entity known as the Daxing Group. This department specialized in organizing small-scale underground fights, generating significant annual profits, unlike other security firms that merely hired personnel. The contemporary underworld is no longer solely about extortion, violence, and theft. The upper echelons possess legitimate businesses. The data provided by the organization is outdated by 5 to 6 years. Recently, some affluent scions along the coast had infiltrated the underworld, rendering the organization less informed. The burgeoning development of underground boxing was therefore anticipated. Wang Chao's inaugural task in infiltrating the underground boxing market was to ascertain its current state. As for the gambling match against Zhao Jun, that was a personal matter. The Taji gang's dominance made it nearly impossible for the organization to investigate thoroughly. What Xiaoyi proposed, cultivating Wang Chao into a respected martial arts leader in Southeast Asia, was, at best, a lofty aspiration. Wang Chao understood that he must first establish his reputation and ensure his survival before such plans could be discussed. Otherwise, he would perish before achieving any success, rendering all ambitions meaningless at present. Wang Chao was merely a pawn in the organization's game, awaiting the moment he could prove his worth, at which point he would undoubtedly be favored. Should the organization devise alternative plans and decide to discard this pawn, he could only resign himself to fate. He had long accepted this reality, not out of distrust in the organization, but because it is an unbreakable truth throughout history. In any organization, one must prioritize obedience and be prepared to sacrifice personal interests for the greater good of the mission. This principle applies equally to military forces, mercenaries, and organized crime. Even corporations often operate under similar tenets. Any organization that lacks this core principle is on the brink of disintegration. This realization is also the underlying reason for Wang Chao's desire to eventually extricate himself from the organization. He resented being a mere pawn manipulated by others. However, that was a conversation for another day. Are we fighting tonight? Do you have any information on my opponent? Wang Chao inquired of Lao He. Today, we are mediating a dispute between our Daxing Group and the Tianxin Moving Company. Originally, it was a matter concerning the gang leader, but unfortunately, you killed him. We haven't gathered information on the opponent yet. So just go out there and give it your best shot. If you win, your wallet will swell. Lao He chuckled. Dispute? What dispute? Wang Chao asked casually as they walked. Our Daxing Group also operates a moving company and has been competing with Tianxin for business. We've had several altercations, resulting in 3 or 4 fatalities. Wu Taizi has instructed us to keep a low profile and avoid escalating the situation, thus organizing a gambling match to resolve the dispute. Upon hearing Wu Taizi's name, Wang Chao recognized it instantly. Wu Taizi, known as Wu Yingda, had a powerful uncle in the Fujian military district and a father who was a high-ranking official in Guangdong politics. With connections in both military and governmental spheres, he was not to be trifled with. Alongside Wu Yingda, Zhao Jun and Wang Xiaolei were the leaders of Yai Group, a dominant force in the coastal underworld. The black market in Guangdong and Fujian provinces largely depended on their whims. All underground boxing matches, regardless of scale, were subject to protection fees mandated by Yai Group, with major gambling events directly organized by them. A van pulled up outside the factory, and Wang Chao climbed aboard, flanked by 4 or 5 burly men. The vehicle drove farther away, the streetlights flickering as they turned down winding roads for 2 hours, eventually stopping beside a towering building. Numerous cars were parked outside, and several uniformed guards patrolled the entrance, quickly approaching upon seeing the vehicle. We are from Daxing. Is Wengu here? Lao He seemed to be Liu Qingwen's trusted aide. Yes, come with me. A security guard recognized Lao He and spoke into his radio, then waved for the path to be cleared, allowing Wang Chao and the others to enter. The building appeared to have been expanded from a rural cinema, and they walked through a long corridor that opened up to a spacious hall nearly 1,000 square meters in size, with seating arranged around the perimeter, in the center. A large ring constructed from cement was surrounded by ropes. Wang Chao surveyed the surroundings, noting the audience was nearly at full capacity. Men and women alike were present, some wealthy patrons accompanied by their mistresses, as well as urban elite professionals. Wang Chao even spotted a few individuals clad in armed police uniforms, clearly fellow enthusiasts of combat sports. Though the audience was packed, the front row, adorned with an array of cigarettes, alcohol, fruits, beverages, and snacks, remained conspicuously vacant, evidently reserved for distinguished guests. Wang Chao pondered who might be the notable figures in attendance. Seizing the opportunity to head to the restroom, he discreetly activated his miniature satellite communicator. Longxi, we have confirmed your location, came the voice of Deshertu. We tracked your vehicle when you left, and we are now lying in wait about 2 kilometers from your position. We have identified a fire point within half a kilometer. If any danger arises, that's fine. Everything here is normal. Just avoid drawing attention, Wang Chao replied. Once I emerge, I will clarify the situation, and you can draft the report for the organization. Understood. When Wang Chao emerged from the restroom, Lu Chengwen approached with an unfavorable expression. This is bad. Tianxin has even invited Su Zhan's disciple, Qin Maojiao, to join us. This complicates matters. Su Zhan, one of the 3 tigers of Guangdong, is approximately a decade older than Zhang Wei, now in his 40s. Renowned for his Tongbei Quan, he earned the title of Little Arms Saint in his youth, with arms as solid as steel and as supple as vines. The name Little Arms Saint originates from a figure named Zhang Su from the Tongbei sect, who served as the vice-director of the Fengtian National Martial Arts Institute during the Republic of China and possessed extraordinary martial prowess. Su Zhan, however, cannot simply rely on his predecessor's reputation. Currently, he is a major board member of the Guangdong Tianla Group, with assets exceeding 100 million, a result of his extensive networking since his debut. He has over 100 disciples, among whom a dozen have received his direct tutelage and have made names for themselves. Qin Maojiao is one of them. What are we to do? What are we to do? Lu Chengwen appeared visibly anxious, lacking confidence in Wang Chao. At that moment, Wang Chao noticed a group approaching down the corridor, among them a man and a woman who immediately captured his attention. The man was a young man in his mid-20s, standing about 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique that clearly indicated his excellent martial training. However, it was the girl in casual sportswear who truly captivated him. Though she was referred to as a girl, Wang Chao surmised she was likely older than him, as he was just over 20. This girl appeared to be around 23 or 24. Who was that woman? Wang Chao inquired. That is Chen Bin, the sister of Chen Aiyang, the Tai Chi master of the Chen Group. The Chen Group has business dealings with Su Zhan's Tianla Group. But why am I telling you this? Lu Chengwen looked at Wang Chao, as if he were already a lost cause. Old one, have your fighters arrived yet? This time, with the Chen Group backing the bet, the stakes are high, over 1 million. An organizer approached, nodding at Lu Chengwen. You, step up, he pointed at Wang Chao. Is this your fighter? A fresh face. The organizer regarded Wang Chao with a hint of mockery. Follow me. Wang Chao was led to the stage. As he surveyed the audience, he felt the multitude of eyes upon him. Akin to wolves detecting the scent of blood, he stood alone on the stage, for the more renowned experts always entered last. And Wang Chao had yet to establish his reputation. In the prime seats below, the young man sat down, engaging in animated conversation with Chen Aiyang's sister, ignoring Wang Chao entirely. You don't need the money now. Why engage in underground fights? Chen Bin sipped from a bottle of Wang Laoji herbal tea, seemingly indifferent. It's unavoidable. Tianxin offered 1 million to bring me here. Besides, without sparring, how can one improve? Qin Maojiao replied with a charming smile. What is there to gain from this? With such scale, where are the true experts? Why not challenge Zhang Wei? I hear he has returned. Chen Bin's words dripped with sarcasm. In the future, I shall not only challenge Zhang Wei, but also your brother. Master Qin. Qin Maojiao appeared momentarily provoked, his face reddening. Their dialogue reached Wang Chao's ears clearly. Challenge my brother? You don't even know if you can handle this fighter on stage. Chen Bin turned her gaze to Wang Chao, scrutinizing him thoughtfully, her brow furrowing. Humph! Qin Maojiao scoffed, just as a sharp bell rang out, signaling the impending clash. The audience grew excited, their heavy breathing palpable to Wang Chao. Qin Maojiao rose, stepping onto the stage to face Wang Chao. Chapter 64. A Battle to Fame, Part 2. He walked with a heavy, crouched gait, his back slightly arched, arms hanging naturally, the veins on his neck pulsing with each step, resembling a monkey in motion. This person's agility was evidently exceptional, showcasing the essence of internal martial arts. As Qin Maojiao approached with a few swift steps, Wang Chao observed closely and discerned a hint of his technique. His movements were reminiscent of a monkey, and given that he practiced Tongbei Quan, it was undoubtedly the ancient Bai Yuan Tongbei style. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chao's mind raced with thoughts. Tongbei Quan is said to have originated from Giguzi, who observed the leaps and strikes of the Bai Yuan monkey in the Yunming Mountains, subsequently imitating and creating this martial art. The truth of this origin is shrouded in time, but all Chinese martial arts are derived from nature, mimicking various animals. Animals possess strength and agility, while humans possess intellect. The balance of the great cosmos is ever present. Through countless generations, Tongbei Quan has evolved into numerous styles, including Bai Yuan Tongbei, Wuxing Tongbei, and Paigua Tongbei, each with its own unique characteristics. The hallmark of Bai Yuan Tongbei is its remarkable agility during combat, delivering strikes as swift as thunder. An agile opponent is the most difficult to confront. Although Wang Chao had mastered Anjin, capable of leaving imprints on steel plates, sheer strength does not guarantee victory in combat. Anjin, while formidable, requires contact to be effective. Historical encounters abound, particularly the 1929 National Martial Arts Competition in Hangzhou, where the Iron Sand Palm master Liu Gaoxing faced off against the Wing Chun expert Chao Yinzi. Despite Liu's formidable iron palm technique, he could not land a hit, ultimately being felled by Chao's swift kicks. In that instant of observation, Wang Chao recalled Su Jun's insights regarding his disciple Qin Maojiao's martial characteristics. The opponent's agility demanded Wang Chao's utmost seriousness to avoid an unexpected mishap. As they faced each other on the stage, the audience erupted in a cacophony of shouts. "Hurry up! Start fighting, damn it! Why aren't they fighting yet? Beat that kid! I bet 30,000, 30,000. That's nothing. I wagered 50,000. Though Wang Chao disregarded the raucous crowd, Chen Aiyang's sister, Chen Bin, continued to scrutinize him, eliciting an unusual sensation within him. Experts are acutely aware of one another, often perceiving intentions through a mere glance. "Begin," the organizer announced with a gong. At the sound, Qin Maojiao sprang into action, seemingly dismissive of Wang Chao. With the speed of lightning, he lunged forward, his long arm thrusting like a spear toward Wang Chao's face. His loose-fitting attire billowed, the sleeves snapping like waves against a ship's hull, clearly indicating his mastery of Tongbei's techniques. His speed far exceeded that of the previous fighters, even surpassing Zhao Xinglong, approaching the level of Lin Lijun, the Wing Chun expert who fell to Zhu Jia. Indeed, he might be even stronger. A true expert reveals their caliber upon striking. The force of Qin Maojiao's attack surged forth like a mighty river, a fierce wind nearly halting Wang Chao's breath. He realized that Su Jun's disciple had thoroughly mastered his Mingjin, achieving a level of seamless integration as described in the martial texts, now nearly on par with his own current abilities. However, judging by Qin Maojiao's demeanor, he appeared arrogant, his edges yet unrefined, lacking control over his inner strength. The release of Anjin requires urgency and aggression, yet the skin must remain supple and relaxed during the exertion. This duality necessitates a profound state of mind and unwavering will. Those who have not honed their spirit and intent, no matter how strong their physique, cannot manifest Anjin. With a decisive thud, Wang Chao raised his left arm like a beam, blocking Qin Maojiao's strike and deflecting the ferocious blow, the impact echoing like a fierce clash of flesh. At 26, Qin Maojiao had been training since the age of 15, amassing 11 years of experience. Although his pride had prevented him from entering the realm of Anjin, he had already perfected Mingjin to its pinnacle, each punch and kick carrying immense force. Wang Chao, having honed his physique through the secret teachings of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound technique, had also reached the zenith of Mingjin after just 3 years of training. Their strikes collided with equal force, resulting in a stalemate. Where did such a formidable fighter come from? My Tongbei iron arms are already 7 or 8 parts as proficient as my master's. How can this fellow's arms be so resilient? Horizontal fist technique. Qin Maojiao thought, feeling the pain in his arm upon impact, instantly alert. He adopted the monkey's posture and leapt back. The Xingyi school emphasizes striking hard and advancing boldly. Seizing the center line, I shall rely on my agility to evade his attacks, wear him down, and exploit any openings for a decisive strike. Qin Maojiao, hailing from a prestigious lineage, quickly shed his underestimation upon sensing the hardness of his opponent's strikes. Utilizing his agile, monkey-like movements, he deftly evaded Wang Chao's advances, preparing to counterattack. Among his peers, Qin Maojiao's monkey-style footwork was exceptional. He had dedicated 2 years to mastering this movement, observing monkeys and mimicking their acrobatics. Enduring countless falls before achieving a level of mastery, every expert possesses a captivating past. As their arms clashed again, Wang Chao felt the opponent's arm was as solid as iron, a challenging adversary. His block was a manifestation of the Xingyi school's horizontal fist technique, unleashing a force akin to a steel beam, with both direct and lateral components concealed within. When the punch landed, their arms lashed out like 2 steel whips. In this exchange, Wang Chao did not unleash on Jin. One must exercise caution with hidden strength. Masters of internal martial arts possess an extraordinarily keen sensitivity to their surroundings. The slightest disturbance can prompt them to retreat, particularly with an expert like Qin Maojiao, who practices the white ape's penetrating technique. His movements are as swift and astonishing as those of a monkey. Wang Chao is acutely aware that his own hidden strength has not yet reached a level of mastery where he can wield it freely. It is highly probable that his attempts will be evaded by his opponent, resulting in a significant waste of energy. Should he fail to land even 2 strikes, Wang Chao is certain to lose this wagered bout, with the dire consequences being death or severe injury. Such is the brutal nature of combat. As the two engaged in their initial clash, neither gained the upper hand. Qin Maojiao nimbly leaped aside, shifting his footing to unexpectedly appear at Wang Chao's flank, launching a penetrating strike aimed at his spine. With the force behind his punch, if it connected, not only would the spine shatter, but even a wooden post as thick as an arm would be splintered. Observers among the audience recognized the extraordinary agility of Qin Maojiao, who had, with uncanny grace, evaded Wang Chao's attack and struck from behind. His monkey-like movements were nothing short of mesmerizing. Given another 5 years, should he temper his pride and cultivate a sense of balance, mastering hidden strength, he would indeed be worthy of challenging my brother. Witnessing Qin Maojiao's extraordinary agility, even Chan Bin, seated below, paused in her consumption of Wang Laoji herbal tea. This young man was also a practitioner of Xingyi, yet he lacked the fluidity necessary to contend with such unpredictable movements. Chan Bin reached a conclusion in her mind at that moment. Wang Chao suddenly stepped forward, stepping out of the Bagua formation, causing Qin Maojiao's punch to miss. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly moved to his opponent's side. His form soaring like an eagle preparing to strike, akin to a tiger leaping across a ravine. His ferocity was unparalleled, embodying the fierce spirit of both eagle and tiger in perfect harmony. As he lunged, his arms trembled, executing a downward strike that enveloped Qin Maojiao in a powerful wave of force. With arms spread wide, his breath resonated deeply, harmonizing with the contraction of his muscles and bones, producing a roar reminiscent of a tiger. This sound was profound and restrained, merging with his momentum, as if a fearsome tiger lay concealed within his being. In that fleeting moment, an idea flashed through Wang Chao's mind. The essence of Xingyi is found in its form. Through understanding its principle, one can discern the truth within illusion, and vice versa. Though he did not possess a tiger, he embodied its spirit. This technique was both a tiger's slicing strike and imbued with the explosive energy of cannon punches. Mastery of one technique unlocks the potential of many. Having trained in the combined strikes of dragon and snake, Wang Chao began to integrate various forms and striking powers into his combat style. His footwork was rooted in the Bagua stepping, having diligently practiced to achieve fluidity, enduring countless falls, not unlike Qin Maojiao's own struggles. After Qin Maojiao's punch met empty air, he felt a fleeting shadow dart past him, unexpectedly finding himself at a disadvantage as darkness loomed overhead and the sound of a tigress roar echoed near his ears. In that moment, doubt crept into Qin Maojiao's mind. Was his opponent indeed a tiger spirit? Although his strength was formidable, his resolve paled in comparison to Wang Chao's. Furthermore, while Wang Chao was well aware of his opponent's capabilities, Qin Maojiao knew nothing of Wang Chao's potential. Such disparities were enough to cost him his life. In a moment of frantic urgency, Qin Maojiao raised his arm in defense, retreating once more. However, his mind in disarray, he had already lost the initiative. This allowed Wang Chao to detect a fleeting opportunity, resulting in a collision of their arms. At that instant, Wang Chao unleashed his hidden strength, causing a sharp pain to shoot through Qin Mao Jiao's arm. Akin to 1,000 needles piercing him, the overwhelming sensation forced him to exhale sharply, his pores opening as he began to sweat, his stamina swiftly depleting. Wang Chao, acutely aware, would not grant his opponent a chance to recover. He split his hands, seizing the central line, delivering a powerful tiger palm strike to Qin Mao Jiao's chest. A muffled roar escaped Qin Mao Jiao's lips, accompanied by the sound of his ribcage fracturing and internal organs rupturing, heralding the grim notes of death. After successfully landing his strike, Wang Chao retreated a couple of steps, observing Qin Mao Jiao's complexion redden, his movements resembling those of a drunken man swaying uncontrollably. His arms attempting to rise yet finding no strength. His body spun twice before collapsing onto the concrete arena, blood gushing from his mouth. With wide-open eyes, he stared at Wang Chao, struggling violently to cling to life. But alas, it was all in vain. After a few futile attempts, all strength drained from him, and his pupils lost their luster. He had passed away. The hidden strength of the tiger form. Chunbin watched intently. Yet the exchange had transpired with such swiftness, like a whirlwind, that even her brother, the Tai Chi master Chun Ai Yang, would find it difficult to intervene. How could this be? Amidst a brief silence born of shock, Chanbin crushed the iron canister of Wang Lao GT in her grasp, the brown liquid splattering across her, yet she remained oblivious, her gaze fixed on Wang Chao, who had just withdrawn his fists. The sound of the ruptured canister resonated sharply within the hushed arena, akin to thunder breaking the silence. The audience, jolted back to reality, erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, excitement, and frustration, lamenting their lost wagers. This bout had led to a resounding victory for the Daxing Group. The organizers requested those responsible to collect their winnings backstage, while the fortunate bettors were also invited to claim their rewards. It took a considerable amount of time for the organizers to regain their composure and professionally announce the outcome of the wager. Liu Qingwen, initially taken aback, quickly regained his senses and instructed, "Hurry, bring that young man down, and do so swiftly." Chapter 65. How could officials fear the underworld? It is not that I did not hold back. Your visible strength has already reached its zenith, and the agility of your monkey-like movements is commendable. If this battle were to prolong, my hidden strength would dwindle, and the victor would remain uncertain. Wang Chao's tiger form hidden strength was immensely powerful. Upon receiving a strike to the chest, Qin Mao Jiao's ribcage shattered instantly, with the hidden force penetrating his internal organs, causing his heart and lungs to rupture, resulting in immediate death. No divine intervention could reverse that fate. In truth, both combatants possessed similar skill levels. It was merely Wang Chao's additional layer of hidden strength that tipped the scales. Had Qin Mao Jiao possessed prior knowledge of this, maintained a calm demeanor, and utilized the agility of his movements for defensive maneuvers, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Wang Chao to defeat him. Regrettably, Wang Chao was well versed in his opponent's capabilities, while Qin Mao Jiao remained entirely uninformed about Wang Chao's prowess. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is essential for victory. Ignorance of the enemy's strengths often leads to downfall. In the prime of their lives, at 26 or 27 years of age, it is tragic to witness such a promising existence extinguished within the confines of the arena. As Wang Chao gazed upon Qin Mao Jiao's lifeless form, he could not help but recall Lin Lijun, who had met his end beneath the barrel of a gun, his eyes wide open in death, unwilling to close. You did not perish by firearms, but rather, as a martial artist, you fell beneath the weight of fists, somewhat justifiable. Silently lamenting, he knelt to gently close Qin Mao Jiao's eyes. Perhaps one day, I too shall meet my end within such an arena. The organizers announced the results of the wager. A tumultuous surge of 4 or 5 imposing men clad in black suits rushed forward, casting venomous glances at Wang Chao. The rules dictated that disputes were to be resolved outside the arena. The organizers, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences, wore expressions of icy detachment, a death on the arena floor. According to the regulations, precluded any pursuit of vengeance. Simultaneously, a large contingent of security personnel, armed with electric batons and plastic shields, entered the venue. At first glance, they resembled official riot police. Quickly depart. We will handle the aftermath, they instructed. At that moment, Lu Chengwen and several of his subordinates rushed onto the arena, encircling Wang Chao to escort him away. Qin Mao Jiao's status was of considerable importance. Although he had perished in the arena, the repercussions were far-reaching in Lu Chengwen's eyes. Wang Chao had become a lucrative asset that must be safeguarded at all costs. How is it, my boss? Are you dissatisfied with Tianxin's loss? Lu Chengwen's slanted eyes gleamed with malicious delight as he regarded a well-dressed middle-aged man ascending from the arena. This man was Bai Yong, the owner of Tianxin Company, which, like Daxing Group, operated within a gray area of legality. Their rivalry had led to numerous clashes over business interests. This time, due to the directive from the influential Wu Yingda, the princeling, to avoid bloodshed and resolve disputes through wagered bouts, Bai Yong had invested 1 million to enlist Qin Mao Jiao. Believing victory was assured, and he had staked an additional 3 million. Who could have anticipated that an unknown expert would emerge and kill Qin Mao Jiao? This was a calamity compounded by misfortune. Not only had he failed to secure business, but he had also lost a substantial sum of money, and more critically, Qin Mao Jiao's master was none other than Su Zhan. Having summoned his disciple only to see him slain, how could he explain this? Lu Chengwen understood Bai Yong's predicament well. It was only natural to revel in his misfortune. Do not celebrate too soon. When Lai Pai, by the way, this expert should tread carefully in the future to avoid any missteps. This arena operated under the tight regulations of Prince Wu Yingda. Even with immense audacity, Bai Yong would not dare to stir trouble here. Although Tianxin Company boasted assets in the hundreds of millions, it paled in comparison to the might of Wu Yingda. Akin to an ant beside an elephant. It could be said that should Wu Yingda merely express discontent, within 3 days, the company would face bankruptcy. And Bai Yong's body would find its way into a burlap sack, sinking into the Pearl River. In this locale, Bai Yong could only utter a few fierce words before plotting his revenge outside. He insisted on taking the body with him as they departed. After delivering his harsh words, Bai Yong did not linger but promptly left, clearly eager to return and scheme for retribution. We also hastened our exit. Deciding to discuss matters further upon our return, Lu Chengwen was acutely aware of Bai Yong's vengeful nature and his sinister demeanor, which matched his own. Any delay could result in him being ambushed on his way back. Once they exited the boxing arena, Wu Yingda would no longer concern himself with the ensuing disputes. Just as Wang Chao was about to leave the ring, a refreshing female voice interrupted. Lu Wenqing glanced over to see Qian Bin seated there, delicately tapping her slender, pale fingers on the glass tabletop. "Miss Qian," he said, forcing a smile upon realizing it was Qian Bin speaking. "What can I do for you? As you can see, we are in a hurry to return. Bai Yong is quite a ruthless individual enough. You all leave. I have matters to discuss with him," Qian Bin commanded, her brow furrowing and exuding a formidable presence akin to that of a high-ranking official. A demeanor honed over years of power, Lu Chengwen dared not offend this princess of the underworld. The Chen family in Singapore wielded tremendous influence throughout Southeast Asia, essentially ruling the criminal underworld. Although Guangdong was Wu Yingda's territory, the Chen family's influence was minimal here. However, recent rumors suggested that the coastal Taiji Tang was collaborating with the Chen family. Furthermore, on a personal level, Master Chen Aiyang, a grandmaster of Tai Chi, maintained an exceptionally close relationship with Wu Yingda, often interacting with his sister as well. It was a well-known fact that high-ranking officials and aristocrats favored mingling with martial artists to learn secret techniques and enhance their physical prowess. Chen Aiyang's sister was also a Tai Chi expert. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Chengwen could not afford to confront Chen Bin. He could hardly muster the audacity to retort, "You've struck it rich this time. After chatting with Miss Chen, hurry back and I'll settle your payment," Lu Chengwen signaled Wang Chao, and they exited swiftly. "Your martial arts have evidently reached the level of hidden strength," Wang Chao noted. Intrigued by Chen Bin, the princess of Singapore's Chen family and sister to Chen Aiyang. The Chen family and Taiji Tang were under investigation by their organization. He could see that Chen Bin's skin was delicate and radiant, resembling exquisite jade, especially the raised temples partially obscured by her hair, a clear sign of having mastered internal martial arts. Had she been a man, he could have gauged her skills through a friendly exchange. Alas, she was a woman. Testing one's strength through physical contact was a common practice among martial artists to assess each other's prowess. It was less perilous than a formal duel. However, given that Chen Bin was a woman, Wang Chao refrained from any rash moves. "Martial arts cannot feed one," Wang Chao replied ambiguously. You make a valid point. You must be from the mainland. There are indeed hidden masters there. Qian Bin acknowledged. But do you realize the immense trouble you've stirred today? Your life may very well hang in the balance, and future opportunities to earn through boxing may be scarce. I am aware that this individual is not to be trifled with. Yet engaging in combat left me no alternative, he retorted. This is not the place for conversation. Come with me, Qian Bin suggested as she rose from her seat. Miss Qin, what would you like to instruct? An attendant hurried over. Is there a resting room available? Yes, I will take you there immediately. The attendant bent slightly, leading the way, and soon brought Qian Bin to a quiet lounge on the second floor. Following her were 4 bodyguards. Wang Chao observed that although the bodyguards appeared formidable, they clearly lacked training in internal martial arts. You will remain at the door, Qian Bin instructed. The lounge featured a grand leather sofa, lavishly decorated. Once inside, Qian Bin seated herself and ordered her guards to wait outside. Noticing Wang Chao appraising her bodyguards, she chuckled softly. They are marksmen, each a sharpshooter in modern society, no matter how proficient one is in martial arts. It is primarily for fitness and gambling. True lethality lies with firearms. Qian Bin's demeanor was composed and graceful, exuding tranquility, yet at times revealing the commanding aura of someone in high authority. Wang Chao suddenly perceived a resemblance between her temperament and that of Tang Zichen. However, upon closer inspection, the distinctions became apparent. Tang Zichen's warmth felt natural, akin to an affectionate elder sister, while Qian Bin's gentility bore the marks of refinement and sophistication, occasionally flashing a piercing intensity. Achieving mastery in internal martial arts requires tranquility, and one's demeanor must reflect this. Traits such as arrogance, volatility, cowardice, or baseness cannot yield high-level skills. However, pride refers to a noble spirit rather than arrogance. One should possess a strong character but not an inflated sense of self-importance. Martial arts are merely tools for fitness and gambling, Wang Chao reluctantly acknowledged, yet he recognized the truth in Qian Bin's words. Please, have a seat. She gestured to the adjacent sofa, then leisurely poured herself a glass of water. Offering it to him, Wang Chao expressed his gratitude and reached for the glass. Suddenly, a glint of mischief sparked in Qian Bin's eyes, as Wang Chao grasped the glass and shifted his weight. Her fingers, poised like a sword, swiftly jabbed at his wrist. The move was rapid and stealthy, devoid of any prior indication. Wang Chao barely registered any movement from her. Qian Bin, being the sister of Tai Chi master Chen Aiyang, was indeed a skilled practitioner herself. Her technique was exquisite, the flow of energy supple and natural, enabling a quick and explosive response. How swift, Wang Chao thought, unable to form coherent thoughts as his wrist trembled. His thumb and index fingers secured the glass while his middle finger brushed against the rim, launching forth. With a snap, the sound echoed like thunder. Wang Chao's middle finger, propelled with force, produced a subtle cracking sound akin to shattering a bean. During his recovery from the injuries inflicted by Zhao Jun's knife squad, he had spent time in a hospital room, practicing sword techniques with Zhang Tong using chopsticks in those days of contemplation. He not only integrated the principles of the 13 sword techniques with the nuances of Tai Chi, Xingyi, and Bagua, but also honed his skills to a level of mastery with all 10 fingers. The snap of his middle finger collided with Qian Bin's 2 fingers. Startled, she quickly retracted her arm. Sword techniques? Wang Chao's curiosity deepened. Qian Bin did not relent, aligning her spine and swiftly redirecting her arm's force. Propelling it back with even greater intensity, her arm moved like a highly elastic spring, bending and rebounding with enhanced power. Her fist, seemingly hollow, cut through the air with a sharp crack. Tai Chi hammering technique. Wang Chao recognized it instantly, recalling that he had learned the hammering method during his initial training with Tang Zichen. The records of national arts documented Tai Chi's hammering techniques, but Wang Chao had only skimmed through them without practicing. Mastery lies not in quantity but in purity and precision. He considered himself yet to reach an extraordinary level in Xingyi or Bagua. He had only mastered the dragon, snake, tiger, horse, eagle, and monkey forms of Xingyi, while the others like chicken, swallow, and bear were merely practiced for proficiency. He understood the adage of not being greedy for more. Qian Bin's hammering strike, though light, contained an underlying ferocity and profound yin-yang duality, making it difficult to counter. Wang Chao paid no mind to the glass in his hand. Extending his arm, he used a horizontal punch to block. With a crash, the glass shattered upon hitting the ground. As the sound resonated, their arms collided. Chun Bin's sofa creaked and shifted several centimeters backward, its legs scraping against the floor, producing a piercing noise. Both sensed they were formidable opponents, yet neither unleashed their hidden strength. Once hidden strength was engaged, it would no longer be a friendly exchange but a life-and-death struggle. After the initial clash, Chun Bin stood, pushing forward with both hands, while Wang Chao braced himself, half-squatting to counter her advance. They engaged in a series of exchanges, resembling a push-hands contest. Chun Bin continually felt and responded to his strength, her fine sweat rising and falling like a wave. Wang Chao remained relaxed, his body supple yet tense. Tai Chi push hands and Xingyi rubbing hands are both methods of testing strength and skill. Chun Bin was formally assessing Wang Chao's capabilities, while Wang Chao was equally intrigued by her prowess. They exchanged 3 rounds without revealing their true strengths. Chun Bin withdrew her hands, indicating she would not continue. Wang Chao reciprocated, acknowledging her skill. Your martial arts are impressive, rivaling the top 3 in Guangdong. It's no wonder Qin Maogao was no match for you. Yet, regardless of how skilled you are, firearms remain a threat. You've stirred quite a predicament today. Exercise caution in the future. If you find yourself in dire straits, you may call this number. Chun Bin produced a business card and handed it to Wang Chao. It was clear she intended to recruit him. However, the Chun family, being a large corporation, valued appearances. Chun Bin would not immediately extend overtures of friendship. She wished for him to experience the harsh realities of the underworld first, understanding the dangers before he fully committed to her side. This was the strategy Chun Bin had in mind. As Wang Chao watched Chun Bin's figure disappear into the distance, a smile crept onto his face as he idly toyed with the exquisitely printed metal business card in his hand. In a voice barely audible to himself, he murmured, "Official. Bandit, I am now the official, and you are the bandits. How could an official fear bandits?" Chapter 66, The Might of Firearms. With a flick of his finger, he tapped the metal card given by Chun Bin, tucking it away into his pocket. This was an excellent opportunity to connect with the Chun group, and he certainly could not afford to miss it. The organization had instructed him to first familiarize himself with the specifics of the coastal underworld. Initially, he had anticipated it would take many days to glean any concrete information, yet matters unfolded far more smoothly than he had envisioned. He had arrived in Guangzhou that morning, joined a small underground boxing group by noon, and by evening had encountered significant figures within the scene. The underground fighting syndicate had developed at an astonishing pace. With rapid growth inevitably came vulnerabilities, and those vulnerabilities made it easier for him to infiltrate. It was no surprise, given the Taizi gang's heavy involvement in this violent market, where they operated with impunity and without consideration for the ramifications, allowing for rapid expansion. Even if exposed, they could suppress any backlash with sheer force. A moment's reflection clarified the issues at hand. Upon returning, he intended to relay today's events to Deshertu and his associates, instructing them to compile a detailed report for the organization in a few days. Once he had a clearer understanding of the various factions, he could withdraw. His foray into Guangzhou was merely a minor episode in Wang Chao's broader journey. He sought to familiarize himself with the specific circumstances but had never intended to remain within this small group indefinitely. On the 5th of next month, he had a significant duel with Zhao Jun ahead. At that time, he would participate under the banner of Tianqing Company, a position far more prestigious than that of a mere underground fighter. Currently, he was merely engaging in illicit bouts, but his conflict with Zhao Jun would be termed a competition. Although both involved fighting, the distinction in status and rank was monumental. Since the Taizi gang's intervention in the coastal region, the organization had gradually withdrawn many of its undercover agents to prevent conflicts that could disrupt the political landscape. With their withdrawal, the flow of intelligence had understandably diminished, leaving some of the data outdated by several years. Wang Chao knew he must acquire updated information before his duel with Zhao Jun. The organization's current plans had been clearly communicated to him by Chao Yi. Over the past 2 years, security issues along the coast had escalated, compounded by foreign influences. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the organization resolved to reassert its control over the coastal underground. Wang Chao was among the first batch of operatives dispatched for this mission. The organization had embarked on a grand scheme to counter the Taizi gang, aiming to restore order to the coastal region. As for the identities of the other operatives, Wang Chao remained in the dark. That information was tightly guarded. However, he understood that if he emerged victorious against Zhao Jun, defeating the notorious Guangdong San who, it would undoubtedly send ripples through the Southeast Asian martial arts community. This reputation would serve as capital. With this leverage, the organization would promptly amplify its support for him, placing him in a position to confront the Taizi gang openly. Conversely, should he fail, his life would be in jeopardy. Yet, Wang Chao realized that whether he joined the organization or not, victory or defeat in the duel would lead to his demise. It was an inescapable predicament, leaving him with no choice. The root of all this turmoil was, in essence, quite simple. It stemmed from Zhu Jia. Wang Chao bore no ill will towards her. The real issue lay with Zhao Jun, who treated human life with utter disdain. Initially, he had regarded Wang Chao as nothing more than a mere ant to be crushed, only to discover that this ant possessed an unexpectedly robust vitality. Resulting in the current predicament, the organization now considered him a lifeline, a fact not lost on Wang Chao. As for future developments, he would wait until after the duel with Zhang Wei to contemplate them. The most formidable challenge of his life loomed before him, Zhang Wei. Victory in this contest would bring him fame, which would, in turn, secure the organization's support. Otherwise, his situation would become precarious, entangled in this vast web of intrigue. The days ahead promised little peace. Though his current position was fraught with peril, Wang Chao felt no turbulence within. He possessed a clear understanding of his circumstances, as transparent as polished glass. This clarity was a testament to the arduous journey he had endured over the past year. The challenges faced along this path had profoundly shaped him, forging an iron will through every trial and tribulation. In an instant, clarity returned to his thoughts, and Wang Chao stepped outside, his mind shifting back to martial arts. After testing his skills against the sister of the Tai Chi master, he had gleaned a rough estimation of her abilities. Qian Bin had evidently mastered the subtle strength of Tai Chi, a fact evident in his demeanor and mannerisms. His technique demonstrated a harmonious blend of softness and firmness, his movements remarkably agile, and his listening skills and push hands were comparable to Wang Chao's own. Judging by his displayed agility, Wang Chao felt confident that in a contest against Qian Bin, he would have a 70% chance of victory. In martial arts, understanding both oneself and one's opponent is paramount. Ultimately, it comes down to agility, with strength being secondary. The impact of 500 pounds versus 1,000 pounds is ultimately similar when delivered to the body, resulting in the same fate. As Wang Chao exited the door, he found Ru Qingguan and his associates in a state of anxious anticipation. As soon as they spotted him, they rushed toward him like flies drawn to blood. "You're finally out? Quick, quick, get in the car." Once inside the van, they sped off as if in a funeral procession. This time, the earnings are substantial. According to the contract, you'll receive 200,000. Upon entering the vehicle, Ru Qingguan exchanged glances with those around him, deliberately avoiding any mention of the consequences of Wang Chao's lethal actions. Wang Chao chuckled upon hearing Ru Qingguan's words. The winnings were at least in the millions, and according to the contract, he would receive over $1 million. However, he chose not to dwell on that yet and merely nodded. The journey continued in silence, and when they re-entered Guangzhou, Ru Qingguan treated Wang Chao with significantly more respect, promptly arranging for him to stay in a 3-story villa within the factory premises. The environment was vastly superior to the cramped 60-square-meter room he had previously occupied. "Here's 20,000 in cash. Make sure to keep it safe." "How about that? I always keep my promises. Tomorrow, I'll arrange another boxing match for you. With your current skills, you'll be able to make it big in less than a month," he added, his small triangular eyes glinting as he warned, "But don't go wandering around. The person you killed had significant connections, so there's a real risk out there. Rest assured, as long as you stay within the confines of this factory, I guarantee you'll be safe." Seeing Wang Chao counting the cash on the table, Ru Qingguan smirked and said to those around him, "Let us go out. We shouldn't disturb this expert's rest." "Brother one, what's?" Half an hour later, a faint rustling sound suddenly penetrated the air, growing increasingly intense, accompanied by a barrage of gunfire that echoed like firecrackers. Wang Chao realized that Deshirtu and his crew had commenced their operation. "Damn it, the people from Tianjin have come knocking at the door. How could they be so swift? Impossible. It must be Su Zhan's men. Tianjin lacks such formidable strength. Hurry. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. They have breached the factory. Close the doors, close the iron gates of the courtyard. Conceal yourselves." Lu Qingguan, without warning, led a group of men charging into the inner courtyard. brandishing a pistol and shouting commands. The courtyard was the heart of the factory, and with a swift pull, the iron gate slammed shut. "You lot, follow me upstairs." Upon seeing the iron gate secured, Lu Chengwen led a few armed subordinates towards the upper floors, clearly believing that Su Zhen's men were here for retribution. Intent on capturing Wang Chao for negotiations, to hurry, Wang Chao urged. Just then, a voice crackled through the intercom. "Axe, ready the rocket launcher, blast open the main gate. Damn it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous boom resounded. The iron gate was blown skyward, the surrounding walls collapsing significantly, and Wang Chao felt as though an earthquake had struck, the building swaying violently. The few who had just reached the ground floor, including Lu Chengwen, were knocked to the ground by the deafening noise and tremors, some struck by flying debris. The chaotic iron gate soared into the air, crashing violently into the courtyard, causing everyone to instinctively cover their heads and drop to the ground. Lu Chengwen was no exception, cowering in a corner of the staircase like a frightened animal, too terrified to emerge. The soldiers from the Sino-Indian border are truly ferocious. Wang Chao marveled at their prowess. In terms of skill, the combined abilities of Tu and his companions paled in comparison to Wang Chao. Yet, fully armed, 100 Wang Chaos would likely stand no chance against their mere 20. This exemplifies the power of modern military forces and weaponry. The state does not cultivate martial artists, as martial arts require extensive, hands-on instruction from a master. The soldiers trained by the state, equipped with firearms, are more than capable of eliminating any martial arts expert. As the explosion subsided, amidst the lingering smoke, several dark figures swiftly rolled in, leaping up and taking cover among the rubble, raising their submachine guns and unleashing a hail of bullets. Clearly, these were Tu and his crew. Wang Chao noticed they all wore new-style helmets, with only their eyes visible. Their camouflage uniforms were slightly bulging, indicative of bulletproof vests. They rolled through the debris without sustaining a scratch. The overwhelming firepower immediately suppressed everyone, turning the courtyard into a hive of chaos. The gangsters stood no chance against the regular army. "I surrender. I surrender," Lu Chengwen shrieked, his voice filled with despair. Faced with a group that seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell, no one could maintain their composure. "Throw down your weapons and step into the center of the courtyard." The voice of Deshita's son Lei sounded like the harbinger of death. Lu Chengwen and a few of his men, hiding at the staircase, hurriedly discarded their firearms, scrambling out with hands raised, standing stiffly in the courtyard like targets. Wang Chao, observing the situation had reached its conclusion, descended the stairs. These soldiers were ferocious. How could they manage the aftermath of this situation? As he descended, Wang Chao pondered the cleanup. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, Lu Chengwen turned around to see Wang Chao approaching step by step, immediately letting out another high-pitched scream. "It's him. He is the one who killed Qin Maojiao. It has nothing to do with us. You must capture him. Do not harm us. Yes, yes, it's him, this little brat. We were planning to deliver him to you tomorrow. Quick, apprehend him before he escapes. His skills are formidable. Spare us, please." Sob. A few of them began to wail in despair. After all, they were gangsters, and witnessing such a scene sent their spirits plummeting. They have a tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong. Only those who are even more ruthless can keep them in check. Tu cast a scornful glance at them. "What are you all whining about? Who killed whom?" In an instant, the group fell silent. Trembling in fear, Wang Chao stepped into the center of the courtyard, and Tu rushed over, exchanging a knowing glance. "Do you have any issues? Dealing with such insignificant pests? We have issues? If this trivial matter were to cause problems, there would be no need for the enemy to kill us. We might as well hang ourselves." Tu, surprisingly, found himself in agreement with Wang Chao's first inquiry regarding their safety. This guy is quite the friend. Tu thought to himself, "Did you make too much noise, using both guns and cannons? How many people were killed outside? How will we handle the aftermath?" Wang Chao furrowed his brows as he questioned. "Rest assured, the suburbs around here are fine," Tu replied. "It was indeed a bit loud, but it should be manageable. Not many people were killed outside. We crept in and fired a few shots while hiding. We essentially slipped in unnoticed. The casualties were primarily confined to those in the courtyard, and the total fatalities will not exceed 20. Lu Chengwen, upon hearing their conversation, pointed a trembling finger at Wang Chao. his entire body quaking, urine trickling down his pants. Who exactly are you? Wang Chao ignored him entirely, turning only to Deshertu. What shall we do with these individuals? A bunch of scum. If the Public Security Bureau wants to deal with them. As a soldier of the people, it's only natural I do what must be done, Deshertu grunted disdainfully. Let us handle the aftermath. All right, make it quick to be by the way, there's 200,000 upstairs.